Opening your eyes to a beast's lair on hell difficulty? Don't panic, the system has arrived. The opening sign-in grants instant max-level martial god cultivation. Others train for a century to barely reach king rank, but I started at the peak, getting stronger with every breath. A casual punch shatters a beast tide, a sneeze collapses a skyscraper. This is the story of a max-level boss returning to the newbie village, turning a post-apocalyptic martial world into a hack-and-slash game. Ask me how strong I am? Sorry, I'm still looking for a creature that can survive my second move. The stench of rotting blood rushed straight to my brain. Before I could recover from the agonizing pain of being sent flying by a truck, I opened my eyes to see 5 monsters, the size of tanks, shoving their faces right in front of mine. Ash-black armor, fangs dripping with foul saliva, and scarlet eyeballs like lanterns. Roar! A foul wind hit my face, making me want to retch. Where was this? Hell? Or some prank show? Before I could gather my thoughts, those 5 monsters' iron-armored rhinos were already crushing towards me like out-of-control dump trucks. The ground shook and the shadow of death instantly enveloped my entire body. I'm finished. I closed my eyes in despair. Ding! Detected host facing a mortal crisis. Infinite sign-in system activated. Auto sign-in in progress. Sign-in successful. Congratulations host, obtained martial god level cultivation. The moment the mechanical voice sounded, time seemed to stand still. An indescribably vast energy, like a reverse-flowing galaxy, savagely rushed into my limbs and bones. First rank, second rank, king rank, emperor rank. That power was unstoppable, instantly breaking through the limits of human cognition. I snapped my eyes open, and the world had changed. The rhinos, originally fast as lightning, were now as slow as crawling snails in my eyes. The terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, replaced by a composure of absolute control. Get lost. I subconsciously threw a punch. No special technique, just a simple swing. Boom! The air exploded, and golden ripples blasted out from the center of my fist. Those 5 arrogant iron-armored rhinos couldn't even let out a scream before instantly exploding into clouds of blood mist. The terrifying fist wind didn't stop, plowing through the ground like a wild dragon and carving out a 100-meter deep trench before me. Immediately after, the entire abandoned building let out a groan of being overburdened. Rumble! The building collapsed. A few seconds later, the ruins burst open, and I stepped into the air unharmed, hovering 100 meters high. Looking at the ruins I had raced to the ground beneath my feet, I looked down at my hand and muttered to myself, I did this? Current world, High Marshal Blue Star. Newcomer gift pack distributed, infinite storage space, S-rank Dragonflame Burning Skyblade Perfection. S-rank Burning Sky Scorching Sun Art Perfection, S-rank Combat Blade Ashen Skyblade. The system's voice rang out again, followed by countless martial insights flooding into my mind. Before I could celebrate, the agonizing pain of being incinerated instantly struck. It was like being thrown into Tyshawn Laojian's furnace, with golden flames surging out from my pores. FCK. System, you didn't say ID spontaneously combust. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. When the flames extinguished, I felt my body had been reborn. It felt as if I could punch a hole in the sky if I wanted to. With a thought, a long blade burning with azure flames appeared in my hand. The Ashen Sky Blade. Good blade. But now wasn't the time to admire it. I looked around. This was a wilderness ruin, with faint beast roars in the distance. I need to find someone to ask for directions. I opened my perception fully, bringing every blade of grass and tree within dozens of kilometers into view. Northeast direction there were people. Deep in the jungle, the scent of blood was thick. A 6-person martial artist squad stood back to back, desperately waving their weapons. Surrounding them were hundreds of ghost-faced monkeys, beasts famous for being troublesome, with their piercing screams and numbers that made one's scalp tingle. Captain, we can't hold on. Don't give up. Backup will be here soon. The captain holding an axe was still toughing it out, but his trembling arm betrayed him. I looked down at all this from the clouds, the corners of my mouth curling up. Since we've met, consider yourselves lucky. Boom! I stopped suppressing my aura, and the pressure of an earth martial god crashed down like Mount Tai. The monkeys, previously attacking madly, froze instantly, as if the pause button had been pressed. They looked up in terror, but before they could flee, golden flames ignited out of thin air. Squeak! Screams echoed through the jungle, and in less than 2 seconds, hundreds of ghost-faced monkeys were reduced to black ash on the ground, not even a scrap remaining. I descended slowly, my toes tapping the ground lightly without raising a speck of dust. Looking at the stunned, blood-soaked martial artists before me, I tried to make my voice sound profound and unfathomable. You alright? The captain recovered first, eyes nearly popping out of his head, and stammered, Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. I am Wang Lei, captain of the Tianyu squad, and these are my team members. Senior? I touched my 20-year-old face. Alright, in the martial world, competence determines seniority. I am Chen, I said indifferently. Where is the nearest base city? Tianfeng base city. It's just to the northeast. Wang Lei was incoherent with excitement. If Senior doesn't mind, we can lead the way. Leading the way was perfect. I was completely clueless about this world and needed a guide. Let's go. I waved my hand, and my true essence transformed into an invisible giant hand, lifting the 6 of them and soaring into the sky. We were flying. Air walking. This is the mark of a king-level powerhouse. Heavens, I'm actually flying. Listening to the exclamations in my ear, I didn't speak, simply accelerating toward the northeast. Along the way, I asked indirect questions and got a rough idea of this world's situation. This was Huaxia, where martial arts flourished and the strong were revered. King-level figures were already bosses guarding entire regions. As for an Earth martial god like me, there were probably only about 100 on the entire planet. As we flew, the clouds ahead suddenly burst open. A giant bird with a wingspan of 100 meters screamed as it charged over, its feathers looking like cast steel and its eyes vicious. Rank 9 beast, Hurricane Sky Rock. Wang Lei screamed in terror, Senior, watch out. This beast is extremely fast, it has killed a rank 9 Grandmaster. Watch out. Looking at the bird that had a death wish, I frowned. Noisy. I condensed a ball of golden flame in my hand and tossed it casually. Bang! The fireball, like a meteor chasing the moon, instantly smashed into the Hurricane Sky Rock. The so-called rank 9 overlord couldn't even make a decent dodge maneuver. It turned into a massive fireball in midair and then scattered as ash. Instant kill. Wang Lei and the others' jaws nearly hit the ground. It's just gone? That was a rank 9. It could be traded for a villa in the city center. Wait, a villa? I maintained my cool posture, but my heart skipped a beat. Is this thing worth a lot of money? It's valuable, Senior. The Hurricane Sky Rock is a treasure trove. A complete corpse starts at 8 million at least. My heart was bleeding. 8 million. Just scattered to the winds by me, suppressing the heartache. I turned my head expressionlessly. Mere money is worldly possession. Making time is more important. Senior is noble. Wang Lei's eyes were full of admiration. Noble my ass, I was just used to being poor and didn't know the market prices. An hour later, a fortress like a steel beast appeared on the horizon. Tianfeng Supply Base 1. 100-meter-high alloy walls, dense arrays of Closian defense cannons, and an energy shield covering the entire city. This technology level was much more hardcore than Earth's. To keep a low profile actually, I just didn't want to be stared at anymore. I landed with the squad at the city gate. Welcome, Senior. The guarding soldiers, seeing me fly in, immediately saluted. Just when I thought I could get in on my face alone, something happened. Beep identity unidentified. The scanning instrument emitted a piercing red light. The guard captain, Zhao Dongyu, changed his expression. He scanned again and again with the device. Cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Senior, I can't find your information. He took 2 steps back, his hand on the hilt of his blade. Recently, the Destiny cult's heretics have been rampant. According to regulations, please come with us for an investigation. Clatter. Dozens of electromagnetic rifles around us were instantly raised, and the Closian defense cannons on the wall sizzled, their barrels turning to lock onto me. The atmosphere froze instantly. Wang Lei panicked. It's a misunderstanding. Captain Zhao, this Senior saved us. How could he be from the evil cult? It is my duty. Zhao Dongyu gritted his teeth, withstanding my pressure. Please cooperate, Senior, otherwise. Otherwise what? I laughed, my eyes turning cold. If I really wanted to fight, I could dismantle this city. But I didn't want to be a wanted criminal the moment I arrived. Just as both sides were at a standoff, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blasted. Warning! High energy reaction detected in the southwest airspace. Rank 9 Peak Beast Thunder Wing Bat King is attacking. I repeat, beast tide incoming. Everyone's faces turned pale. I looked over and saw storm clouds rolling in the distance. A massive bat, several times more terrifying than the bird from before, wrapped in sky-filling lightning, was diving towards the base with a swarm of minions. That terrifying aura was suffocating even from a distance. It's over. Rank 9 Peak, just one step away from being a beast king. Zhao Dongyu gripped his spear in despair. The city defense cannons began to roar, but the Bat King was as fast as a streak of black lightning, easily evading all firepower. Troublesome. I sighed. Wasn't this a delivered certificate of merit and a wallet? With a flash, I appeared directly in front of Zhao Dongyu. Got a light? Before he could react, I snatched the alloy spear from his hands. Boom! Golden flames instantly wrapped around the spear shaft, and the weapon emitted an excited hum in my hands. I stared at the arrogant Bat King, stepped back, twisted my waist, and exerted force. Off you go. Whoosh! The spear flew from my hand, transforming into a golden aurora that tore through the sky. The speed was extreme, igniting the very air. The distant Thunder Wing Bat King didn't even have time to scream. Its massive head was pierced by the spear as if it were made of paper. Immediately after, the flames attached to the spear erupted. Boom! It was as if a golden firework had exploded in the sky. The dozens of minions following the Bat King fell like dumplings into a pot under the shockwave of the strike, dying instantly. One throw. Total annihilation. There was a deathly silence at the base gate. The soldiers who had just been pointing their guns at me now stood with their mouths wide open, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Zhao Dongyu was trembling all over. his gaze shifting from vigilance to extreme terror and awe. Such destructive power. Emperor rank? Ignoring their shock, I flashed forward. I had learned my lesson this time and didn't burn the corpse to ash. With a wave of my hand, I stored the mountain-like corpse of the Thunder Wingbat King into my storage space, collecting the dozens of smaller monsters along with it. This was all money. Returning to the city gate, I casually tossed the slightly deformed spear back to Zhao Dongyu. Nice spear, though a bit light. Zhao Dongyu scrambled to catch it, nearly kneeling. Say, Senior, please come in. Apologies for the offense just now. Not checking my identity anymore? No need. If a powerhouse like you were from the evil cult, we'd all be dead already. Inside the base, Wang Lei and his team looked at me not just with admiration, but with fanaticism. Senior, are you really an emperor-level powerhouse? Wang Lei asked cautiously. I glanced at him. Earth Martial God. Thud. Several people's legs went weak and they nearly fell over. Earth Martial God? That was an existence standing at the very peak of humanity. Lead the way to the Martial Alliance. I patted off some non-existent dust. I need to sell something. The hall of the Martial Alliance branch was bustling with noise. As one of the largest forces on Blue Star, countless martial artists came here every day to trade materials. Wang Lei and the others went to sell their low-level materials while I walked straight to an empty counter. The receptionist was a sweet-looking girl. Seeing my empty hands, she smiled politely. Sir, what would you like to sell? Please place your goods on the appraisal table. I glanced at the appraisal table, which wasn't even as big as my dining table at home, and frowned. Your table is too small. Ha! The girl paused. Sir, we can even fit an iron-armored rhino here. Alright then. Let's squeeze it in. I snapped my fingers. Boom! The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. A massive, terrifying corpse, still dripping with purple lightning-infused blood, appeared out of nowhere in the center of the hall. The lingering aura of a rank 9 peak beast swept through the venue instantly like a tsunami. Crack! The alloy floor fractured under the weight. The originally noisy hall went instantly deathly silent, followed by terrified screams. Holy SHT! Is that the Thunder Wingbat King? Rank 9 peak? Who killed it? A complete corpse. Not even a hair is missing. How much is this worth? The girl behind the counter was pale with fright, her legs weak, covering her mouth tightly to stop herself from screaming. I tapped on the counter, which had been deformed by the corpse's weight, and pointed at the Bat King, dying with everlasting regret. My tone as flat as if I were selling cabbage at a market. So, miss, do you guys buy this stuff? I'm in a hurry. Please call someone in charge to give me a quote. The girl trembling pressed the emergency call button, her voice sobbing. Sue, supervisor, something huge has happened. Someone is here to sell a Beast King. Seeing the gazes around me, a mix of awe, fanaticism, and greed, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Life in this high martial world seemed to be much more interesting than I had imagined. As for money, it looked like I wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Not long after the words fell, Chen stood quietly beside the massive corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King, waiting for the supervisor to arrive, while the excited chatter of numerous martial artists filled his ears. His keen perception roamed the surrounding space like a radar. Alert! There are high-level martial artists nearby. His expression suddenly changed slightly. He sensed the presence of 4 king-level martial artists. 2 of these auras originated from other areas within this martial arts alliance branch and were quickly approaching him. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the highest authorities here. The other 2 auras were moving from the distant sky towards him, clearly targeting him as well. Chen took in the situation around him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They really are quick to arrive. It seems these 2 kings inside belong to the martial arts alliance, while those 2 in the sky outside should be from the military of Huaxia. He analyzed in his mind. He had already anticipated this scene when he was stopped at the base for identity scanning by the 4 king-level martial artists gathering before him. As time pushed forward for several more seconds, some martial artists in the hall, who considered themselves fairly strong and quite famous after much contemplation, prepared to step forward to converse with Chen, who had killed the Thunderwing Bat King, in an attempt to make a friend. Suddenly, a commotion arose around them. Tap, tap, tap. A heavy sound of footsteps accompanied by the clanking of metal armor drew closer. Soon, a team of fully armed soldiers in striking, high-quality battle armor streamed into the entire material identification area hall. Each one stood tall and imposing, clearly elite among the elite. It's the personal guard of the president. Why are they here? Who knows? But I feel like something big is about to happen. Did they get alerted by the residual beastly aura from that Thunderwing Bat King corpse? That shouldn't be the case, right? The president's personal guard is not so easily startled. It's said that the lowest level among the president's personal guard is peak 6th rank, and seeing them today, it's indeed true. TSK, their equipment is really extravagant, all crate battle armor. The surrounding martial artists listened to the commotion and looked towards the entrance, quickly recognizing the identity of the incoming personal guard soldiers. They discussed it in confusion. In Blue Star, defensive battle armor, weapons, and various heavily materials and treasures are uniformly classified from low to high into 9 grades: I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. These 9 grades correspond to 1st to 9th rank martial artists. Above a grade are S, SS, SSS, and the highest divine grade, which correspond to King, Emperor, Earth Martial God, and Heaven Martial God martial artists. In the hall, the first to enter was the peak 9th rank captain of the personal guard, Lu Jiang. His serious gaze swept over the surrounding martial artists like a hawk, instantly locking onto the calmly Chen by the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King in the distance. I can't see this person's true cultivation level at all. His eyes filled with wariness as he thought, this person is definitely the one their president is looking for. Immediately, feeling the puzzled gazes of many martial artists in the hall, he sternly shouted, the president has ordered, everyone must leave this place immediately. His voice, reinforced by his energy, echoed throughout the hall. After saying this, he began to lead his team to expel the martial artists lingering in the hall. Forget it. It's probably something important from the president. Let's leave first. Waiting a little longer is fine. Although the group of martial artists engaged in transactions did not know what was happening, they did not dare to disobey the president's orders. They could only hurriedly pack their things and leave the hall, their hearts speculating about what was going on. Soon, the entire hall was cleared of all martial artists except for Li Chen. Li Chen knew that their target was himself. He stood still, calmly observing everything. Senior. Lu Jiang, tense and on edge, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Chen, who merely stood there exuding a heavy pressure. This indicated that they meant no harm. Li Chen nodded slightly in response, which eased Lu Jiang's mind a little. Faced with such an unfathomably powerful figure, he dared not let his guard down. Soon after, two figures entered, and the elite warriors clearing the area all showed expressions of respect. At that moment, Lu Jiang seemed to see a savior and hurried to the two men, respectfully saying, President, Vice President, we have cleared the area as per your orders. One of them, a burly middle-aged man with an imposing presence that conveyed authority without anger, was Duan Tianhong, the president of the Martial Arts Alliance branch stationed here, with a latest king-level cultivation. He nodded and replied softly, you all wait outside for now. Hearing this, Lu Jiang's face showed a hint of worry, but he still respectfully responded, yes, leading his personal guard to begin withdrawing from the hall. In the presence of such powerful figures, their own cultivation levels were still too low, akin to ants compared to the king level. Staying here was indeed meaningless. After arriving, Duan Tianhong had been observing Li Chen from a distance, carefully sensing the faint aura emanating from him, trying to discern Li Chen's true cultivation level. But just as he made contact with Li Chen's aura, his expression suddenly changed. He exchanged a shocked glance with the vice president, Gao Huan, who was at the early king level. They both saw disbelief in each other's eyes. They could feel from the aura radiating from Li Chen that this suddenly appearing stranger, whose identity information was untraceable, possessed strength that could completely crush them. As the news had stated, he was indeed not at the king level. However, what surprised them was that he did not seem like a king emperor either. Rather, he resembled a martial god above the king emperor. Hiss! A martial god. Duan Tianhong thought to himself, unable to suppress a gasp. There were fewer than 20 individuals of the martial god level in the entire Huaxia nation, both publicly and secretly. Their power was even more terrifying than that of a king emperor, almost like a natural disaster that instilled fear. If a martial god were to recklessly unleash slaughter, let alone a mere supply base, even a base city with formidable defenses would be as fragile as paper before them. Without a similarly ranked powerhouse to intervene, it would only be a matter of time before a martial god turned everything into ruins. Even the most advanced technological weapons would struggle to inflict fatal damage. Those guys in the military are setting me up, aren't they? Dealing with a king emperor is already troublesome enough. How did it suddenly escalate to a martial god? Is this something two mere king-level warriors can handle? Duan Tianhong felt cold sweat on his forehead, secretly complaining. He had to brace himself to face reality because Li Chen's gaze had turned towards him. Hello, senior. Thank you for your assistance earlier at the supply base. He glanced at Vice President Gao Huan, who wore a troubled expression. They were unsure how to inquire about Li Chen's purpose for entering their supply base and his specific identity. Facing a powerhouse who was likely a martial god, any inappropriate words could provoke him, leading to unpredictable and terrifying consequences. However, Li Chen had already understood their intentions and guessed that the higher-ups of the base would definitely come to see him. Just as I wished, there's no need to continue hiding my true cultivation level now. Suddenly, the aura around Li Chen changed dramatically. The formidable pressure of a martial god surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The overwhelming pressure made Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan feel as if their breath was caught in their throats, as if a great mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Both of them gasped in shock. Earth martial god. It really is an earth martial god. Li Chen observed their expressions and, seeing that he had achieved his goal of showcasing his strength, quickly withdrew the pressure. His gaze fixed on the two. With an undeniable authority in his voice, he said, "You are not qualified to know these things. It would be better for your superiors to come." There was no need to say too much to them given the disparity in their statuses. As long as they understood that he was an earth martial god, it would be enough to secure more benefits for himself in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, even though Li Chen had completely retracted the terrifying pressure of the earth martial god, Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan still felt an invisible weight enveloping them, making it hard for them to breathe. They exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness and awe in each other's eyes. Faced with a powerhouse of the level of Earth Martial God, the two of them, mere king-level warriors, truly had no right to ask too many questions. To put it bluntly, it was already generous of the other party to respond at all. Duan Tianhong sighed inwardly. In this situation, it was best to act according to the other party's wishes and avoid provoking him as much as possible. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he forced a smile and said, "Senior is right, we will report to our superiors right away." It was better to let the higher-ups deal with this matter. An Earth Martial God eliminating a king-level warrior was as simple as squashing an ant, and they dared not act recklessly. Li Chen's gaze was fixed on the two, observing their cautious and tense demeanor. Seeing how understanding they were, he had no intention of making things difficult for them. He pointed to the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King beside him and said, "Wait, we can discuss that later. You two came at the right time. First, handle this matter for me." His main purpose for coming here was still to sell beast materials. Since the supervisor who was supposed to meet him had not arrived, he had to trouble these two vice presidents. Their authority should be sufficient. Upon hearing Li Chen suddenly call them, the slight relaxation they had just felt turned into tension again. After hearing Li Chen's request, they breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Tianhong smiled ingratiatingly and said, "It's just a small matter, no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen scanned the entire hall, which had been cleared, and murmured to himself, "The space is barely enough." The warriors who had been trading were all driven out, leaving just enough room for the remaining Thunderwing Bat corpses. Before the two could respond, Li Chen's mind moved, and all the corpses of other beasts from his infinite storage space were taken out, nearly filling the entire material appraisal area. As king-level warriors, Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan looked at these corpses that didn't even reach the king level and were not overly shocked. What surprised them was Li Chen's actions. They quickly began to speculate in their hearts. To conjure so many beast corpses out of thin air, with my cultivation level, I can't sense any spatial fluctuations at such a close distance. Does he possess some unique large spatial equipment from those ancient ruins? Or has he mastered spatial powers? Ordinary spatial equipment couldn't hold so many beast corpses, which indicated that the other party was very likely a warrior who had entered ancient ruins. He probably possessed even more powerful items produced there. Or perhaps he was a mighty being who controlled spatial power. At that moment, Vice President Gao Huan nudged Duan Tianhong's arm, bringing him back from his daze. He glanced at the surrounding beast corpses, already aware of their individual values. With a look of reverence, he addressed Li Chen, who was waiting for his quote, "Senior, for these beast corpses, I can offer you 50 million huaxia coins. Considering the premium on flying beast materials, plus the fact that each corpse was nearly intact, along with Li Chen's identity, this price is still very reasonable, far exceeding the normal market price." Li Chen listened to the other party's offer of 50 million. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he decisively replied, "Okay. Based on the value of a 9th-tier early-stage Hurricane Skypun corpse, 50 million is already considered a high price. There's no need to haggle and lower his status as a Earth Martial God." Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan felt much more relaxed upon hearing Li Chen's straightforward agreement. They understood that for a powerful being at the level of an Earth Martial God, wealth is merely a string of boring numbers. Hundreds of billions of huaxia coins are simply not enough to shake his state of mind. Only those powerful opportunities that money cannot buy would attract him. Duan Tianhong lightly tapped his wrist-mounted tech device. While preparing to transfer the 50 million huaxia coins directly to Li Chen, he politely asked, "Senior, what is your bank account number? I can transfer the 50 million to you right now." Li Chen gently shook his head and replied calmly, "I don't have a bank account." "Ah?" The two exchanged surprised glances. In this day and age, almost everyone has a bank account, except for little kids, especially someone like Li Chen, whose cultivation level has reached the pinnacle. How could he not have a bank account? Yet, they strangely felt that Li Chen was not joking with them. Duan Tianhong quickly retracted his wrist and cautiously asked, "Then, should we set one up for you urgently?" Li Chen nodded and said, "Sure." He had initially thought about having them withdraw cash and stuff it into his infinite storage space, but after considering it, setting up a bank account wasn't a bad idea. It might come in handy later. Seeing Li Chen nod in agreement, Duan Tianhong quickly said, "Then please wait a moment, Senior, I will handle it for you right away." With that, he tapped on the communication bracelet on his finger, ordering his subordinates to set up a personal bank account and bank card for Li Chen as quickly as possible. He then informed the two kings from the military who were on their way that they need not come over anymore. Li Chen's request was to speak with their superior. Less than 10 minutes later, a brand new bank card, shining with a metallic luster and bearing the emblem of the Martial Alliance, was brought in by Lu Jiang, who was stationed outside. Duan Tianhong took the bank card and respectfully handed it to Li Chen with a hint of apology and reverence on his face, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Senior. This is your new bank card, and the 50 million huaxia coins are all in it. If you need anything in the future, just let us know." His attitude was extremely humble, showing none of the high and mighty demeanor typical of a Martial Alliance branch president. Li Chen reached out to take the bank card, casually glanced at it, and then stored it in his infinite storage space, saying lightly, "Very well, there's nothing else for now." However, he was internally thrilled. A full 50 million. In the blink of an eye, he had become a millionaire. This money came too easily. Then, without waiting for the two to respond, Li Chen's figure flashed, and he directly appeared at the hall's entrance, pushing the door open. Outside, the martial artists waiting for the clearing to finish looked on with curiosity as they entered to continue trading. Look, someone is coming out. It's the one who killed the Thunder Wing Bat King. What do you think he discussed with the president and vice president inside? You ask me, who should I ask? Not only did the guard team come out to clear the area, but even the president and vice president were alerted. This young man looks so unfamiliar. Could he be from some Earth martial god family? At such a young age, possessing this level of strength, it's not impossible. Ordinary prodigies don't get this kind of treatment. As they watched Li Chen walk out, discussions erupted, and their curiosity about his identity grew. Li Chen heard all the surrounding voices. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. An Earth martial god family? He is a genuine early-stage Earth martial god. Then he ignored them all. His gaze quickly searched the crowd and found Wang Lei and the 6 members of the Tianyu team who had not left after selling the beast materials and were waiting for him. With a flicker of his figure, Li Chen appeared before the Tianyu team like a ghost and said softly, "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and the other 5 team members immediately showed expressions of joy and responded in unison, "Okay." The president and vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance personally came to greet them amidst their busy schedules, which was not a treatment that just any strong person could enjoy. This further proved Li Chen's status. If they could seize this opportunity to win the favor of Li Chen, the Earth martial god, and receive his guidance, their future path in martial arts would become much smoother. It all depended on whether they could grasp this chance. Due to Li Chen's precise control over the pressure of the Earth martial god earlier, apart from Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan who were close in the hall, the other martial artists, including the 6 members of the Tianyu team, did not notice anything unusual. Under Li Chen's lead, the Tianyu team left the Martial Arts Alliance branch directly amidst the curious and discussing gazes of the surrounding martial artists. In the spacious material appraisal hall, as Li Chen departed and his aura gradually faded, the tense nerves of Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan finally relaxed a bit. Duan Tianhong sighed deeply, his brow furrowed in confusion as he murmured, "Where on earth did this unfamiliar Earth martial god come from? We had no idea." Gao Huan, equally puzzled, shook his head. "We have records of the known Earth martial gods on Blue Star, and even some hidden ones we have brief information about. But this one, we can't find any trace of him, and we've never even heard of this person. His appearance is typical of our Huaxia people. He couldn't possibly be from another country's forces. Moreover, according to the biological detection door's scan results, his appearance and age are not disguised. A 20-year-old Earth martial god. Even the youngest heavenly genius on Blue Star right now. Isn't this outrageous?" Listening to Gao Huan's lament, Duan Tianhong sighed again and said helplessly, "Sigh, it's useless for us to guess here. Let's report the information to the Inspector General." After saying that, he quickly tapped on the communication bracelet on his finger to report Li Chen's detailed situation urgently. Until a strong person who could converse with Li Chen on equal terms arrived in the alliance, they could only let Li Chen move freely within the base. The only thing that gave them some comfort was that Li Chen did not seem to possess any aggressiveness. As long as they did not provoke him, there should not be any trouble. To be on the safe side, Duan Tianhong personally issued orders to the rest of the division to closely monitor Li Chen's movements and to take no action as long as he did not engage in mass killings. Meanwhile, Li Chen, having left the Martial Arts Alliance branch, walked alongside Wang Lei and the others within the base. Wang Lei enthusiastically asked, "Senior, it seems like this is your first time at our Tianfeng No. 1 supply base. Would you like to visit our Tianyu team's stronghold?" He was already prepared for a refusal in his heart. After all, how could a person of such stature visit their humble stronghold? Just encountering him in the wilderness and being saved from the beast tide was already a great fortune. However, as Li Chen was about to part ways with the Tianyu team, he heard Wang Lei's words. He had originally planned to stay in places similar to hotels while waiting for the arrival of the high-level martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Huaxia government. But since Wang Lei had taken the initiative to suggest it, it seemed unnecessary now? After pondering for a moment, he slightly nodded and said, "Then I will trouble you." The members of the Tianyu team were overjoyed to hear Li Chen agree, their bodies radiating excitement and joy. The martial god senior agreed. He really agreed. They quickly moved closer, eager to please and flatter him, saying, "No trouble at all, not at all, oh senior. It is our honor to have you here. Please, this way. Our base is not far from here, just a few steps away." With that, a bright smile on his face, he hurriedly led the way. His attitude was filled with humility and respect for the strong, guiding Li Chen towards the southern area of the supply base. Before long, they brought Li Chen to a community with many villas arranged in an orderly manner. The 7-story pure white buildings were built against the mountains. Many martial artists who frequently traveled between the wilderness and the supply base, living off hunting fierce beasts, chose to rent or buy a villa here as a regular place to stay. The Tianyu team, after all, was a team with considerable strength, fully staffed with 6th-grade martial artists. So renting a villa was naturally not a problem. Moreover, the internal space was very spacious. Even if a few more people lived there, it would be completely fine. Arriving in front of one of the villas, Wang Lei wore a bright and excited smile and said apologetically, "Senior, welcome to our humble abode. This is the base where our Tianyu team usually stays in the supply base. It might be a bit simple, so please don't mind it. He was afraid that Li Chen would have any dissatisfaction. As he spoke, the villa's main door automatically opened after the artificial intelligence recognized their identities and a pleasant voice rang out. Identity verification successful, confirmation accurate. Welcome home, master. That won't be a problem, Li Chen said with a slight smile. You call this simple? Then what was I living in before? A pigsty. Once inside the villa, the space opened up and Li Chen's gaze slowly swept across the interior, which was very characteristic of martial artists. Not only was the space vast, but there was also a training room. The scenery was needless to say. He couldn't help but feel emotional. A luxurious villa of this size was something he could never afford on Earth before his transmigration. Choosing a quiet room, he turned to the Tianyu team members who wanted to please him in hopes of receiving guidance and said, "You don't need to be so formal, just act as you usually do. I have something to attend to, so we'll step out for a bit." With that, Li Chen waved his hand lightly and in a flash, he left the villa to purchase some technological devices similar to mobile phones. This would allow him to quickly understand the information he wanted to know. As for where to buy them, he had just observed a place resembling a mall around the Martial Arts Alliance branch. It was bustling with people, and there were surely things he wanted inside. Before long, Li Chen arrived at the armament pavilion operated by the Martial Arts Alliance. The items sold there were vastly different from those on Earth, featuring various high-tech weapons and equipment, such as battle armor, weapons, elixirs, communication devices, and more. It was specifically designed to serve martial artists. Li Chen approached the area selling communication wristbands. A salesgirl dressed in a tight kippa-style uniform, with her long legs wrapped in black stockings exposed at the slit, saw Li Chen approaching. She slightly parted her red lips and sweetly asked, "What can I help you with, sir?" Li Chen did not respond but walked straight to the display case, pointing at the most expensive one marked A-class communication wristband in the special glass. "This one. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality." The salesgirl went around the counter to unlock the display case, and as she turned, the hem of her cheapao blossomed like an ink lotus. She enthusiastically explained the features to Li Chen. This wristband is made from star pattern alloy and core flame crystal, among other precious materials, and can withstand the impact of 9th grade life energy. Her introduction suddenly stalled because Li Chen had already slapped his bank card on the counter. Swipe the card, no password. Ah! The salesgirl's eyes instantly widened, her astonishment nearly spilling over. She had been at this armament pavilion for 5 years, having served at least 80 martial artists, yet she had never encountered such a straightforward customer. An A-class communication wristband worth 10 million huaxia coins. To say he would buy it was one thing, but to not even haggle over the price. He simply slapped the bank card on the counter without even blinking. Her curiosity grew wildly in her heart like wild grass. Who exactly was this seemingly young gentleman? But her professional demeanor quickly suppressed her doubts, and she bent her waist a little lower, adding 3 more points of respect to her tone. "Alright, sir, please wait a moment, I will handle it for you right away." The card machine beeped lightly, the green confirmation light lit up, and the cash register spat out a receipt with the scent of ink. The sales assistant's fingers flew over the keyboard. Her speech was a bit faster than usual. "Sir, do you need me to activate it for you on site? Our armory also offers a free name engraving service plus a complimentary 1-year warranty. If there are any issues with the wristband later, you can come at any time." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a blur in front of her, a tall figure gliding past like a startled swan skimming the water's surface, the hem of his clothing stirring a gentle breeze. The agreed communication wristband on the counter had vanished without a trace. The sales assistant stood frozen in place, still holding the unfinished activation form, staring at the empty counter, her mouth agape for a long time without closing. After a while, she finally lowered her voice, filled with fear and amazement, muttering, "My goodness, that speed is just too fast. Definitely a high-level martial artist, maybe even a big shot at the martial king level." In her 6 years as a sales assistant, she had seen the fastest martial artists leave a residual shadow. But this customer seemed to have vanished into thin air. As for Li Chen, after purchasing the agreed communication wristband, he did not linger in the armory. He swiftly left without buying anything else. The 10 million huaxia coins spent on this agreed communication wristband was nothing to him, as he currently had 50 million. As for why he didn't buy a higher grade, it wasn't because he didn't want to, but because the armory simply didn't have any in stock. Scrade items were only sold in the larger human base city further back. In this supply base's armory, the other items for sale, such as elixirs, were only a grade at most, aimed at human 9th tier martial artists. For someone who had already reached the Earth martial god level like him, these items were no different from chicken ribs. A set of the highest level A-grade battle armor had less defensive power than the fiery battle armor formed on the surface from his cultivation of the burning sky blazing sun technique. Leaving the armory, Li Chen didn't rush back to the Tianyu team's villa. Instead, he strolled leisurely around the supply base. Walking along the main road paved with non-slip metal plates, most of the shops on either side sold materials from fierce beasts, low-tier elixirs, and weapon accessories. The people passing by all stood tall, each carrying a hint of the unique sharpness of martial artists. Here, 99% were martial artists. Ordinary people had long been relocated to safer base cities further back. He wandered around, glancing at the rusty streetlight at the corner, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Several faint auras trailed behind him. Not too far, not too close, neither daring to approach too closely nor wanting to lose him. Their auras carried an unmistakable tension and fear. Without thinking, he knew. They were definitely from the Martial Arts Alliance branch or military personnel of the supply base. Looks like they're still not at ease with me, Li Chen chuckled softly, feeling no surprise at all. If he were in their shoes, and a potential Earth martial god capable of destroying the entire base suddenly appeared, he would definitely send someone to keep an eye on them. However, he had no intention of driving them away. Their strength was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, and they wouldn't stir up any trouble. If you like to follow, then follow. Just don't come too close looking for trouble, Li Chen thought to himself. He simply brushed those auras aside and continued to stroll forward. After wandering for another half hour and getting a good grasp of the base's layout, Li Chen began to feel a bit bored. With a flash of his figure, he headed towards the villa rented by the Tianyu team. Back at the villa, Li Chen instructed Wang Lei and the others not to disturb him unless necessary, then went to the room he had chosen, his gaze falling on the brand new grade communication wristband on his wrist. The appearance was very exquisite. The silver body emitted a faint glow. Is it this one? Li Chen reached out to click and a high-tech holographic screen projected out. The screen displayed various functions and options. The operation was simple and easy to understand. Under the guidance of artificial intelligence, Li Chen began to complete the activation of his identity information according to the tutorial. His fingers tapped quickly on the screen. Soon, he understood how to operate it and all the functions of the communication wristband. After finishing this series of operations, a smile crept onto Li Chen's lips as he thought, done. Now I can understand this mysterious High Martial Blue Star more clearly. He then began to browse through various information on the Blue Star, his fingers dancing across the screen. The memory of a Earth martial god was already very powerful. He only needed to glance at it to quickly imprint everything deeply in his mind. As time slowly passed, the night deepened, and it was already dark outside. With a more detailed understanding of this world, Li Chen closed the screen in front of him. He stood up and walked to the window of the villa room. Outside, the night was deepening, and the energy shield above the base glowed with an indigo light. Li Chen gazed at the starry sky, waves of emotion surging within him. This high martial world was more complex and dangerous than he had imagined, filled with mysterious ancient ruins, frequent beast tides from ferocious creatures in the oceans and lands, and various righteous and evil organizations. Interesting, Li Chen murmured to himself. His fingertips brushed over the star patterns on the communication wristband, and a burning fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he had gained Earth martial god cultivation right after his arrival. He possessed the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, being an ordinary person in this chaotic blue star would be far too dangerous. Even a single beast that was not at the level could take his life. Just then, there was a gentle knock on his door. Wang Lei's voice came in, tinged with a hint of flattery and anticipation. Senior. Wang Lei's voice was low, carrying a cautious tremor, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. The sky has darkened, and our Tianyu team would like to invite you to Qiyun Tower for a meal. We just want to thank you for saving us before. If you're not busy, could you grant us the opportunity to serve you? As he spoke, he unconsciously bent slightly at the waist, his head lowered a bit. His tone was filled with flattery and anxiety, as if afraid of disturbing this important figure. Even his breathing had become lighter. Qiyun Tower was the most upscale restaurant in the Yunfeng #1 supply base, with dining prices that were not cheap. Their Tianyu team had only been there a handful of times. But at this moment, having just sold the materials from the ferocious beasts they had hunted in the wilderness and gained a large sum of money, plus wanting to treat Li Chen, the Earth Martial God Senior, in hopes of receiving his guidance, they were naturally quite generous. Dining at Qiyun Tower? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, pulling his thoughts back from the starry sky. He had indeed seen the sign for Qiyun Tower while wandering around the base earlier. The antique-style entrance, with a hostess and a qipao standing at the door, looked much more upscale than other restaurants. He instantly understood Wang Lei's intentions. This was an attempt to curry favor with him. However, he did not refuse, as he was just curious to taste what the meat of the ferocious beasts in this high martial world was like. With a click, the door opened. Li Chen looked at Wang Lei, whose face was flushed with nervousness at the door, and gently nodded. Okay. Just one word made Wang Lei feel as if he had been injected with adrenaline, his eyes lighting up. He quickly straightened up. Afraid of making too much noise and displeasing Li Chen, he hurriedly softened his tone. Then Senior, shall we set off now? His heart raced like a rabbit trapped in his chest. Li Chen was an Earth martial god who had even alarmed the town's guardian. He surely wouldn't stay in their small place for long, and whether they could seize this opportunity depended on tonight. The other team members in the living room gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that Li Chen had agreed, one by one, smiles of surprise appeared on their faces. They had previously thought this senior was aloof and hard to approach, but they didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Half an hour later, a group of people stood at the entrance of Qiyun building. The crimson doors, the intricately carved window frames, and the two large red lanterns hanging at the entrance exuded an air of nobility. Upon entering the reserved private room, they were greeted with a sight of luxury. A round table made of redwood, a silk tablecloth, and walls adorned with unknown beastskin paintings. Even the tableware was made of translucent white jade. Soon, the table was filled with dishes, each one a feast for the eyes and the palate. The golden, crispy flame tiger meat, sizzling with oil on the outside, was sprinkled with special spices, sending a fragrant aroma wafting into the air. The milky white bai shui jiao long soup, thick and tender, floated with a few green scallion slices. There were also thinly sliced snowy ice bear paws, crystal clear, placed on an ice plate, radiating a refreshing chill. Each dish was quite expensive, showing that Wang Lei had truly spared no expense. As the dishes were served, Wang Lei took a deep breath, stood up awkwardly, and raised a bottle of purple fine wine with both hands. It was the Zixia wine he had specially commissioned someone to buy, costing hundreds of thousands of huaxia coins for just one bottle. He wore a simple smile on his face, his voice tinged with excitement. Come on, brothers. Let's raise our glasses together and thank Senior Li for saving our lives. And thank you, Senior, for graciously dining with us small fries. Meeting is fate, cheers. Li Chen, sitting at the head of the table, smiled, picked up his wineglass, and downed the Zixia wine in one go. The liquid slid down his throat, carrying a hint of sweetness and richness with a lingering aftertaste. He smacked his lips, secretly praising it. No wonder it was a good wine worth hundreds of thousands. The taste was indeed remarkable. Putting down his glass, he looked at the others who were too nervous to move their chopsticks and waved his hand. You don't need to be so restrained in front of me. Eat freely. He was not naturally aloof. The previous cold demeanor was merely a facade he had put on for self-preservation after just crossing over. The unaware members of the Tianyu team were momentarily stunned. Then, relieved smiles appeared on their faces. With Li Chen's words, they finally dared to pick up their chopsticks, and the atmosphere in the private room instantly became much more harmonious. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, Li Chen put down his chopsticks, a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Lei's heart stirred. The opportunity had come. He quickly stood up, hands gently clasped in front of his chest, his posture humble and respectful, his tone earnest. Senior, it's truly our great fortune to drink with you today. This fate is deeper than the abyss outside our base. He paused, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. We brothers have been struggling in the martial arts for over a decade, but the further we go, the harder it seems, as if something is blocking us, and our progress is as slow as a snail. To encounter you in the wilderness area is truly a blessing we earned in our past lives. At this point, Wang Lei's voice carried a note of hope, his gaze fixed intently on Li Chen. We deeply admire your strength. Senior, today, we dare to ask you for a favor. Could you please bestow your guidance upon us and show us a clear path? Rest assured, we will treat your words as sacred edicts, practicing diligently, and we will never let your guidance go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed deeply, his waist nearly touching the table. The other 5 team members quickly stood up, following suit in bowing, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. They stared intently at Li Chen, fearing he might refuse. They were simply too eager to improve and grow stronger. Li Chen, who had already anticipated this and was in a good mood, nodded gently in response to the hopeful gazes of the crowd, feeling quite satisfied with Wang Lei and the others' attitude. He was having a day where someone was asking him for help. His heart felt even more joyful. A gentle smile crept onto his lips, and in a self-deprecating yet humorous tone, he slowly began to speak, making the atmosphere even more relaxed and harmonious. Sigh, well, since we are fated to meet, I will shamelessly offer you some simple guidance. But let me make it clear first, my meager skills are nothing but a display of axe skills before a true master. After saying this, Li Chen's gaze fell on Wang Lei, who had spoken first. Wang Lei, your eyes shine the brightest, so let's start with you. Let's talk about your martial arts confusions, and I will try to help you see the light. Although he had been transformed from an ordinary person into a earth martial god in an instant by the system, it did not mean that his strength was inferior to those ordinary early-stage earth martial gods. Guiding 6 martial artists who were merely at the 6th rank was an easy task for him. After Li Chen smiled and agreed, Wang Lei felt as if a heavy stone had suddenly dropped from his heart. A wave of ecstasy surged within him, causing him to tremble with excitement. I hope the senior will not hold back in your teachings. Wang Lei thanks you in advance. Following this, Li Chen began with Wang Lei, examining each of the 6 members of the Tianyu team one by one. He perceived the martial potential and flaws within each person. After clarifying these, he provided detailed and tailored guidance based on each person's physique, cultivation level, and martial skills, along with targeted suggestions. The members of the Tianyu team listened with rapt attention, nodding in agreement, their hearts feeling enlightened. Wang Lei gained new insights into power control. Other team members also received breakthrough inspirations in their respective weaknesses. All of them benefited greatly, their faces beaming with joy. They silently exclaimed that this meal was worth it. To encounter Li Chen, this Earth Martial God Senior, was indeed a tremendous stroke of luck for their Tianyu team. On the other side, the military garrison commander at the supply base and the president of the Martial Alliance branch reported the situation here and Li Chen's appearance in detail to their superiors stationed in the Tianfeng base city, as per Li Chen's request. The high-ranking officials in the Tianfeng base city, upon learning that an Earth Martial God with no background or identity had suddenly emerged at the number 1 supply base, were also uncertain. Who exactly was this person? The high-ranking officials of both forces dared not make a hasty decision. They could only report this news again to the Earth Martial God higher-ups responsible for guarding the province, waiting for further instructions. After finishing his guidance, Li Chen left Chiyun building with the Tianyu team, who were filled with gains and even paid for the meal. It wasn't that he had drunk too much. For him, it was merely a trivial expense, but for the Tianyu team, it was quite a significant amount. Wang Lei could not refuse Li Chen and had to agree helplessly, feeling even more admiration for him. After returning to the villa, Li Chen went back to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest for a while. As the time quietly approached midnight the next day, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Today's sign-in count has been refreshed. Does the host wish to sign in immediately? Upon hearing that the sign-in count had refreshed again, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Li Chen's eyes as he responded without hesitation. System, sign in immediately. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level Qishao Fire Lotus 1 as the system's voice faded. A lotus with deep crimson outer petals, golden edges, and a color approaching fiery white near the flower's core, as if containing the core of the sun, appeared out of thin air in Li Chen's infinite storage space. SS level resource? You really are something, system. Li Chen's face showed a look of surprise. SS level resources were extremely rare on Blue Star, belonging to the kind of precious items that money could not buy, often causing Earth martial god level martial artists to compete fiercely for them. Obtaining such resources was very difficult, unless one was exceptionally lucky to encounter a significant opportunity. Or perhaps join some major forces to exchange for contribution points, such as the Martial Arts Alliance that monopolizes a large amount of top-tier resources. Li Chen, filled with excitement, quickly checked the system introduction, carefully understanding the effects of this SS-level Qishao Fire Lotus. Good. Resources at the SSS level are indeed extraordinary, Li Chen murmured with a smile on his lips. This SS-level Qishao Red Lotus is very suitable for him, a martial artist who specializes in fire attributes with the help of the system, and it can bring him considerable benefits. Immediately, Li Chen waved his hand lightly and an invisible barrier was quietly set up, isolating the room from the outside world. This barrier not only blocked the breath but also prevented the transmission of sound, ensuring that the aura of the SS-level Qishao Red Lotus would not leak out after he took it out. After making preparations, with a thought, the Qishao Red Lotus slowly emerged from the infinite storage space, resting in the palm of Li Chen's hand. Accompanied by dazzling flames, a wave of intense fiery energy suddenly spread out from it. The energy was incredibly strong. Even Li Chen, this earth martial god, felt a bit surprised. If it were a king-level martial artist, it would definitely be burned by this energy wave in an instant if caught off guard. In addition, a fragrant aroma emanating from the lotus body also wafted out, greatly attracting martial artists who specialize in fire attributes. Li Chen was no exception. Upon smelling this fragrance, his internal blood and energy boiled, as if a force was urging him, making him unable to resist the urge to devour and absorb this red lotus that resembled a magma crystal. Feeling the rich aura permeating the entire room, Li Chen felt fortunate. Fortunately, I had the foresight to set up the barrier in advance, otherwise, I might have burned down the entire villa. Then, Li Chen could no longer suppress the temptation emanating from the Qishao Red Lotus in his hand. He sat cross-legged and began to absorb and refine the thick fire attribute energy according to the instructions on the system. At the moment Li Chen began to absorb it, the lotus petals suddenly bloomed, and a blinding red light illuminated the entire room. The entire spiritual plant transformed into a flowing liquid flame, as if it were alive, actively wrapping around Li Chen's powerful arms. Then it directly enveloped his entire body, forming a fire cocoon. Hiss! Li Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply. He felt his blood boiling and vaporizing, golden red patterns emerging on his bones. His skin began to crack. Flames seeped through the cracks, and his 7 orifices spewed forth fierce flames, resembling a fire person. His entire body was in excruciating pain. Li Chen knew that this was the Qishao Red Lotus strengthening his physical body and the fire attribute power he controlled, so he could only silently endure it. He gritted his teeth and thought, come on. The process lasted for several hours. As he continued to absorb, the aura emanating from Li Chen grew increasingly powerful. Until he completely absorbed the entire Qishao Red Lotus, a powerful pressure accompanied by fiery energy suddenly erupted, filling the entire barrier. All the furniture in the room instantly turned to ashes under this pressure, and fortunately, the walls were protected by the barrier, otherwise they would have melted in an instant. Under the influence of the power, Li Chen, whose hair had turned fiery red, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with blazing flames, and at that moment, a red lotus mark appeared on his forehead. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. The feeling of being reborn. The energy needed to break through to the mid-level of the Earth Martial God was suddenly filled to 2/3, and as long as there was enough energy, he could break through to the mid-level without worrying about bottlenecks. Moreover, the fire attribute gene had increased by 3 times. Li Chen stood up, feeling the immense power within him, surrounded by a scorching fiery aura, as if a flame war god had descended into the world. He extended his palm, and a ball of crimson flame suddenly condensed. I can clearly feel that the flame laws I wield have become stronger, and my control over them has become more refined. The strength of my physical body has been enhanced and perfectly fused with the power of the flames, resulting in a noticeable improvement in my abilities compared to before absorption. After completing his self-assessment, Li Chen wore a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. He gently clenched his palm, and the terrifying energy-emitting flames instantly extinguished as if they had never existed. Raising his hand, he activated the camera function of his communication wristband and carefully admired his appearance on the screen. In the image, he exuded a heroic aura, with red hair resembling burning flames. Although his presence had been retracted, there was still a faint extraordinary quality about him. He was only slightly less impressive than the readers in front of the screen. Li Chen, whose looks were already decent, nodded slightly and murmured to himself, I look quite handsome like this. Then, with a thought, he completely retracted the fierce aura he was emitting, and the crimson lotus mark on his forehead also concealed itself. The fiery red hair, altered by the power, gradually transformed back to its original black under Li Chen's conscious will. He touched his hair and smiled. Black hair does look more pleasing to the eye. Although he didn't look bad with red hair, which also had a unique character, he was more accustomed to his original color in daily life. Moreover, he knew that when he entered a combat state, his hair would revert to red, and the crimson lotus mark would reappear, providing no significant additional enhancement, just a stronger sense of oppression. As Li Chen whispered softly, the barrier he had set up throughout the room was slowly retracted. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room connected with the outside world. Li Chen's keen perception enveloped the surroundings, taking in the situation of the Tianyu team members who were resting and cultivating in other rooms. He slightly closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then opened them, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement at the corner of his mouth. No one has noticed my situation here. After a glance, Li Chen lost interest and stopped looking. Just a bunch of big men, nothing worth seeing. The range of his perception continued to expand. A few special energy fluctuations around the villa slightly caught Li Chen's attention. He raised an eyebrow and murmured softly, not resting at this late hour, watching over a man like me, don't they feel tired? At that moment, outside the villa, several plainclothes officials were hiding in the shadows. Their eyes were fixed on the direction of the villa, and one of them whispered, do you think we'll be discovered by that senior while monitoring like this? Another replied in a lowered voice, I don't think so. We're so far away, and the senior might be resting, not having the energy to pay attention to us? However, they were unaware that their conversation was clearly heard by Li Chen. Li Chen chuckled to himself. They probably don't know the terror of a Earth Martial God level warrior. But it made sense. There seemed to be fewer than 20 Earth Martial God warriors in the entire Huaxia country, and they rarely encountered them. Moreover, these officials were the same ones who had been following him around during the day, all at the peak of the 9th rank. Since he had set up the barrier in advance, and these people were afraid of provoking his dislike and dared not get too close, they had not noticed his earlier situation. Li Chen retracted his perception and ignored them entirely. In his view, they were simply too weak. 9th rank warriors posed no threat to him at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could stand still and merely release energy fluctuations to crush them. Pulling back his thoughts, Li Chen looked at the empty room with a layer of black ash on the floor, touched his nose, and awkwardly thought, he'll pay for the furniture to Wang Lei tomorrow. He then glanced at the time and secretly calculated in his heart, there's still some time before dawn. If I'm not mistaken, the high-ranking officials from the military and the Martial Alliance who can truly make decisions will arrive tomorrow after receiving the news. His current plan was to temporarily join the two major forces, to cling to their support and stabilize himself. Then, relying on the signing-in system to check in daily for steady development, he intended to keep a low profile until he broke through to the level of a martial god. That's why he had yesterday asked those two king-level martial artists to act as messengers, reporting the news to the powerful figures within their factions, and he hadn't left this supply base, waiting for them to arrive to share his thoughts. As for his identity, he had already fabricated it while in the wilderness zone. Making up a story is easy enough. Based on the information he had gathered, Li Chen carefully refined the fabricated identity and background until he felt it was very reasonable and found no flaws. Only then did he sit cross-legged on the floor, satisfied. He was very much looking forward to the arrival of the high-ranking officials from the two major forces of the Huaxia nation, pondering to himself, as long as these high-ranking power holders have normal brains, given the current situation between humans and fierce beasts, a martial god joining them would definitely be welcomed, and they would offer numerous conditions to win him over, rather than resorting to threats. After some contemplation, Li Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate the burning sky sun technique that he had obtained from the novice gift pack. As the technique operated, he felt his blood and energy begin to flow rapidly, his skin gradually taking on a vibrant red hue. His body temperature suddenly surged and he became like a blazing furnace, radiating waves of heat and dazzling light. At that moment, Li Chen looked like a sweet potato just taken out of a steamer, steaming hot. However, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a look of comfort appeared on his face, as if he were immersed in an incredibly pleasant bath. Even more remarkably, this wave of heat did not affect the surroundings at all. The temperature of the walls in the room remained unchanged, as if an invisible barrier had isolated the heat. If he were to cultivate the burning sky sun technique under the sun during the day or near the core of the Earth's fire, the effects would only be better. The only drawback was that the technique's level was a bit low, not commensurate with his martial god cultivation, leaving Li Chen somewhat dissatisfied. Realizing this, Li Chen cheekily addressed the system in his mind. System, you see my situation. Can you give me a divine level technique tomorrow during check-in? If a divine level 1 is not possible, I could accept 1 or 20 SS level techniques. You must fulfill this request, right? Look at my abilities. It's such a pity not to have a good technique to match. However, no matter what Li Chen said, the system did not respond at all. Li Chen pouted and shook his head, having to give up, muttering, "If you don't reply, I'll take it as your agreement, okay?" He then continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. Just before Li Chen's check-in, Lin Yan, the chairman of the Martial Alliance station in a highly dangerous space city in Bingzhou, a black-haired elder nearing 50 but looking only middle-aged, with eyes that exuded wisdom and authority, was currently radiating the aura of a mid-level martial god. At this moment, Lin Yan had just finished weeks of cultivation and was sitting in a spacious and bright office, dealing with a mountain of documents. Suddenly, the communication bracelet on his wrist lit up, and he gently pressed the button, hearing an urgent voice. "Chairman, urgent news from supply base number 1. A stranger has appeared, a martial god warrior." After listening in detail, a hint of excitement appeared on Lin Yan's lips as he said, "Suspected to be a hidden martial god who has never revealed himself to the world? Interesting, it seems I need to meet this expert." In another base city, exuding an aura of iron and blood, the military inspector general Zhu Zhanlong, responsible for guarding this area, received the same information as Lin Yan. One after the other, both had received news from the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base regarding the unfamiliar Earth martial god warrior, Li Chen. After confirming that Li Chen was still at the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base and had not left, both fell into a brief contemplation. A glint flashed in Zhu Zhanglong's eyes as he suddenly stood up and shouted to his personal guard, "Relay my orders. Prepare the warplanes to head to the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base immediately and be quick about it." The personal guard was somewhat surprised but immediately saluted, saying, "Yes, my lord," and hurried off to make arrangements. Zhu Zhanglong watched the soldier's departing figure, murmuring to himself, "An earth martial god, if I could bring him over." He was a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Due to the scarcity of earth martial god-level powerhouses within the military, there was no inspector stationed here who could hold such a position. Thus, the heavy responsibility of commanding the entire province fell upon him, who was infinitely close to the earth martial god level, and all other emperor-level inspectors in the province had to obey his orders. Excitement surfaced on Zhu Zhanglong's face as he thought to himself. Their military was already lacking high-level powerhouses. If he could entice this unfamiliar earth martial god with great benefits to join their ranks, it would be a significant achievement. Moreover, having him stationed in the province could help alleviate his pressure. Holding the command of an entire province sounded immensely powerful, but this position was not easy to occupy, facing tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lin Yan, also made a decision. He said to his secretary, "Immediately arrange a trip to the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base." The secretary asked, somewhat puzzled, "Chairman, is it that urgent?" Lin Yan smiled slightly and replied, "The appearance of an unknown earth martial god is no small matter. We must clarify his intentions as soon as possible. However, judging by the other party's current actions, they don't seem to harbor any hostility towards us, which is good news." After both had arranged the situations in their respective base cities and relayed the news about Li Chen to the Martial Arts Alliance and Military Command Headquarters, they quickly set off, taking warplanes from two different directions, racing towards the location of the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base. On the warplane speeding through the sky, Lin Yan gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, pondering to himself, "I wonder what kind of temperament that Earth Martial God has. If we can successfully bring him in, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to our martial arts alliance." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhanglong clenched his fists on the warplane, his gaze resolute. "We must bring this Earth Martial God over for our military's use." There was no other choice. Their military was in dire need of powerhouses of this level. To what extent? Among the two top forces in Huaxia, the Martial Arts Alliance had 7 Earth Martial God chairmen, not counting those in the shadows. In contrast, their military was far less impressive, with only 3 and not a single heavenly martial god. They had once had one, but unfortunately, he had fallen. Losing that pillar had made their military situation even worse, clearly putting them at a disadvantage compared to the Martial Arts Alliance, with top powerhouses and young prodigies more inclined to join the latter. Time returned to the early morning. Due to the considerable distance, it would still be a while before the two arrived. Li Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in a villa room meditating, had already anticipated this and prepared to welcome the two. At this moment, outside the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base, deep within a wilderness area rated as level and danger, fierce beasts were stirring. A large number of fierce beasts silently began to converge towards this location, numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and soon reaching a million, continuing to climb towards 10 million. The movements were extremely concealed, not raising any alarms among the humans. It seemed like a long-planned scheme. In the wild, overgrown primordial forest, 5 beast leaders, gathered from the beast tide, convened here. Among them, 8 had reached the Beast King level, but one exuded a presence that was clearly much stronger than theirs, radiating a fierce aura that instilled fear. Sensing the number of beasts in the tide, one of the Beast Kings communicated in a language only understood among beasts, his voice filled with reverence and flattery. "Your Majesty, the beast tide is about to coalesce, and those foolish humans are just as we thought, completely unaware." After saying this, he hesitated. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty, the Thunderwing Bat King I sent out to probe a few hours ago has not returned, and it is likely that it has encountered misfortune." The beast referred to as Your Majesty let out a low, rumbling roar, the sound reverberating as if it could shatter the surrounding air, filled with cruelty and displeasure. Its powerful beast claws, forged like steel, directly seized the neck of this Beast King. choking him fiercely. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's eyes glowed like blood-red lanterns, exuding a bloodthirsty light as if it could devour all living beings. The massive Shadow Leopard Beast King was lifted by the neck like a chick, emanating an aura of fear. Its limbs flailed helplessly in the air, but it dared not resist, only tremblingly pleading, "Your Majesty. I dare not. Please spare me, Your Majesty. I will never act without permission again." The other 7 Beast Kings, witnessing this scene, lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, not daring to voice any opinions. They knew well that the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor was extremely brutal and did not dare to provoke it. They could only pray for the Shadow Leopard Beast King's good fortune. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor coldly regarded the struggling and pleading Shadow Leopard Beast King, a chilling smile playing at the corners of its mouth, a smile that seemed to come from a demon in hell, sending shivers down one's spine. This fool dared to act on his own. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for the certainty of victory in this operation, it would have long since swallowed this guy whole. Otherwise, once the humans became alert, their months of planning would be in vain and all efforts would go to waste. It then slowly released its grip, dropping the Shadow Leopard Beast King, its voice icy. "This shall not happen again. If there is a next time, you will become my energy, aiding me in elevating my cultivation." The Shadow Leopard Beast King trembled like a sieve, fearfully responding, "Cough, cough. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand my mistake and will not err again." Although its cultivation had reached the mid-level of Beast King, it was utterly no match for the peak-level Blood-Eye Beast Emperor. As time passed, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor observed the Beast Tide and the number of Beast Kings around it. Sensing something was amiss, one was missing. It asked in a low voice, "What about the Burrowing Mouse King and its subordinates? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could they have been hunted by humans?" The Beast King that had been scared off by the protagonist's aura earlier, the 4 Beast Kings exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes, and shook their heads, indicating they did not know. They usually stayed within their own territories and would not easily step into another Beast King's domain, so they were completely unaware of the Burrowing Mouse King's situation. Upon hearing this, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor snorted coldly. "Oomph." The sound was like ice scraping against iron, cold and piercing, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes as it growled, "Very well, daring to defy orders and disrupt my plans. After this matter is settled, I will swallow it and taste the flavor of a Beast King-level mouse." After saying this, it extended its tongue to lick its lips. A greedy and ferocious look on its face, as if the Burrowing Mouse King was already a delicacy in its mouth. Although it did not like eating mice, a king-level mouse was still worth a try. Perhaps it could help it improve. It was too lazy to search through the territory filled with the stench of mouse droppings. Losing a Beast King is merely a drop in the ocean in this grand battle, of no significant consequence. After all, tonight it will surely sweep through and annihilate these supply bases surrounding the human base city with overwhelming force. If luck is on its side, it might even take down several other nearby supply bases, creating even greater panic among the humans inside the base city. Its confidence stems from its own peak Beast Emperor strength, as well as the hidden insiders within the various supply bases who are in collusion with them. The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor calculated silently in its heart. It was 90% sure that before the human Emperor-level powerhouses could react, it would completely reduce these iron lumps, painstakingly built by humans, to ruins. As time flowed quietly like a gentle stream, the massive Beast Tide, constructed by over 10 million ferocious beasts, finally coalesced into a black ocean. Roar! Let's go! The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder across the heavens and the earth. Let those humans know our might. Let them become our food. Amidst the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor's earth-shattering roar, the Beast Tide army surged forward like a black torrent, beginning to move. Their first target was the towering Supply Base No. 1, standing in the night. Inside Supply Base No. 1, the night was as dark as ink, shrouding everything in a mysterious darkness. At the edge of the base, in an abandoned factory's underground chamber that had yet to be rebuilt after a beast attack, lay the hidden lair of the cultists who had infiltrated. The chamber's walls flickered with dim yellow lights, resembling pairs of evil eyes in the darkness. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, intertwined with a faint metallic scent of blood, making one feel sick. Inside, a young martial artist dressed in a black robe, exuding a faint aura of evil, stood respectfully before an elder whose strength had reached the peak of the emperor level. The elder's face was gaunt, resembling a desiccated skeleton, with wrinkled skin and sunken eyes that glimmered with a cold, sinister light. "My lord, the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor has sent word that they are on their way, urging us to prepare for action." The young martial artist lowered his head slightly, his voice tinged with reverence. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Good, now it's our turn. After hiding for so long, we can finally act. Those military folks are like flies, constantly searching for our traces. If we don't strike soon, I might just suffocate in this dark place." During this time, ever since a certain fool within the sect accidentally exposed them, their Destiny sect had faced fierce targeting from the official forces of the Huashan nation within this supply base. The military and martial arts alliance members were like hunting dogs, scouring for their whereabouts, causing them to lose quite a few personnel. Several of their hidden lairs had also been destroyed. As a peak emperor-level powerhouse, he had been hiding like a rat, and his resentment towards the official forces had reached an extreme level. Thinking of this, a fierce killing intent flickered in the elder's eyes, like a burning flame, as he commanded, Gather all our personnel and prepare to strike back. After being hunted for so many days, it's time to retaliate. Our destiny sect is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Yes. The young martial artist responded respectfully, then turned and left in a rush like a black whirlwind to relay the order to gather personnel. The black-robed elder watched his subordinates' hurried departure, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted far away, sinking into deep contemplation. He recalled the unfamiliar emperor-level martial artist who had caused quite a stir when they intruded into the supply base yesterday. It is said that the Thunderwing Bat King and the entire clan at Lead perished at the hands of this person, which seemed to have alarmed the official royal-level garrison stationed here. Who could this person be? The old man in the black robe pondered silently, his brow slightly furrowed, a serious expression appearing on his face. After learning this news yesterday, he took the risk of exposure and immediately sent someone to investigate the identity of this person. However, there were elite personnel dispatched by the official forces surrounding this guy, guarding him in the shadows, never leaving his side. In such circumstances, even he did not dare to get too close, let alone anyone else. With the action imminent, he could only helplessly give up. A royal-level martial artist shouldn't affect the upcoming plans, the old man in the black robe murmured to himself for comfort, a glimmer of certainty flashing in his eyes. In his understanding, he did not consider Li Chen's level to be above royal level, and by a twist of fate mistook those responsible for monitoring Li Chen as protectors in the shadows. According to the intelligence held by their destiny sect, the movements of the royal-level powerhouses stationed in Tianfeng City and other places in Bingzhou were very normal, with no signs of approaching this area. As for the martial god-level powerhouses, their appearance was even more impossible. Therefore, he regarded Li Chen as an ordinary royal-level martial artist and did not take it too seriously. Soon, the hidden members of the Destiny sect, numbering around 100, quickly gathered. Their figures flickered under the dim light, resembling a group of ghosts from the dark abyss. One of his subordinates approached the old man in the black robe, slightly bowed, and respectfully reported, "My lord, we are ready, and the Blood Beast Emperor is urging us to take action. Once the energy shield disappears, the beast tide will immediately launch a fierce attack, allowing us to seize this base." The old man in the black robe slowly raised his head upon hearing this, looking at the fully armed 100 or so people with satisfaction in his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Those who could stand here now were all elites from the sect. Those who were not strong enough had already been captured by the city defense army. Very good. The old man in the black robe nodded, not saying much more, waving his hand and loudly commanding, "Begin the operation." As his words fell, the eyes of the followers sparkled with excitement as they tightly gripped their weapons, their faces radiating fervor, their voices low as they chanted, "The will of destiny is unstoppable." A group of people dressed in black robes moved like phantoms under the night, their steps light and swift, leaving behind blurred shadows in the darkness. They rushed towards the maintenance department responsible for maintaining the operation of the energy shield around the base. Without the protection of the energy shield, this supply base would fall even faster under the assault of the beast tide. As the old man in the black robe initiated the action, the supply base, which had been quiet under the night like a slumbering giant beast, was suddenly shattered by a series of earth-shattering explosions. Immediately following, the energy shield enveloping the entire supply base, like a massive transparent dome, flickered violently, then its light quickly dimmed. Finally, it completely vanished. Accompanying this was a sharp alarm sound, piercing like a blade through the eardrums, echoing wildly within the base. Emergency warning. The defense system has suffered severe damage. Main energy has been depleted. Unable to maintain the operation of the energy shield, the backup energy system has been automatically activated. The backup energy system is under heavy attack and is rapidly depleting. The outer energy shield is expected to completely dissipate in 10 seconds. All personnel must immediately enter the highest defense status. The piercing voice, like thunder, instantly shattered the tranquility, spreading to every corner of the supply base. In the maintenance department, which had been targeted by the Destiny sect, the battle situation was extremely brutal at this moment. On the ground lay the bodies of staff and soldiers from the guard, sprawled in disarray, with blood appearing particularly glaring under the dim lights, pooling into shocking puddles. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. The backup energy is ready. Next, we just have to deal with that group of ferocious beasts. The old man in the black robe stood before the wreckage of the backup energy storage facility, looking at the utterly destroyed equipment with a fierce smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everyone in the maintenance department had been slaughtered cleanly in their surprise attack. Just minutes ago, under the leadership of a peak martial artist of the king rank, the elite of the Destiny sect had launched a long-planned ambush, catching the maintenance department off guard. All personnel were killed, leaving not a single survivor. Ha, these foolish guys thought they could hold this place. A cultist laughed triumphantly as he looked at the surrounding corpses. Just a bunch of ants. The old man in the black robe snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Hearing the alarm ringing throughout the base, his smile grew even brighter. He commanded the remaining cultists, "Let's go, and set this supply base on fire." The cultists responded eagerly, their faces filled with excitement. The old man in the black robe quickly led the group of enthusiastic cultists away from the devastated maintenance department like phantoms, just as the loud alarm and a series of explosions erupted from the maintenance department. The 4 official peak king rank martial artists who were either training or engaged in other activities within the base suddenly felt a buzzing in their heads, as if struck by a heavy hammer. They simultaneously realized something was wrong. Not good. Someone is targeting the maintenance department. The military's chief guard, Yang changed his expression drastically, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Damn it, who could it be that managed to destroy both the energy shield's power source and the backup energy in such a short time? This method is too ruthless. Duan Tianhong, the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Whoever it is, they won't leave here alive tonight." After the alarm sounded, 4 figures rushed towards the maintenance department from 4 directions at an incredible speed. They were the chief and deputy guards of the military and the president and vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance. Their figures streaked across the sky, each clad in battle armor, like 4 bolts of lightning cutting through the dark night. Looking at the dissipated energy shield around them, the 4 were filled with worry. Even if they were slow to react, they now realized that something significant was happening tonight that was aimed at them. There must be thieves causing chaos in the base. Gao Huan immediately organized the elite personnel from the alliance to assist the military in eliminating these scoundrels. Duan Tianhong urgently issued orders through his communication wristband. Meanwhile, military chief guard Yang Jin also urgently issued a series of commands to control the chaos within the base and gather the station troops for battle preparation. All personnel, immediately take combat positions, kill any suspicious individuals on sight. The voice echoed in the communication wristband. The rats hiding in the shadows would certainly not just stop at destroying the energy shield. He was now worried about what was outside the base. Yang Jin furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing deep concern. Just as he was lost in thought, disaster struck again like a surging wave. Roar! A terrifying roar, as if it could penetrate the soul, suddenly erupted from outside the base, like a thunderclap ringing in everyone's ears. Following that, the ground began to tremble slightly. A wave of terrifying energy belonging to a peak beast emperor surged in like a tidal wave. Among it were several unabashed, ostentatious beast king auras, like sharp blades piercing straight into the hearts of everyone present. 1. A beast emperor at its peak, and 8 beast kings ranging from early to peak stages. Yang Jin felt the chilling aura coming from all directions around the supply base, and suddenly stopped in midair. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Waves of panic surged within him, and his face turned as pale as paper. How could this happen? Before he could regain his composure, a painful scream echoed through the night sky. Yang Jin quickly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, his eyes burning with fury like a raging fire. He saw Gao Huan, who was preparing to organize elite personnel, being ambushed by the old man in the black robe hidden within the base. At that moment, Gao Huan's figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the aura emanating from him, it was clear he was not lightly injured. Heavenly Destiny sect, you are seeking death. Yang Jin instantly recognized the identity of the old man in the black robe, his eyes flashing with anger as if he wanted to devour the old man alive. With a thought, he quickly took out a longbow radiating cold light from his spatial ring. Gathering all his energy, he formed a dazzling energy arrow on the bowstring, drawing the bow like a full moon, and shot it towards the old man in the black robe, shouting, "Die!" The old man in the black robe, seeing this, curled his lips into a disdainful sneer, unleashing his powerful aura like an invisible mountain, suffocating those around him. He quickly conjured an energy shield radiating ghostly light in front of him, like a giant turtle shell firmly protecting him within. Bang! The energy arrow struck the energy shield with a deafening roar, creating ripples of energy but failing to penetrate the shield. The old man in the black robe looked at Yang Jin, mocking and provoking, "A mere trick, this kind of attack can't kill me, so don't waste your effort." Hearing this, Yang Jin's face turned even darker, as black as the bottom of a pot, and the anger in his heart burned like a volcanic eruption. The opponent was one small realm higher than him, making it very tricky. And right now, the greatest danger was not the old man in the black robe, but the beast emperors and beast kings lurking around the supply base, as well as the tide of beasts surging like a black wave. No! I must stabilize the situation first. Yang Jin thought to himself, but soon found himself helplessly entangled in battle with the old man in the black robe. Due to the gap in cultivation, he gradually fell into a disadvantage during the fight, and the situation was not optimistic. Each clash with the old man in the black robe made him feel a powerful force impact. In this situation, he had no choice but to temporarily hand over command to Deputy Guardian Sun Wei. Meanwhile, Duan Tianhong, who was just about to rush to support Yang Jin and quickly take down the old man in the black robe, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis wash over him, as if a cold dagger was pressed against his back. He hurriedly stopped, warily looking around. He saw a beast, entirely black and crystallized, with arms hanging down and a strange red light flickering in its beastly eyes, staring intently at him. Although they were not close, one inside the base and the other outside, Duan Tianhong felt cold sweat wash over him. It was as if he were in an ice cellar, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blood! Blood-Eye Beast Emperor! Duan Tianhong's eyes widened, filled with terror and dread. The name of the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor was like thunder in his ears. It was a mutated demon ape with terrifying strength, renowned for its bizarre attack capabilities. Its blood-red eyes, with just a glance at an enemy, could inflict horrific mental damage on their minds, especially to those of lower cultivation levels. In addition to that, it also possessed the formidable physical defense and attack power of a primate beast, and in close combat, its fighting ability was no less than that of any beast of the same level. Aside from lacking the ability to fly, it had almost no weaknesses and was recognized by many human emperor-level powerhouses as one of the beasts they least wanted to encounter, a nightmarish existence. Not good. Don't look into its eyes. Duan Tianhong exclaimed in his heart, a warning bell ringing frantically in his mind. Just as he was about to turn his head to avert his gaze, a sharp pain suddenly surged in his brain, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him at once, nearly causing him to faint. Outside the supply base, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's crimson beast eyes flickered with a strange red light, emanating a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. It murmured, "Fall into chaos and sleep forever." Ah! Duan Tianhong gritted his teeth and let out a low cry. His mind felt as if it were being stirred by countless sharp blades, the pain making it nearly impossible for him to think. Blood oozed from his eyes, slowly streaming down his cheeks like two crimson rivulets. As time passed, the pain continued and intensified, his mind gradually descending into chaos as if shrouded in a thick fog. So strong. Just a glance can kill me. Duan Tianhong clutched his head in midair, his body uncontrollably plummeting, his thoughts becoming increasingly muddled. A bitter despair appeared on his face as he thought to himself. With his strength, he couldn't even attempt to fight back. He was utterly unable to escape the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's bizarre attack. At this moment, the last remaining Emperor-level combatant in the base, Sunwei, was also in a dire situation, facing the siege of 8 Beast Kings alone. Sunwei looked at the 8 Beast Kings, which resembled 8 moving mountains, his body trembling slightly as he shouted loudly towards a certain spot in the supply base. "Gao Huan! Stop playing dead and come help me!" At that moment, the countless beasts converging from all directions launched their attack right in front of the supply base. Under the night sky, the mountains and plains were filled with beasts, like an endless black ocean. Surging towards the supply base wave after wave, the dense figures seemed to threaten to completely engulf the entire base. The roars and howls of the beasts intertwined, forming a terrifying symphony of death. The soldiers on the city wall, on high alert, watched the scene with fear in their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was their first encounter with a beast tide of this scale. "Brothers, don't be afraid. Behind us is the base, our home. We cannot retreat, we must hold this position." The officer in charge of commanding the city wall spoke with a serious expression, shouting loudly at the pale-faced soldiers. His voice carried an undeniable firmness. "We are soldiers, the last line of defense for the people. Even if we die, we must die with value. Even if we fall into despair, we must fight to the end." After hearing the officer's words, the soldiers gradually regained a glimmer of determination in their eyes. They gripped their weapons tightly, as if holding on to their last hope. Boom! A series of armed technological weapons on the city wall instantly launched their attacks. Laser beams sliced through the night sky like lightning, and shells fell like shooting stars onto the beast tide, creating a series of explosions that eliminated numerous beasts. In an instant, the night sky was ablaze, smoke filling the entire supply base as it plunged into a fierce battle for survival. Amidst this chaotic situation, the increasingly intense battle fluctuations and the rising alarm sounds forced Chen to end his training. He flashed, like a ghost, instantly appearing in the sky. Hovering beneath the night sky, his gaze slowly swept around. The dense tide of beasts surging like a black wave made him raise an eyebrow slightly. In the distance, the 4 Emperor-level warriors were each embroiled in fierce battles, their forms growing increasingly disheveled. Inside the base, chaos reigned. Witnessing this scene, Chen murmured to himself, "Wow, it's really lively." Before his words had even settled, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor, who was continuously launching mental attacks on Duan Tianhong, suddenly sensed a faint threat. This threat was not strong, but it pricked at its sensitive nerves like a tiny needle. Its crimson eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Chen's figure under the night sky. A human who can stand in midair, another king-level human? The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor felt puzzled, its massive body shuddering slightly, the terrifying aura it exuded fluctuating as well. Something's off, why do I feel threatened by him? It's even stronger than the usual king-level humans. At that moment, Chen also noticed a hostile gaze. What big red lanterns! With a thought, he directly took out the Jinsang blade from his infinite storage space and held it in his hand. The blade flickered with a cold light, the attached blue flames burning fiercely. Chen turned his head, a faint smile on his lips, looking at the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor. His eyes sparkled with interest, as if he were gazing at an intriguing toy, muttering, "A peak beast emperor, just about enough to test my strength." His tone was casual and relaxed, not taking the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor seriously at all. However, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor had remarkable hearing, and Chen's mutterings fell clearly into its ears. Instantly, a surge of anger rose from its depths, its originally crimson eyes turning even redder. Stopping its attack on Duan Tianhong, it revealed a fierce expression and roared at Chen, "Human, you are arrogant to underestimate this emperor." The voice boomed like thunder in the night sky, shaking the surrounding air. At the same time, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor felt a sense of vigilance rising within. It realized that this human was looking at it with eyes that showed no signs of confusion. It should be known that its Blood-Eye attack could instill fear even in opponents of the same level, yet this human showed no reaction. Could it be a king-level warrior who just happened to appear here? And one of considerable strength? The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor speculated inwardly. After the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor ceased its attack, Duan Tianhong's previously chaotic mind struggled to regain a semblance of clarity. He felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain unbearable, but at that moment he couldn't afford to care about it. Just as he wondered why the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor had stopped attacking him, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Chen in the distance. In that moment, hope ignited in Duan Tianhong's eyes, a joy that climbed out from the depths of despair. His body trembled slightly, his lips quivering as he murmured, it's that senior. With the strength of this senior martial god, as long as he exerted his full power, he could definitely shatter the beast's long-planned conspiracy. It should be known that the difference between a peak emperor level and a martial god was only one level, but that one level was like a chasm, separating the two. Often, a peak emperor level expert could take pride in escaping from a martial god. I implore you, senior, to take action and save the million lives in the supply base from peril. Duan Tianhong, suppressing the intense discomfort in his body, bowed his fists towards Li Chen in the distant sky, his voice hoarse and urgent. He placed all his hopes on Li Chen. Hearing this, Li Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently waved his hand. It was not a rejection, but rather a signal that no words were needed. Now, eliminating all these ferocious beasts around him, saving this supply base on the brink of collapse, and thwarting the beast's conspiracy would greatly aid his transition into the official forces of the Huaxia nation. Naturally, he would not refuse Duan Tianhong's request. A thought flashed through his mind. Li Chen's hair instantly transformed into a fiery red, and the mysterious red lotus mark on his forehead slowly emerged. Immediately, a suit of fiery battle armor enveloped his entire body, radiating waves of scorching heat around him. The terrifying aura belonging to a Earth martial god warrior erupted like a tidal wave, violently crashing outward. Steady! Duan Tianhong's eyes sparkled with excitement at this scene, his body trembling slightly. As long as Li Chen made his move, the situation would soon turn around. The figure of Li Chen, who was filled with hope, flickered and instantly unleashed the burning fire sun technique, doubling his speed and strength in a short time. Whoosh! Under the night sky, the figure wielding a long knife charged towards the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor like a cannonball. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's ranged attacks were too bizarre, causing some annoying interference. So it was time to leverage his strengths and avoid weaknesses, closing the distance for a direct confrontation. In comparison, although the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's close combat ability was not weak, it was completely insufficient before him. After absorbing the Scarlet Sky Red Lotus, his overall combat power had significantly increased. At this moment, he was like a war god descending, unstoppable. Outside the supply base, feeling the aura erupting from Li Chen, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's previously arrogant expression instantly froze. It widened its crimson eyes and roared in disbelief. Earth Martial God. This is an Earth Martial God. How could an Earth Martial God appear here? It felt as if it was witnessing its own doom. Without waiting for it to ponder whether humans had long known about its plans, Li Chen charged forward with his knife. In a panic, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor clenched its fists, gathering all its strength to resist. But Li Chen's power was too overwhelming. An astonishing force erupted, and the Ashen Song knife swung like the wind. Crack! Crack! With two strikes, he directly severed the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's arms. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground around them. Roar! The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor let out a deafening roar of pain, its body trembling violently from the agony. Listening to this ear-splitting sound, a cold glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he coldly said, "So noisy, dragon flame burning heaven blade." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful wave of fiery energy, fully channeling it into the Ashen Song knife in his hand. With a fierce swing, a roaring fire dragon surged towards the heavily injured Blood-Eye Beast Emperor. No! The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor felt the immense energy radiating from the fire dragon before it. A glimmer of despair flashing in its eyes. It could clearly sense that this was something it could not withstand. This emperor has endured countless hardships, traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood to grow to this day, and now I am to die so humiliatingly. But human, do not be complacent, the beast god will avenge me. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor let out a final, unwilling roar, its voice filled with resentment and despair. Its once invincible Blood-Eye ability, which could instill fear in opponents of the same or even higher levels, now seemed utterly ridiculous before this Earth Martial God warrior. It didn't even have the chance to unleash it. What it had once prided itself on was nothing but a laughable joke in front of this human Earth Martial God. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's voice was soon drowned out by the explosion and the waves of heat generated when the fire dragon struck. The immense shockwave made the surrounding air seem to ignite, producing a sizzling sound. "What are you mumbling about?" Li Chen muttered in confusion, listening to the sounds drowned out by the explosion. At that moment, a brilliant burst of sparks accompanied by a tremendous sound erupted before him, shining like a dazzling sun in the pitch-black night, stinging the eyes. The explosive heat wave directly annihilated the dense horde of beasts that had no time to evade. Those ferocious beasts fell to the ground like ants doused in boiling water. The scene was truly spectacular. Although the dragon flame burning heaven blade is only strength, it depends on who wields it. Dealing with a mere peak beast emperor is more than enough. Looking at the destructive power of his move, Li Chen said confidently, "It's like the difference between being hit with the same stick by a child and an adult." On the other side, within the supply base, the old man in the black robe who was entangled with Yang Jun, along with the 8 beast kings besieging Sun Wei and Gao Huan, were all drawn to the enormous commotion created by Li Chen. Fear was evident on their faces, as if they had witnessed the most terrifying thing in the world. Not good. There's a Earth Martial God hidden inside the base. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor has already been slain. We must retreat. The Shadow Leopard Beast King was the first to react, its crimson eyes wide with urgency as it spoke to the other 7 Beast Kings around it. There was a tremor in its voice. If even the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor could be killed in such a short time, those who hadn't even reached the royal level would likely last less than a minute in its presence. Staying here would only lead to a dead end. The other 7 Beast Kings were not foolish. They understood that what the Shadow Leopard Beast King said was true. Immediately, they abandoned their attempts to kill the struggling Sunway and Gao Huan, issuing retreat orders one after another. Retreat! Let's split up. It increases our chances of survival. The 8 massive figures swiftly retreated in 8 different directions, each step causing the ground to tremble. They also commanded the surrounding beast tide to obstruct Li Chen, providing them with cover. Although those ferocious beasts were filled with fear, they did not dare to disobey the Beast King's orders and could only charge towards Li Chen with gritted teeth. Trying to run? Li Chen's gaze was sharp as he scanned the 8 fleeing Beast Kings, his tone still relaxed. Since I've made my move, let me finish the job and take you all down together. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chen's figure flickered, as if teleporting, disappearing from his spot and chasing after the fastest fleeing Beast King. His speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of fiery red in the night sky, like a meteor streaking across the horizon. Roar! The densely packed flying beasts on the ground and in the night sky let out terrified roars towards Li Chen, rushing towards him. They were not unafraid of Li Chen, who radiated the aura of an Earth Martial God, but they had no choice but to obey the Beast King's command. In their eyes, the Beast King was like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a sense of awe. Li Chen paid no attention to the ferocious beasts trying to interfere with him. As soon as those beasts got close, they were roasted by the fiery energy emanating from his blazing battle armor, emitting a sizzling sound, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Li Chen was like a reaper from hell. Wherever he passed, the ferocious beasts fell to the ground without exception. As time slowly moved forward, the battlefield under the night gradually became clear. Li Chen moved like lightning, tracing fiery red arcs in the night sky, catching up to each of the 8 Beast Kings that were frantically fleeing in different directions. Accompanied by the sounds of anguished beast roars, the 8 Beast Kings fell one after another, their bodies all collected into Li Chen's infinite storage space. The massive body of the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor was no exception, easily stored away. With the Beast Emperor and all 8 Beast Kings dead, the beast tide that was attacking the supply base instantly lost its backbone. The once ferocious assault came to a halt, followed by a complete rout. These lower-level ferocious beasts stopped their attacks and scattered in fear. The aura of the Earth Martial God radiating from Li Chen was simply too terrifying for these low-level beasts. If it weren't for the Beast King forcing them to charge earlier, they would have started retreating the moment Li Chen displayed his cultivation level. After all, it was impossible for a beast tide of millions to overwhelm a fully powered Earth Martial God warrior. On the city wall, the soldiers watched as the beast tide retreated like a tide, first falling into silence, then erupting into waves of excited cheers. Some soldiers jumped up in excitement, waving their weapons and shouting loudly, "The beast tide has retreated, we have won. That's amazing, we held our ground." Other soldiers were so moved that tears filled their eyes, embracing each other and trembling as they said, "We survived, we really survived, all thanks to that powerful warrior." Even more soldiers shouted at the night sky, "Thank you, Earth Martial God, it was you who saved us." Everyone knew in their hearts that the miraculous victory in this war was not due to their fearless resistance against death, but because of the mysterious Earth Martial God who effortlessly killed the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor and the 8 Beast Kings. This directly secured their victory. Otherwise, with just their ant-like resistance, it would have been futile. The soldiers, overwhelmed with joy and tears, eagerly and reverently searched for Li Chen's figure, wanting to imprint his heroic image deeply in their minds. In the night sky, Li Chen, who had just collected the corpses of the Beast Kings and the Beast Emperor, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. His deep gaze looked towards the cheering supply base, and he murmured to himself, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, not continuing to kill the fleeing beast tide. At this moment, the old man in the black robe, entangled in a fierce battle with Yang Jin and the other disciples of the Destiny sect, stared blankly at the suddenly changing situation. "No, this wasn't the plan. Don't run yet, we're still in the city." The old man in the black robe widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief, roaring hoarsely in madness. It felt as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind. How did the originally favorable situation suddenly turn into this? Earth Martial God. Where did this Earth Martial God come from? How could an Earth Martial God inexplicably appear in the supply base? This completely exceeded their expectations and disrupted all their plans. The old man's voice was filled with extreme tension and anger as he shouted to the surviving disciples, "The situation has changed, retreat." Now that Earth Martial God was chasing the Beast King, they had to leave before the other side succeeded. This was his only chance to survive. He knew very well that once he was targeted by that Earth Martial God, there would be no way out for him. Just as the old man in the black robe was about to escape, Yang Jin and Duan Tianhong, like 2 bolts of lightning, blocked his path from the front and back. Yang Jin's eyes burst with intense killing intent, his gaze seemed capable of piercing through the old man in the black robe, and he shouted angrily, "Run? Where do you think you're going?" Do you think our supply base is a public restroom? Come and go as you please? As he spoke, Yang Jin swung a long sword in his hand and fiercely attacked the old man in the black robe. Old Yang, I'll help you. Duan Tianhong also refused to back down, launching an attack from the other side, trapping the old man in the middle with no way to escape. In his panic, the old man's attacks became full of flaws, and the moves that were once somewhat steady now appeared chaotic. Each strike revealed his inner anxiety and restlessness. Yang Jin kept a close watch on the old man's movements, seizing the fleeting opportunity. His eyes sharpened, and his long sword pierced out like lightning. It accurately struck the old man's back. Puff! The old man in the black robe felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a surge of blood, and with the combination of anger and being hit in a vital spot, he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of old blood. He glared at Yang Jin with wide eyes, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. But in that instant, he suddenly calmed down, a thought quickly flashing through his mind. I can't get entangled with these two here. It would be disastrous when that Earth Martial God returns. With the strength of that Earth Martial God, if he returns, I definitely have no chance of survival. The 8 Beast Kings won't be able to hold him off for long. Thinking this, the old man in the black robe gritted his teeth and silently resolved, then now. I can only use the trump card that the elder gave me. The old man in the black robe steeled himself and made a difficult decision. His fingers trembled slightly as he prepared to discreetly retrieve the trump card from the spatial ring on his finger. However, just as he was about to touch the spatial ring, his expression suddenly froze, and a sense of crisis even stronger than when Duan Tianhong was targeted by the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor swept over him. That feeling was as if he were being watched by an ancient giant beast, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. What is that? The old man in the black robe instinctively halted his movements. Following the source of the sense of crisis, he looked into the distance where a figure was slowly approaching in the night sky, exuding the terrifying and imposing aura of an Earth Martial God. Chen was surrounded by flames, resembling a war god emerging from a sea of fire. His hair flew wildly like burning flames, and the mysterious red lotus mark on his forehead flickered with a strange and powerful light. A fiery battle armor formed of flames tightly enveloped him, radiating waves of intense heat. Wherever he passed, the air was scorched and distorted. The terrifying aura belonging to an Earth Martial God surged around him like a tidal wave, instilling a sense of awe that made one's legs go weak. Chen wore a playful smile, closely watching the old man in the black robe like a cat playing with a mouse. Upon seeing Chen's somewhat familiar appearance and the Earth Martial God aura that could scare him to death, the old man in the black robe could hardly believe his eyes, stammering, "It's him. He's actually an Earth Martial God?" He never expected that this king-sealing martial artist whom he had dismissed before the plan began would turn out to be such a terrifying Earth Martial God. At this moment, the old man in the black robe wore an expression as if he had eaten something foul, filled with shock, anger, and regret, his heart full of despair. Now, even if he brought out his territory, it would be useless. Chen, observing the old man's movements, had already guessed what he intended to do. In a flash, he streaked across the night sky like a red comet, moving so fast that it was impossible to catch, and directly appeared in front of the old man in the black robe. The old man only felt a red light flash before him, and before he could react, Chen, having removed his fiery battle armor, was already standing in front of him. "You." In the gaze of the other party, filled with fear and unwillingness, Chen did not swing the human-scaled Sung Dao in his hand but instead raised his fist, which was the size of a sandbag and contained terrifying power. He swung it down with a force that seemed to crush mountains and seas, smashing it towards the old man in the black robe. The old man had no way to defend against Chen's punch, feeling a force like a landslide coming at him, directly smashing him heavily into the ground of the supply base. With a loud boom, the ground was struck into a deep pit. The old man in the black robe looked utterly miserable, left with only a breath, his bones shattered and unable to move. This was also Chen's intention. He looked at the old man in the black robe, who was on the verge of death, and thought to himself, an Earth Martial God at the King's ceiling level should be able to provide quite a bit of information. Consider it a favor to the official forces of Huaxia. Duan Tianhong looked at Chen, who radiated a majestic and powerful aura, as if a war god had returned, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude, and he sincerely said, "Thank you, senior, for stepping in to turn the tide and support the collapsing building, saving our supply base from peril. If it weren't for Chen's timely intervention today, the entire number 1 supply base would have been completely overwhelmed by the surging beast tide. With their strength, they would have been unable to eliminate the few terrifying leaders among the beast tide." Chen nodded slightly in response. He cast a calm glance at the remaining disciples of the Destiny sect below, who were like dead ashes under his pressure, slumped on the ground. He gently raised his hand, dispelling the changes in his appearance caused by the battle state. The formidable enhancement brought by the burning fire and fiery sun technique quietly faded away, and the Jin Sung blade, which had been emanating a sharp aura in his hand, was effortlessly stored in his infinite storage space. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Chen's face as he pondered inwardly. The enhancement from the burning fire and fiery sun technique could last for half an hour. Although it wasn't long, it was impressive given the disparity in levels. And strength technique could provide such outstanding effects to a Earth Martial God warrior, which was already quite remarkable. Moreover, the negative effects after its use were almost negligible. The only thing to remember was not to activate it consecutively. Then, Chen looked at Duan Tianhong and Yang Jin, who were expressing their gratitude, and slowly said, "You don't need to trouble me with these remaining lackeys, right? Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhong quickly took the cue, his face showing sincerity as he hurriedly replied, "No need, no need. They won't trouble you, senior, just leave them to us." The remaining rabble was more than enough for them to handle, and there was no need for Li Chen to exert any more effort. After hearing their responses, Li Chen nodded lightly. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot as if teleporting, returning to the villa. In his view, the situation had already been brought under control. Now it was up to the military and the Martial Alliance personnel inside the supply base to clean up the aftermath and tidy the battlefield. He had no interest in the remaining low-tier beast corpses, and he had already done more than enough. Duan Tianhong watched Li Chen's departing figure, a flicker of fervent admiration shining in his eyes as he murmured, "The senior has left. When will I be able to break through to Earth Martial God?" The might of the Earth Martial God was simply terrifying. From a distance, just a glance from him nearly took down his Blood-Eye Beast King, yet it was dispatched by Li Chen with just 2 or 3 strikes. That kind of power was a height he could hardly aspire to in his lifetime, and Li Chen was so young yet possessed such cultivation. The comparison was too much of a blow to him. Beside him, Yang Zhen, equally shaken, saw Duan Tianhong lost in thought and patted his shoulder, encouraging him, "Xiaohong, don't just envy. As long as we work hard in our training, one day we can be as strong as the senior." Duan Tianhong swatted Yang Zhen's hand off his shoulder, saying, "Don't call me Xiaohong. It sounds like you're older than me." After that, the two exchanged a glance, ready to get down to business. Then, their figures moved like tigers descending a mountain, beginning to eliminate the Destiny sect disciples below who were trying to sneak away. As time passed, the 2 martial artists from the 2 major forces in the rear base city rushed in to provide support. The previously chaotic order within the supply base gradually returned to its former calm and order. The deeds of Li Chen, the mysterious Earth Martial God, spread like wildfire throughout the entire base. Just as dawn began to break, 2 rare quality fighter jets, symbolizing absolute status, streaked across the sky like 2 brilliant meteors, speeding towards supply base number 1. One of these jets belonged to the military, and the other to the Martial Alliance. Not long after, the 2 jets landed in designated areas of supply base number 1 from 2 different directions. The powerhouses from the military and the Martial Alliance, along with Duan Tianhong and the others, respectfully awaited the arrival of those inside the just landed jets. Their eyes were filled with admiration and tension. The visitors were none other than the military's Chief Inspector Zhu Zhenlong and the chairman of the Martial Alliance Lin Yan. They were already aware of the thrilling scene that had just unfolded at this supply base, where a large-scale beast invasion had occurred, and of the mysterious Earth Martial God Li Chen, who had stepped in at a critical moment to take down the beast leaders one by one, ultimately defeating the beast tide. Otherwise, even on their way, they couldn't stop the disaster from happening. They could only seek revenge afterward. Martial Arts Alliance Branch. Lin Yanjun held a high position, and the aura of authority that came without anger spread even before he stepped out of the aircraft. With steady steps, he quickly walked out under the gaze of the crowd. "Greetings, Chairman Lin." Duan Tianhong and others shouted loudly, slightly bowing their heads, their eyes filled with respect. The voices were uniform and resonant. Lin Yan's gaze swept over the crowd, and in a flash, he appeared before the injured Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan like a ghost. With a friendly yet undeniable tone, he said, "I already know what happened. The fact that this supply base was able to hold on is also thanks to your efforts. In such a critical situation, you did not retreat or flee, but bravely fought against the ferocious beasts. This courage and sense of responsibility are worthy of everyone's admiration." As he spoke, Lin Yan took out 2 S-grade healing pills from his storage ring. The 2 pills were round, with a warm jade-like color containing rich vitality, and exuding a fresh and pleasant fragrance that made one feel refreshed, as if all fatigue had been swept away. "This is an S-grade healing pill, among the best of its kind." Lin Yan handed the pills to the 2 and continued, "After taking them, it won't be long before your injuries will heal completely." Upon hearing this, the 2 quickly bowed their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, Chairman Lin." They felt a bit awkward, thinking that even if they wanted to run at that time, they couldn't have escaped. Afterwards, at Lin Yan's gesture, they swallowed the pills on the spot. Instantly, a rich vitality was released within their bodies, like warm sunlight shining on cold land, repairing their injuries. Their complexions gradually returned to a healthy hue, and their breathing became steady. Lin Yan, sensing their physical condition, began to have a better first impression of Li Chen. He thought to himself, if it weren't for Li Chen's intervention, their bodies would probably be unrecognizable by now. Although they had yet to meet face to face, it was evident from this incident that this mysterious martial god was undoubtedly on the side of humanity. The probability of bringing him into their martial arts alliance had increased. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he eagerly looked at Duan Tianhong and asked, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement, "Where is that martial god now? Take me to see him immediately." If this martial god accepted his invitation, the strength of their martial arts alliance would grow even further. After all, the impact a martial god could have was equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of peak emperors. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhong's eyes showed a hint of admiration, and he immediately replied, "Chairman, rest assured. That senior returned to the A1 Villa area after defeating the leader of the Beast Tide and controlling the situation. He hasn't left yet. I'll lead you there." After saying this, Duan Tianhong quickly had someone prepare a vehicle to guide Lin Yan and his group to Li Chen's residence. However, Lin Yan shook his head, indicating that it wasn't necessary to go through so much trouble. In a flash, he was already in the air, saying to Duan Tianhong, "You just lead the way, we can fly directly there." Seeing this, Duan Tianhong had no choice but to comply and began to lead the way ahead. The martial artist from the Martial Arts Alliance branch who had come to support the base city and Vice President Cao Huan quickly followed suit, and the group swiftly passed through the air. They hurriedly made their way to Li Chen's residence. Meanwhile, the military's garrison also sent the Inspector General Zhu Zhenglong. Under the leadership of Garrison Commander Yang Zhen, he personally headed to Li Chen's current residence, hoping to bring him into their military ranks. However, Yang Zhen was filled with concern. He had to admit that for a powerhouse of this level, the Martial Arts Alliance was indeed more attractive than their military, but he would still go all out, offering the best conditions to win over Li Chen, persuading him to join their military. He had already thought it through. If all else fails, he would shamelessly appeal to Li Chen's sense of national pride. The Earth Martial God was simply too important for their military. I hope I can persuade this powerful individual. Less than half a minute passed, and Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenlong's group appeared in the sky above the A1 villa area. The two sides collided, but it was not awkward. Zhu Zhenlong took the initiative to greet Lin Yan warmly, saying, "Chairman Lin, what a coincidence, you're here too." His tone was filled with respect. Lin Yan also responded proactively, without beating around the bush, directly asking, "Yes, Mr. Zhu, you're here to meet this Earth Martial God, right?" Zhu Zhenlong nodded in acknowledgement, smiling, "Well, isn't that a coincidence? It seems our military and your martial alliance share the same thoughts." Ha ha ha. Lin Yan chuckled, not surprised by Zhu Zhenlong's actions. He had known before setting out that the military had also learned of this news, but he wasn't too worried. A powerhouse at the level of Earth Martial God, if they chose to join a faction, would most likely opt for the Martial Alliance, which offered more top-tier resources and better conditions, rather than the military. Next, it all depended on Li Chen's intentions. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two led their group down from the sky, arriving at the door of Li Chen's current residence. Just as Duan Tianhong and the others were preparing to knock on the door, still pondering how to appropriately greet this mysterious powerhouse, the door suddenly made a slight sound and slowly opened by itself. A handsome young man appeared before them, standing tall. With a jade-like face, a gentle smile on his lips, and an air of calm confidence in his eyes. The person opening the door was Li Chen, who smiled even more upon seeing the group and extended his hand, gesturing, "Welcome to my humble abode, please come in." In fact, he had already sensed their presence when they entered the villa area from the sky. It was obvious that their purpose was him, and that was exactly what he wanted, so he had come to wait for them. As he spoke, Li Chen was also sizing up the two in front of him. Lin Yan, who was smiling back at him, wore a long robe, exuding an elegant demeanor yet radiating an air of authority. Zhu Zhenlong, dressed in military uniform, emanated a fierce and iron-blooded aura, clearly representing the military. Li Chen could easily sense the aura they emitted. The former had reached the mid-level of Earth Martial God, while the latter was a powerful peak emperor at the same level. They were not deliberately concealing their auras, making it easy to perceive. "Then I'll take my leave." Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenlong, hearing Li Chen's warm invitation, were not polite and strolled into the villa. They were not surprised that Li Chen knew of their arrival and had been waiting for them. After all, they had not intentionally concealed their auras, and as an Earth Martial God, it was very normal for him to detect them. What surprised them was Li Chen's age and the disparity in cultivation. Up close, they could clearly see that Li Chen's youthful appearance was not a disguise. He was only in his 20s. His cultivation had indeed reached the early stage of Earth Martial God, and he was among the best at the same level. Lin Yan couldn't help but softly exclaim, "Young friend, to have such cultivation at such a young age, truly impressive." Li Chen smiled slightly, humbly replying, "You flatter me, it's just a matter of coincidence." The others behind Duan Tianhong were very perceptive, staying at the door to wait, preventing anyone from interrupting the conversation between these two important figures. These two could shake the entire Bingzhou region with just a stamp of their feet. They dared not show the slightest negligence. Li Chen led the two of them towards the living room of the villa. Right now, he was the only one in the entire villa. Wang Lei and the others had been summoned away by the emergency assembly order issued by the Martial Arts Alliance branch in the middle of the night yesterday when the ferocious beasts surrounded the city, and they still had not returned. They were probably dealing with the tasks assigned by the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance only issues such mandatory emergency assembly orders in extremely critical situations. Usually, there is a lot of freedom. "Please, have a seat." Li Chen brought the two into the living room, invited them to sit down, and poured a cup of spirit tea that he had prepared in advance for each of them. "Thank you. But may I ask your esteemed name?" the two said as they took the teacups. Li Chen replied casually. After that, Lin Yan took a small sip of the spirit tea, set down the teacup, and smiled as he said, "Mr. Li Chen, allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the chairpersons of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lin Yan. This is the Military Inspector General, Zhu Zhenglong. We are responsible for overseeing this Binhou region. We came today, firstly, to personally thank Mr. Li for the life-saving assistance to this supply base, and secondly..." Lin Yan paused here, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Zhu Zhenglong quickly took over the conversation and said directly, "Secondly, we would like to invite Mr. Li Chen to join our military." Our military will definitely provide you with the most generous treatment and the broadest development space. Lin Yan was not to be outdone and immediately added, our martial arts alliance is equally sincere. As long as Mr. Li is willing to join, you can choose from various top-tier resources and your status in our martial arts alliance will be absolutely transcendent. Our treatment will definitely be better than that of the military. It was now a competition for talent. Although both sides were very close partners, he naturally would not be so generous as to let the military have the person. Moreover, this was a potential Earth martial god in his 20s. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be gone forever. No matter what, they had to persuade Li Chen to join their martial arts alliance today. Li Chen listened to their words, secretly pondering. He had long anticipated that these two would come to win him over. After all, a powerful Earth martial god would significantly enhance the strength of whichever faction he joined. I appreciate your kindness, but this matter requires me to think it over, Li Chen said with a smile. His gaze shifted between Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong. His tone calm yet steady. He did not immediately agree nor directly refuse. After all, the development of the situation was just as he had expected. The two top forces in Huaxia had come to win him over upon learning that he was an Earth martial god. He originally intended to join one of these two forces. His ambiguous response was merely an attempt to negotiate for more benefits. Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Li Chen seemed uninterested in their recruitment, which left them somewhat puzzled. However, they did not give up. Instead, they continued to patiently persuade Li Chen. Mr. Li, in today's world, ferocious beasts are rampant and the human living environment is becoming increasingly difficult. Only by uniting can we better resist external enemies and seek survival. Our Huaxia military government has always been the backbone of protecting humanity and resisting ferocious beasts. If you join us, you will surely make a greater contribution to the country and become a hero of our Huaxia. Moreover, you will receive the admiration and respect of all soldiers possessing the power to command thousands of troops fighting to protect humanity and safeguard our homeland. Zhu Zhenglong said sincerely, his eyes filled with expectation and enthusiasm. Lin Yan was quick to follow up, saying, General Zhu, you are mistaken. Making contributions does not necessarily require joining the military. Our martial arts alliance is equally concerned about the safety of humanity and is committed to enhancing the strength of martial artists to combat ferocious beasts, and we have gathered many martial arts experts within our martial arts alliance. Mr. Li joining us would allow for more exchanges and sparring with top masters, thus continuously enhancing his strength and insights. Lin Yan spoke calmly. He did not pressure Zhu Zhenglong with his own cultivation level. In his view, fair competition was the right path, and he looked down on such tactics. What would others think if word got out? It would be embarrassing. Moreover, he firmly believed that the martial arts alliance was far superior to the military in all aspects, and this prodigy, Li Chen, would surely choose them. Especially the enticing prospect of touching the heavenly martial god realm within 100 years was undoubtedly a huge attraction for Li Chen. With his potential, breaking through to the heavenly martial god in his lifetime might not be possible, but Li Chen was different. Well, Li Chen pretended to hesitate, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two, sometimes bowing his head in contemplation, sometimes frowning slightly. It seemed as if he was making a difficult decision. Seeing Li Chen's conflicted expression, Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong seized the opportunity again, each representing their respective forces and offering numerous enticing conditions to win over Li Chen. These included but were not limited to SS-level martial arts, SS-level resources, ancient relic exploration quotas, status, power, and more. Most of these items would be of considerable help to a Earth martial god. A few minutes later, as Li Chen listened to the conditions presented by both sides, he weighed them in his heart. After careful consideration, as if he had made a decision, he slowly stood up and gave an apologetic look to the eagerly awaiting Zhu Zhenglong. I'm sorry. If this were Earth, I would definitely choose to join the military, but since this is the similar blue star, I think he'll pass. After all, it's not my original home. Then Li Chen turned to Lin Yan, who wore a confident smile, and said solemnly, Chairman Lin, I choose to join the Martial Arts Alliance. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu, but compared to the military government, I am more inclined towards the Martial Arts Alliance. Lin Yan listened as Li Chen made the choice he had anticipated, and his smile grew even brighter, as if it might overflow from the corners of his eyes and brows. Good. Mr. Li has made the wisest choice. From this moment on, you are, like me, a chairman within the Martial Arts Alliance. Ha! The more he looked at Li Chen, the more he liked him. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhenglong wore a bitter expression, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. He sighed helplessly. Another choice for the Martial Arts Alliance? In the end, we are simply not as strong. It was clear that this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. The final conditions he could offer on behalf of the military were far inferior compared to those of the Martial Arts Alliance. The conditions they offered to win over Li Chen were simply too extravagant. The military could not match them. Moreover, appealing to national sentiment would not sway Li Chen at all. Li Chen was completely different from those passionate youths of the same age. He was not easily fooled. Li Chen wanted to say, do you really think I'm one of those ignorant youths who have never faced the harsh realities of society? But Zhu Zhenglong was unwilling to give up, watching helplessly as Li Chen, this earth martial god, slipped away. With a hint of urgency, he spoke to Li Chen, who had already made his choice. Mr. Li, please wait a moment. You don't necessarily have to choose one, you can have both. Can you take a position in our military, hold an honorary title, whatever position you choose? And it would be more flexible than a regular position, with no significant difference from a martial arts alliance. You can refuse to execute some tasks during normal times, as long as you occasionally complete a task assigned by us based on your mood. That will be enough. The rewards will definitely not disappoint you. And I guarantee you the highest rank of 1-star war god. At this point, to prevent Li Chen from misunderstanding, Zhu Zhenglong specially explained, Mr. Li, you don't need to worry about any dissatisfaction from the martial arts alliance. Many martial artists affiliated with the martial arts alliance hold positions in our military. Joining both sides simultaneously is permitted by the alliance leader, and Chairman Lin can attest to this. After saying that, he looked at Li Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Yan slightly restrained his smile and nodded in confirmation. What Director Zhu said is correct. It is indeed so. Everyone in our martial arts alliance respects the decision of the alliance leader and will not have any objections. There was no obstruction to Li Chen holding a position in the military. This was indeed a decision made by the alliance leader beforehand. They also wanted to see how Li Chen would choose. After all, Li Chen had already clearly expressed his intention to join their martial arts alliance as a chairman, and his goal had been achieved. If Li Chen also chose to hold a position in the military, it would be a good thing for the military government as well. Holding a position? After pondering for a moment, Li Chen once again disappointed Zhu Zhenglong. He slowly shook his head and said firmly, I'm sorry, Director Zhu, but I currently have no plans to hold a position in the military. Joining one of these two major forces was enough. The military government was at a serious disadvantage in terms of strict rules, lack of freedom, and limited top resources. Therefore, it had already been internally rejected by him from the very beginning. Although with his current level, joining the military would definitely grant him more freedom than other martial artists. If that were the case, why not directly choose the more favorable martial arts alliance? Moreover, he was not a hero for the country or the people. He was a person who had crossed over with a physical body and had only been here for less than half a month. This is your Huaxia, not my Huaxia. He currently had no sense of belonging. He just wanted to seek a period of protection to develop before breaking through to the heavenly martial god, quietly improving his strength through the signing system. P.S. This has nothing to do with Orange Cat after being rejected again. Zhu Zhenglong's face instantly showed a look of disappointment. The gaze that had once held a glimmer of hope now dimmed. He opened his mouth to say something to retain him, but when the words reached his lips, he found he didn't know where to start. He could only helplessly press his lips together, standing silently there, preserving his last dignity. Li Chen looked at the other person's desolate appearance, feeling a slight stir in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke, Director Zhu. Although I cannot join the military government, we can engage in some cooperation in a private capacity between us, but the rewards must satisfy me. Zhu Zhenglong's previously dim eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, Mr. Li, what do you mean by private cooperation specifically? Li Chen smiled slightly and explained, it's very simple. It means that when I have free time, I can engage in some suitable cooperation with your military, such as helping you solve some tricky problems or completing specific tasks, but the rewards must satisfy me. This was similar to a mercenary model, with the initiative in his hands. Even if he changed his mind midway, it wouldn't be a big deal since he hadn't formally joined the military. Moreover, he would soon be the chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance, with forces backing him. After listening to Li Chen's words, Zhu Zhenglong thought for a moment and decisively responded, no problem. Mr. Li, a cooperative relationship is fine, I understand you. Everyone has their own considerations. However, if you change your mind in the future, the doors of our military will always be open for you. I still stand by the conditions I just laid out. If you come, you will be our military's new 1-star war god and the Grand Inspector of multiple states. Li Chen did not completely reject them, which made Zhu Zhenglong feel a bit better inside. He comforted himself, at least there's still a chance for cooperation. It's better than completely losing this Earth martial god. That's good to hear. Li Chen nodded, not picking up on Zhu Zhenglong's attempt to draw him in further. He pondered silently. The military's 1-star war god rank and the position of Grand Inspector of multiple states indeed sounded impressive and carried significant power. But the daily responsibilities would surely be numerous. He might even have to face those beast god-level ferocious beasts regularly. The danger was secondary. The main concern was the impact on his cultivation. This did not align with his plan to quietly develop his strength. Li Chen thought to himself, the martial arts alliance is better. It has abundant resources and freedom, making it more suitable for me to quietly enhance my power. Lin Yan, seeing that Li Chen had once again declined Zhu Zhenglong's offer for a position and had only established a simple cooperative relationship, did not say much. He would not interfere with Li Chen's personal thoughts. Instead, he continued to wear a friendly smile reminiscent of a kindly old neighbor and immediately said to Li Chen, Chairman Li, from now on, we are on the same side. Next, please come with me to the headquarters of the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance to meet the alliance leader, who will inform you about some of the secrets of our alliance and how magnificent the headquarters facilities are. Sure, but before we set off, I need to inform the true owner of this villa. They will be back soon. Li Chen readily agreed and said, He had already sensed the slightly fatigued presence of Wang Lei and the others who were nearby returning to the villa area. He had burned all the furniture in the villa and hadn't compensated them yet, so he needed to let them know and offer some compensation. Alright. Lin Yan did not refuse this simple request from Li Chen. As long as they could set off today, it was fine. The main thing was that the alliance leader wanted to meet Li Chen upon learning that he was only 20 years old and already possessed the cultivation of an earth martial god. They couldn't keep the alliance leader waiting too long. After a while, the three of them sat back down on the sofa. As the chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lin Yan surprisingly had no airs about him. He personally got up to pour each of them a cup of spirit tea. The spirit tea emitted a faint fragrance, with wisps of steam rising. During the tea-drinking interlude, Lin Yan wore a warm smile and casually asked, "Chairman Li, could you share with us your specific experiences?" Earlier, he had been focused on persuading Li Chen to join their martial arts alliance and had overlooked the most important question: where did this mysterious powerhouse, Li Chen, come from? Seeing that the other party had taken the initiative to bring this up, Li Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. He thought they wouldn't ask. Fortunately, I was prepared. He knew very well that he had come here in body, not in soul, and that there was no information about him in this world. Even if these two tried their best, they would absolutely not find any trace of him having operated within human forces. This made him fit the identity of those rare reclusive martial artists perfectly. Thus, Li Chen slowly shared the pre-prepared content with the two. After listening, Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "I see, Chairman Li, your growth experience is indeed quite thrilling." He had already developed a good impression of Li Chen before their meeting, and now that he had agreed to directly join their martial arts alliance, he naturally lowered his guard. What he said sounded reasonable. Lin Yan did not doubt that Li Chen's remarkable experiences were fabricated. Although reclusive martial artists were extremely rare in the entire Blue Star, they did exist, and each one was powerful. They had successfully recruited a few before. However, Li Chen was the strongest among them so far. Zhu Zhanglong couldn't help but echo, "Yes, Mr. Li. Your experiences are truly admirable." The story Li Chen spun was indeed perilous. Each step taken was thrilling, and a single misstep could have prevented him from becoming the current Earth Martial God powerhouse. Seeing that the two seemed to believe him completely, Li Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, pondering to himself, "It seems I have a talent for storytelling. I've managed to impress them." He then picked up his teacup, took a sip of the spiritual tea, and calmly admitted, "So, my growth to this point has a lot to do with luck. If it weren't for those few critical moments of fortune, I probably wouldn't have made it to today." Just as the three finished discussing Li Chen's identity, a commotion suddenly came from the entrance. It was Wang Lei and his 6 companions returning, but they were stopped by Duan Tianhong and others standing guard outside the villa like soldiers. "Please wait a moment outside," they said. The conversation among the important figures inside was not yet over. Even the true owner of this villa could not be let in. Li Chen stood up and said to Lin Yan and Zhu Zhanglong, "Gentlemen, my friends have returned. Let's go." He then stepped outside the villa. Since the main door was not closed, Wang Lei and his 6 companions, who had been stopped, saw Li Chen and the 2 unfamiliar yet familiar figures beside him. Wang Lei, who was blocked by his superior, suddenly showed an excited expression. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Those two are they Chairman Lin and the Grand Inspector of our Bingzhou region? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing these two in person." Wang Lei's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. It was as if he had seen a superstar, and he was so excited that his body trembled slightly. The other team members, hearing Wang Lei's exclamation, instantly showed expressions of excitement on their previously tired faces, their eyes sparkling with fervor. They had long heard of the great names of these two. One was a mid-level Earth martial god, and the other was a peak emperor-level powerhouse, with identities and statuses that were incredibly lofty. For small fries like them, they could only occasionally see images of these two figures in the news. They never expected to see them in person today. It felt like a dream. Lin Yan listened to Wang Lei's excited exclamations. He glanced over Wang Lei and recognized the mark proving he was a martial artist under the Martial Alliance. With a slight smile, he showed no airs of a powerful Earth martial god and kindly said, "Hello, little ones, you are also martial artists belonging to our Martial Alliance, right?" Zhu Zhanglong beside him also nodded slightly in response to Wang Lei and the others, gesturing for Duan Tianhong and the others to let them in. Seeing this important figure, Lin Yan take the initiative to speak to him. Wang Lei was so nervous that his voice trembled slightly as he straightened his back to respond, "Yes, Chairman, we are the Tianyu team under the Martial Alliance in the Bingzhou region." At the same time, his heart was filled with curiosity about why these two important figures had suddenly come to their villa. Could it be because of Senior Li Chen? Just as he was speculating, Li Chen's mind moved, and he took out a smaller Beast King corpse from his infinite storage space, gently placing it in the spacious courtyard of the villa. Looking at Wang Lei, he explained that this was his compensation. He then informed him that he was now the chairman of the Martial Alliance and was preparing to leave for the Martial Alliance in Xizhou. You have become the chairman of the Martial Alliance, and this Beast King-level beast corpse is also left for us? Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock after hearing this. His face was filled with astonishment. For a powerhouse like Li Chen, so many Beast King corpses might offer limited help, but for their Tianyu team, it was an incredibly precious resource. He didn't act pretentiously with Li Chen, happily accepting the situation and expressing his deep gratitude towards him. The corpse of a beast king was too important for them. After selling it for resources, everyone's strength could be enhanced. His appreciation for Li Chen grew even stronger. The favor from the senior was still outstanding. Soon, the members of the Tianyu team stood in the courtyard, waving goodbye to Li Chen, who had flashed into the sky. Goodbye, senior. Until Li Chen's figure completely disappeared, Wang Lei slapped his forehead in annoyance and lamented, I just missed such a great opportunity to ask for a signature from Senior Li Chen, Senior Chairman Lin, and Senior General Zhu. How impressive would that be to share later? In the sky outside the villa area, Zhu Zhenglong stopped in midair, turned to Li Chen, and said sincerely, Mr. Li, since that's the case, we will take our leave. Our military bases welcome you anytime for a visit, and I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Li Chen nodded and smiled in response. I will visit when I have the chance, and I hope our future cooperation goes smoothly. After Zhu Zhenglong led the military team to bow and bid farewell to Li Chen and Lin Yan, they quickly flew towards the garrison. Their figures gradually disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, Li Chen and the others swiftly arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance branch in the base, preparing to head to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance located in the capital of Xizhou. Lin Yan led Li Chen directly to a uniquely designed, futuristic-looking warplane. Lin Yan stopped, turned to the respectful Yuan Xingze, a martial artist following closely beside him, and said softly, Xingze, I will take Chairman Li to the headquarters in Xizhou next. The situation here is up to you. Yuan Xingze hurriedly bowed slightly and respectfully replied, Rest assured, Chairman, I will do my utmost to protect the branch. Lin Yan nodded. Then, he suddenly shifted his tone, his voice becoming serious. This time, the beast quietly gathered millions of beasts. I can't control the situation on the military side, but you didn't notice any signs at all. If it weren't for Chairman Li's intervention, I don't need to elaborate on what the situation here would have been, right? Yuan Xingze broke into a cold sweat, lowering his head, his voice trembling. Chairman, you are right, it is my negligence. We indeed underestimated the situation and failed to detect the danger in time, almost causing a disaster. Lin Yan did not relent, his authoritative gaze fixed on Yuan Xingze as he continued, a disaster has already occurred. If this happens again, you will automatically resign from the position of president of the Tianfeng base city branch and await punishment from the alliance. Since you chose to take on this role, you must take responsibility. Yuan Xingze trembled. A dignified martial artist of the emperor level felt like a child who had made a mistake, speaking in fear and trepidation. Chairman, I acknowledge my mistake and will strengthen vigilance in the future to ensure such incidents do not happen again. It was evident that Lin Yan, known for his amiable and approachable character within the alliance, was genuinely angry today. And indeed, they had been careless this time. If it weren't for Li Chen resolving this crisis, Lin Yan's punishment would not have been merely verbal criticism. Thinking of this, Yuan Xingze felt immense gratitude towards Li Chen, the new chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance. After Lin Yan's anger slightly subsided, the cabin door of the warplane ahead opened automatically with a soft mechanical sound. He immediately switched to another attitude, smiling at Li Chen. Chairman Li, I apologize for the inconvenience. Let's go. The two then boarded the warplane. As soon as Li Chen entered and sat down, he was captivated by the high-tech interior scene before him. The interior of the warplane was spacious, with soft and comfortable seats equipped with intelligent adjustment functions that could automatically adapt to the passenger's physical condition. The walls around were embedded with various screens that flickered with light, displaying real-time data about the fighter jet and information about the external environment. In the central position of the jet, there was a small control panel filled with various buttons and levers. Lin Yan looked at Li Chen, who was gazing around with a face full of curiosity, and smiled as if showing off his treasure, saying, Chairman Li, this fighter jet of mine is quite impressive, isn't it? Li Chen came back to his senses and exclaimed, It really is impressive. Hearing Li Chen's praise, Lin Yan's lips curled into a smile as he addressed the internal artificial intelligence, head to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance in Xizhou. With a crisp response from the AI, command received, preparing for takeoff. The fighter jet emitted a deep and powerful roar, its body trembling slightly before it swiftly ascended, racing towards the target location like a bolt of lightning. The jet sliced through the sky, leaving a long white trail behind, quickly disappearing from the view of the people below. Inside the fighter jet, Lin Yan took the initiative to show Li Chen around the interior of his aircraft, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Noticing the curiosity in Li Chen's eyes as he looked around, Lin Yan eagerly introduced his fighter jet. A hint of pride flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he said, Chairman Li, this is a precious SS-class fighter jet, equipped with numerous high-tech features. Its speed, attack power, and defense capabilities are all top-notch. Its speed is several times that of an ordinary SS-class fighter jet, capable of covering vast distances in a short time, and its attack power is extremely formidable, equipped with advanced energy weapons that can handle all enemies below the divine level. As for the defense capabilities, the jet's exterior is made of a special alloy material that can withstand powerful impacts. After listening, Li Chen curiously asked, Such an impressive fighter jet, where did the manufacturing technology come from? Lin Yan did not hide this and, with a hint of reverence in his eyes, replied, The manufacturing technology was obtained by the alliance leader from an ancient relic, and it took a massive amount of materials to produce a batch, prioritized for use by personnel at the chairman level. However, it requires contribution points. I spent a significant amount of contribution points to exchange for this one. After hearing Lin Yan's detailed explanation, Li Chen couldn't help but become even more curious about the mysterious alliance leader of the heavenly martial god level he was about to meet. What kind of person is this leader? After Lin Yan finished talking about his SS-class fighter jet, he became serious and added, by the way, since we mentioned contribution points, I should explain to you, Chairman Li, about the contribution points system within our martial arts alliance. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, oh? Then I must listen attentively. Even if the other party didn't bring it up, he intended to ask, as this contribution point system sounded crucial for his development within the martial arts alliance. The contribution point system was personally established by the alliance leader. It is a more advanced and important universal currency within the alliance than the Huaxia currency, representing the degree of a member's contribution to the alliance, Lin Yan explained to Li Chen. In the martial arts alliance, contribution points are like the keys to open the treasure chest. Almost all high-value, rare, and core treasures and resources require contribution points to exchange, or a combination of contribution points and Huaxia currency. Li Chen nodded slightly and inquired, then the way to obtain these contribution points must not be simple, right? Lin Yan smiled and continued, that's right, the way to obtain contribution points is not simple, it requires completing high-difficulty tasks issued by the alliance. For example, making significant contributions to the alliance by eliminating beast nests in dangerous areas, exploring unknown relics, discovering important information about ancient relics, submitting valuable items, or holding positions in important locations. etc. In short, to exchange for top-tier resources, one must rely on contribution points. Lin Yan summarized. To put it simply, within the martial alliance, Huaxia coins can only buy basic goods. If you want to obtain real treasures, you must work hard to contribute to the alliance and accumulate contribution points, and your authority level must keep up. After a few minutes, Lin Yan finished explaining the contribution point system. Li Chen memorized all this information and gratefully said to Lin Yan, thank you, Chairman Lin, for the information. As time passed, nearly several hours went by. Li Chen finally left Bingzhou and entered the Xizhou region. The capital of Huaxia, the Yunjing-based city, is located here. Along the way, Li Chen could feel that Blue Star was much larger than the Earth he had previously lived on. A metallic sheen radiated around him, as if an SS-class warplane, like a lurking beast, sped through the airspace of Xizhou. Lin Yan glanced at the warplane screen and said to Li Chen, who was comfortably lying back with his eyes closed, we have now arrived in the Xizhou region. Yunjing-based city is not far from here, and we will reach it soon. Li Chen responded, okay. By this point, he had a good understanding of the internal situation of the martial alliance. Aside from some more secretive information that required the leader's decision on whether to share with Li Chen, Lin Yan had explained everything else to him. He patiently clarified any points Li Chen did not understand. Just a few seconds after Li Chen's voice fell, a calm voice from the artificial intelligence suddenly echoed within the warplane. Master, a group of avian beasts has been detected 100 miles ahead, with levels ranging from early 4th tier to peak 7th tier. Should we activate the weapons system to eliminate them? The large screen inside displayed the avian beast group blocking the way ahead, like a dark cloud obscuring the sky, exuding a fierce aura. Hearing the AI's inquiry, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade in the cold night, completely contrasting with the kind smile he had shown to Li Chen earlier. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he coldly said, a low-tier avian beast group? No need to waste firepower, just crash through. Li Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, as if startled by something, gasping in shock, crash straight into them? The old man is so fierce? He had thought Lin Yan would choose to go around, personally take them down, or use the weapon system. But he never expected such a barbaric approach. Chairman Lin, won't the warplane get damaged by crashing like that? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Chen asked. From Lin Yan's previous explanations, he could sense how much Lin Yan treasured this warplane, which had taken a lot of effort to exchange for. Now he was willing to use it to crash into beasts, which truly puzzled him. Lin Yan merely smiled mysteriously, a hint of confidence and pride in his expression. Chairman Li, don't worry, just watch. With the external defense of his SS-class warplane, crashing into such low-tier beasts wouldn't leave a scratch, and it could directly turn them into a pile of meat paste. Truly blind, daring to block in front of my warplane, Lin Yan snorted lightly, his tone full of disdain. A few seconds later, a high-speed warplane shot forward like a fired cannonball, crashing directly into the avian beast group that had no time to dodge. Bang! Li Chen's keen ears caught a faint sound from outside the warplane, as if the warplane was mocking the beast group with contempt. The warplane continued forward, completely unharmed, while the beasts that were hit inevitably turned into meat paste, their severed limbs falling like raindrops into the wilderness below. What's most astonishing is that the aircraft experienced not even a slight bump. It glided as smoothly as if it were on flat ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Chen instantly understood Lin Yan's decision from earlier, thinking to himself, wow, this low-tier flying beast doesn't even qualify to act as a speed bump in front of old Master Lin's SS-class aircraft. Lin Yan also noticed the change in Li Chen's expression and revealed a proud look, saying, what do you think, Chairman Li? My SS-class aircraft has pretty decent external defenses, right? Li Chen responded with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up and sincerely saying, this isn't just decent, it's quite impressive. Deep down, he was thinking, I have to say, this SS-class aircraft is really something. If I get the chance, I should get one too. It could serve as a massive transport in the air. For some reason, at the moment the aircraft collided with the beast horde, he felt quite exhilarated. Hearing Li Chen's praise, Lin Yan was even more pleased, patting Li Chen on the shoulder and smiling. If you like it, Chairman Li, you should get one when you have the chance. This aircraft can play a significant role in critical moments. As for gifting one to Li Chen, that was out of the question. After this inconsequential little interlude, time quietly passed during the aircraft's high-speed flight. As the distance closed, the outline of Yunjing Base City slowly emerged before the aircraft. Master, we have arrived at the vicinity of Yunjing Base City. As the calm and clear voice of the aircraft's internal AI sounded, the grand and magnificent Yunjing Base City quickly appeared on the large screen. The exterior still bore a faint blue energy shield, like a massive transparent bubble, tightly protecting it. Li Chen gazed at the stunning scene displayed on the screen, feeling a surge of astonishment. From a distance, Yunjing Base City looked like a colossal steel beast standing between heaven and earth, its city walls towering into the clouds, seemingly piercing the sky. Compared to the supply base he had seen before, this place was simply a supergiant. Its scale was many times larger, with even more abundant firepower, and the fluctuations emitted by the outer energy shield made Li Chen feel that even a full-force attack would struggle to break through, unlike the previous Tianfeng No. 1 supply base, which felt fragile at a mere touch. No wonder it's the capital base city, it truly lives up to its reputation. This was the first time he had seen such a spectacular base city. His curiosity surged like a tide. The aircraft zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, soon arriving at the massive energy shield at the perimeter. Suddenly, a small opening appeared in the blue energy shield ahead, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth to welcome their arrival. After the aircraft successfully entered, the small opening quickly closed again, and then it sped towards the location of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. The internal scene was once again clearly displayed on the aircraft's large screen. Skyscrapers stood tall, with various peculiar buildings arranged in an orderly fashion. Some gleamed with metallic brilliance, while others exuded an ancient atmosphere of cultivation. Pedestrians bustled along the streets, and various advanced vehicles shuttled back and forth, filled with life and vitality. Li Chen was very interested in exploring all of this. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, where an imposing sight awaited. Massive buildings rose from the ground like palaces, radiating an ancient and solemn aura. The outer walls were made of a mysterious and highly defensive black metal, with a gate towering several dozen meters high, embedded with enormous energy gems that emitted dazzling light. Li Chen was even more shocked by this scene, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. After Lin Yan issued the command to begin landing to the AI, he looked at Li Chen, who was in a daze, and chuckled. How is it? Impressive, right? I looked just like that the first time I saw it too. The warplane arrived at the designated location and slowly descended. The cabin door opened, and the two stepped out. A responsible person, who had already received the news in advance, hurriedly approached Lin Yan and respectfully saluted, saying, "Greetings, Chairman Lin. How may I serve you?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the unfamiliar Li Chen beside him, filled with confusion. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Why is he flying with Chairman Lin? Due to his insufficient rank, he was unaware that Li Chen had taken on the role of chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance. Lin Yan shook his head and said, "You can go about your business. This is Chairman Li Chen, who has just joined our Martial Arts Alliance. I need to meet with the Alliance leader now." Upon hearing this, the responsible person's eyes instantly sparkled with shock. Li, Chairman Li? He looked incredulously at the young man beside Lin Yan. It should be known that only martial artists who have broken through to the Earth Martial God level can hold the position of chairman in the Alliance. This person is so young and already a powerful Earth Martial God? He looks so unfamiliar. I've never heard of him before. Soon, the responsible person realized he had lost his composure, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He quickly regained his composure and forced a calm demeanor, saying, "Understood, Chairman Lin, Chairman Li. I will take my leave now. If you need anything, please feel free to instruct me." After another respectful bow, he turned and hurried away. His heart was filled with shock. It seemed he had learned of some significant matter in advance. After the responsible person left, Lin Yan turned to Li Chen and said, "Chairman Li, let's go meet the Alliance leader." With that, the two headed towards the location of the Alliance leader. Along the way, Lin Yan acted like a tour guide, introducing the headquarters facilities to Li Chen, pointing to an area and saying, "Over there is the basic training camp of the Alliance. Don't be fooled by the word basic. Everyone who comes here is a prodigy. Inside, there are top-notch martial arts instructors, various advanced training equipment, and unique training methods. Many young talents have emerged from here, becoming the backbone of the Alliance." Li Chen's gaze quickly scanned the buildings Lin Yan pointed out, and he extended his perception to explore. He discovered that the martial artists inside were all below the king level, and most were much younger than him. It truly was a gathering place for geniuses. Before long, a towering high tower came into view. It exuded an air of majesty, with the tower body shimmering with strange light. Lin Yan introduced, "This tower is the private domain and training ground of the Alliance leader. Inside, there are various precious training resources and secret manuals collected by the Alliance leader, as well as specially arranged training formations. It is said that one day of training in this tower's training room is equivalent to several months of training outside." Listening to the introduction, Chen looked at the tower, his curiosity piqued. He wanted to try releasing his perception to check the internal situation. Let me see what's going on. However, when he extended his perception, he found it met an invisible wall, blocking his advance and preventing him from gleaning any information. Chen frowned slightly, his curiosity about the Alliance leader growing even more. Let's go. Chairman Li. The Alliance leader is inside. Lin Yan noticed Chen's small action but didn't mind, pointing to the tower and saying, alright. Chen nodded and followed Lin Yan smoothly into the tower. They took the elevator to the top floor, arriving at the office door. Chen took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, then knocked on the door and pushed it open to step inside. He saw the Alliance leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, LAIR, who had been waiting there for a long time. LAIR's figure was turned away from Chen, looking out the window at the distance, tall and upright like a majestic mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. A head of black short hair stood upright, appearing strong and vigorous, with sharply defined facial features, as if carved by a knife or chiseled by an axe. His deep-set eyes exuded a calmness and wisdom that spoke of having weathered many storms. The moment Chen saw LAIR, his eyes were instantly filled with shock. Wow, how terrifying. Is this what it means to reach the peak level of a heavenly martial god? He could sense from the aura emanating from LAIR that this was an incredibly formidable powerhouse. Even without deliberately releasing his aura, just standing there felt like an invisible giant mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. He even felt that this person could easily kill him with a single move. Alliance leader, Chairman Li has arrived, Lin Yan said respectfully from the side. LAIR slowly turned around. His profound gaze fell on Chen, and he nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful. Chen, welcome to the Martial Alliance. The voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, penetrating the air and striking the heart, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. Upon hearing this, Chen forcibly suppressed the fear within him, took a deep breath, and tried to steady his voice as he bowed and said, "You are too kind. Alliance leader. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." LAIR smiled. The smile was like the warm sun in spring, dispelling some of the heavy atmosphere in the office. He walked up to Chen and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "No need to be polite. The Alliance is in need of talent right now. Since you have joined, you should contribute your strength to the development of the Alliance. With the ferocious beasts rampaging and various forces stirring in the shadows, the Alliance needs fresh blood like you." Lin Yan, listening to their conversation, timely interjected, "Alliance leader, I have brought Chairman Li to you. If there's nothing else, I will return to the Bingzhou branch to continue overseeing things. The situation in Bingzhou is complicated, and I'm afraid something might go wrong if I leave for too long." His task had been successfully completed. To prevent any unexpected incidents at the Alliance's main branch in Bingzhou, he couldn't be away for too long. Upon hearing this, LAIR nodded slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of understanding. "Alright, you can head back. Thank you for your hard work in Bingzhou. If there's an emergency, contact headquarters promptly." Lin Yan then respectfully turned and took his leave. The spacious office was left with only Chen and LAIR. LAIR looked at Chen, who was visibly tense, and sat down on the sofa, making an inviting gesture. "Come, sit down and talk. Don't be nervous." Chen complied and sat down, though his body remained somewhat tense. After they were seated, LAIR took the initiative to speak, mentioning Chen's achievements to ease his emotions. "I've heard about your situation. Thanks to you, the situation in Tianfeng base city was managed, otherwise, the nearby supply bases would have been in danger." Listening to the praise, Chen didn't dare to take credit, quickly responding, "As a member of the Huaxia nation, this is what I should do. I can't just stand by and watch millions of my compatriots perish at the hands of ferocious beasts. The situation was urgent, and I only did what I could." LAIR listened to Chen's words, feeling quite satisfied with him. Given their first encounter and the limited information, he couldn't discern much yet. What caught his attention was Chen's cultivation. At such a young age, he had already reached the level of a earth martial god. Although it was only the initial stage, it was already very impressive. If he were given enough resources to grow, there was a high probability that he could reach the same level as LAIR in the future and perhaps even surpass him. With this thought, LAIR felt a surge of affection for talent. He reached into his spatial ring and took out a mysterious red irregular crystal, holding it in his hand. The crystal was about the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a strange luster. Like flames dancing. The internal fiery energy surged like boiling magma, and the rich flame energy instantly spread outwards. The temperature in the entire office seemed to rise a few degrees. As soon as it was taken out, Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He immediately sensed that this was a cultivation resource of SSS level, although the energy contained within was slightly weaker than that of the Qi Shao Honglian, but it was still quite impressive. After absorption, it could significantly enhance his overall strength as a fire attribute warrior. A glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes, but he quickly reined in his emotions and respectfully looked towards LAIR. Just as Chen could no longer contain his curiosity and was about to ask the leader what the purpose of this mysterious crystal was, LAIR's keen gaze had already caught the fleeting desire in Chen's eyes. LAIR slowly spoke. "This is the SSS level Luyan crystal, which I obtained unexpectedly while hunting a land god level ferocious beast deep in a volcano. It is quite helpful for fire attribute warriors. Unfortunately, my main focus is on lightning attributes, so I have no use for this Luyan crystal and have kept it as a little trinket until now. Since I have found someone suitable, I will give it to you as a gift." With that, Lei gently waved his hand. The Luyan crystal floated gracefully in front of Li Chen, like a light butterfly, under the clever control of his power. He could already sense from the aura emanating from Li Chen that his cultivation level was not too far from the midstage of the Earth Martial God. As long as there were enough resources to support him, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. Thus, he decided to go with the flow and do a favor by actively giving this SSS-level Luyan crystal to Li Chen, helping him to break through his realm as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at the enticing Luyan crystal in front of him, unable to help but swallow his saliva, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. He quickly said, "Leader Lei, this is too precious. Are you really going to give it to me?" It should be noted that this SSS-level resource was not part of the promise made by Lin Yan before, but was given to him free of charge by Lei Yu. If he were to exchange it with contribution points, it would cost several hundred points at least. Lei Yu's generosity in this instance was truly remarkable. Li Chen's heart immediately felt a newfound fondness for Lei Yu. Seeing Li Chen's expression of both surprise and a bit of anxiety, Lei Yu said, "Just accept it. If you can break through to the midstage of the Earth Martial God soon, the future of the Alliance may depend on you young people." Hearing this, Li Chen felt excited, but he was even more impressed by Lei Yu's terrifying strength. He could see my current level situation at a glance. The leader's strength is indeed unfathomable, Li Chen thought to himself. However, this also proved his potential, otherwise the other party might not have offered him the Luyan crystal. With this in mind, Li Chen no longer held back, wearing a grateful expression on his face and respectfully said, "Thank you for the gift, leader." With that, he stored the Luyan crystal in his infinite storage space. As for his infinite storage space, Lei Yu did not notice. He only saw Li Chen store it in a special piece of spatial equipment on him. After Li Chen accepted it, Lei Yu took out a bracelet and a token made of a special material from his storage ring. The bracelet emitted a faint blue light with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, while the token was made of an unknown metal. The front was engraved with the words Martial Arts Alliance Speaker's Order, and the back had the two characters Li Chen. Lei Yu gently pulled these two items in front of Li Chen with his power. His face serious as he said, "Li Chen, from today onwards, you are the seventh speaker of our Martial Arts Alliance. This is the Alliance Order that symbolizes your speaker identity and your exclusive communication bracelet. I believe Speaker Lin has already explained the function of this exclusive communication bracelet as well as the various affairs and rules of the Alliance when he came, so I want to elaborate further." Lei Yu added, "In the future, you can use this bracelet to communicate with other high-level members within the Alliance and handle Alliance affairs." Hearing this, Li Chen quickly nodded in agreement. After carefully examining the two items in his hands, he stored the token in his infinite storage space and put on the wristband. Li Chen keenly caught the key information from Lei Yu's words, and a multitude of questions surged in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously said, "Alliance leader, may I ask a subtle question?" A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lei Yu's deep, abyss-like gaze, as if he had already seen through Li Chen's thoughts. "Of course, I guess you want to ask about the number of Earth Martial Gods hidden within our martial alliance, right?" Li Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Lei Yu was like a worm in his stomach. Before he even spoke, the other party had already guessed. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Alliance leader, I want to know the specific strength of our martial alliance." Since he had already chosen to join the martial alliance, it was best to have a thorough understanding of its actual strength. Lei Yu chose not to conceal this. With a calm expression, he said, "In addition to the 6 chairpersons openly stationed in various states, there are 3 more Earth Martial Gods hidden in our martial alliance. As for the Heavenly Martial God, there is only me. In other words, apart from me, our martial alliance has a total of 9 Earth Martial God level experts." Li Chen's face once again showed a look of surprise. He had originally thought that there were no other hidden experts in the martial alliance, but he had underestimated it. However, what surprised Li Chen the most was that apart from Lei Yu, who was a peak Heavenly Martial God, there were no other Heavenly Martial God level experts. The gap was indeed quite large. This also illustrated how difficult it was for Heavenly Martial warriors to break through. Reaching that realm was probably extremely challenging. Lei Yu looked at Li Chen's astonished expression with satisfaction, then paused before continuing. "Li Chen, according to the rules of our martial alliance, once you take on the position of chairperson, you can choose to serve as the governor of a state in the main branch, overseeing all alliance branches in that state, wielding immense power, just like Chairperson Lin. Moreover, after taking office, you can earn a certain amount of contribution points each year based on your performance, enjoying many similar benefits." At this point, Lei Yu seemingly kindly offered a second option, looking at Li Chen with a gentle gaze, saying, "Our martial alliance is very free. If you don't want to serve as the state governor, that's fine too. But aside from the contribution points and benefits, your authority will be correspondingly reduced, and the price for exchanging treasures will be significantly higher than that of a chairperson who serves as a state governor." After finishing, Lei Yu fixed his gaze intently on Li Chen's eyes and asked, "Which option does Chairperson Li plan to choose?" "Among our alliance, aside from the 3 hidden experts who are ready to respond to various emergencies, the other 6 have all chosen to serve as state governors." Listening to the inquiry and Lei Yu's kind reminder, Li Chen fell into a brief contemplation. He was secretly pondering in his heart. Although it's said to be free, the treatment of these two options is simply like heaven and earth. It's completely forcing people to choose the first one. I can understand why the other 6 chose to serve as state governors. Joining the martial alliance is to obtain those top-tier resources, but those resources can't be bought with money, only exchanged with contribution points. And to earn contribution points, one can almost only choose the first option. The second option has lower authority and is more expensive. Alliance leader LAIR really has a good strategy. However, he was not someone who lacked understanding. After a moment's thought, he could fully comprehend the martial alliance's approach. Wanting to enjoy benefits without doing any work was simply not feasible. How could one take all the benefits without contributing? There's no such good thing. No rush. Take your time to think. LAIR looked at the silent Chen, his gaze carrying a hint of patience and expectation, and spoke slowly. Although he provided 2 options, deep down he hoped that Chen would choose the first one. After all, the situation in the 15 provinces of Huaxia was intricate and complex, with fierce beasts rampaging and various forces stirring in the shadows. No matter which province Chen served as the governor, he could share the pressure from the local factions and military, making the fierce beasts wary and reluctant to attack major base cities or supply bases easily. After careful consideration, Chen weighed the pros and cons of the 2 choices. The second option seemed free, but in reality, it had low authority and the cost of exchanging treasures was exorbitant, which was not very cost-effective for someone like him who craved resources to enhance his strength. The first option, however, not only allowed him to gain contribution points and enjoy numerous benefits but also put him in a position of significant power. Moreover, LAIR had not neglected him. Instead, he had shown great sincerity by presenting an SS-level resource right from the start. Coupled with his current envy of the resources in the headquarters treasury, he, who was just a struggling laborer on Earth, now wanted to experience the feeling of holding great power. With this thought in mind, Chen fulfilled LAIR's wish and said loudly, "Leader LAIR, I choose the first option." Hearing Chen's response, LAIR's face broke into a pleased smile, finding this young man even more agreeable, and nodded, saying, "Good. You have guts." In our 15 provinces of Huaxia, the situations vary. Among them, the 6 provinces of Binzhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Yangzhou, Yizhou, and Liangzhou have speakers stationed, while the 3 provinces of Mazhou, Jingzhou, and Shuzhou are under the control of military forces led by earth martial gods. The remaining provinces of Zhouzhou, Yangzhou, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Yanzhou do not have earth martial gods stationed, with the highest being at the peak of the emperor level. I wonder which province you, Speaker Li, are most interested in taking charge of next. LAIR detailed the situations of each province to Chen for his free choice without directly assigning him to any specific province. However, he secretly hoped that Chen would go to those provinces under greater pressure to serve as the governor. Chen could roughly guess LAIR's thoughts, but this time he was going to disappoint him. He had not forgotten his desire to find a stable place to develop. After all, he was still at the early stage of the earth martial god and needed time to enhance his strength. After careful consideration, he slowly said, "Leader, I feel that Yuzhou is more suitable for me. I choose to go to Yuzhou to serve as the alliance governor." Hearing Chen's choice, LAIR secretly shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He had originally wanted Chen to choose Shuzhou, which was closer to the sea. There, in addition to land beasts, there were also frequently active oceanic beasts, and the situation was tense. If Chen, as an earth martial god, were stationed there alongside the military's earth martial god, it would significantly enhance local safety. However, since he had already said that Chen could choose his preferred location, as the leader, he naturally would not go back on his word and force a change in the stationed area, lest it create a rift with this young talent who was expected to grow to his current level in the future. But upon further reflection, the danger level in Yuzhou was indeed not high. Compared to those provinces plagued by fierce beasts and tense situations, Yuzhou was undoubtedly a relatively stable choice. After Chen took charge there, he could grow into a heavenly martial god more safely, which seemed to be a good perspective. LAIR comforted himself in his heart. Although this was somewhat different from his original expectations, as the leader, he knew he could not force it. Soon, LAIR concealed the slight disappointment in his heart, and a calm expression returned to his face. With a tone that was peaceful yet carried undeniable authority, he said, "Yuzhou is also good. Since Speaker Li favors Yuzhou, then go ahead and take charge there. Although the pressure there is relatively smaller, it also has its unique development space. I hope that after you take office, Speaker Li can lead the Yuzhou faction to continuously grow and contribute to the protection of our Huaxia nation." Hearing this, Chen's expression turned serious, and he said earnestly, "I will not let the leader down. I will do my utmost to protect Yuzhou and bring glory to the alliance." Although he said this, in his heart, he was only thinking about maintaining the status quo after arriving at the location. He planned to sign in every day, develop slowly, and occasionally complete 1 or 2 low-difficulty alliance tasks to earn contribution points for resource exchange. He had no intention of engaging in any dangerous activities. After all, life is precious, and safety comes first. LAIR nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes, then gently raised his hand, making a gesture of invitation. "Chairman Lin promised you benefits, including a free exploration slot for any ancient relic and a week of free training in the tower. Which one do you choose?" After hearing this, Chen pretended to ponder for a moment, but he had already made his decision in his heart. He spoke with feigned seriousness, "Leader, I choose the week of free training in the tower." After hearing from Lin Yan that training for just one day in the tower was equivalent to months of training outside, he couldn't wait to give it a try. In comparison, while exploring ancient relics could yield rich rewards, including the chance to obtain treasures, the risks were also extremely high. He was just a beginner Earth martial god and had no trump cards. If he were to fall inside, that would be a disaster. From what he had learned, even heaven martial god warriors had fallen in these ancient relics long ago. He had a sign-in system and wasn't eager to explore these dangerous yet opportunity-filled ancient relics. Steady progress was his style. The choice between these two options was one of the generous conditions Lin Yan offered to entice him to join the martial arts alliance. Seeing Li Chen make his choice, Lei Yu was not surprised. From the moment Li Chen decided to stay in the relatively safer Yuzhou, he could tell that Li Chen was a very cautious person who didn't like going to dangerous places. However, this personality also had its advantages. Staying away from danger meant he wouldn't easily fall. After setting aside his thoughts, Lei Yu continued, "Alright, in addition to the training room time, you also have the opportunity to choose one SS-level martial art or skill for free. You can log into our Martial Arts Alliance's official website on the wristband and browse the secret pavilion yourself. If you don't know which one to choose, I can recommend one for you." "Okay." Li Chen's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly followed Lei Yu's instructions and gently tapped the communication wristband that had just been handed to him. In an instant, a sci-fi-like virtual page projected out, the light flickering slightly before Li Chen's eyes. Upon entering the secret pavilion, which contained numerous martial arts and skills from the Alliance, a dazzling array of techniques and skills appeared on the page. There are indeed quite a few. Li Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, gently sliding his hand to browse. He found that the lowest level was a level, while the highest even reached divine level, with corresponding contribution point prices that were exorbitant. These divine-level secret techniques must have been obtained by the leader in those ancient relics, Li Chen speculated, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He then focused all his attention on the SS-level techniques suitable for fire martial artists. The selection slots had already been prepared for him. As long as it was SS level, he could choose anyone regardless of its contribution point value. This is a rare opportunity. I must choose something more expensive. After realizing this, Li Chen thought to himself, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. After some contemplation, Li Chen decided to exchange for a cultivation technique between the martial arts and skills. After all, techniques are the foundation of everything. With a good technique, one could better unleash the power of martial skills and enhance the speed of cultivation. One by one, the SS-level techniques, which were incredibly precious in the outside world and would attract many powerful individuals, began to appear before Li Chen, and all were suitable for fire martial artists to cultivate. The Crimson Fire Dragon technique allows the practitioner to condense a fiery dragon illusion upon successful cultivation, adding a burning effect to attacks that leaves enemies defenseless. The Heavenly Burning Chi can transform the power of flames into a hard protective chi, while also enhancing the power of attacks. And then there's the Crimson Flame Spirit technique, which enables communication with the fire elements of the world, significantly improving flame control abilities. Li Chen clicked through the introductions of the techniques one by one, selecting the three he was most satisfied with. However, he could only choose one for free. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma. Which one should I choose? All three techniques seem quite suitable for me. This is too hard to decide. Li Chen furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Eventually, he decided to let Lei Yu, a peak expert of the heavenly martial god, help him choose. After all, Lei Yu was well-informed and experienced. He believed he would definitely not lead him astray. Alliance leader, I don't know which of these techniques is suitable. Could you help me pick one? Li Chen looked up at Lei Yu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he thought, this kid really has good taste. The three techniques Li Chen selected were all quite good, belonging to the upper tier of the same level. He naturally wouldn't refuse Li Chen's inquiry. A wise choice. Let me analyze them for you. Lei Yu cleared his throat and began to succinctly analyze the pros and cons of each SS-level technique for Li Chen. Although the Flame Dragon technique is a technique, it leans towards offense. Its attack power is strong, but the difficulty of cultivation is quite high, requiring a powerful flame control ability, and it also places a significant burden on the body. You are currently at the early stage of the Earth Martial God. If you start cultivating this technique right away, it might be a bit strenuous. It would be more suitable to cultivate it in the later stages of the Earth Martial God, Lei Yu said slowly. Next, looking at the Heavenly Burning Chi, it has good defense and attack, but it focuses more on close combat. If your fighting style leans towards ranged attacks, then this technique might not be very suitable for you. Lei Yu continued his analysis. As for the Crimson Flame Spirit technique, it allows you to better communicate with the fire elements, enhancing your flame control ability, and it can play a significant role in both ranged attacks and close combat. It will also help you gain a deeper understanding of the laws of fire in the future, and its cultivation difficulty is relatively low, making it quite suitable for your current stage. Lei Yu looked at Li Chen with determination and recommended it. After hearing Lei Yu's analysis, Li Chen felt enlightened and was very satisfied with the Crimson Flame Spirit technique. He also felt grateful for letting Lei Yu help him choose. His experience was far richer than his own. Thank you for your guidance, Alliance Leader. I will choose this SS-level Crimson Flame Spirit technique, Li Chen said respectfully. After saying this, Li Chen gently operated on the virtual page in front of him, which emitted a sci-fi glow. As he clicked, the screen flashed, and the exchange process for the SS-level Crimson Flame Spirit technique was quickly completed. The detailed information of the technique instantly flooded into his account like a tide. At the same time, a special glowing electronic agreement with legal effect also appeared on the page. What is this? A hint of confusion appeared on Li Chen's face. Just as he was about to click to view the agreement, LAIR, noticing Li Chen's expression, realized he seemed unaware of its significance. So he explained, all martial artists in our martial alliance who exchange techniques and martial skills in the secret classic pavilion must sign such an agreement. Li Chen frowned slightly and listened attentively as LAIR continued. The core of this agreement is to prohibit the purchaser from leaking, copying, or teaching the martial arts to third parties. You should understand the reason for this, Chairman Li. The consequences of violating the agreement are also very serious. You can take a look at it yourself later, so I want to elaborate further. Li Chen nodded thoughtfully. The techniques and martial skills within the alliance are extremely valuable assets. If they were to be carelessly spread, it could harm the interests of the alliance. The alliance is not a charity. These precious resources naturally require strict regulation. After listening, Li Chen revealed a contemplative expression and respectfully said, I understand, Alliance Leader. He then opened the agreement and began to examine it carefully. The terms on the agreement were clear, and the penalties for violators were detailed. From hefty fines for the lightest offenses to the most severe punishment of being hunted globally by the Alliance Leader. After reading the agreement, Li Chen muttered to himself, wow, this is serious. Being hunted by a peak heavenly martial god, if you can survive that, you deserve a thumbs up. After clicking the sign button, he glanced at the confirmation information for the Crimson Flame Spirit technique. Once Li Chen confirmed everything was correct, a smile appeared on his face. Alliance Leader, I will head to the training room to cultivate now. LAIR looked at Li Chen and waved his hand, saying, go ahead. After a week of training, you can go to Yuzhou at any time. I hope by then you have broken through to the mid-level Earth Martial God. He had already conveyed everything that needed to be said. Next, it would depend on how this talented prodigy, Li Chen, would showcase his skills in Yuzhou. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, Li Chen would likely break through to the mid-level Earth Martial God realm when he came out of the training room in a week. Li Chen respectfully bowed, putting on a show of courtesy that left no room for criticism. Thank you for your guidance, Alliance Leader. I will not disappoint your expectations. After saying this, he turned to leave the office. Shortly after, a young martial artist who did not seem very old hurried over from a distance, arriving in front of Li Chen and respectfully said, Sir, the Alliance Leader asked me to take you to the training room. Please follow me. Li Chen nodded and smiled. Thank you for your trouble. The young martial artist quickly waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to guide you, sir. With that, he began to lead the way, taking Li Chen toward the training room. Along the way, the young martial artist occasionally stole glances at Li Chen, filled with curiosity. Soon, they arrived in front of the training room. The young martial artist stopped and pointed at the training room, saying, Sir, this is it. When you reach the door, your identity will be verified by the artificial intelligence and the door will open automatically. The time will start counting from the moment you enter. The training formation set up by the Alliance Leader will also take effect, and after the time is up, the formation will close automatically, allowing you to come out then. If you need anything, just let me know at any time. Li Chen nodded again. Okay, I understand. You can go now. The young martial artist, with a look of envy, said, Then, sir, I will take my leave. After saying this, he left, glancing back 3 times. They all witnessed the effectiveness of this training room, and they were envious of Li Chen, who could use it for a whole week. Since Li Chen was concealing his aura without revealing anything, the young martial artist thought that Li Chen was a prodigy favored by the Alliance Leader who had received special permission to use this training room. He did not consider that Li Chen was the Earth Martial God speaker, who breaks through to the Earth Martial God realm in their 20s. Li Chen stood in front of the training room, gazing at the tightly closed metal door, his eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. After the young martial artist left, glancing back 3 times, he focused his mind and began to carefully sense the formation enveloping the outside of the training room. A slightly surprised voice escaped Li Chen's lips. What a powerful formation. Alliance Leader Lei's methods are truly impressive. The formation emitted a mysterious wave that was almost imperceptible, and its effects were significant. What Lin Yan said about cultivating inside for a day equating to several months outside was no exaggeration. He had not even stepped inside yet. Just from the quality aura emanating from the formation, one could roughly sense its extraordinary nature. With this thought, Li Chen stopped pondering further, a hint of uncontrollable anticipation on his face. Let me see how effective this is. He walked steadily to the door. The crisp voice of the artificial intelligence immediately rang out. Identity verification in progress. Identity confirmed. The door opens, accompanied by a slight mechanical whirring sound. The door slowly opened automatically and a wave of mysterious energy rushed towards Li Chen, invigorating him. He couldn't wait to step into the training room. As soon as he entered, the door behind him closed automatically. At the same time, the formation enveloping the training room began to operate. Streams of rich spiritual energy instantly flooded the entire training room like a tide. On one wall, an electronic screen flickered, starting to display a countdown. Wrapped in spiritual energy, Chen truly felt the power of this training room. Taking a deep breath, the pure and dense spiritual energy flowed into his body with each breath, making every pore in him seem to cheer. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What pure and dense spiritual energy!" Without wasting any more time, he quickly moved to the center of the training room, sat cross-legged, and his eyes revealed excitement. With a thought, he took out the SS-level flowing flame crystal that the leader had just given him from his infinite storage space. Holding it in both hands, his eyes were filled with joy as he murmured, "This SS-level flowing flame crystal, combined with a week of training time in this room, is enough for me to break through to the midstage of the Earth Martial God." As his murmurs faded, Chen immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique. In an instant, a massive vortex seemed to form around his body, wildly devouring the seemingly endless spiritual energy around him, as well as the dense flame energy from the flowing flame crystal. The spiritual energy flowed into his body like lively threads, while the flame energy from the crystal surged through his meridians like a raging fire. The spiritual energy and flame energy intertwined, surging wildly along his meridians. Wherever they passed, his meridians were continuously widened and strengthened. An expression of extreme enjoyment appeared on Chen's face, as if he were in a state of bliss, about to ascend to the heavens. So refreshing. With the enhancement of these two powerful forces, his cultivation soared rapidly like a rocket. Chen was completely immersed in this wonderful state of cultivation, casting aside everything in the outside world. The only regret he felt was that he could currently only use the S-level burning fire sun technique to guide these powers. The newly exchanged SS-level Scarlet Flame spiritual technique, due to his lack of proficiency, could not be utilized at this critical moment of cultivation. To master it fully would require a long period of exploration and practice. But at this moment he couldn't care less about those regrets. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation, relishing the joy of his internal power continuously strengthening. During this time of Chen's focused cultivation, the external martial alliance, under the directive of leader LAIR, began to use various means to widely promote Chen, the latest member of their martial alliance, who had chosen to serve as the speaker and would soon take charge in Yuzhou as an Earth martial god. Across various media channels and martial artist exchange platforms, headlines proclaimed his deeds. Titles like Young Earth Martial God, New Hope of the Martial Alliance and Yuzhou's Grand Envoy, Speaker Chen Shakes the World flooded the scene. For a time, Chen's name spread like wildfire in the martial arts community, and almost everyone knew about the addition of a fierce general to the martial alliance. Chen was the top combat power on the surface of the alliance, and there was no need to hide it. This move not only served to intimidate those with ulterior motives lurking in the shadows of Huaxia, making them think twice before acting rashly, but it also showcased the martial alliance's formidable strength. Attracting more martial artists to join and ensuring a continuous influx of fresh blood into the alliance, it can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. After the military government learned of this news, they sighed repeatedly, feeling a pang of envy in their hearts. A week's time. Like a fleeting moment, it passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the training room, was still unaware that his plan for a slow and steady development was nearly disrupted by the publicity from Thunder Prison. His entire body was engulfed in a blazing flame, the intense heat radiating waves of warmth into the surroundings. The temperature in the training room had reached an extremely terrifying level, resembling a massive furnace. However, this terrifying heat did not affect the surrounding formation at all. It continued to operate steadily. Most astonishingly, the aura emanating from Chen had increased several times compared to when he first entered. The overwhelming and stable aura clearly indicated that he had reached the midstage of the Earth Martial God realm, and it was extremely solid. It was as if he were a towering mountain, giving a strong sense of oppression. Just as Chen was still fully immersed in the wonderful state of cultivation, the time displayed on the electronic screen regrettably hit 0. The crisp voice of the artificial intelligence rang out. "Cultivation time is over. Please leave the training room promptly." Alliance Speaker Chen. As the young martial artist had said, the surrounding amplification formations automatically shut down. The concentration of spiritual energy around him instantly returned to normal, and the tightly closed door slowly opened. Chen immediately sensed the change, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. The flames burning on his body gradually extinguished as if blown by a gentle breeze. He muttered with a hint of reluctance, "Ah, it ended so quickly?" In his perception, it seemed that less than an hour had passed from start to finish. This week of cultivation time felt like it had passed in the blink of an eye. Then, Chen adjusted his mindset. With a joyful expression, he checked his current physical condition, feeling the surging and powerful energy within him. He pondered to himself, "My cultivation has broken through to the midstage of the Earth Martial God realm, and am about 1/5 of the way to breaking through to the late stage. This training room and the effect of the flowing flame crystal are truly remarkable." His fondness for Thunder Prison increased significantly again. Without that SS-level flowing flame crystal, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through so smoothly in this week. However, to expect him to put his life safety second and serve the martial alliance, he could only say that it was a matter of principle. He wouldn't completely obey others just because of this small benefit. As the artificial intelligence urged him to leave quickly once more, Chen was just about to get up when he suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead and thought, wait, I haven't signed in after a week of closed-door cultivation here. Immediately, a thought crossed his mind. He opened the system page that only he could see, and the sign-in count showed 7. Seeing this, Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that he would lose the count for not signing in on time. The corners of Chen's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a comforting smile as he muttered to himself, what a false alarm, as long as the counts can stack. Otherwise it would be a huge loss. This system is really considerate. System, sign in. Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke to the system in his mind. He still vaguely hoped that the system would fulfill the request he had mentioned earlier. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. All accumulated counts have been consumed, and you have gained a complete understanding of the SS level martial art Crimson Flame Spirit technique. The quality of this level martial art Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Blade has been upgraded to SS level. The quality of this level martial art Burning Fire Sun technique has been upgraded to SS level. The quality of this level weapon Cinder Azure Blade has been upgraded to SS level. 1 bottle of SS level Gene Enhancement Potion, 1 SS level Flowing Flame Crystal, and 1 SS level Battle Armor. As the system's series of notifications rang out, Chen pouted, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Sigh. The system didn't give me a dozen or 20 SS level martial arts, nor did it provide anything divine. Chen muttered quietly to himself. However, this disappointment quickly vanished, replaced by a surge of excitement. He comforted himself, I felt the hope was slim before, but these 7 items I signed in for are quite good. The recently exchanged Crimson Flame Spirit formula had reached perfection, saving him a lot of time. Aside from the infinite storage space obtained from the beginner's gift pack, the other 3 items had all been upgraded to SSS level, and the remaining 3 SS level items were equally valuable. He had already absorbed 1 SS level Flowing Flame Crystal, and its effects were outstanding. The SS level Gene Warrior Potion could significantly enhance a warrior's strength, which would definitely be a huge help for him. And this SS level Battle Armor, its defensive power must be astonishing, ensuring his safety even more. Chen was happily calculating in his heart. As the system's voice faded, a series of memories began to flow into Chen's mind in a very gentle manner. Chen closed his eyes to absorb them. These memories flowed like a gentle stream in his mind, bringing him no discomfort at all. Within seconds, he had digested them all, as if this knowledge had always belonged to him. The remaining tangible items appeared in the infinite storage space. After signing in, a smile that he couldn't suppress crept onto Chen's face. He stretched his muscles, feeling the surging power within him, and murmured, now that I've broken through, it's time to head to Yuzhou to take up the position of provincial governor. I should say goodbye to Lord Lei first. With this thought, Chen took the elevator to the top floor in front of Lei's office. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. After hearing the voice from inside saying come in, he pushed the door open. Lord, Chen said respectfully. Lei, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation, opened his eyes that sparkled with lightning as he sensed Chen's arrival and slowly stood up. He looked Chen up and down, his eyes filled with appreciation. He certainly did not disappoint him. He had successfully broken through to the midstage of the Earth Martial God. Chen had a brief conversation with Lei, reporting the results of his recent closed-door training. Upon hearing this, Lei's eyes were filled with satisfaction, further solidifying his belief that investing in Chen was not a losing deal. Just as Chen felt they had talked enough and was preparing to take his leave to assume his post in Yuzhou, a sudden knock-knock sound came from the office door. With Lei's come in, the door slowly opened. A cascade of bright green wavy hair fell like a waterfall, and the girl in green moved gracefully as if a gentle breeze had passed by. Her figure was curvaceous, with perfectly proportioned lines, and at first glance, she looked as beautiful as an elf. She walked in with light steps, respectfully. Zhao Qingning caught Chen's attention, but what he noticed first was not her stunning beauty, but the energy fluctuations emanating from her. Peak king level? She looks about my age. Her strength seems decent, Chen evaluated silently in his heart. Only then did he shift his gaze to her face, and he had to admit this girl was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of pity. Lord, Chairmanly, the green-haired girl greeted Lei and Chen respectively, her voice sweet. Chen nodded slightly in response. Then, he curiously asked Lei, Lord, who is this? Lei's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly said, come, Chen, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Qingning, an outstanding student from our elite training camp. She will be your exclusive secretary from now on. And she can assist you with matters in Yuzhou. Miss Qingning is a great helper. After saying this, he paused and continued, you are about to take office as the governor of the province, so of course, various personnel arrangements are necessary. However, there's no need for a guard team. If danger arises, I believe it will be you protecting them, not the other way around. But if you want, I can arrange for an elite team to be formed, or you can come by yourself. Zhao Qingning, who had been informed in advance by Lei and was mentally prepared, spoke after Lei's words fell. With her clear, bright eyes, like gems, she looked at Chen with a hint of shyness and full sincerity, saying, I hope Chairman Li will guide me in the future. Her appearance was both cute and playful, making it hard not to feel fondness. However, it had no effect on Chen. After hearing this, Chen was momentarily stunned, thinking, secretary? Is this to prevent me from slacking off after taking office as the governor of Yuzhou, specifically arranged to supervise me? Although this girl was very beautiful, having a stunning woman by his side was nice. The problem was that she was sent by the alliance leader, possibly to monitor whether he was slacking off. No, this child must not stay. Just as Li Chen was about to refuse, he heard Lei Yu decisively say, "Alright, Chairman Li doesn't need to say more, it's decided. Next, let Qingning take you to the logistics department to pick up an S-level fighter jet to head to Yuzhou for your appointment." After saying this, Lei Yu exuded an irresistible powerful aura. Before Li Chen could react, he was directly pushed out the door by a force so strong that he couldn't resist. Zhao Qingning bowed gracefully to Lei Yu and, with a sweet smile like a spring breeze, said, "Alliance leader, I will take my leave now." Then, accompanied by a faint fragrance, she floated out in her green attire. "Chairman Li, let's go. He'll take you to the logistics department to pick up the S-level fighter jet the alliance leader arranged for you." Zhao Qingning blinked her lively big eyes and looked at Li Chen, who had just been kicked out. What is this all about? Li Chen glanced at the charmingly smiling Zhao Qingning beside him, feeling speechless. The alliance leader first forcibly assigned him a secretary and then kicked him out. This operation was truly baffling. However, considering that Lei Yu had also gifted him an S-level fighter jet for free and that he couldn't fight back against the other party, he decided not to dwell on these small matters. Li Chen nodded, regaining his thoughts, and followed Zhao Qingning toward the logistics department. Along the way, Zhao Qingning occasionally curiously observed Li Chen. This young prodigy, who had already reached the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm, made her feel a slight sense of disparity. Originally, she was quite proud of reaching the peak of the Martial King realm at such a young age, surpassing 99% of her peers. But upon learning Li Chen's age and cultivation level, her pride shattered instantly. She finally witnessed what it meant that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. In front of Li Chen, who had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm, she seemed far too ordinary. Along the way, seeing that Li Chen remained silent, Zhao Qingning could no longer help but softly ask, "Chairman Li, how do you usually cultivate?" Li Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Cultivation is about calming the mind and continuously comprehending the power of heaven and earth. There's nothing particularly special about it." Zhao Qingning nodded thoughtfully, wanting to ask more, but realized they had already arrived at the logistics department. Li Chen was aware of the elite training camp where Zhao Qingning had previously been, where the members were also prodigies and had stronger abilities than those in the basic training camp. Zhao Qingning must have asked this because she, who ranked among the top, felt impacted by this monster in front of her. Subsequently, with the chairman's order in hand, Li Chen successfully received an impressive-looking S-level fighter jet. However, it was clearly much inferior to Lin Yan's SS-level fighter jet. After exchanging all the Beast King and Beast Emperor corpses from the infinite storage space for contribution points, Li Chen took Zhao Qingning inside. After telling the onboard artificial intelligence their destination, the warplane roared to life and took off. There was no need for manual operation, it was incredibly swift. As the warplane ascended and headed towards Yuzhou, Li Chen comfortably reclined in his seat, gazing at the scenery displayed on the large screen. In his mind, he began to fantasize about the wonderful life he would have once they arrived. He paid no mind to Zhao Qingning, who occasionally cast curious glances at him. Even if someone were sent to monitor him, it wouldn't change his thoughts. At worst, he would just act less conspicuously once they arrived. After all, he was a dignified martial god and provincial envoy, and how could he not handle a mere peak king-level little secretary? At that moment, Zhao Qingning had no idea what Li Chen was thinking about her. She simply wanted to see how Li Chen usually cultivated, to understand the gap between them, and then learn carefully. She was not there to monitor Li Chen on behalf of the Thunder Prison. As Li Chen and Zhao Qingning departed in the warplane, Thunder Prison and the tower office watched the aircraft gradually disappear from view, a meaningful expression in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Dressed in a black robe, their face hidden in shadows, only a pair of deep, abyss-like eyes were visible. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Thunder Prison, they seemed like old friends who had known each other for years. "I don't quite understand your move," Thunder Prison said casually, not surprised by the other's appearance. The figure in the black robe did not answer directly but asked, "What do you think of this kid?" Thunder Prison was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "His potential is limitless. If he can be properly cultivated, he will surely become a great talent. I have high hopes for him." The black-robed figure smiled slightly. "I think so too. Qingning will surely learn a lot by being around him." Inside the warplane, the quiet atmosphere was only interrupted by the faint sounds of the instruments operating. With nothing to do, Li Chen lightly tapped the communication bracelet on his wrist and logged into the Alliance's official website. His gaze swept over the prominent 85 contribution points in his account, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. A Beast Emperor and 8 Beast Kings corpses are only worth this little? That's too few. No wonder they say contribution points are very valuable. It's even harder to earn than gold. A mere 85 contribution points indeed seemed a bit meager in the marketplace. At most, he could exchange them for some low-quality S-level items. As for those tempting SS-level items, they all started at 100 points. Moreover, the Alliance had strict regulations regarding the exchange of beast corpses. The minimum requirement was that the corpses had to be at least king level. Anything below king level could only be exchanged for Huaxia currency, not contribution points. A complete king-level beast corpse was worth a maximum of only 10 contribution points. Li Chen pondered the reason behind Thunder Prison's setting of these rules. The purpose was quite clear. It was to enhance the enthusiasm of martial artists within the Alliance who could access this special unit of contribution points for Alliance tasks. To obtain more contribution points to exchange for top-tier resources, one had to complete more tasks issued by the Alliance. Top-tier resources were not so easily obtained. As for the 100 basic contribution points for serving as the provincial envoy in Yuzhou, they would only be issued after a year of station service. If one performed exceptionally during the guarding period, the contribution points earned would also increase accordingly. But this had little to do with his desire for a laid-back development. Sigh. Li Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed that in the future, if he wanted to obtain cultivation resources to enhance his strength, he would have to rely on his signing-in system. He wasn't very keen on completing those dangerous tasks issued by the Alliance. He then exited the official website and turned off the bracelet, quietly waiting for the warplane to arrive. The Yuzhou he chose to station it was right next to Sizhou, not far at all. With the speed of this S-level warplane, it would take less than half a day to reach it full throttle. Li Chen leaned back in the comfortable chair, closing his eyes to rest, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Just then, a sudden sound came from his wrist. He looked over, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes as Lei Yu transferred him the basic activity funds of 5 billion Huaxia coins as the chairman. Ah, money is just a string of numbers to me now. Li Chen glanced at the 10-digit balance in his account, and although he said that, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. No one would ever complain about having too much money. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Yuzhou Martial Arts Alliance in the city of Yingyang, the peak-level vice-governor Du Qi, responsible for overseeing this area, was in a closed-door training session. After all, not everyone was like Lin Yan, who preferred to handle everything personally. Suddenly, a sound came from his communication wristband, notifying him that Li Chen, the mysterious martial god chairman who had been heavily promoted a few days ago, was on his way to take office. Upon receiving this news, Du Qi dared not delay for a moment. He abruptly stood up, ending his training state, his eyes revealing seriousness and respect. This mysterious governor is finally coming. I must prepare well to welcome him. Du Qi thought to himself. He immediately issued orders via the communication wristband to the presidents of the various martial arts alliances in Yuzhou's major base cities, instructing them to come to the headquarters to welcome the soon-to-arrive governor Li Chen. The presidents, upon receiving the orders, immediately set off. No fool would underestimate Li Chen. They knew this mysterious governor was not an ordinary person. At just over 20 years old, he had already attained the level of a martial god, easily reaching heights that these old-timers might never achieve in their lifetimes. They all hoped to leave a good impression on Li Chen during the welcome, laying a solid foundation for future work. After issuing the orders, Du Qi also began to personally arrange various welcoming matters. Although Li Chen's arrival meant that his power and influence as the vice-governor would inevitably face significant impact and the authority he held tightly would slip away, he was not short-sighted or foolish enough to oppose Li Chen. Moreover, he had never placed much importance on power. In fact, he regarded it quite lightly. Usually, unless it was an urgent matter that couldn't wait, he delegated everything to his subordinates, enjoying his leisure. Therefore, Du Qi not only felt no resentment towards Li Chen's arrival but was instead filled with anticipation. He secretly calculated that once he handed over these affairs to Li Chen, he could more openly become a hands-off manager, focusing solely on his cultivation. Besides, Li Chen was a genuine and powerful martial god. In the future, if he encountered those ferocious beasts that even he found tricky and hard to deal with, he could directly call for support, ensuring his own safety. At the same time, the military government of Yuzhou quickly learned that Li Chen was on his way. The peak-level Inspector General Zhang Jian, responsible for this area, immediately decided to lead a group of high-ranking officials to welcome Li Chen's arrival. Although their military and the Martial Arts Alliance belonged to two different factions, everyone understood that once Li Chen took charge in Yuzhou, they would also benefit from it. It was just a pity that such a powerful martial god was not from their military camp, which left Zhang Jian feeling somewhat disappointed. As time slowly passed, people began to gather one by one in front of the governor's mansion, all prominent figures in Yuzhou, rarely seen in daily life. But at this moment, they were all filled with curiosity and tension, eagerly awaiting Li Chen's arrival. Because on both sides, whether from the Martial Arts Alliance or the military government, they knew almost nothing about this mysterious figure, Li Chen, who was about to take office. Aside from the limited information they had gleaned from the news, Du Qi, do you really know nothing about Chairman Li's information? In the waiting moments, Zhang Jian, the military inspector general, looked at Du Qi with a face full of suspicion. He was inwardly perplexed, doubting whether this guy was intentionally withholding information to make him look foolish in front of Chairman Li or to leave him at a loss for words. As the deputy governor at the peak of the emperor level, Du Qi could be considered a high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance. How could he possibly not know about the information regarding his own faction's chairman? That was simply unbelievable. Listening to Zhang Jian's voice filled with distrust, Du Qi frowned slightly and replied irritably, "Why would I lie to you? You don't believe me? Didn't you see the news from a few days ago? This Chairman Li is a hidden powerhouse, a 21-year-old Earth martial god who displayed his might at the supply base in Tianfeng City, making his first appearance in our Wuxia's site. You know what happened afterward. All other information is blank." How would I know? Zhang Jian still found it hard to believe Du Qi's words and repeatedly pressed, so you really don't know? Du Qi, looking helpless, spread his hands and said, of course I don't know. How could I possibly deceive you? After confirming that Du Qi was not intentionally lying to him, Zhang Jian could only give up in frustration. He silently prayed that this mysterious earth martial god, Li Chen, would be easier to get along with in the future, as both sides would inevitably need to cooperate. As time passed, the fighter jets smoothly traversed the clouds. Li Chen, feeling bored, glanced at the distance displayed on the fighter jet screen. There was still quite a while before they reached their destination, Yuzhou. He slightly turned his head to look at Zhao Qingning, who was sitting obediently beside him, and softly asked, Miss Qingning, why did you choose to follow me to Yuzhou to serve as my secretary? Was life in the elite training camp not good? Li Chen was genuinely puzzled. The elite training camp was a sacred place that all martial artists in Huaxia dreamed of. It gathered the top cultivation resources and the most powerful martial arts instructors. It was the cradle for cultivating martial arts elites. However, due to its high entry requirements, only true prodigies could meet the conditions. With Zhao Qingning's remarkable talent, achieving the peak of the king level at such a young age, continuing her studies in the elite training camp would surely lead to an unlimited future. Yet taking on the role of a potentially overlooked administrative secretary beside him seemed far from a wise choice. He truly could not understand why Zhao Qingning would make such a decision. With her flowing green hair, Zhao Qingning looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting. After hearing Li Chen's question, her lively eyes fixed on him, and a charming smile graced her lips as she softly replied, Chairmanly, this is the arrangement of the alliance leader, and it is also my voluntary choice. In my view, learning by your side is far more meaningful than wasting time in the elite training camp. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, oh? What makes you say that? The elite training camp is a place countless martial artists strive to enter, yet you chose to step out. Zhao Qingning slightly leaned forward, her posture elegant and captivating. Her voice was soft yet firm. Chairmanly, while the elite training camp is indeed excellent, you broke through to the mid-stage of the earth martial god at an age similar to mine, thanks to your own opportunities and talents. Your growth process must have unique insights and extraordinary experiences. By being beside you, I can access more things that cannot be learned in the elite training camp. Such an opportunity is priceless. Li Chen was slightly taken aback by her words, not expecting Zhao Qingning to think this way. Moreover, it seemed she was not specifically sent to supervise him. Perhaps he had misunderstood her intentions. Then, with a slight smile, he joked, Ha, Miss Qingning has such high hopes for me. I hope you won't regret this choice in the future? Zhao Qingning's gaze was as firm as a rock, and she answered without hesitation, of course not, Chairman Li. Li Chen looked at Zhao Qingning, whose eyes were so resolute, and shook his head helplessly in his heart. He could roughly guess the other party's intentions. Zhao Qingning must want to see why someone of the same age could break through to the earth martial god realm so quickly. However, the way he improved his cultivation was something Zhao Qingning could never learn. After all, he was a cheat, possessing a sign-in system that was simply extraordinary. But of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. He just smiled and nodded, saying, in that case, let's work hard together in the future and learn well by my side. After saying that, he gave her a precautionary note. But Miss Qingning, I must tell you in advance, I tend to be quite laid back and carefree, so you need to be mentally prepared. Zhao Qingning smiled sweetly. Chairman Li is joking. Being laid back and carefree won't help one break through to the earth martial god, so I hope to receive your guidance in the future. After that, the two fell silent, and the aircraft returned to quiet. Li Chen leaned back in his seat, slightly closing his eyes to rest. Zhao Qingning sat quietly beside him, her green hair cascading naturally, exuding a faint fragrance of youth. As time passed, the aircraft slowly entered the Yuzhou area, and the outline of the Yingyang base city gradually appeared on the large screen. Master, we have arrived at the vicinity of Yingyang base city. The voice of the artificial intelligence broke the silence in the aircraft. Li Chen opened his eyes at the sound and glanced at the large screen, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he said softly, we've arrived so quickly. The aircraft continued to move forward, like a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Soon, it reached the opening of the energy shield above the base city. The aircraft passed through smoothly, heading towards the location of the general prefecture. In no time, the aircraft arrived in front of the general prefecture, slowly descending in a designated area for parking aircraft. Through the screen, Li Chen saw the figures of Du Qi and others waiting. Everyone stood tall, their expressions serious, with a hint of reverence in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingning softly said to Li Chen, Sir, over here are the senior members of our Yuzhou Martial Arts Alliance, and over there are the senior officials from the military government, all waiting to welcome your arrival. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze brushing past the ear. Seeing such a grand reception, Li Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he nodded. He thought to himself that he had expected them to disregard him, this young leader who had suddenly parachuted in to seize power. It seemed that the imagined scene of being humiliated did not occur. These people were not fools. As the aircraft landed, Du Qi and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, showed expressions of anticipation, and someone whispered, here he comes, the general prefect is here. Everyone stretched their necks, eager to see who this mysterious earth martial god really was. Once the aircraft stabilized, Li Chen and Zhao Qingning had just stepped out of the cabin when Du Qi and the others respectfully approached, cupping their fists towards Li Chen, saying, we pay our respects to the general prefect. Their voices were uniform and resonant, echoing in the air. I am Du Qi, the Deputy Prefect of Yuzhou, leading the President of the 16th Division, welcoming you, sir. Du Qi introduced himself first, wearing a sincere smile, his eyes revealing respect for Li Chen. After Du Qi finished his introduction, Zhang Jian from the military government followed up, saying, I am the Chief Inspector of Yuzhou, representing the military to welcome General Prefect Li, and I hope to rely on you more in the future. His tone was very sincere. Li Chen nodded slightly after hearing this, an invisible force emanating from him, gently lifting the group of people cupping their fists in front of him, and he said lightly, alright, everyone, please rise. Thank you, General Prefect. As everyone felt this irresistible force, they excitedly spoke in unison, their voices filled with respect. Zhang Jian, seeing that Li Chen did not regard them with disdain, as if looking at ants, felt much more at ease. He had originally thought that Li Chen, being so young, would be quite arrogant for breaking through to the Earth Martial God level. It seemed he had overthought it. My lord, please, this is the General State Office, and sanitation is taken care of by dedicated personnel every day, so you need not worry. Du Qi displayed a warm smile, actively leading Li Chen towards the General State Office, preparing to introduce him. Following Du Qi's lead, Li Chen looked at the place where he would be working in the future. As expected, the General State Office was very magnificent. The outer walls were made of special metals and energy crystals, emitting a faint glow, and there was an independent energy shield surrounding it. Once activated, even Earth Martial God level experts would find it hard to break through in a short time. General State Envoy, we will take our leave now, Zhang Jian, the Military Inspector General, said with great tact. They had already achieved their purpose for coming this time. Having met with the newly appointed General State Envoy counted as completing their initial social interaction. All right. Li Chen nodded slightly, his expression calm. Just as Zhang Jian was leading the others to turn and leave, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the green-haired girl beside Li Chen, the one they had overlooked, who was at the peak of the king level. Zhang Jian paused slightly, frowning. He thought to himself, why does this girl seem a bit familiar? Zhao Qingning's exquisite features and lively aura gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he couldn't recall if he had seen her before. He instinctively looked at her a couple more times but still had no clue, dismissing it as an illusion. He hurriedly left with the others. Li Chen, with his keen perception, noticed Zhang Jian's complex gaze but did not pay much attention, thinking it was merely attracted by Zhao Qingning's beautiful appearance. Then, he followed Zhao Qingning into the General State Office under Du Qi's enthusiastic guidance, starting to tour the place where he would be working. The interior was spacious and bright, equipped with various facilities, including training rooms, trial rooms, and meeting rooms. My lord, look at this training room. The energy concentration inside has been carefully adjusted, providing a boost for experts of your level. Du Qi introduced as they walked, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Li Chen nodded slightly, saying, not bad, the facilities are quite complete. However, he was also aware that all of this was far inferior to the Alliance headquarters, but in the Yuzhou region, it was considered top-notch, and they had basically everything one could need. After showing Li Chen around, Du Qi continued, my lord, besides these facilities, there is also a large villa behind the General State Office for your residence, and the staff has already been arranged. There are dedicated chefs, servants, and housekeepers to ensure your living conditions are comfortable and worry-free. Not all chairpersons were like Li Chen, who was alone. This villa was meant to accommodate family members. Soon, they arrived at the office. Du Qi respectfully gestured for Li Chen to take a seat, and the already acclimated Li Chen asked, my lord, shall I now inform you of the situation at the branch office and proceed with the handover? His eyes revealed anticipation and a hint of nervousness, as this was an important step after the new leader's appointment. Li Chen simply replied, all right. Seeing this, Zhao Qingning quickly stood up to fulfill her duties as secretary, tapping on the communication wristband. Her gaze focused as she began to prepare to take notes. Nearly an hour passed. Du Qi finally completed the report on the branch office situation. As a peak king level expert, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly indicating he had put a lot of effort into the report. Following that, the 16 Grand Presidents stationed at the other base city branches also reported the situation of their respective branches to Li Chen. They detailed various affairs of the branches, not daring to miss a single point. Time passed from noon to nearly afternoon. Only then did everyone finish their detailed reports on the Martial Arts Alliance branches they were in charge of, and they dared not conceal any matters from Li Chen. Zhao Qingning was recording everything they said on the side. If, after Li Chen settled down and inspected their branches, he found discrepancies between the reported situations and the actual conditions, they would be in trouble. After all, this newly appointed Grand Governor was a mid-stage Earth Martial God, and no one dared to offend him lightly. After the last branch president respectfully finished his report, Du Qi slightly bent his waist, wearing a humble and respectful expression, and said to Li Chen, sir, you are now aware of the situation of the main branch and the various branches. Do you have any adjustments you wish to make or any matters to arrange? Upon hearing this, Li Chen gently moved his neck, producing a few subtle crack sounds. His gaze swept over everyone. Based on the detailed accounts just given, he had a clear understanding of the situation of the Martial Arts Alliance in the entire Yuzhou region. Although the branches and the main branch were not thriving to perfection, they were reasonably well managed and had not caused any serious incidents. All affairs were progressing in an orderly manner. Since that was the case, He temporarily had no special arrangements to make. Li Chen sat upright in his chair, his expression dignified and steady, and slowly spoke, "Not for now. We will continue as before, following the old practices and maintaining the current order." Upon hearing Li Chen say this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had fallen to the ground. They clasped their fists and showed expressions of relief, saying in unison, "Yes, sir. We will certainly obey your orders and dare not be the slightest bit negligent." Seeing Li Chen so young yet holding the position of Grand Governor, they had always felt some concern. After all, strong personal ability did not necessarily mean strong administrative capability. There had been precedents in the past. Once, a peak Grand Emperor-level genius served as a deputy governor, possessing immense strength but lacking any management skills. Eager to show off upon taking office, he recklessly commanded, causing chaos in the local martial arts alliance until the speaker intervened to punish him, which finally brought some order. Therefore, at this moment, they feared that Li Chen might repeat the same mistakes, and the listener might become part of the story. "Since the handover is complete, you may all leave for now." Li Chen waved his hand to signal the guests to depart, his movements crisp and decisive. Upon hearing this, Duqi quickly stepped forward, wearing a humble and respectful expression. "Yes, sir. I usually stay at the main branch, so please give your orders if there's anything. I will send all those documents to you shortly for your review and instructions." Upon hearing this, Li Chen quickly reacted, slightly furrowing his brows, then stood up and walked to Duqi's side, patting his shoulder as he said, Deputy Governor Du, you have managed the main branch well for a long time, keeping the various branches in order. I and everyone present have seen it. I trust your abilities. Just send those urgent documents that require my personal decision to the Grand Governor's side for me to handle. The rest of the trivial matters will still be under your full responsibility as Deputy Governor." Li Chen's voice was filled with trust in Duqi, showing no intention of seizing power from him. If others heard this, they would likely feel extremely delighted and excited. They would think they had received full recognition and reuse from the new leader, and their power had not diminished much. But Duqi did not show excessive joy. Instead, he felt a familiar sensation in his heart. How similar this new Grand Governor's approach was to his own. He wasn't particularly fond of handling departmental affairs, delegating everything to his subordinates. He originally thought that once the governor arrived, he could relax and focus on his cultivation, trying to break through to the Earth Martial God realm. But now it seemed he was overthinking it. However, he didn't dare to refuse Li Chen and could only force a smile. "Thank you for your trust, my lord." After that, everyone respectfully took their leave. The Alliance's main branch was very close to the governor's office, and right behind the villa was the solemn and dignified main branch of the Alliance. Once Duqi and the others left, the office fell silent. Zhao Qingning, standing nearby, wore a serious expression. Holding a communication wristband for recording, she focused her gaze on Li Chen and softly asked, "My lord, do you need me to send you a copy of the information I've recorded, or should I keep it myself and you can come to me for it when needed?" Li Chen pondered for a moment, then casually replied, "You can keep it. Besides that, I'm entrusting all aspects of the governor's office to you. Just manage it as you see fit, and if there are any problems you can't solve, come find me." After a pause, he continued, "I still have things to attend to here, and I'll leave the documents that Duqi brings over to you. I believe in your abilities." Zhao Qingning was slightly taken aback but then nodded. "Rest assured, my lord, I will do my best." Now that it was confirmed that Zhao Qingning was not sent by the Thunder Prison to supervise him, Li Chen made it clear that he wasn't very interested in managing affairs. He indeed had pressing matters to resolve. The 2 SS-level resources stored in his infinite storage space were waiting for him to absorb them. After speaking, Li Chen flashed away, leaving the office for the training room. The wind created by his departure left Zhao Qingning a bit disheveled as she stood there, muttering to herself, "Wait, why does Chairman Li seem so different from what the Alliance leader said? He came in with an attitude of wanting to be hands-off." But upon further reflection, Zhao Qingning understood Li Chen's behavior. With his immense strength, he must have spent a lot of time on cultivation. Even after taking on the role of governor, he certainly wouldn't waste time on trivial matters and lose out on greater gains. Chairman Li is truly a cultivation fanatic eager to train on his very first day here. This relentless pursuit of strength is truly admirable. With this thought, a glimmer of admiration for Li Chen sparkled in Zhao Qingning's eyes. She then set aside her distractions and turned to complete the tasks Li Chen had assigned to her, starting to organize the recorded information and arranging various affairs within the governor's office. Meanwhile, Li Chen had already arrived at the highest level and most effective training room in the governor's office. Standing in the center and looking around, he didn't show much joy on his face. The amplification effect produced by this training array is far inferior to the one in the Alliance leader's training room. Li Chen sighed inwardly, fully embodying the principle that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Although this training room was already the top tier within the entire main branch, activating an amplification array consumed a large amount of energy crystals, but he felt that even a single hair from the headquarters training room was better than this. Sigh, I can only make do with it. Li Chen sighed helplessly and sat cross-legged. He took out the SS-level gene enhancement potion and the Luyan crystal from his infinite storage space. The SS-level gene enhancement potion was contained in a delicate transparent bottle with a light blue liquid flowing inside, exuding an enticing sheen. SS-level gene enhancement potion fundamentally stimulates the potential of human genes, allowing the user's physical quality to achieve a qualitative leap. Produced by the system, the host can take it with confidence. The flowing flame patterns on the Luyan crystal were equally SSS grade and similar in size. However, Chen could sense from the energy emanating from it that this one, obtained through the system's sign-in, was of a slightly higher quality than the one given to him by LAIR. The system really has some power, Chen thought with a grin, giving a thumbs up to the system in his mind. His gaze shifted between the two. Ultimately, he chose to first consume the SSS grade gene enhancement potion, preparing for hardship before sweetness. Because the process of taking the SSS grade gene enhancement potion would be extremely painful. Chen took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'm not afraid of you. Come." Following the instructions provided by the system, Chen boldly picked up the exquisite transparent bottle containing the SSS grade gene enhancement potion. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the cap was opened. Without hesitation, he brought the bottle to his lips and tilted his head back, swallowing it down in one swift motion, his actions exuding a bold spirit. However, his body did not indulge in this bravado. In an instant, a wave of intense pain surged through him like a torrential tide. Chen gasped, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly covered his forehead, rolling down his cheeks. He felt as if every cell in his body was being ruthlessly torn apart, burned, and restructured, as if he were in an incredibly hot furnace. The pain was simply beyond words. Hiss. Chen couldn't help but let out a painful howl, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet he still held on, not uttering a sound. His mouth twitched from the pain, unable to open. Then, a scorching flame of energy suddenly erupted from Chen, enveloping him in a faint golden flame, making him look like a deity born from the fire. As time slowly passed, half an hour went by. The intense pain throughout Chen's limbs finally began to subside, and the flames burning on him gradually extinguished. At this moment, Chen's body underwent an astonishing transformation. His well-defined muscles became even firmer and stronger, each muscle containing boundless power, moving with the lightest touch as if it had the strength of 1,000 pounds. His already handsome face became even more striking, his features more three-dimensional and profound, his eyes radiating a calmness and confidence forged through trials. He exuded a unique charm. Chen slowly stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling as if he had been reborn. The fatigue vanished without a trace. He excitedly swung his fist, his eyes filled with exhilaration, laughing loudly. "This effect is no joke. I feel like I could pin my former self to the ground and beat him up, ha." Although the energy required to break through to the next realm hadn't increased, his physical quality had now improved several times over. His strength, speed, perception, and all aspects had received a comprehensive boost. His combat power had risen to a new level. In his joy, Chen seized the moment and turned his gaze to the Luyan crystal with its flowing flame patterns. He muttered to himself, "Next up is you." Compared to the intense pain throughout his body when consuming the gene enhancement potion, the process of taking the Luyan crystal was going to be much more delightful and refreshing. In Chen's words, it was like being in heaven. Immediately, he began to absorb it without pause. Gripping the Luyan crystal tightly, he activated the techniques within his body, and the rich, powerful flame energy quickly flowed into him. Like a hungry tiger, he began to devour the energy. And his cultivation soared. A day quickly passed. After fully absorbing the Luyan crystal, Chen slowly opened his eyes, a blazing light radiating from them. With a look of lingering desire, he murmured to himself, "My cultivation has increased quite a bit. If only I could get a few more pieces, I could directly break through to the later stage. Just in time for the daily sign-in to refresh. Let's see if I can get some more SS-level cultivation resources." A thought crossed Chen's mind. "It's up to you, system. Sign in." "Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the treasure. Eye of breaking illusions. Merging in progress?" As the system's voice faded, Chen's eyes closed uncontrollably. He paused for a moment and joked with the system, "Don't mess around. Why are you covering my eyes?" At that moment, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a cool sensation spread from his eyes, making him feel extremely comfortable. Several seconds passed. As the coolness gradually dissipated, Chen slowly opened his eyes. He saw that his eyes now resembled a deep starry sky, with faint glimmers flowing within, captivating anyone who looked at them. But this peculiarity lasted only a moment before returning to normal. At the same time, detailed information about the Eye of Breaking Illusions popped up in front of Chen. Eye of Breaking Illusions Basic Version, X-ray vision, see-through illusions, false appearances, disguises, find enemy weaknesses, mental interference, identify item information, consumes varying degrees of mental power during use, excessive use will lead to backlash. After carefully reading through it, a look of surprise appeared on Chen's face. "This special treasure looks promising." His eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze fell on the words Basic Version, and he keenly realized that this was actually a growth-type treasure. This meant that as his strength increased in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the Eye of Breaking Illusions falling behind in power. Instead, it would grow stronger. "I need to find a place to test its effects." Chen was excited, rubbing his hands together, planning to step out of the training room and head to the wilderness area to find fierce beasts to test the power of his eyes. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, as if he remembered something important, and he abruptly halted. "Wait, I almost forgot about that treasure," he murmured. With a thought, Chen opened the infinite storage space again and took out the SS-level battle armor he had signed in for yesterday. The basic form of this battle armor was not the high-tech, exaggerated design he had imagined. Instead, it looked like a very exquisite watch quietly lying in the palm of his hand. Chen's lips curled up slightly with anticipation as he put the watch on his wrist. Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind, and the imposing red battle armor instantly enveloped his entire body, completing the armor fusion. The armor was a fiery red, like burning flames, with hard and smooth lines as if forged from the toughest steel, yet it flowed with the spirit of flames. The shoulder armor rose high, resembling two small burning hills, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, while the chest armor glimmered with a faint light. The leg armor was straight and long, with sharp barbs at the edges that could freely extend, resembling two sharp long knives. So this is the correct way to use it. Wrapped in the battle armor, Chen felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt a surge of power, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. He clearly sensed a significant increase in his defensive capabilities, as if he had donned an indestructible armor. Moreover, he could also attach the flame battle armor to the surface of the battle armor for double protection. After the system upgraded the level of the Burning Fire Sun technique to SSS level, the drawback of the flame battle armor not distinguishing between friend and foe had completely disappeared. In future battles, he wouldn't have to worry about this aspect anymore. Additionally, the defensive power was even more astonishing, providing double insurance for his safety in combat. Feeling inspired, Chen waved his hand casually, and the wall of the training room instantly transformed into a bright mirror. He stood in front of the mirror, carefully admiring his current appearance, and smiled proudly. "So handsome, this battle armor suits my temperament perfectly. From now on, I'll call you the Fire God Set." Tilting his head in thought for a moment, he felt that this name couldn't be more fitting. Then, in a flash of inspiration, the Fire God Set that enveloped his entire body transformed into a necklace around his neck. The initial form of the Fire God Set was not limited to the exquisite ring he had started with. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and so on could all be part of it. It could change its form at any time according to his needs. Chen nodded in satisfaction, growing fonder of this set of armor in his heart. Soon after, Chen closed the amplification array that was operating at full power in the training room, and with a flash of his figure, he directly left the training room. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation for the ability of the Eye of Illusion. He was ready to head to the nearby wilderness area to test the various effects of the Eye of Illusion on those ferocious beasts. Just as luck would have it, he had just reached the exit of the training room when he bumped into Zhao Qingning, who had come to check on him. Zhao Qingning was dressed in a light green long dress, the hem gently swaying with her steps, a few strands of hair playfully sticking to her cheeks, making her look pure and beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting. "Lord Governor, you finished your seclusion so quickly?" Zhao Qingning greeted Chen with some surprise at how soon he had completed his training. She had originally thought he would be in seclusion for at least several weeks, but she soon sensed something was off. The aura emanating from Chen was clearly stronger than before. That powerful and steady aura was like a towering mountain, making one involuntarily feel a sense of awe. What kind of monster is this? His strength has increased so much after just one day of training? He must have absorbed some resources, otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Zhao Qingning marveled inwardly. As Chen looked at Zhao Qingning, who was greeting him with her flowing green hair, his gaze suddenly focused sharply on her delicate fingers. Specifically on a seemingly ordinary ring she was wearing. The ring looked plain, made of ordinary material, and its color was dull, just like the cheap accessories one could find everywhere on the street. But Chen's pupils constricted, and he gasped in shock. "No way? A divine-level treasure. This unremarkable ring is actually a divine-level defensive treasure. And it's even of high quality among divine-level items. If it weren't for just having obtained the Eye of Illusion, he would never have been able to perceive the extraordinary nature of this ring. Where did she get this ring? Did she perform so well in the elite training camp that Lord Lei, in his delight, gifted it to her? That shouldn't be the case." Chen was momentarily stunned, his thoughts racing. He couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, every divine-level treasure was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Moreover, this ring was of high quality among divine artifacts, enough to stir the hearts of even the most powerful martial artists. Even if someone like Lei, who was wealthy and controlled the entire wealth of the martial alliance, were to give one away, he felt the other party would likely be heartbroken. After basically ruling out the possibility of it being a gift from Lei, Chen felt that it was more likely that Zhao Qingning had obtained this ring by chance. However, she herself probably didn't know how precious this ring was, otherwise, she wouldn't wear it so casually. As for it being given by a family elder, that was even less likely. Chen pondered silently. He had already looked up Zhao Qingning's personal information on his way to take office as the governor. She was an orphan, adopted by the Martial Alliance, and had only gained the qualification to join the headquarters training camp after demonstrating astonishing martial talent. With such a background, it was impossible for her to come into contact with divine-level treasures. Zhao Qingning felt a bit uneasy under Chen's intense gaze. Her lively and playful eyes flickered slightly, resembling a startled fawn with a hint of panic. She tilted her head gently, extending a finger towards herself, her voice soft and filled with confusion as she asked, is there something on me? As she spoke, she glanced left and right at her own body, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with her small movements. Upon hearing this, Chen slowly regained his composure from his shock. Taking a deep breath, he completely masked his surprise, his expression calm as he said, "No, I just think that ring on your hand looks quite nice. Can I take a look at it?" The moment Chen finished speaking, a momentary unnatural expression flashed across Zhao Qingning's already exquisite and beautiful face. Although it was only for an instant and not very obvious, Chen still keenly caught it. Could it be that she knows the value of this ring, or does it hold some special significance for her? Chen speculated inwardly, a glimmer of thought passing through his eyes. Zhao Qingning looked down at the ring on her hand, her gaze filled with a hint of confusion as she softly said, "Sir, you mean this? I got it by chance during the elite training camp. It looks nice, so I wore it. There's nothing special about it." As she spoke, she generously took off the ring and handed it to Chen, her movements clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Chen reached out to take it, his fingers gently rubbing the ring as he examined it more closely. At that moment, a glimmer of certainty flashed in his eyes. He was now 100% sure he hadn't made a mistake. This was definitely a defensive treasure of divine-level quality, and it also had a strong concealment ability. Coupled with Zhao Qingning's earlier unnatural expression and her claim that she got it by chance during the elite training camp, he directly ruled out the possibility that it was a gift from someone very special to her. Otherwise, Zhao Qingning wouldn't have said it that way. He instantly realized that Zhao Qingning's identity might not be simple, and that this ring was given to her for her protection. Chen transformed into a detective Sherlock Holmes, rapidly pondering various possibilities in his mind. Then, he pretended to casually glance at it a couple of times before returning the ring to Zhao Qingning, a faint smile on his face, as if he had merely admired an ordinary piece of jewelry. "Sir, why are you suddenly interested in my ring?" Zhao Qingning asked curiously. "It's nothing, I just think this ring is quite beautiful. Take good care of it and don't lose it," Chen replied, maintaining a normal expression. Acting as if he didn't care much. He didn't ask Zhao Qingning if she was hiding any identity. If she didn't want to tell him, it would be useless to ask. "Oh, okay, so are you going out, sir?" Zhao Qingning asked as she put the ring back on her finger, looking at Chen, who seemed to have something on his mind. "I've absorbed some resources and feel my strength has increased, so I'm going to do some practical activities to stretch my muscles," Chen said, and with that, he vanished in a flash, his speed like lightning, leaving only an afterimage. Zhao Qingning stood in place, watching Chen's figure fade into the distance and the aura gradually dissipate. She gently bit her lip, looking at the ring on her finger, her mind lost in thought. Chen's figure flashed across the high skies of the base city, his speed like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. Low-level martial artists simply couldn't detect him. He sped towards the nearest S-level wilderness area. The wind howled past his ears, yet it did not affect the tumult of thoughts in his mind. "They specifically arranged for Zhao Qingning to be my secretary. That guy Lei, you must know something," Chen frowned, constantly pondering in his mind. "It seems my secretary is not an ordinary one. I underestimated her before. But what could Lei's purpose be in doing this?" Lacking many key pieces of information, he couldn't figure out the reasoning no matter how hard he thought. "Forget it, since they don't want to harm me, he'll just let them be." Chen gently shook his head, temporarily casting aside the doubts in his heart. "When I break through to the peak level of the heavenly martial god, all the mysteries will be unraveled." With this thought, his speed increased once more. In no time, Chen's figure appeared high above a certain area in the S-level wilderness zone. His powerful perception instantly spread outwards, like an invisible giant net, enveloping everything around him. Soon, he locked onto the figures of the strongest beast emperors and beast kings among the ferocious beasts. "Let's test a few of you," Chen said with a dangerous smile on his face, murmuring in a low voice. Seconds later, Chen, like a ghost, flashed directly into the depths of an abandoned human county town that had been transformed into a giant spider nest. It was dark and damp here, filled with a pungent stench of decay. The blood-blade wolf spider emperor, resting on a massive spider web, seemed to sense something, and its 8 crimson eyes suddenly opened wide. Like 8 blood-red lanterns, they locked onto the human who had suddenly intruded into its lair. TSK, what a terrible environment. A beast is still a beast, even after breaking through to the emperor level. It's still so filthy. Chen looked around at the dark and damp surroundings, his face full of disdain. Before the blood-blade wolf spider emperor could react, Chen slightly squinted his eyes and activated the Eye of Illusion. His eyes instantly became unfathomably deep, as if containing endless cosmic stars, with faint ghostly light swirling within. A mysterious and powerful force emanated from his eyes. An extremely strong mental disturbance spread outwards from him like a surging tide, instantly invading the minds of the surrounding ferocious beasts. Those beasts, who were originally restless and preparing to attack Chen, now stood eerily still as if under a paralysis spell, not moving an inch. Including the blood-blade wolf spider emperor, which had just reached the initial stage of the beast emperor level. Its 8 crimson eyes were now filled with fear and confusion, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Chen silently chanted in his heart. His mental power, like a sharp blade, directly strangled them mentally. The ferocious beasts that had been standing still suddenly lost their support and collapsed to the ground, dead. Yet, there were no injuries on their bodies, as if they had simply fallen asleep and would never wake up again. So weak. Li Chen looked at the ferocious beasts lying on the ground, a hint of disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Killing all the ferocious beasts around him consumed very little of his mental power. Well within his capacity, he remained energetic. The mental disturbance effect of this eye of illusion is quite good. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although it was called mental disturbance, it was merely a disturbance for opponents of equal strength. For those weaker than him, it was a mental strangulation. Though they're a bit weak, they still have a value of several dozen contribution points. Can't let it go to waste. Li Chen's gaze fell on the massive corpse of the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor, murmuring to himself. With a flicker of his figure, he directly arrived in front of the motionless corpse, lightly waving his hand to store it in his infinite storage space. As for the other ferocious beast corpses of lower levels, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. After all, none had reached the Beast King level. He even found them a nuisance to store in his infinite storage space. At that moment, some of the large remnants hanging on the spider webs around began to emit faint sounds. Li Chen instantly activated the Eye of Illusion's X-ray ability. His gaze penetrated layer upon layer of spider silk, revealing that those tightly wrapped, mummy-like silkworm cocoons contained human martial artists and a few ferocious beasts. Most of them were still alive. However, the situation was not optimistic. There was only a breath left. Likely because the Bloodblade Wolf Spider King preferred fresh prey. Moreover, all of them were poisoned and unable to break free. Li Chen quickly understood that this Blood Wolf Spider King regarded these human warriors and fierce beasts as reserve food. You're lucky to have encountered me, Li Chen muttered to himself in a calm voice, preparing to save these people. Immediately, a powerful aura of a earth martial god erupted from him, forming a sharp shockwave that spread rapidly around him. Boom! Wherever the shockwave passed, all the silkworm pupae inside the Bloodblade Wolf Spider King's lair were shattered, turning into countless flying fragments. Furthermore, Li Chen's control over his power was extremely precise. This shockwave did not harm the human warriors who still had a breath left inside. As for the silkworm pupae wrapped around the fierce beasts, the beasts inside were shattered along with the pupae, turning into pools of bloody, mangled remains. One of the individuals freed from their bindings, who had just been captured by the Bloodblade Wolf Spider King, did not appear as weak as the others. He exuded the aura of a mid-level 9th grade warrior. With a weak and trembling voice, he asked, "Am I saved? Could it be that I'm hallucinating due to the deep poisoning?" Feeling the powerful warrior aura emanating from Li Chen, a glimmer of hope blossomed in his previously despairing eyes. He struggled to lift his head to see who his savior was, but he simply couldn't manage it. All he could hear was Li Chen's voice, imbued with the unique tone of youth. "I am Li Chen, the newly appointed governor of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance branch. You were saved." His words resonated like a great bell in the ears of all the surrounding warriors. Then, Li Chen materialized his true essence, transforming it into gentle yet powerful forces that gathered the dead and living warriors around him into a pile. He gently tapped his communication wristband and contacted Du Qi. "Du Qi, we have found surviving warriors in the Bloodblade Wolf Spider King's lair in the 009 Wilderness Zone. Quickly send elite personnel from the branch to rescue these human warriors. The Bloodblade Wolf Spider King has already been eliminated." After hanging up the communication, Li Chen turned to the weak yet grateful crowd, his voice carrying a reassuring strength. "I have contacted personnel to rescue you. Stay here and do not move. The nearby fierce beasts have all been cleared by me. It is very safe here." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the surrounding warriors revealed expressions of relief and gratitude, knowing that this new governor had saved their lives. He had pulled them back from the clutches of death. Li Chen stood in place, scanning everything around to ensure no potential dangers were overlooked. After confirming safety, he vanished in a flash. The powerful aura of an earth martial god still lingered in the area, like an invisible barrier that made the distant fierce beasts tremble in fear. They absolutely dared not step foot here. Leaving these people behind to await rescue posed virtually no danger. With his deterrent power as an earth martial god, ordinary fierce beasts would not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he had specifically come to seek fierce beasts to experiment with the power of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Saving these people was merely a matter of convenience. The crowd watched as Li Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Although they were too exhausted and their lips were purple from deep poisoning, preventing them from speaking, their hearts were filled with excitement and gratitude. A young warrior's eyes sparkled with tears as he silently thought, "It was the governor who saved me." Meanwhile, in the Yingyang base city, Du Qi, having received Li Chen's orders, did not dare to delay. He quickly mobilized the nearest supply base alliance branch, President Han Jingshan, and spoke in a serious tone. "Han Jingshan, the governor has sent a command. Surviving warriors have been found in the Bloodblade Wolf Spider King's lair in the 009 Wilderness Zone. You personally lead the team, coordinating with the military to quickly rescue the people." Upon hearing this, Han Jingshan immediately straightened his back and replied firmly, "Rest assured, my lord, I will set off with my team right away and will definitely complete the mission." As time passed, Li Chen visited the remaining 2 beast emperors and 12 beast kings in this wilderness area one by one. He tested the various abilities of the Eye of Breaking Illusions on them. Unsurprisingly, all their corpses were collected by him. Li Chen stood proudly in the air above the wilderness, a satisfied smile on his face. Although the mental energy consumed by the Eye of Breaking Illusions was considerable, it was still within his tolerable range. He stretched lazily and murmured to himself, "I've had enough fun, it's time to go back." With that, he flickered and burst forth at an incredible speed back to the Yin-Yang Bay City. Just as he was flying at high speed, Li Chen felt a sensation of being watched. Most importantly, this sudden gaze carried a very obvious killing intent. There's killing intent. Li Chen frowned slightly. Meanwhile, in a very concealed forest in the distant wilderness, a mid-stage cloaked in a special black robe was hiding in the shadows, closely watching Li Chen's figure high in the sky. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, why are you running so fast? I finally caught up to you." He had exerted a lot of effort to track Li Chen, and now that he finally saw his target, he felt both excited and nervous. Just as his voice fell, he saw Li Chen, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stop. He felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a vague sense of crisis emerging. His face turned pale instantly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he panicked, thinking, he stopped? He shouldn't have noticed me, right? This hidden black robe is an SS-level treasure. The elder said that before Li Chen breaks through to the late stage of the Earth Martial God, he would definitely not be able to detect me. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. The more he thought, the more afraid he became, his body trembling involuntarily as he hid behind a towering tree, not daring to move. He couldn't risk betting on whether Li Chen had discovered him. If he was found, with his strength, it would be a 1 in 9 chance against Li Chen. Li Chen could easily crush him with a punch, and his body would be torn into 9 pieces, flying everywhere. After several seconds, seeing that there was no abnormality, he let out a slight sigh of relief, exhaling, "Phew, it seems like it was a false alarm. The Earth Martial God is really terrifying." His voice trembled slightly with fear. He then cautiously peeked out to see if Li Chen had left. When he saw that the figure in the distance had disappeared, his expression instantly turned grim. "Not good, I've lost him." Just as he was frantically thinking about how to report this failed tracking to the organization after returning, a chilling voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The in the hidden black robe trembled violently, clearly startled by the sudden voice. "Who?" He stiffly turned around. Before he could make any move to struggle, an overwhelmingly powerful aura of an Earth Martial God pressed down on him, rendering him completely immobile. The communication bracelet on his wrist couldn't withstand this terrifying aura and exploded with a crack, scattering fragments everywhere. Immediately after, a pair of powerful hands suddenly grasped his neck, lifting him up effortlessly. It was like a chick caught by an eagle. At the same time, the SS-level hidden black robe on him was roughly torn off, disappearing into the air. After casually storing the item into his infinite storage space, Li Chen coldly gazed at the sneaky figure who had been plotting against him. "Speak, what do you want by following me?" Li Chen's voice was icy and filled with authority, leaving no room for resistance. As he spoke, he tightened his grip around the neck of the Emperor-level martial artist, lifting him higher. The Emperor-level martial artist flailed about like a little chick. Due to Li Chen's immense strength, his neck was gripped so tightly that he couldn't open his mouth, only managing to emit weak whimpers. "Oh, so you have some backbone? Then go die," Li Chen said with a malicious smile, feigning a look of readiness to end the man's life. As if he were about to kill the Emperor-level martial artist in the next second. As Li Chen's words fell, the desire to survive erupted within the nearly suffocated Emperor-level martial artist. He extended a finger, pointing at Li Chen's hand, and stammered, "Let me go first, you're choking me. I can't speak." "It seems you're not so tough after all," Li Chen scoffed, directly releasing his grip. Cough 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 cough. The Emperor-level martial artist, his face flushed and trembling, was pressed to the ground by Li Chen's oppressive aura, coughing violently. He felt as if his throat had been burned by fire, the pain unbearable. "Give me an answer that satisfies me, and I'll let you go," Li Chen said, his cold gaze fixed on the Emperor-level martial artist, revealing a devilish smile. "Otherwise, you'll first cripple your cultivation, then smash every bone in your body to feed the beasts here. You only have one chance, so make the most of it." He had already guessed something from the man's somewhat familiar attire, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Therefore, he decided to give this Emperor-level martial artist a chance to see what he would say. The Emperor-level martial artist swallowed hard in fear. He didn't believe for a second that the devil-like youth before him was lying. However, he dared not expose the organization behind him, otherwise, the outcome would be far worse than what Li Chen had described. After quickly organizing his thoughts in his mind, he fabricated a lie he deemed reasonable. "My lord, He then knelt down and began to bang his head on the ground, pleading for mercy. "My lord, what I said is all true. I wouldn't dare deceive you even a little. Please just let me go like a fart. I want dare again." His heart raced wildly, unsure if Li Chen would believe his lie. He could only take a gamble. He just hoped his performance would be convincing enough. Li Chen listened to the other man's flawed explanation without acting on the tortures he had just mentioned. Instead, he wore a skeptical expression. Soon after, the overwhelming pressure around him surged like a tidal wave, making the air around them feel as if it had solidified. The pressure seemed to carry immense weight, bending the surrounding trees slightly and causing the stones on the ground to tremble. Under this pressure, the Emperor-level martial artist shook uncontrollably, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He felt as if his body were being crushed by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became extraordinarily difficult. Under the immense pressure, his mind was on the verge of collapse. After a while, Li Chen felt it was enough and slowly retracted his oppressive aura, coldly addressing the kneeling Emperor-level martial artist. "Since that's the case, you can leave." As he spoke, He took the SS-level stealth robe he had snatched from the man out of his infinite storage space, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Consider this your compensation. He had already activated the identification function of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, understanding the purpose of the item in his hand. It was of SSS grade and medium quality, capable of concealing one's aura and traces, making it difficult to be detected when worn. This was considered an extra gain for him. Though once despondent, upon seeing that Li Chen actually believed the excuse he fabricated, suddenly radiated hope in his eyes. He hurriedly bowed his head, his voice trembling with fear as he said, "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. I will leave right away, not to trouble your eyes. Consider this item a gift for you, no need to be polite with me." Having a small life spared was already a miracle for him. He didn't dare to hope to take the SS-grade cloak from Li Chen's hands. Li Chen looked at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes and snorted lightly, "At least you know your place." With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. But in reality, he hadn't truly left. Instead, he concealed himself like a ghost in the shadows, closely observing the guy's every move. He looked around cautiously, his eyes filled with vigilance. Only after confirming that Li Chen had really left did he let out a long sigh and slump down onto the ground. Li Chen watched him, thinking disdainfully, what hired killer from an enemy? I'm a time traveler, just arrived less than half a month ago. How could I have offended enemies years ago? It's obvious that those scoundrels from the Destiny sect sent him, and even the excuse they crafted is so pathetic. Thinking about the reasons the other party had just made up, he found it utterly ridiculous. The only ones that could be considered enemies were the Destiny sect and the ferocious beasts whose plans he had disrupted. If it weren't for wanting to find the large force behind this guy, he would have slapped him dead long ago. The communication wristband of the other party was also deliberately sabotaged by him. With their surveillance plan failing and being discovered, this person, anxious and unable to contact anyone in time, would surely return to report to his superior nearby. By then, he could catch them all in one net without worrying about alarming the snake in the grass. He was also very cautious. He waited here for a full hour, and only after feeling that Li Chen had completely left did he carefully get up and walk in a certain direction. Time quietly passed, and before long, it was night. V, who had been followed by Li Chen in the shadows, finally sneaked to the vicinity of another base city called Wohuwei Base City after taking a long detour. At this moment, he looked around nervously, his eyes revealing tension and vigilance, seemingly wanting to enter. It seems they don't dare to set their base in the Yingyang Base City where I'm stationed, Li Chen thought to himself. Just as he was about to see how they planned to get in, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. They approached the captain of the city guards stationed at the city gate, a subtle understanding on his face. After they made contact, they moved to a hidden spot. He lowered his voice and said, "I've been exposed, but that fool Li Chen, despite having cultivation, was deceived by me and didn't notice anything. I'm about to meet the sequence elder now." The captain of the city guards flashed a hint of vigilance after hearing this. "Hurry up, be careful." Clearly, this captain responsible for the city was also a member of the Destiny sect. And their entire conversation was perfectly captured by Li Chen, who was eavesdropping. Li Chen felt a surge of anger rise from the depths of his heart, shooting straight to his head, his eyes wide open like copper bells, as if they were about to spit fire. He gritted his teeth in his heart. Good. This was the first time he had been this angry since his arrival. The fact that a small character like the captain of the city guards colluded with the Destiny sect was secondary. The main issue was that this guy, whom he had deliberately let go and followed all the way, actually dared to insult him as a fool. This was an immense humiliation. It seems I need to take good care of him before I die. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Li Chen's eyes as he thought viciously. The phrase "take good care" was bitten off heavily. Soon after, the two ended their brief conversation. They hurriedly stepped into the base city. Li Chen's gaze sharpened at this scene. He quickly tapped his communication wristband, using the speaker's authority to precisely open a small window in the energy shield that would allow him to pass through. Just as he was about to enter, he cast a cold glance at the captain of the guard at the city gate, deeply imprinting the man's appearance in his mind, silently vowing, after dealing with those guys inside, "He'll come for you." With that, his figure flickered and, like a ghost, he slipped into the base city, closely following the. Li Chen fixed his gaze on the figure ahead, the murderous intent in his eyes growing stronger as he murmured coldly, "I want to see where your hideout is." Following the other through a winding path, they finally arrived at a remote area in the western part of the base city, in front of a martial arts hall named Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He gently knocked on the door and then walked inside. It was clear that he was not there to practice martial arts. There was a 90 chance this was one of the hideouts of the organization. Quite the choice of location, Li Chen whispered, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. With that, he cautiously spread out his perception like an invisible net, quietly probing the situation inside. At the same time, he activated the AV. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall became transparent before him, revealing the layout and the members of the organization. "Sir, you're back." Some lackeys inside greeted the who had just entered, but he ignored them and walked straight deeper into the hall, his expression hurried, as if he had something important to report. At this moment, Li Chen had also thoroughly grasped the situation inside the martial arts hall, his face showing a hint of surprise. He sensed two hidden martial artist auras within, both having reached the late stage of their realm. Although they were well concealed, he still detected them keenly. He was moving towards the location of those two, seemingly to report the situation to them. To deal with me, they actually sent out two late-stage. He really is putting in the effort. Li Chen thought to himself. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with intense fighting spirit. Facing 2 with 1 is a bit challenging, but it's still safer to report the intelligence here to the Alliance headquarters and request experts for reinforcements. With this thought, Li Chen quickly tapped his communication wristband, detailing the current situation to headquarters and requesting the dispatch of level experts to come quickly for support. Headquarters. This is Speaker Li Chen. I have discovered a organization hideout located in the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the western part of the base city. There are 2 late-stage martial artists inside. The situation is urgent. Please send level experts to come quickly for support. He remained somewhat cautious in his heart, not daring to be 100% certain that there were only these 2. If a few more strongmen suddenly appeared, his situation would be dire. However, the probability of that was quite low. Level experts were not weeds that could be easily found in the ground. The reason he was requesting support from headquarters now was that he hadn't expected thee to go this far, sending 2 late-stage to deal with him. Li Chen then focused his thoughts. He quickly enveloped his entire body. The scorching flames completely retracted to avoid detection. At the same time, he upgraded to the SSS level of the quality. The blade of the Jinsong knife, sharper than ever, was tightly gripped in his hand, its body glinting with a cold light of above-average quality among its peers. Fully armed, Li Chen's gaze was sharp, ready to seize the moment to strike. At this moment, inside the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the that Li Chen had deliberately let go had already encountered 2. One of them was tall and burly, with a resolute face, exuding a cold aura, one of the leaders of this operation. Upon seeing thee arrive, he spoke first with an unfriendly tone. Lu Jun, you look like a lost soul. I've been unable to contact you all day. What have you been doing? How did the mission go? The other, slender and with a gaunt face, sporting a head of silver hair, was quietly meditating beside him, not saying a word. Seeing the other party take the initiative to ask, the named Lu Jun quickly responded respectfully, My lord. I accidentally exposed myself while tracking Li Chen in the wilderness area today and was discovered by him. My communication wristband was also destroyed, but fortunately, I quickly came up with an excuse to fool that fool. However, he snatched the SS-level stealth robe you gave me, but aside from that, he didn't do anything to me and just let me go. His words carried a sense of pride, mocking Li Chen for being too young. Are you saying that after Li Chen discovered you, he took the stealth robe from you and then just let you go? The silver-haired, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, frowned deeply upon hearing this, instantly sensing something was amiss. Lu Jun scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment and confusion on his face, and said, Yes, my lord, is there something wrong? He then emphasized, I only returned after observing for a long time to confirm that Li Chen had indeed left, and I took a very cautious route back. There's no way Li Chen could have discovered me. He might have already returned to the main state capital by now. Before he could finish, the tall angrily rebuked, You are the fool. We might have been exposed. If Li Chen could let you go so easily, either he left a special mark on you or he has already followed you. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's face instantly turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he trembled and said, My lord, this can't be possible, right? I was very careful. The burly snorted coldly. Careful? Do you think that Li Chen, who has already broken through to the realm, is an easy opponent? Since he could discover you using an SS-level stealth robe, it means he has special means. Now we must prepare for the worst. As he spoke, a sharp light flickered in his eyes, like a cold gleam in the dark night that sent chills down one's spine. He turned to the silver-haired elder beside him and asked, Elder brother, what do you think we should do now? His tone carried a hint of worry. Before taking on the task they had promised the leader, the silver-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a calm and wise gaze as if he could see through all the fog. He ignored Lu Jun, who seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation, and after pondering for a moment, spoke in a deep voice. If Li Chen has placed any special tracking mark on him, then this place is no longer safe. We must abandon this location and quickly relocate our base. The plan to take revenge on Li Chen while demonstrating to the Martial Arts Alliance must be reconsidered. Just as his words fell, the burly was about to say something when both of them seemed to sense something at the same time, their expressions instantly becoming serious, like 2 sharp swords piercing the darkness. The energy shield enveloping the base city suddenly covered their entire martial arts hall and the surrounding area. It was as if a giant cage had trapped them inside. Who did this? Has Li Chen followed us? The burly warrior said cautiously after noticing the changes around his features. Having the ability to mobilize the energy shield surrounding the base city specifically to cover their martial arts hall is definitely a high-ranking official from the military or the Martial Arts Alliance. And this situation is most likely orchestrated by Li Chen, who followed Lu Jun all the way here, or it could be the other party's arrangement. Not good, we've been exposed. The silver-haired warrior said in a low voice, his brows furrowed as if he could wring water from them. Just as his words fell, a massive red slash, gathering terrifying energy and burning with flames, suddenly struck down upon the entire Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Boom! It erupted with a violent sound, like thunder crashing, shaking people's eardrums painfully. Accompanying it was a wave of scorching heat, as if it wanted to devour everything. The martial arts hall's defenses simply could not withstand such a terrifying attack, leading to an immediate collapse, with bricks and rubble flying everywhere. At this moment, outside the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Chen, fully armed, looked at the ruins that the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall had become, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall is in a remote location. Once the energy shield is activated to cover it, I can attack without worrying about harming innocents. The only ones who could feel the situation inside the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall at this moment, aside from the two Earth Martial Gods and Lu Jun, whom he had deliberately left unconscious, were all reduced to ashes under his attack. Immediately, his mid-stage Earth Martial God aura erupted fully, no longer concealed, as if a sleeping lion had suddenly awakened. As he entered battle mode, the crimson lotus mark on his forehead quietly emerged, and the glossy black hair within his battle armor transformed once again into a fiery red, engulfed in blazing flames, enhancing his power. The Fire God suit was further reinforced by a layer of flame battle armor, giving him a sense of complete security. At this moment, Chen resembled a battle god reborn from the flames, imposing and magnificent. In an instant, two equally terrifying Earth Martial God auras erupted violently from beneath the ruins of the Flash Thunder Martial Arts Hall. It was as if two ancient behemoths that had been lying in wait for a long time had awakened, carrying a destructive might that fiercely contended with Chen's overwhelming aura. Following that, two figures wrapped in different styles of battle armor flashed out. A burly martial god wielding a heavy axe, his eyes wide open and filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, roared like thunder, "It's you, Chen." As he spoke, he quickly released his perception, spreading like an invisible net to confirm whether there were other opponents nearby. Meanwhile, the silver-haired martial god, holding dual blades, felt the overwhelming, mountain-like pressure emanating from Chen, as well as the residual power of the flame slashes around them. His brows furrowed tightly, thinking to himself, so strong. With only mid-stage Earth martial god cultivation, his pressure can actually contend with both of us. Realizing this, he quickly warned the burly martial god beside him, "Be careful, second brother, he's a tough nut." The burly martial god, also noticing this, revealed a cruel smile on his face and coldly said, "Don't worry, big brother, it seems he's the only one here. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for us brothers. Let's take him down before his backup arrives." He wasn't boasting. Besides having the advantage of 2 against 1 and being at a higher cultivation level than Chen, they also carried a divine grade attack treasure specially bestowed upon them by their leader to ensure they could eliminate Chen in one fell swoop. Although it was of low quality, it was more than enough to deal with a mere mid-stage Earth martial god like Chen. As for the energy shield that had trapped them, once they took down Chen, they had plenty of ways to break it. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing. Chen's gaze locked onto them tightly, his eyes brimming with battle intent. His strength surged dramatically after consuming the SS-level gene enhancement potion and obtaining the Eye of Breaking Illusions, far surpassing an ordinary mid-level Earth martial god. Taking on 2 opponents at once was completely manageable. At the same time, he remained vigilant, wary of any hidden tricks these two might suddenly unleash. Then, the 3 of them collided directly in the night sky. Since both sides aimed to eliminate each other in the shortest time possible, the battle erupted with full force, showing no mercy, and it was exceptionally fierce. "Take this axe," the burly martial god roared, swinging his heavy axe. Like a raging beast, he struck down at Chen with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. The air was torn apart wherever the heavy axe passed, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The silver-haired martial god moved like lightning, his twin blades glinting with cold light, launching a side attack that aimed straight for Chen's vital points. Chen showed no fear. He horizontally blocked the burly martial god's heavy axe with his embered song blade, while simultaneously sidestepping to evade the silver-haired martial god's twin blades. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he swung the embered song blade, engulfed in blazing flames, towards the silver-haired martial god. "Good kid." The silver-haired martial god reacted swiftly, crossing his twin blades to block. With a clang, sparks flew. As the battle continued, Chen felt exhilarated. He had finally encountered a worthy opponent. The people he had faced before were either too strong or too weak. Moreover, he had yet to use the Eye of Breaking Illusions, planning to keep it as a trump card for a surprise lethal strike. The burly and silver-haired martial gods were increasingly shocked as they fought. Their cultivation levels were significantly higher than his, and working together, they still couldn't touch Chen at all. The burly martial god, filled with hidden anger, shouted, "Kid, I want to see how long you can hold out." With that, he swung his heavy axe even more fiercely, increasing his power, while the silver-haired martial god gritted his teeth, his twin blades becoming even more aggressive. Chen sneered, "Is that all you've got? That's not enough." The flames on him burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to ignite the entire night sky. After fully comprehending the SS-level Scarlet Flame Spirit technique, not only did it greatly enhance his cultivation, but his mastery of the fire element also improved significantly compared to before. This further bridged the gap between their levels. Each swing of his blade carried the force of a landslide, forcing the burly and silver-haired martial gods to defend with all their might. "What's up with this kid? His strength is so formidable, he's really a tough nut to crack." The burly martial god gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His heavy axe swung with great force, yet he still struggled to inflict any substantial damage on Chen. Li Chen was the strongest mid-level earth martial god he had ever seen, with combat power and adaptability far beyond his expectations. No wonder he's a prodigy who broke through to the earth martial god realm in his 20s. He truly cannot be compared to ordinary people. The silver-haired martial god had to admit Li Chen's strength. His twin blades flashed with cold light, clashing continuously with Li Chen's embered song blade, producing a series of metallic ringing sounds. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he said, "Since we can't take him down in a short time, let's stop holding back and bring out that treasure for a quick resolution." Upon hearing this, a look of determination flashed in the burly martial god's eyes. He nodded in agreement. He suddenly struck with his heavy axe, infused with the law of gold, slightly cleaving through Li Chen in front of him. Then he quickly retreated to create distance from Li Chen, his movements clean and swift. The silver-haired martial god also moved in perfect sync, rushing forward, his twin blades like the wind, blocking Li Chen from pursuing the burly martial god. "Kid, your opponent is me," he coldly shouted, his tone filled with provocation. Blocked by the silver-haired martial god, Li Chen swung his embered song blade fiercely at him, leaving deep gashes on his armor. Meanwhile, he cautiously thought to himself, "It seems they are about to use their trump card that can decisively determine the outcome against me." A sharp light flickered in his eyes. He sneered inwardly as he pondered, "But I'm not a pushover either. Let's see what they can bring to the table. They seem quite confident about this treasure, not even trying to hide it from me. I need to be cautious." He was ready to activate the Eye of Delusion for mental interference at any moment, thinking, "They definitely won't expect that I still have a trick up my sleeve. Caught off guard, they are likely to fall into my trap. Let's see whose trump card is stronger." At that moment, the burly martial god, distancing himself from Li Chen, moved his thoughts and put away the giant axe in his hand. He immediately took out a gun-like weapon from the storage ring on his finger. The gun was entirely black, emitting a chilling glow with a long, sharp barrel. At the muzzle, a miniature energy core was spinning rapidly, radiating a blinding light. It seemed capable of unleashing world-destroying power. It was vastly different from ordinary firearms. As soon as it was drawn, Li Chen noticed this special weapon. "This is..." Li Chen gazed at the weapon, his pupils reflecting a hint of shock. He couldn't recognize what it was, but he felt an intense sense of danger emanating from it, posing a significant threat to him. Logically speaking, as a martial artist of his level, no firearm should be able to harm him in the slightest. Yet this gun brought him such a strong sense of crisis. It was clearly not an ordinary weapon. Having been on guard, Li Chen dared not be careless and instantly activated the identification ability of the Eye of Delusion to see what this thing truly was. Divine-level laser gun, a special product from ancient ruins, of inferior quality, with a very fast firing rate and locking attack function, posing a significant threat to the user. Please avoid its attacks. A concise piece of information appeared in Li Chen's eyes in an instant. A divine-level inferior quality laser gun? They actually want to blast me with this? Wouldn't that just ruin their plan? Li Chen couldn't help but mentally scoff. The Destiny sect, in order to deal with him, had sent out 2 latest-age Earth martial gods and this divine-level laser gun that even posed a threat to celestial martial artists. They were really going all out, as if they had a deep-seated grudge against him. As for the identification ability of the Eye of Delusion, he had made a new discovery. The higher the level of the item, the more concise the information provided. Just like this divine-level laser gun, it only gave the quality and general threat level, with no other detailed information. However, having these key points was already enough. Just because you have a trump card doesn't mean I don't have one. Li Chen's dark gaze fixed intently on the burly martial god who was aiming the gun at him, and a faint light began to flicker in his eyes. The burly martial god and the silver-haired martial god, however, were completely unaware of this. "Die, Li Chen. This is your grave." The burly martial god, with the laser gun fully locked onto Li Chen, whispered confidently to himself. Even a peak earth martial god would die on the spot if hit by this laser gun. That was the terrifying aspect of this weapon. The silver-haired martial god's cooperation was also very tacit. Sensing that the burly martial god was about to strike, he swiftly activated his movement technique to create distance from Li Chen, wearing a self-assured expression as if he had already envisioned Li Chen being obliterated by the laser gun. "You are celebrating too early." Li Chen's eyes suddenly burst with light. Like a sharp bolt of lightning, he precisely locked onto the unsuspecting silver-haired martial god and the burly martial god, who were preparing to see how he would be blasted to smithereens. Buzz! A powerful mental force surged from his eyes like a tidal wave, shooting into the minds of the two. Not good, it's a mental attack. By the time the two realized it, it was already too late. Their smiles froze on their faces, completely unprepared for the fact that Li Chen also possessed a means of mental attack. The gaze suddenly became vacant. The whole person was like a puppet, motionless in the air. The burly martial god's hand rested on the trigger of the laser gun, yet he could not press it to unleash victory. Now is the time, dragon flame burning heaven slash. Li Chen, who had forcibly controlled the two and was feeling fatigued from consuming a large amount of mental energy, seized the opportunity. His body, engulfed in flames, erupted with waves of scorching heat, turning the entire energy shield into a furnace. He channeled all his power into the ashen sun blade in his hand. In a flash, he appeared before the silver-haired martial god, who was temporarily under his mental interference, and swung down at his head. Bang! The silver-haired martial god was predictably hit, crashing heavily onto the ruins of the martial arts hall below. Although protected by SS-level battle armor, he did not die. However, taking Li Chen's full-force strike without any defense left him seriously injured, with deep cracks appearing on his battle armor. Blood also spilled from the corner of his mouth. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Li Chen coldly glanced at the silver-haired martial god in the ruins, not pausing for a moment. His figure flashed again. Like a shooting star across the night sky, he arrived before the similarly vacanted burly martial god. His gaze fixed tightly on the divine-level laser gun in the burly martial god's hand. He'll gladly take this treasure. A glint of greed and decisiveness flashed in his eyes. Hand it over. Li Chen reached out and swiftly snatched the divine-level laser gun from the burly martial god's hand. The movement was incredibly quick. Before the burly martial god could react, Li Chen had already seized the divine-level laser gun and held it tightly in his hand. The cold gun body emitted a chilling glow, as if telling of his extraordinary nature. It exuded a terrifying aura. No! The burly martial god, still trapped in chaos, let out a desperate roar, but his body was beyond his control. It was as if he were bound by invisible shackles. He could only watch helplessly as the laser gun was taken from his grasp by Li Chen. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis and despair surged through the burly martial god's entire being. Because at that moment, Li Chen had already aimed the divine-level laser gun at him, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Is this how I launch an attack? Li Chen, whose eyes were already filled with red veins, curled his lips into a cold smile. His finger gently rested on the trigger. The gun's muzzle steadily locked onto the burly martial god, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A beam of laser light shot out violently. The light was like lightning tearing through the night sky, reaching an astonishing speed. At the moment it was fired, the surrounding air was violently compressed, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Where the beam passed, the space seemed to twist, with faint green cracks flashing by. The terrifying speed left no time for any reaction, like a meteor falling, carrying a momentum that could destroy the world. Under the immense crisis, the burly martial god forcibly regained consciousness, his eyes wide with fear and despair. Looking at the laser light, which contained incomprehensible terrifying energy, he felt as powerless as a sleeping husband. No! A desperate scream erupted from his mouth. But it was already too late. The laser beam instantly struck the burly martial god, and the terrifying energy engulfed him like a surging tide. His body began to burn violently within the beam. His skin carbonized in an instant. Following that, his entire body ignited like burning paper, rapidly turning to ash. The energy was so overwhelming that not a single remnant was left, as if he had never existed in this world. Wow, what power! And the firing speed is impressive. Li Chen looked at the burly martial god, who had turned to dust in the blink of an eye, and his eyes lit up. He secretly pondered that if this shot had hit him, it would have been far from pleasant. Even if he miraculously survived due to his astonishing defensive power, he would still be severely injured. No wonder the item information bar warned him to avoid the attacks of this weapon. Its power is indeed not to be underestimated. After witnessing the might of this divine-level laser gun, Li Chen's face was filled with excitement as he quickly turned the gun to aim at the silver-haired martial god, who had been blasted into the ruins. Next up, it's your turn. Li Chen prepared to fire again to end the battle, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. However, the terrifying laser beam did not fire again. Instead, it emitted a series of click-click sounds, as if it had run out of bullets, and the miniature energy core at the gun's muzzle stopped spinning, resembling a light bulb that had exhausted its energy. Ha! Out of bullets? Does this thing only fire once? Li Chen muttered in confusion, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face. He quickly activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions to check what was going on. Energy depleted, unable to continue attacking, requires a divine-level energy crystal to recharge. 3 shots remaining. Will automatically be scrapped after 3 shots. A message appeared in his vision. No way! Li Chen, forcibly controlling the silver-haired martial god to keep him immobile, his eyes turning even redder, almost bleeding, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he read the parsed information. He hadn't expected that firing this laser gun once would require a divine-level energy crystal for recharging. Moreover, there were limits on the number of shots. Such significant restrictions were quite normal to consider. After all, the power of this gun was so immense that without limitations, it would be too overpowered. Li Chen shook his head helplessly. He then stored the coldly glowing divine-level laser gun into his infinite storage space. Then I'll use my cinder blue blade to deal with you. He looked down with a proud gaze. The silver-haired martial god, who had been blasted into the ruins, had already broken free from his mental interference and let out a tremendous roar. Like a ghost emerging from the rubble. Li Chen, I want you to pay for my second brother's life. The silver-haired martial god's eyes were also blood-red, burning with fury as he shouted. Li Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Humph, just you? The silver-haired martial god gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Today, either you die or I die. After saying that, he directly unleashed a technique with strong side effects, but one that could significantly enhance all his physical skills. This was the SS-level martial art he kept as a trump card. In an instant, the silver-haired martial god's body radiated a brilliant light. A chilling and powerful aura of dark laws emanated from him, spreading like a tangible substance. The surrounding air turned icy cold. His severe internal injuries healed at a visible speed, and the residual flames of the law at his wounds were instantly expelled. He seemed to be enveloped in a layer of black mist, his momentum suddenly soaring. Li Chen, die! The silver-haired martial god roared. In a short time, he drastically increased his overall strength, charging at Li Chen like a frenzied beast. Li Chen's heart tightened. He felt the silver-haired martial god's power multiply several times. The overwhelming pressure hit him, causing him to frown and think, this guy actually has such a desperate move. However, he activated the enhancement effect of the burning fire sun technique, flames rising around him like a burning fireball. Moreover, this enhancement effect could now last for several hours. There was absolutely no way the opponent could take him down. As long as he delayed for a bit, the ultimate victor would definitely be him. Old man, die! Li Chen shouted, swinging the cinder blue blade as he faced the silver-haired martial god. The figures of the two quickly intertwined within the energy shield. The blade light flickered. Each collision erupted with powerful energy fluctuations. Thanks to the enhancement of that technique, the silver-haired martial god's attacks became exceptionally fierce, each strike carrying a deadly threat. His frenzied quest for revenge for the burly martial god was secondary, and now that the god-level laser gun has been snatched away by Li Chen and the burly martial god has been killed, he knows that if he cannot take down Li Chen, even if he retreats from the Wohue base city, the leader will not spare him either. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to eliminate Li Chen. Then he can reclaim the god-level laser gun and recover from this massive loss. Is that all you've got? Li Chen mocked. The Ashen Song blade in his hand met the silver-haired martial god's dual blades in a clash. Don't celebrate too early. A glint of malice flashed in the silver-haired martial god's eyes as he unleashed his martial technique, the aura of the dark law on his dual blades growing denser, surging towards Li Chen like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly executed the dragon flame burning heaven blade. He concentrated his power into the Ashen Song blade and swung it, unleashing flames that swept towards the silver-haired martial god like a dragon. As the two continued to battle, outside the energy shield enveloping the entire Thunder Martial Arts Hall, elite troops from the military and the Martial Arts Alliance had already arrived, surrounding the area in response to the commotion. Everyone watched in shock as the two inside the energy shield fought fiercely, each trying to kill the other. The president of the Martial Arts Alliance branch here, Cui Hang, a latest-stage emperor-level martial artist, gazed at the battle within the energy shield, his heart racing as he exclaimed, "The battle between Earth martial gods is truly terrifying." If it weren't for the energy shield in front of him completely isolating the aftermath of the battle from the outside, they wouldn't have been able to get this close at all. Moreover, the entire base city would suffer severe repercussions. No, I need to think of a way to help Lord Governor. Cui Hang looked at the two figures inside the energy shield, locked in a deadly struggle, sending waves of energy rippling. His heart raced like an ant on a hot pan. But he also knew that rushing in to help Li Chen against that silver-haired Earth martial god would be tantamount to seeking death. He was merely a latest-stage emperor-level martial artist, completely unqualified to join a battle of this level. It was no exaggeration to say that the fully unleashed silver-haired martial god could easily injure or kill him with a single attack. At that point, he wouldn't be able to help at all. Instead, he would become a burden to Li Chen. However, just sitting here and watching wasn't a solution either. They were completely unaware of the presence of the Destiny cult's hideout within the base, and although their relationship with the military was strong, if it came down to it, it would still be his responsibility as the president. If anything happened to Li Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. President Cui, what should we do? The vice president, Lu Linhui, beside him, was completely at a loss, his face filled with worry, his voice trembling slightly. If Chairman Li isn't a match for that silver-haired martial god, it would be disastrous. Don't panic, let me think. Cui Hang furrowed his brow, quickly searching for a solution in his mind. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he thought of an idea that might help Li Chen. Quick, Linhui! You need to rush to the armory and bring over the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons that the former vice governor gave us. Well, blast a hole in the energy shield and target that guy fighting with Chairman Li. These 4 magnetic energy rail cannons were treasures he had previously acquired from Du Qi to enhance the military strength of the branch, begging and pleading to get them. If luck was on their side, one shot could take down a peak beast emperor-level beast. He never expected they would come in handy so soon. If the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons fired together and managed to hit that silver-haired martial god, it would at least have some effect, helping Li Chen who was fighting inside. Moreover, once the target was locked, the probability of missing was extremely low. This was the best plan they could come up with at the moment. Alright, I'm on it. Lu Linhua's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly dashed away like a ghost towards the branch's armory. Meanwhile, the nearby military personnel also possessed heavy weapons capable of posing a serious threat to emperor-level beasts. But they were all mounted on the city walls. After taking it apart, reassembling it is very troublesome. So, I can only helplessly watch from the sidelines, continuously reinforcing the energy shield, praying that Li Chen can win this battle. Not long after, Lu Linhui arrived with a group of elite members from the Alliance branch, bringing 4 magnetic energy rail cannons. The 4 magnetic energy rail cannons looked extremely imposing, with barrels over 3 meters long, made from a special alloy. The muzzle was circular, with a diameter of at least 1 meter. Faint blue electric lights flickered inside, like a lurking beast ready to unleash a deadly attack at any moment. The sides of the barrel were adorned with complex circuits and energy devices, with energy flowing through them, emitting a faint buzzing sound. At the bottom were 4 sturdy supports firmly holding up the barrel, giving an indestructible feeling. President, the weapons are here, fully charged. Just lock onto the target and we can fire. Lu Linhui shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Cui Hong looked over, a hint of joy breaking through his tense expression. Good, quickly pull it over. Find the right moment to disrupt that silver-haired martial god. Inside the energy shield, Li Chen was in a stalemate with the silver-haired martial god. He had already used the ability of the Eye of Breaking Illusions to find a subtle hidden injury at the location of the opponent's heart. He was preparing to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons brought by Cui Hong and the gestures he was making. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Li Chen's lips and he thought to himself, just in time. Meanwhile, the silver-haired martial god, who was attacking frantically, clearly hadn't noticed the movements of Cui Hong and the others outside the shield. This was one of the side effects of using this SS-level technique. The longer it was activated, the lower the intelligence became. Moreover, it would gradually descend into madness, completely losing rationality. At this moment, his mind was filled with a single, unwavering thought to kill Li Chen in front of him. As the battle continued, Li Chen also keenly noticed that the silver-haired martial god's state was becoming increasingly erratic. The eyes that had once retained some rationality were now completely consumed by madness, and the attacks had become chaotic. It was like a beast that only knew how to attack. This old guy is getting crazier with every hit. It must be the downside of his amplification technique, Li Chen thought to himself. With this in mind, the joy on his face grew even more. Then it's even more of a blessing for me. Immediately, a terrifying energy erupted from Li Chen, accompanied by waves of heat. As he gathered all the power within him onto the blade of the Ember Sung Dao in his hand. Dragon flame burning heaven blade. With a fierce swing of the long knife, a roaring fire dragon burst forth from the blade, opening its massive jaws and charging towards the silver-haired martial god, who was enveloped in black mist. The silver-haired martial god, exuding a chilling aura, sensed this powerful energy, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. Kill! He attached all his power to his dual blades and swung them to fend off the oncoming fire dragon. Outside the energy shield, Cui Hong watched the scene, understanding that Li Chen was creating an opportunity for them to use the magnetic energy rail cannons. His eyes sharpened, and he decisively issued the command. Good opportunity. Now, open 4 holes on top of the energy shield, and the magnetic energy rail cannons aim and fire at that silver-haired old man. Yes. Lu Linhui and the others, on high alert, quickly sprang into action, moving with great agility. They skillfully operated the control devices of the energy shield. With a wave of energy fluctuations, 4 holes instantly opened up on the energy shield. Fire! With Lu Linhui's command, the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons launched their attack, the blue electric light at the muzzle instantly condensing into thick beams of light. Zing! 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 The beams sliced through the night sky like lightning, shooting straight towards the silver-haired martial god with immense penetrating power. As the magnetic energy beams passed, the surrounding air was violently compressed, creating powerful gusts. Moreover, the speed of the beams was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the silver-haired martial god. At that moment, the silver-haired martial god was fully focused on resisting Li Chen's fire dragon, completely unaware of the attack from behind. Suddenly, a chilling scream escaped the silver-haired martial god's lips as the magnetic energy beam successfully struck him while he was defending against Li Chen's fire dragon. Caught off guard, the silver-haired martial god instantly found himself unable to withstand the fire dragon that sought to engulf him. Roar! The fire dragon let out a roar and lunged forward, swallowing the silver-haired martial god whole. Subsequently, his entire being, along with his voice, was drowned out by the deafening explosion of energy that erupted upon the fire dragon's impact. The explosion was thunderous. Within the energy shield, a spectacular sea of flames quickly formed, with flames shooting up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings completely. Cui Hong and the others, who were struggling to withstand the residual power emanating from the 4 openings, saw the effect of their actions and all displayed expressions of joy. Great! We hit him, ha ha ha! The others cheered along, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. At this moment, the silver-haired martial god, as a latest Earth martial god, despite having suffered Li Chen's fire dragon attack and the sneak attack from the magnetic energy railgun, still exhibited a life force that was astonishingly resilient under the enhancement of secret techniques. His battered body fell heavily like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the ground and creating a massive deep pit, with dust flying everywhere. However, just when everyone thought he had completely lost his fighting capability, he surprisingly gripped his dual blades tightly once more and struggled to stand up slowly. His eyes sparkled with madness. Well, Li Chen moved like lightning, appearing directly in front of the silver-haired martial god. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, filled with ferocity, as he coldly said, "I want to see just how resilient your life force is." With that, he moved swiftly like the wind. The Jinsong blade, glinting with a fierce cold light, suddenly thrust towards the silver-haired martial god's heart. Put! The Jinsong blade pierced directly through the silver-haired martial god's heart. The scorching fire energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, destroying his already crumbling vitality to the greatest extent possible. Ugh! A large mouthful of blood spilled from the silver-haired martial god's lips. The blood dripped continuously from his chin, forming crimson spots on the ground. As the intense pain radiated from his chest, the silver-haired martial god's consciousness began to return to him. He felt the rapid loss of vitality within him, his eyes widened, his throat became hoarse, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. How could you? This is impossible. Li Chen didn't waste any words with him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he violently twisted the Jinsung blade. The blade stirred within the silver-haired martial god's body. More blood gushed from the corners of his mouth like a flood breaking through a dam. His face contorted in agony, his features twisted together, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing the silver-haired martial god in this state, Li Chen was certain that the opponent was doomed. With a sudden yank, he pulled out the Jinsung blade, which was still dripping with the silver-haired martial god's blood. Then, he delivered a powerful spinning kick to the silver-haired martial god's head. The kick carried immense force, directly knocking the silver-haired martial god's head to the side. With a dull thud, the silver-haired martial god's pitiful body flew to the side like a broken sack, never to rise again. Li Chen crossed his arms and approached the corpse. His gaze was proud, a slight smirk on his lips, exuding an air of arrogance, to have exchanged so many blows with me. You can be proud enough. Those who didn't know would think that Li Chen was the one with the higher cultivation level. Afterward, Li Chen beckoned at the silver-haired martial god's corpse with his finger, and the spatial ring on his finger instantly detached from the corpse, flying into Li Chen's hand. He began to carefully rummage through the spoils, probing his spiritual energy into the spatial ring to quickly check the items inside. Why is it all just a bunch of miscellaneous S-level items? Is there not a single high-end product? Li Chen thought to himself, his brows slightly furrowing. Among the most precious items was an SS-level blood explosion pill, which similarly required a huge cost to rapidly enhance one's strength for a short period. He could roughly understand why the other party hadn't consumed it. Given the state of the silver-haired martial god after using that secret technique, if he were to swallow this blood explosion pill, he would likely be unable to withstand the sudden surge of immense energy within him, leading to a self-detonation. He didn't dare to gamble on whether he could endure it, so he could only leave the blood explosion pill in his storage ring. Li Chen, slightly disappointed, stored the items in the infinite storage space, muttering to himself, the good stuff is probably in that other guy's space ring, but unfortunately, it was turned to ash by a single blast. At that moment, the crowd outside the energy shield witnessed this scene, first falling into a brief silence. Then, excited shouts erupted like a tidal wave. We won! Lord General of the state has won! Listening to the cheers around him, Li Chen suddenly remembered something and frowned slightly. I almost forgot about that guy. His keen perception quickly covered the entire energy shield, beginning to search for Lu Jun's figure. Soon, he found him. However, at this moment, Lu Jun had already turned into a charred corpse, quietly buried in the ruins. From the looks of it, he must have been caught in the spectacular sea of fire that erupted when the silver-haired martial god fell to the ground, losing his life directly. Feeling the lifeless charred body, Li Chen curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. Heh, dying like this really is too cheap for you. Not being able to torment that guy properly left him quite unsatisfied. Then, with a thought, Li Chen deactivated his combat state. The flames that had been blazing on his body instantly extinguished, as if gently wiped away by an invisible hand. The imposing fire god suit transformed back into a delicate necklace, securely resting around his neck, emitting a faint glow as it absorbed energy for automatic repair. Meanwhile, the nearby energy shield also dissipated. The residual energy aura on the battlefield immediately scattered like wild horses, bringing waves of shock to the surrounding crowd. That terrifying aura felt like invisible ferocious beasts, sending chills down people's spines. Cui Hong felt the waves of terrifying aura more directly, his heart shaken. He hurriedly walked to Li Chen's side, his face full of concern, urgently asking, My lord, how are you? Are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the medical cabin in the branch? I've already had someone prepare it. The military inspector Suyin, who had been guarding nearby, also approached Li Chen with a tense expression. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Lord General of the state, I am Suyin, the inspector of the Wuhui base city. We had no idea that the Destiny cult had actually set up a nest here. The enemy is truly too cunning. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's gaze instantly turned cold, like two sharp daggers, staring directly at him. Anger surged within him. The affairs within the base city were basically managed by military forces, and now there was a hidden large-scale nest of the Destiny cult inside, and they had been completely unaware. Moreover, they were quick to shirk responsibility. What was even more infuriating was that there were insiders who had defected to the Destiny cult, clearly indicating mismanagement on their part. Thinking of this, Li Chen pointed at Suyin's head and scolded mercilessly, The enemy is too cunning? Don't you bear any responsibility at all? As the inspector responsible for the safety of the entire level city, what the hell have you been doing all this time? To let the Destiny cult's nest hide here like a tumor for so long, and its scale has grown so large, yet you act like a blind man, with no awareness or even the most basic vigilance. I see you are just a bunch of useless fools, and you still have the nerve to blame the enemy. Don't you feel ashamed? The deputy inspector Hu Feng stood by, listening to Li Chen's continuous tirade, his head hanging low and silent. looking like a primary school student being sternly reprimanded by a teacher. As soon as he learned that Li Chen was bloodily cleansing a stronghold of the Destiny sect, he had already mentally prepared himself for the scolding from this lord. After all, this situation was entirely a failure on their military's part. The Thunderbolt martial arts school had existed within the base for a long time, and they had completely failed to notice it. Li Chen was right to scold them, there was no denying that. Now, they could only wait for Li Chen to finish his rant and see if there was any way to remedy the situation. The people around them were also frightened into silence by Li Chen's fierce words, all lowering their heads, not daring to meet the fiery gaze of Li Chen, which seemed capable of spitting fire. Behind Li Chen, Cui Hong and the other martial artists affiliated with the Martial Alliance looked at the military personnel being scolded like grandchildren. A glimmer of relief flashing in their eyes as they muttered to themselves, "Fortunately, the Grand Provincial Envoy is reasonable and didn't scold us along with him." Meanwhile, Suyin, who was being pointed at and scolded by Li Chen in front of everyone, had a face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. Li Chen was clearly scolding him as a leader, and the insults were all unique. Although he had no faults in what he said, the public humiliation made it hard for him to save face. The more he listened, the more he felt he couldn't endure it, his fists quietly clenching. Because Li Chen was right. His abilities were indeed mediocre, and he had obtained the position of inspector entirely through connections. His latest emperor-level cultivation was also built up with a lot of resources. Lies are like a gun without a chamber, they can't kill, but the truth is a sharp knife. Usually, he held a high position. Even if someone knew this, they wouldn't dare to expose his scars in public. At most, they would talk behind his back. But Li Chen had directly poked it out in the open. Then, as Suyin listened to Li Chen's scolding, he could no longer hold back, his face turning the color of pig liver as he angrily retorted, "Enough, my lord! I am not one of your Martial Alliance members. I am under the command of the military government, Inspector General Zhang. You have no right to point fingers at me here. Although you are powerful, you cannot humiliate me like this. I think you are tired and need to rest. You should go back and recuperate and not take your anger out on us. My position is granted by the military government, and it has nothing to do with your Martial Alliance. I am not your subordinate, and you have no authority to reprimand me like this." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into an instant silence. Everyone was stunned. It was as if time had frozen at that moment. Hu Feng, standing next to Suyin and also receiving a scolding, was the most shocked, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. When had his usually mediocre and incapable superior become so bold? He looked at Suyin with a hint of pity, secretly lamenting. You never know what foolish people will do. If he had just held back, it could have passed. Now he actually dared to speak like this to a martial god who had just defeated two high-level enemies. After Suyin finished speaking, the pent-up frustration in his chest dissipated instantly. Not only did he not feel regret, but he also felt an indescribable sense of relief. Since he took office as inspector, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Moreover, being scolded by a kid 10 years younger than him in front of his subordinates. Where was his dignity? The reason he dared to retort like this was primarily that although the military and the Martial Alliance worked closely together, they were still two different forces. Li Chen was indeed the Grand Provincial Envoy of the Martial Alliance, but he was not his direct superior and had no authority to punish him, who belonged to the military government. Moreover, he also had a powerful backing. The Chief Inspector Zhang Jian was his uncle by marriage. At worst, he could personally visit Li Chen later to apologize. Suyin thought simply, completely unaware of the consequences his impulsiveness would bring. Due to the relatively safe geographical location of Yuzhou, it had been many years since a chief inspector was stationed there, and he had indeed gradually forgotten what the position entailed. Logically speaking, his earlier words did hold some truth, but now the truth lay in Li Chen's hands. Strength was the real truth. Li Chen's gaze instantly turned icy at the words, "What did you say?" The temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees. Boom! The powerful pressure of the earth martial god erupted around them. Like an invisible mountain, it pressed the unprepared Suyin down to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Suyin felt as if his internal organs had been struck hard, a sweet taste surging up his throat. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. His face instantly turned pale. At this moment, Suyin still did not realize how unfavorable the situation was for him, still full of defiance, clutching his chest as he said, "Li, Chairman Li, you dare to use force against an official. I will protest to Lord Lei." As he spoke, he tried to muster strength to struggle to his feet, but Li Chen's pressure was like an iron hoop, firmly pinning him to the ground. Protest? A cold smile appeared on Li Chen's face. He then raised his hand and slapped Suyin, who was shouting wildly, right across the face. Smack! The force of the slap was immense, causing several of Suyin's teeth to fly out, his head spinning at that moment, his ears ringing. Li Chen looked at Suyin's face. Now swollen like a pig's, his gaze filled with contempt. How did someone like you come out of the military government? Truly disgraceful. Let me teach you what respect for the strong means. With that, he delivered another smack, striking both sides of Suyin's face symmetrically. The force was so great that Suyin couldn't bear it and fainted, collapsing to the ground like a dead fish. Cui Hong, imprison this waste in the branch's jail. No one is allowed to release him without my orders. Li Chen said coldly. Yes. Cui Hong quickly responded. After a brief pause, Li Chen took out the chairman's order from his infinite storage space and tossed it to Cui Hong, who was preparing to act. Take this, the Wuhui base city is to enter a state of level 1 martial law immediately. You will temporarily take over the authority of the military inspector. This order is as good as my presence. Close all city gates and no one is allowed to enter or exit. At this point, Li Chen's gaze fell on the trembling Hu Feng beside him. Feeling Li Chen's sharp gaze, Hu Feng involuntarily trembled as if being targeted by a fierce beast. You, cooperate with Cui Hong to immediately launch an investigation, root out all the Destiny Sect infiltrators within the army, and make amends. Li Chen said coldly, his voice filled with undeniable authority. Yes, my lord. I will fully cooperate with Lord Cui Hong to make amends. Hu Feng stammered in response, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. With Suyin still lying unconscious on the ground, he dared not refuse in the face of Li Chen's overwhelming pressure. Not everyone was as foolish as Suyin. Alright, then disperse and execute the orders. Report back to me with results tomorrow morning. Li Chen said coldly. The crowd, as if hearing a pardon, breathed a sigh of relief. Like prey escaping from a tiger's jaws, they quickly dispersed to carry out his orders. After everyone had left, Li Chen gently tapped the communication bracelet on his wrist, a flash of light passing through. Headquarters, this is Li Chen. I have destroyed the Destiny Sect's hideout and I single-handedly killed both latest-stage Earth martial gods. No need to send reinforcements. A response quickly came from the other end of the communication, confirming the news. After relaying the latest news to the higher-ups, Li Chen leaped into the air like a red meteor, rushing towards the location of the Yin-Yang base city. Suyin had not been entirely wrong earlier. He had consumed a significant amount of mental energy to forcibly control two latest-stage Earth martial gods during the battle, and now he felt utterly exhausted and indeed needed a good rest. As for the traitors within the military ranks of the Wuhui base city who had sided with the Destiny Sect, he left them all to Cui Hong and the others to deal with. He believed they could handle it well. Meanwhile, near the border of Yuzhou, an SS-class fighter jet racing towards Wuhui base city suddenly came to a screeching halt in the night sky. The jet's tail flame traced a brilliant arc in the air. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in green battle armor sat firmly in the pilot's seat, exuding the aura of a peak Earth martial god. The energy flowed within the jet like a tangible substance. At that moment, he had just finished listening in shock to the latest news relayed from headquarters. His eyes widened in disbelief, like copper bells, as he exclaimed, "What? Are you saying that Li Chen, with mid-stage Earth martial god strength, not only defeated two latest-stage Earth martial gods but also killed them all, and I no longer need to provide support?" The green-armored martial god was named Lui. After receiving the urgent news that Li Chen was facing two Earth martial gods from the Destiny Sect and needed immediate assistance, he had rushed from Yenzhou at the fastest speed possible. He had been anxious and even prepared to expose himself to the outside world just to reach Li Chen as quickly as possible. He never expected that Li Chen had already resolved the issue by fighting 2 against 1. This was truly unbelievable to him. He couldn't help but speculate in his heart just how strong Li Chen's abilities were. The operator at the Alliance headquarters spoke respectfully through the communicator to Lui, one of the 3 hidden Earth martial gods of the Alliance. Chairman Liu, after verification, the situation on Chairman Li's side is indeed as he described, completely consistent with what Chairman Li said. You can now return to Yenzhou. Thank you for your trouble. After hearing this, Lui fell silent for a moment, his expression becoming complex, as if he were reminiscing or contemplating the future situation. He murmured to himself, goodness, are the prodigies in the Alliance now this terrifying? No wonder they can be entrusted with important responsibilities at such a young age. It seems the future of the Alliance is bright. While Lui marveled, he shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness mixed with admiration appearing on his lips. Alright, I understand. A trip here was in vain, but it can't be helped. If it weren't for his need to remain hidden, bearing the special mission of secretly safeguarding the Alliance's security and responding to various emergencies, he would truly want to see what kind of monstrous existence Li Chen was, capable of defeating 2 opponents and killing them all in such a short time. Such achievements, even in his eyes as a peak Earth martial god, were astonishing. Alas, what a pity, I can only talk about it later. Lui sighed softly. He then maneuvered the jet to turn around in the night sky, the aircraft slicing through the darkness, leaving a long tail flame behind. As time passed, Li Chen finally returned to the skies above the General State Mansion. His figure flickered and appeared on the ground like a ghost. The Alliance martial artists patrolling the area, arranged by Zhao Qingning, were momentarily stunned as they saw Li Chen suddenly appear in the night sky. Once they recognized him, they immediately stood up straight, their eyes filled with tension and reverence, saying, "We greet the Lord of the General State." Hearing this, Li Chen gently nodded at them. Then, his figure flickered again, disappearing in an instant as he arrived inside the General State Mansion. Zhao Qingning, serving as Li Chen's secretary, was currently cultivating in the hall of the General State Mansion. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately came out to greet him. As a peak-level king-class martial artist, it was no problem for her to go without sleep for several weeks. But at this moment, upon seeing Li Chen, she keenly sensed that the aura emanating from him seemed quite fatigued, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. "My lord, what happened to you? I feel that your condition isn't very good. Do you need me to arrange a treatment pod for you?" Zhao Qingning asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Li Chen looked at Zhao Qingning, who was so concerned about him, nodded, and did not refuse. The treatment pod could help restore his mental strength more quickly, so he naturally wanted to use it. It's a long story, just arrange the treatment pod for me, focusing on restoring my mental strength. Zhao Qingning listened to Li Chen's request without asking further questions, simply responding earnestly, "Alright, my lord, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." With that, she quickly turned and went to handle the arrangements for the treatment pod. Before long, Zhao Qingning brought Li Chen to the treatment room, standing before a fully prepared treatment pod. It was a chamber radiating a soft blue light, filled with a transparent liquid that emitted a gentle glow. Within it contained powerful energy for mental strength recovery. Under Zhao Qingning's explanation, Li Chen slowly lay down inside the treatment pod. As his body was completely immersed in the liquid, he felt a warm and gentle force enveloping him instantly, as if being caressed by countless soft hands. His mental strength began to recover rapidly, like parched land meeting a refreshing rain. The blue light accompanied the operation of the machine, illuminating the entire pod like a dream. So comfortable, Li Chen thought to himself as he closed his eyes. He quietly felt his mental strength recovering, and the fatigue on his face gradually faded away. Time passed, and it was the next morning. The treatment pod was quiet and peaceful, with the soft blue light gently flickering. Li Chen slowly opened his clear eyes, a hint of relaxation and contentment flashing in them. That was a really comfortable sleep. He murmured lazily to himself. The space inside the treatment pod was spacious enough. Li Chen stretched out a big yawn, and his bones let out a slight cracking sound. At this moment, he felt full of energy and vitality. The consumed mental strength and power had been completely replenished. One had to say that the treatment equipment provided by the Martial Arts Alliance branch was indeed quite advanced. The sign-in count has refreshed. Let's see what I can get today, Li Chen thought, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in, triggering the hidden feature sign-in critical hit, increasing the sign-in count. Gained a small realm improvement, early stage Earth Martial God, Yen Prison Guard 10, Special Treasure Source Martial Heart 1, SS Level Elemental Consciousness Ring 1, SS Level Martial Skill Crimson Sky Calamity fully comprehended. SS Level Technique Giant God Fury Body fully comprehended. Improved by one small realm, elevating the host's level to latest stage Martial God without any sense of unreality, flowing as naturally as sailing downstream. Earth Martial God Level Yen Prison Guard, Rock Life Form, possessing strong vitality, if killed, will resurrect in the lava space after 1 day. As long as the host does not die, they are immortal and possess absolute loyalty to the host, making them a good helper. As long as they are near the host, they can be freely stored in the Yen prison space. Note, self-detonation is not allowed, otherwise permanent death will occur. Source Martial Heart, for every small realm improvement of the host, overall strength such as power, speed, defense, talent, and will can be enhanced. SS Level Elemental Consciousness Ring, wearing it can significantly enhance mental strength and the speed of mental recovery. SS Level Martial Art Crimson Sky Calamity. Summons clouds to transform into fiery clouds, raining down dense fire meteors, each meteor splashing a 10-meter sea of fire. Its power can be effectively enhanced in clear weather. SS Level Martial Art Titan's Fury, entering lava form temporarily boosts realm, greatly enhancing combat power, lasting up to 10 minutes, after which it automatically ends and enters a weakened state, unable to be activated again. As a series of sounds echoed in Li Chen's mind, and the powerful introductions of various sign-in items unfolded before his eyes, his gaze was mixed with excitement and thrill. It seemed to shimmer with golden light. Wow, am I really this lucky today? I signed in and got so many great things at once. System, you sly thing, you had hidden functions and didn't tell me at first. You're so bad. I like it so much, he muttered to himself, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. The feeling of suddenly receiving such a huge surprise without prior knowledge was the most exhilarating. Just as the joyful thoughts in Li Chen's mind had not yet settled, he suddenly felt a powerful energy surge from the void into his body. It began to rapidly elevate his level of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation directly broke through to the late stage of Earth Martial God, and as the system described, it was very stable and solid, without a hint of being forcefully raised. It was as if he was meant to be at this realm. Everything felt so natural and harmonious. 10 Yenyu guards, whose cultivation level had reached the initial stage of Earth Martial God, quietly appeared in a certain area of his infinite storage space the moment the system sign-in rewards took effect. In an instant, that originally calm and undisturbed area, along with the surrounding regions, transformed into a blazing, lava-rolling hot domain. This was the Yenyu space, a special environment created specifically for the Yenyu guards, devoid of any other living beings, only capable of accommodating these special life forms. Is this the Yenyu space? It suits you quite well. Li Chen silently established a mental connection with the Yenyu guards. Just as his cultivation had just risen to the late stage of Earth Martial God, he was immersed in the joy of his surging power. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented wave of immense energy pulsating from his heart. This energy not only brought no discomfort but instead quietly enhanced his overall strength. It felt as if every muscle, every drop of blood was cheering with joy. This is the heart of Source Martial merging. Li Chen's heart jolted, and he quickly understood. He felt the heart of Source Martial closely connected to his heart, with each heartbeat accompanied by a surge of power. The merging process was swift and smooth. When the heart of Source Martial fully integrated into Li Chen's heart, an even more surging power surged within him. Immediately after, an SS-level consciousness ring, emitting a faint glow, appeared in his infinite storage space. At the same time, the complete understanding memories of 2 SS-level martial arts flooded into his mind like a tide. Li Chen slightly closed his eyes to concentrate. After a moment, he completely digested and comprehended all the knowledge. The system is really thoughtful. These sign-in items even know to line up one by one. Li Chen opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the medical pod. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, along with the continuous, life-giving energy pulsating from his heart. A smile that he simply couldn't suppress hung at the corner of his mouth. If these rewards had all arrived at once, his body would probably have a hard time handling it in a short time. At this moment, the lava space where the Yenyu guards had appeared in the infinite storage space had completely become independent, turning into a special domain that belonged solely to the Yenyu guards. He tried to put other items or living beings into it but found it was impossible. Not possible? Alright then. Li Chen shook his head with slight disappointment. He had originally thought he could turn the lava space into a prison to hold enemies, to toss anyone he disliked inside. If you could escape from the space created by the system, then you'd be impressive. It seems that the system had anticipated this long ago, not giving him any chance at all. Moreover, the Yen prison guards could not self-destruct, otherwise they would face permanent death and could not be resurrected. After dismissing that thought, another idea crossed his mind. A ring radiating a mysterious glow appeared in Li Chen's palm. An SS-level item, the amplification effect should be impressive. Li Chen gazed at the Yuan consciousness ring, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He gently slipped the ring onto his finger. Instantly, a warm and powerful force surged through his fingertips into his mental world. The Yuan consciousness ring automatically connected with his spirit, and Li Chen felt a clarity wash over his mind. His mental power greatly expanded and enhanced. This feeling is simply amazing. Li Chen whispered excitedly. He would be able to use the Eye of Breaking Illusions more freely now, without having to worry about his mental power. His current strength had undoubtedly risen by more than one tier compared to before. Among them, he believed the most cost-effective were the 10 early-stage Earth Martial Gods, the Lava Guards. The reason was simple. Even if they fell in battle, they could be refreshed after a day. If he encountered those 2 latest-stage Earth Martial Gods from the Destiny sect today, he was confident he could crush them with ease. He would make those 2 truly understand what cruelty is, what an absolute gap in strength means. Then, with a thought, Li Chen opened his system panel. Name, Li Chen level, latest stage Earth Martial God cultivation techniques, SS level Burning Fire Sun technique perfect, SS level Crimson Flame Spirit formula perfect, SS level Giant God Fury Body perfect martial skills, SS level Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Blade perfect, SS level Crimson Sky Calamity perfect items, infinite storage space, God level Laser Gun, SS level Ashen Sun Blade, SS level Fire God set, SS level Yuan Consciousness Ring, SS level Concealment Robe Special, Eye of Breaking. Illusions Basic 10 early-stage Earth Martial God Lava Guards. The data on the Yuan Martial Heart panel flickered. All information was clear at a glance. Compared to the very beginning, a special section had been added. The current panel is much more substantial than it was at the start. Li Chen briefly scanned it, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his face, before gently closing the panel. He left the medical room and arrived at the office. Before long, the diligent Zhao Qingning gently knocked and walked in, her green hair cascading over her shoulders like a sprite. Since Li Chen had not deliberately restrained his aura, as soon as Zhao Qingning entered and saw Li Chen sitting in the chair, her eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned. She could clearly feel that Li Chen's aura was several times stronger than it had been last night. The powerful pressure made her heart tremble just by sitting there. If she wasn't mistaken, it seemed Li Chen had broken through a realm, reaching an astonishing latest-stage Earth Martial God. And there was no sense of instability or superficiality. He stood as steady and powerful as an unyielding mountain. In her astonishment, Zhao Qingning couldn't help but softly ask, "My lord, you are..." Hearing this, Li Chen's lips curled into a confident smile as he looked at Zhao Qingning, already guessing what she wanted to ask. As if breaking through a realm was no big deal, he spoke in a calm tone. "You want to ask about my cultivation, right?" Seeing Zhao Qingning nod, Li Chen continued, "After experiencing yesterday's battle, I directly broke through to latest stage Earth Martial God in the medical pod." After saying this, he casually gestured towards a spirit fruit on the office desk that looked similar to an apple, and the spirit fruit quickly flew into his hand. He elegantly took a bite of the spirit fruit. "The situation is that simple. The spirit fruit tastes pretty good. Do you want one?" He gestured again. An apple floated in front of Zhao Qingning, whose mouth was slightly open and still recovering from the shock. These items were all prepared by people Zhao Qingning had arranged within the provincial government, funded entirely with public money. At this moment, Zhao Qingning tilted her head slightly, her eyes wide open, her fair neck appearing particularly graceful under the light. Her alluring appearance made it hard for people to look away. "Ah, thank you, Zhao Qingning." Hearing Li Chen's inquiry, instinctively accepted the spiritual fruit in front of her, her heart still filled with astonishment. At this moment, in her eyes, Li Chen's martial arts talent seemed extraordinarily exceptional. He had directly broken through after just one battle? Moreover, he had broken through to a small realm of the Earth martial god level, which was not as simple as the small realms between 1st and 9th rank martial artists. She had originally come to be Li Chen's secretary to learn how he had broken through to the Earth martial god level at the age of 21, hoping to achieve even half of his brilliance. But how could she learn in this situation? Li Chen's way of gaining strength was completely different from ordinary people. She already knew what Li Chen had experienced last night. She couldn't possibly go find a few emperor-level martial artists from the Destiny cult to engage in life and death battles, could she? Since the Great Cataclysm, there had been no one as monstrous as Li Chen. Even LAIR, recognized as the strongest in Huaxia, did not possess such terrifying martial arts talent back then. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingning couldn't help but smile wryly. She stole a glance at Li Chen, who was leisurely leaning back in his chair, eating the spiritual fruit. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on Li Chen's strong physique, the defined muscles subtly visible beneath his loose clothing. Every inch contained immense power. Li Chen is truly exceptional. Any prodigy from Blue Star would pale in comparison before him. While others struggle to find opportunities for breakthroughs, he easily breaks through after a battle. Her cheeks gradually flushed and an uncontrollable impulse surged within her. If it weren't for the circumstances, she would really want to touch and examine Li Chen's body closely, her fingertips gently tracing over his firm chest, feeling the steel-like hardness, following the solid abs downwards. She would savor every detail of his physique, studying and analyzing him thoroughly. Just as Zhao Qingning's mind was racing with these embarrassing thoughts, feeling flustered, Li Chen, who was munching on a spiritual fruit, keenly caught the unusual heat in her gaze. Seeing Zhao Qingning's slightly parted lips and her dazed, dreamy expression, Li Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl must have developed some bold idea, he teased deliberately. Miss Qingning, did you not rest well last night? Zhao Qingning suddenly realized how inappropriate her thoughts and state were. Her pretty face instantly turned as red as if it had been scorched by fire, blushing from her cheeks all the way to her ears. She quickly lowered her head, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes, her gaze flitting around in a panic, not daring to meet Li Chen's eyes. Stammering, she said, "No, I rested quite well." She looked just like a little girl caught with a secret. Shy and adorable. Zhao Qingning quickly adjusted her emotions, putting the spiritual fruit into her spatial ring, then seriously reported her purpose for coming to Li Chen. "Sir, Inspector Zhang arrived shortly after you entered the medical cabin last night and wanted to see you. He hasn't left yet, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Zhang Jian, what does he want from me?" Seeing that Li Chen seemed unaware of the reason, Zhao Qingning patiently explained it. "Sir, didn't you punish a military inspector at the Wuhui base yesterday? That inspector is Zhang Jian's brother-in-law. He insisted on staying last night and I felt awkward to chase him away." Her words were very clear, and she believed Li Chen would understand her meaning. It was then that Li Chen suddenly realized. No wonder Zhang Jian came to see him in the middle of the night. It turned out he had such a connection with Suyin. No wonder Suyin dared to be so audacious with him last night. He had Zhang Jian, the Inspector General, as a backing. Usually so arrogant, he had finally met his match in Li Chen. Zhang Jian must have come to plead for Suyin. That fool was still locked up in the Martial Arts Alliance's branch prison, and even Zhang Jian, as the Inspector General, wouldn't dare to defy his orders to forcibly take him away. No wonder the military would choose a useless person who relies on resources to catch up in rank as the inspector of Wuhui base. It seems to have a lot to do with Zhang Jian, Li Chen thought to himself. He didn't treat Zhao Qingning as an outsider and directly said, "I don't want to see him right now. Please tell him that I want a satisfactory answer. If I'm not satisfied with the answer, let him bear the consequences." After hearing this, Zhao Qingning nodded seriously and said, "Understood. Sir, I will convey your message to Inspector General Zhang right away." Just as Zhao Qingning was about to turn and leave, Li Chen suddenly called her back. "Wait, bring me some breakfast." As soon as Li Chen said this, Zhao Qingning was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but smile slightly. "All right, sir, I'll arrange it right away." At this moment, in the reception hall, Inspector General Zhang Jian was sitting on the sofa, looking haggard and waiting anxiously. His hands were clasped on his knees, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness, and he let out a heavy sigh. At this moment, he felt completely numb inside. This brother-in-law Suyin was simply too bold. He had to be cautious in front of Li Chen, the Earth Martial God, and didn't dare to be the slightest bit reckless. Yet that fool dared to speak so wildly in front of Li Chen. Wasn't that just asking for death? Moreover, it was originally Suyin's own responsibility. Now, he had caused such a huge mess and had to come clean it up. Zhang Jian regretted it deeply. How could he have agreed to let his sister marry him and even went to great lengths to help him become the inspector? And this was how he repaid him by bringing him such a massive trouble. Just then, a series of high heels clicking on the floor gradually approached from a distance. Zhang Jian recognized the familiar sound and quickly identified the visitor. Zhao Qingning walked over with her long, fair legs, her figure swaying gracefully, her elegant demeanor even more captivating under the lights. Upon seeing Zhao Qingning, Zhang Jian hurriedly stood up from the sofa and asked eagerly, "Miss Zhao, how is the situation with Inspector General Li now? When can I see him?" Although he had been cursing Suyin in his heart since he learned about the situation, he hadn't stopped for a moment. But if he could plead with Li Chen to save Suyin, he still hoped that Li Chen would show him some mercy for the sake of their relationship. After all, he was Su Yin's brother-in-law. His sister had been married to him for many years and they even had children. After learning about this, his sister Xiaochan had come to him in tears, insisting that he find a way to save Su Yin. And Su Yin had always been obedient to him, listening to his every word. Zhao Qingning looked at Zhang Jian's anxious expression, her face showing a hint of apology as she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Inspector General Zhang, but Inspector General Li is unwilling to see you and wants you to provide a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." She completely relayed Li Chen's message to Zhang Jian. After hearing this, Zhang Jian, in an instant, it felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck, leaving him deflated like a punctured ball. He widened his eyes, unwilling to accept this reality. Did the governor really say that? Zhao Qingning nodded and politely indicated that Zhang Jian could leave. "Yes, if there's nothing else, Lord Zhang, you may go." Hearing Zhao Qingning's confirmation, Zhang Jian fell into a deep silence. Li Chen was currently unwilling to see him at all. Although the handling of Su Yin was not directly stated, the implication was very clear. He was to severely punish Su Yin. After a long silence, Zhang Jian still refused to accept this fact. Remembering his sister Xiaochan crying and pleading with him to save Su Yin, his fists clenched involuntarily, and with a reluctant expression, he asked again, "Does the governor really not want to give me any face at all? We could meet and clear up the misunderstandings. I'm willing to apologize on behalf of that bastard Su Yin and offer appropriate compensation." This time, he was truly willing to go all out to ensure Su Yin's safety. He knew in his heart that what Su Yin had done was significant, yet not insignificant. The incompetence in management had allowed the Destiny's sex strongholds to spread throughout the base city, with many lower-ranking soldiers and even several officers being coerced and tempted into betrayal. And that wasn't all. Su Yin had been using his power for personal gain, engaging in many unsavory dealings. Even worse, he had the audacity to offend the highest official of a state. Although Li Chen was part of the martial alliance, he was still a figure of immense power. But Zhang Jian felt that as long as Li Chen, the most crucial person, was willing to relent, there was still hope for a turnaround. With the connections he had built over the years, he could at least ensure Su Yin's life was safe without him facing punishment. With this thought, Zhang Jian took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Zhao Qingning, seeing Zhang Jian's unwillingness to give up, felt a twinge of sympathy but still firmly shook her head and said, "Lord Zhang, I cannot make that decision. The governor's stance is very clear, he will not see you. Please don't put me in a difficult position, you should go back and think it over." Hearing Zhao Qingning's refusal again, Zhang Jian's tightly clenched fists tightened even more, and his expression darkened. At this moment, he hated his lack of strength more than ever. If he had also broken through to the Earth Martial God level and held the position of military inspector on par with Li Chen would never have treated him with such disdain. Even a mere secretary dared to refuse him like this. Is there really no room for negotiation? "Secretary Zhao, please help me out. I'm willing to pay any price as long as it can persuade the governor to relent." Zhang Jian's voice was low, tinged with a hint of pleading. Zhao Qingning sighed helplessly. "Lord Zhang, I've already said it, the governor's attitude is resolute and I truly have no way to help." Zhang Jian's eyes glinted coldly as he said, "All right. I understand the governor's meaning." He knew that continuing to entangle himself would be futile and only serve to humiliate him further. He then took his leave directly, dragging his heavy footsteps and slamming the door behind him. Zhao Qingning watched Zhang Jian storm away, and after confirming he had left, she hurried to arrange breakfast for Li Chen. Li Chen, who was enjoying spiritual fruits in his office, naturally witnessed the entire scene. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain as he commented on Zhang Jian's foolish behavior, unaware of the times. After that, he paid no further attention to Zhang Jian's actions. In this world where strength was paramount, lacking power meant enduring in silence before the strong, and he didn't regard Zhang Jian at all. It would be best if the other party complied with his wishes, otherwise he wouldn't hesitate to personally strike back at the military. Soon, Zhao Qingning arranged for someone to bring a sumptuous breakfast to Li Chen. On the spacious dining table in the office lay various delicious beast meats, including tender and juicy unicorn ribs that emitted a faint aroma. There were golden, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside polar wild bull thigh meat, and melt-in-your-mouth red flame pig belly, among others. In addition to the beast meat, there was a pot of fine wine brewed from spiritual spring water, spiritual fruits, and some rare resources, along with plates of crystal-clear spiritual fruits. The office was filled with a delightful fragrance. Zhao Qingning reported to Li Chen, "My lord, Chief Inspector Zhang has already left, but he wasn't in a good mood when he left." Noticing that all of Li Chen's attention was on the dining table, she added, "This is a breakfast meticulously prepared by a 5-star chef for you. The taste is exceptional. Please enjoy it slowly." After saying this, Zhao Qingning was about to get up and leave, not wanting to disturb Li Chen's meal. Just as she slightly bent forward and was about to turn around, Li Chen slowly raised his eyes, his expression calm and inviting. "Wait, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and try this, see how it differs from what you had in the elite training camp cafeteria." The table was filled with a dazzling array of food, more than enough for the two of them to enjoy. "Ah!" Zhao Qingning, suddenly called out, was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. She truly did not expect Li Chen to invite her to dine together. However, her stomach was indeed empty at the moment, so she shyly said, "My lord, this isn't appropriate, is it?" Li Chen's lips curled into a carefree smile. He poured himself a glass of spiritual fruit wine and then with a thought an invisible tentacle of power pulled a distant chair over and placed it steadily in front of him. No need to be polite, just sit. Seeing Li Chen's enthusiastic invitation, and smelling the enticing aroma of the breakfast made entirely from precious beast king-level ingredients, she ultimately could not resist the temptation and gently sat down, a faint blush appearing on her face. Her lush green hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and as she slightly adjusted her skirt, her fairy-like appearance was quite charming. Li Chen raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Zhao Qingning to help herself, and then he picked up a piece of unicorn rib and took a big bite. The tender meat burst with juices in his mouth. He chewed contentedly, unable to help but close his eyes, savoring the wonderful flavor. He then picked up the glass of spiritual fruit wine and took a gentle sip. Instantly, a warm current flowed down his throat, making him feel completely at ease, and he couldn't help but exclaim, this taste is truly amazing. Across from him, Zhao Qingning watched as Li Chen devoured his food, completely unconcerned about her presence as an outsider. Her bright, expressive eyes blinked, filled with admiration. Watching Li Chen eat gave her the feeling of watching a top-tier food broadcaster. As mealtime progressed, she noticed that Li Chen, as a Earth Martial God-level powerhouse, seemed to have a stronger appetite than other Earth Martial gods. Zhao Qingning was already stunningly beautiful, with skin as delicate and smooth as sheep-fat jade, and her exquisite features seemed meticulously sculpted. At this moment, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks from eating, adding a touch of shyness and allure. She gently picked up a piece of red flame pig belly and savored it, occasionally stealing glances at Li Chen. After they had both eaten their fill and the large spread of food was nearly finished, Zhao Qingning stood up, elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin, and revealed a sweet smile. Thank you, my lord, in full. Li Chen nodded slightly in response, then raised his hand to call the serving staff from the governor's office to clear away the remaining dishes. Turning to Zhao Qingning, his gaze steady, he said, now that we're full, it's time to get down to business. Come, let's go to the conference room for a virtual meeting. Li Chen stepped towards the conference room. Zhao Qingning followed closely behind, not inquiring about the matter at hand. At this moment, her thoughts were still entirely focused on Li Chen, unable to shift away. Zhao Qingning slightly raised her head, gazing at Li Chen's serious back, her eyes showing a hint of infatuation. But this time, it was well concealed, no longer revealing itself aggressively as before. Only the occasional glimmer in her eyes betrayed her deep curiosity and special feelings for Li Chen. The two entered the conference room. The internal space was extremely spacious, measuring several hundred square meters. The surrounding walls were made of a special alloy, embedded with large display screens that emitted a soft glow. In the center stood a massive rectangular conference table, its surface smooth as a mirror reflecting the overhead lights. Surrounding the table were comfortable chairs, each equipped with advanced virtual devices, making it easy to hold virtual meetings. Li Chen took his seat at the main position, his posture tall and commanding. Zhao Qingning sat down right next to him. Holding a virtual meeting did not require anyone to be physically present, which was very convenient. One only needed to allocate a portion of their mind to participate. Li Chen turned to Zhao Qingning and instructed, send invitations to Du Qi and the presidents of the Martial Arts Alliance branches in the 16 base cities of Yuzhou, as well as the heads of the major supply base branches and the military's various inspectors and garrison commanders. This operation requires their cooperation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning realized that so many people were being invited to the meeting, instantly understanding that something significant was about to happen. She quickly responded, yes, but then suddenly remembered something, hesitatingly asking, Sir, what about Inspector General Zhang Jian? Remembering how Zhang Jian had waited all night without seeing Li Chen and had left the provincial capital in anger, along with the fact that Li Chen hadn't mentioned him, she thought it best to remind him. Li Chen slightly squinted, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes as he said, of course, he needs to be informed as well. As the Inspector General, Zhang Jian was the highest military authority in the Yuzhou region, so he naturally had to be notified. However, if he had the sense not to come, that would be even better. This way, Li Chen could justifiably take over the powers of the Inspector General temporarily. Zhao Qingning understood. With a delicate wave of her hand, she summoned a virtual screen on the conference table, her fingertips swiftly gliding across the screen. She sent virtual meeting invitations to all the individuals Li Chen had just mentioned. Before long, the virtual figures of Du Qi and others appeared, taking their seats in the conference room. Everyone wore serious expressions, quietly waiting for Li Chen to speak about the main content of the virtual meeting, while also observing the figures that continued to appear around them. Besides the various branches of the Martial Arts Alliance, there were even military garrison commanders and inspectors. Everyone instinctively realized that Li Chen was likely planning something significant. Otherwise, there would be no need to hold a virtual meeting, he could simply notify them individually. As for what Li Chen's big move would be, Du Qi had a rough guess based on the events that occurred last night in the Wuhui base city. It was highly probable that it was related to the Destiny sect. At this moment, in the Inspector General's office, Zhang Jian sat in silence, his face dark and his mood clearly not good. He was quite annoyed by Li Chen's behavior of not giving him any face, but there was nothing he could do, only letting out a heavy sigh. Sigh, how am I supposed to explain this to Xiao Chan? Thinking of his sister Xiao Chan crying and begging him to save Su Ying, he felt a wave of frustration. Just as Zhang Jian was filled with distress, the communication bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated, receiving Li Chen's virtual meeting invitation. Zhang Jian stared at the virtual meeting invitation, momentarily taken aback, then as if realizing something, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Although this was a multi-person virtual meeting invitation, as long as he could see Li Chen and clarify the situation, perhaps he could plead for suing properly, and there might still be a chance to salvage everything. Thinking of this, Zhang Jian immediately relaxed his mind and accepted the invitation to attend the meeting. His figure instantly appeared in a chair in the conference room, and he finally saw Li Chen at the main seat. However, when Li Chen saw him appear, he did not have any special reaction, merely glancing at him indifferently. Zhang Jian, filled with excitement, looked around at the other people present and found that they were all high-ranking officials from the Martial Arts Alliance and their military government. Realizing that Li Chen had called all these people over, it was clear that there was something important to announce. Moreover, discussing his personal matter in front of everyone would be quite embarrassing. He could only patiently wait until the meeting was over to talk to Li Chen privately. As the high-ranking officials from both sides in the entire Yuzhou region gathered, Zhao Qingning turned to Li Chen beside her and said, "Sir, all the invited personnel have arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Chen slowly scanned the crowd present. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Not a single person dared to refuse to attend, and even Zhang Jian was present, sitting there obediently. "Well, since everyone is here, I won't waste any more words," Li Chen said with a serious expression, skipping the pleasantries. "The content of this meeting is quite simple. Within 3 days, I will serve as the Supreme Commander, personally leading the team to completely eliminate all the strongholds of the Destiny Cult in the Yuzhou region, as well as the undercover traders who have defected to the Destiny Cult. The core idea of this operation is singular. Regardless of the manpower, financial resources, or material resources invested, we must completely eradicate the Destiny Cult from the Yuzhou region within 3 days. I do not want to hear any more news of the Destiny Cult causing trouble in Yuzhou. As soon as we discover a stronghold of the Destiny Cult, we will immediately call for allied forces to annihilate them. No unknown fights, it will be a group assault, and the lives of the organization members from top to bottom are irrelevant. And whether it is your military government or our martial arts alliance, once someone is found colluding with the Destiny Cult, they will be arrested immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed on the spot without mercy." At this point, Li Chen paused. He turned his gaze to the high-ranking military officials, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry but more of an unyielding firmness. "The upcoming Thunder operation requires your cooperation, with our martial arts alliance taking the lead and your military assisting. Is that acceptable?" The military's inspectors and garrison officials felt the dominance and firmness in Li Chen's words. A wave of concern rose in their hearts. Previously, in Yuzhou, both sides' top experts were all at the peak of the emperor level, on equal footing, and with Duqi not being very Hansen, it was mostly led by their military. But now, with Li Chen, the Earth Martial God, stationed in the Martial Arts Alliance, it seemed that the alliance would soon surpass them in various fields. At the same time, they understood why Li Chen was doing this. They were already aware of what had happened at the Wuhui base city last night. At this moment, the gazes of the high-ranking military officials all focused on Inspector General Zhang Jian. Since the higher-ups did not speak, they naturally did not dare to easily agree. But they also did not dare to refuse Li Chen. Zhang Jian felt the weight of everyone's gaze and understood the current situation. After a moment of silence, he looked at Li Chen and replied, "No problem, our military will fully cooperate with the actions of the General Inspector." He did not show any dissatisfaction towards Li Chen, but instead appeared very cooperative. Li Chen nodded slightly, not surprised by Zhang Jian's response. He knew Zhang Jian was a smart man who would not deliberately cause trouble and be uncooperative in such matters. Otherwise, he could easily find a reason to temporarily strip him of his position as Inspector General. After all, he was the only Earth Martial God within the official forces of Yuzhou. "Alright, since that's the case, I will arrange the tasks for both sides." As Li Chen said this, he waved his hand, bringing up a virtual map of the Yuzhou region on the screen above the conference table. On the map, the detailed locations of major base cities, supply bases, and wilderness areas were clearly visible. After Li Chen finished arranging the tasks for everyone, his gaze swept over the serious faces of the high-ranking officials from both sides, and he continued, "These are the tasks. If you need anything, report to me or Secretary Zhao beside me. My only requirement is this. Within 3 days, eliminate the Destiny sect from the entire Yuzhou region. Even if they hide in the cracks of stones, we must root them out and kill them. Afterward, rewards will be given based on the number of Destiny sect members eliminated, and no one who has contributed will be treated unfairly." A sharp killing intent flashed in Li Chen's eyes. He was determined to crush the Destiny sect completely. "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. "Good, you may leave and prepare quickly." With a wave of his hand, Li Chen signaled for everyone to exit. The virtual projections of the crowd began to disperse, and the meeting room gradually quieted down. In the end, only Zhang Jian remained alone. He appeared somewhat anxious. Li Chen glanced at him, already aware of what he wanted to say, but he did not bring it up directly. Acting as if he were oblivious, he said, "Director Zhang, time is of the essence. You can go back and deploy quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian quickly suppressed all his emotions from that morning, lowering his attitude to the extreme, almost pleading as he said, "My lord, I have a personal matter I would like to discuss with you. My brother-in-law Suyin had an unpleasant misunderstanding with you. Could you perhaps overlook this and give him another chance, considering my face?" Li Chen's expression remained unchanged, making it impossible to discern his emotional fluctuations. He replied calmly, "Director Zhang, regarding this personal matter of yours, I believe I have made myself very clear. This is an internal issue of your military, and I will not interfere. You can handle it yourself. I only want a satisfactory answer." Seeing that Li Chen maintained this attitude, Zhang Jian felt anxious. What would satisfy the general director? Li Chen's gaze sharpened. Of course, it would be a top-level punishment. Zhang Jian's brows furrowed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Suyin doesn't deserve such a severe punishment. "My lord, although he made a mistake, it shouldn't come to this." Li Chen interrupted him, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Director Zhang, you are saying too much." Zhang Jian gritted his teeth, seemingly making a certain resolution. "My lord, if I can break through to the Earth Martial God, would you give me some face?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Oh, then let's talk about it after you break through." Zhang Jian saw that Li Chen was unwilling to relent, and his attitude suggested he did not take him seriously. The two parted ways unhappily in the end. Zhang Jian's projection disappeared from the meeting room in a daze, and a certain thought in his mind became increasingly firm. After the meeting, he suddenly announced a retreat, delegating all matters related to cooperating with Li Chen to his deputy inspector general. Li Chen did not comment on this. After all, he was the highest commander of this operation. It didn't matter if Zhang Jian was absent. Remembering Zhang Jian's extremely unwilling inquiry during the meeting, he even looked forward to whether Zhang Jian could break through to the Earth Martial God after his retreat. From the information he had gathered, Zhang Jian had been stuck at the peak of the Emperor-level realm for decades. Breaking through was no easy task. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The hidden strongholds of the Destiny sect within the entire Yuzhou region faced the most severe crackdown in history. With the elite forces of the Martial Alliance and the military working together, along with Li Chen, a latest-stage Earth Martial God personally commanding, the Destiny sect's hurried resistance was like striking a stone with an egg. Nearly 100 strongholds, large and small, whether hidden within base cities or lurking in extremely concealed wilderness areas, were all dug out and eradicated by the official personnel. The casualties among the organization's members, from the lowest-level followers to high-ranking elders or protectors, were devastating, either killed or captured alive. Only a very few lucky ones escaped the official encirclement and witnessed Li Chen's extremely terrifying revenge. Both sides conducted a thorough internal purge, eliminating the hidden spies and traitors among them. The entire Yuzhou region was instantly revitalized. For the martial artists who contributed to this operation, Li Chen generously rewarded them with the promised rewards. Major media outlets rushed to report on this thunderous operation organized by the provincial envoy Li Chen, significantly boosting his prestige in the eyes of the public. At noon, in the city of Yingyang Base, after finishing the press conference, Li Chen returned to his luxurious villa to sunbathe and rest. He had barely closed his eyes when the communication bracelet on his wrist buzzed. A hint of impatience appeared on Li Chen's face as he lazily muttered, "Who is it?" No sense of timing at all. While grumbling, he raised his wrist and perked up upon seeing the contact. "It's actually Lord Lei?" He quickly stood up from the lounge chair, waving his hand to signal the two attendants beside him to fan him and feed him spirit fruits, while the maid in a girl's outfit, exuding a faint fragrance, stepped back. The two maids, both rare beauties, were a sight to behold. The one on the left had brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, with a slight upward tilt at the corners that added an unintentional allure. Her skin was as white as fine mutton fat jade, and the lace trim of her maid outfit accentuated her delicate and warm demeanor. Her exposed forearm was slender yet not frail, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently with her movements, revealing a segment of her leg clad in white stockings. She exuded a pure charm with just the right touch of playfulness. The one on the right had a different allure, with a high and elegant nose and naturally pink lips. Her figure was even more exquisite, the waist-hugging design of her maid outfit accentuating her slim waist, while her curves were perfectly ample, swaying as she walked. Both had features so exquisite that one could hardly find a flaw, making them goddess-level figures that could captivate all the boys in a martial arts school. Yet, even so, compared to the impeccably perfect Zhao Qingning, they lacked that unique aura. The two maids slightly bent their knees, their voices sweet as if soaked in honey. "Yes, sir," they then gracefully retreated, their footsteps light. They never dared to eavesdrop on Li Chen's subsequent conversation. Soon, they were far away. The beautiful maids and butlers in the villa were all carefully selected by Du Qi before his arrival. They were not chosen by him. After the two maids had left, the surroundings instantly quieted down, leaving only Li Chen alone. He solemnly tapped the connection button on his communication bracelet. In an instant, a small holographic projection of Lei Yu appeared above the bracelet, the image clear and vivid. Li Chen respectfully greeted first, "Lord, why did you look for me? Is there something you need?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but silently pray that there wouldn't be any troublesome matters for him. The reason he chose to come to Yuzhou as the provincial envoy was to quietly develop his strength and surprise everyone later. If it weren't for the Heavenly Destiny sect actively provoking him, he wouldn't have personally cleaned out their strongholds so thoroughly. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to lie in the villa, being served by numerous sweet-looking, melodious-voiced maids? Listening to Li Chen's inquiry, LAIR revealed a faint smile, clearly in a good mood. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of appreciation. Li Chen, I truly did not misjudge you. Just after taking office as the provincial envoy, you made such a big move, thoroughly extinguishing the arrogance of the Heavenly Destiny sect. His words were full of praise for Li Chen. For the Heavenly Destiny sect, which had developed for many years and whose foundation was not much weaker than the Martial Alliance, losing nearly 100 strongholds in 3 days was barely acceptable, but the loss of 2 latest Earth martial gods is a significant blow to any powerful force in Blue Star. Li Chen has greatly weakened the strength of the Destiny sect this time, and it can be expected that the Destiny sect will no longer be as arrogant as before. What surprised him the most was Li Chen's breakthrough speed. To be able to break through to the late stage of Earth martial god in such a short time is truly terrifying in terms of martial arts talent. Li Chen listened to LAIR's continuous praise. Although he felt joy in his heart, he remained humble. Seeing that Li Chen was not proud or complacent, LAIR admired him even more. He then changed the subject to the key point that Li Chen cared about the most. The merit you've established this time is not small. Keep up the good work. By the way, the merit you've earned, along with the value of that divine-level laser gun and SSS stealth cloak, has already been credited to your account. Make sure to check it later. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes were filled with joy, as if he had just received his salary. He quickly nodded. Okay, Alliance leader. Alright, you go ahead with your work. LAIR smiled slightly and then took the initiative to end the communication. As for the trivial matter of Li Chen injuring and detaining the military inspector Suyin, it was not even brought up. The difference in their identities was evident. Even if Li Chen had killed Suyin at that time, he could only consider himself unfortunate. At most, he would be reprimanded for being too impulsive. Alright, Li Chen said respectfully, then watched as the holographic projection gradually disappeared. Great! Li Chen couldn't help but cheer, his eyes filled with joy. Saying this, he quickly logged into the Martial Arts Alliance official website, where the 1600 contribution points on his account were flashing with a striking golden light. It's even more than I expected. The joy in Li Chen's eyes intensified. The reason he had so many contribution points was not only due to killing those 2 Earth martial gods from the Destiny sect and the contribution points earned from uprooting the entire Destiny sect organization in the Yuzhou region. There were also the corpses of several Beast Kings and Beast Emperors he hunted in the 009 Wilderness Zone, as well as the contribution points obtained from selling the Divine-level laser gun and SS-level stealth cloak. Everything had already been delivered to the headquarters yesterday. He felt that keeping the Divine-level laser gun and SS-level stealth cloak would be of no use, so he sold them. The latter was too useless to keep. The former had too many restrictions to fire it again. He would need to obtain a Divine-level energy crystal. It was better to sell everything to the headquarters and exchange the contribution points for something more worthwhile. This decision proved to be incredibly correct. With 1,600 contribution points, he could already exchange for those invaluable divine-level resources. In the Martial Arts Alliance, although resources of this level are not abundant, they do exist. Moreover, one must serve as a provincial envoy to have enough authority to make exchanges. Now, both of his conditions had been fully met. The main reason he chose to serve as a provincial envoy was largely due to wanting to exchange for those divine-level resources. With this thought, Li Chen clicked into the official website's mall with a beaming face, unable to resist murmuring to himself, "Let me see what divine-level resources can be exchanged." He skillfully clicked to filter, and rows of divine-level resources flashing with golden light began to appear before Li Chen. Weapons, martial arts, battle armor, war machines, elixirs, treasures, and various resources for auxiliary cultivation were all available. Prices ranged from the lowest 500 contribution points to several thousand. In addition, there were special options available for exchanging exploration slots in ancient ruins in training time and high tower training rooms. Wow, this foundation is too deep. After browsing through all the items, Li Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement, pondering to himself, "No wonder the overall strength of the Martial Arts Alliance can surpass that of the military, attracting numerous top-tier powerhouses and martial arts prodigies. Just the variety of divine-level items and those special options alone are absolutely beyond what the military can compare to." Li Chen then stopped thinking too much and focused all his thoughts on the divine-level resources in front of him. 1,600 contribution points is already quite a lot. He could exchange for a very good divine-level treasure. What he was now contemplating was what to exchange for. "So many good things, but I can only exchange for one. It really puts me in a dilemma," Li Chen muttered to himself. His gaze swept over the various items, unable to make a decision for a long time. His brows slightly furrowed as he began to consider carefully. He analyzed the pros and cons of each option, temporarily disregarding special options like exploration quotas in ancient ruins and training time in the high tower. As for battle armor, weapons, and martial arts, he currently has lower-tier alternatives. All the SS-level martial arts obtained through the system's sign-in are not weak. Although fighter jets are great, he doesn't need them for now. After much deliberation, Li Chen ultimately decided to exchange for training resources. "Alright, I've decided to exchange for training resources." After looking around, training resources are still the most cost-effective. I haven't tasted what divine-level training resources are like yet. Once he made up his mind, Chen was determined not to change it. He lightly swiped his finger on the virtual screen in front of him, and the items displayed were reduced to only those suitable for fire-type martial artists. Although the quantity wasn't particularly large, each one was very tempting. Just reading the descriptions made it clear that absorbing them would bring him considerable benefits. He then browsed carefully through the Martial Arts Alliance's official website store, his eyes scanning the rows of divine-level resources shimmering with golden light. He didn't want to miss any item that might be suitable for him and offer good value. After a detailed examination and comparison, Chen finally found a training resource worth exactly 1600 contribution points, named Core Flame Essence. The description was very detailed. It formed in the extreme high temperature and high pressure area close to the core of Blue Star and was brought out by a large volcanic eruption. Absorbing it completely would provide a powerful boost for martial artists. In addition to causing a surge in the energy needed for the martial artist to break through to the next realm, it could also enhance the martial artist's affinity for fire and control precision. Chen's heart stirred. He felt that this Core Flame Essence was simply tailor-made for him, otherwise how could the price be so suitable? Alright, then I'll go with this Core Flame Essence. I wonder if absorbing it will allow me to break through to the peak of the Earth Martial God level, Chen murmured with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Saying this, he unhesitatingly reached out and clicked the exchange button next to the Core Flame Essence description. In an instant, the 1600 contribution points vanished. At the same time, the voice of the artificial intelligence rang out. Congratulations, Chairman Li, for successfully consuming 1600 contribution points to exchange for the divine-level Core Flame Essence. If you have regrets, you can cancel the exchange within 1 hour and have your contribution points refunded. After 1 hour, this operation cannot be performed, and the item you exchanged for will be escorted by a special envoy from headquarters. Please wait patiently. Oh, that's quite considerate. Chen smiled after hearing this. He didn't expect there to be an option to cancel within an hour. However, this Core Flame Essence was carefully selected by him, so he naturally wouldn't regret it. Looking at the contribution points in his account that had been cleared to 0, he felt no lingering attachment and decisively clicked to exit the store. Staying inside would only make him envious of those good items. Now he truly had no contribution points left. After closing the communication wristband, Chen stretched and moved his muscles. According to the time, he should be able to receive the Core Flame Essence delivered to his door by the Alliance headquarters tomorrow. And during these 3 days of eliminating the Destiny cult, the 3 items obtained from sign-ins were also quite rich. One of the items he signed for was a large gift pack of pills containing various types of elixirs, all at the SSS level. Each type of elixir had a total of 10 pieces. This included, but was not limited to, defense pills, attack pills, enhancement pills, detoxification pills, mental recovery pills, life recovery pills, and so on. The variety was dazzling. Additionally, he had also signed for 10 early-stage lava guardians, bringing the total to 20 lava guardians in his lava space. Chen imagined the spectacular scene of 20 lava guardians standing behind him and couldn't help but smile as the corners of his mouth curled up. Besides that, there was also what he considered the most precious and cost-effective item among the 3, an SS-level fruit tree. Although the energy contained in the spirit fruits it bore was not much, even inferior to the average SS-level spirit fruit, it compensated for this flaw with its quantity and terrifying growth speed. It could grow as long as there was soil, showing no preference for the environment. After planting, it could randomly produce 1 to 10 SS-level spirit fruits every day. By the end of the year, he could easily harvest hundreds of SS-level spirit fruits. Even if the energy contained was low, it was still higher than that of S-level spirit fruits. However, he had to pick the fruits daily, otherwise, it wouldn't continue to grow. Now, this SS-level spirit fruit tree was planted in a prominent position in his backyard and was quite large. The trunk was so thick that it required several people to embrace it. The branches and leaves were lush, with not a single gap visible, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the soft grass below. He had already picked all the fruits from it this morning, and it wouldn't grow more until tomorrow. Chen stretched lazily and settled back into the lounge chair. His gaze swept across the courtyard, finally landing on 2 figures standing in the distance. The 2 of them were dressed in well-tailored white-made outfits, their figures graceful, waiting with bated breath for instructions. Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly called out, Xiaoyu, Xiaoqi. Although his voice was not loud, it precisely reached the ears of the 2 girls. Lin Xiaoyue, referred to as Xiaoyu, first trembled all over. Then, her eyes sparkled with surprise, and her previously drooping cheeks instantly lifted. Her almond-shaped eyes shone as if they contained stars, and her lips couldn't help but curve upwards. Beside her, Suyaki was not much better. She instinctively clenched her skirt, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes as she quickly followed in Lin Qiyu's footsteps. The 2 of them almost jogged to Li Chen's side, playfully blinking their eyes and sweetly saying, Master, we're here. As they reached Li Chen, Lin Xiaoyue picked up a fan nearby and gently waved it, a cool breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees brushing against Li Chen's cheek. Suyaki held a fruit platter, extending her delicate, long hand, as white as sheep-fat jade, to personally feed a spirit fruit to Li Chen's mouth. Her movements were gentle, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. Li Chen closed his eyes and slowly bit down on the spirit fruit that Suyaki had fed him, the sweet juice filling his mouth, accompanied by strands of spiritual energy sliding down his throat. His heart was filled with contentment and he couldn't help but exclaim, how refreshing. The sun was just right, the breeze was gentle, and with beautiful companions by his side, Li Chen felt all his muscles and bones relax. He had to admit that he was living quite comfortably. All matters were managed by Zhao Qingning and Du Qi. He only needed to enjoy life in this villa. However, if he didn't take the time to enjoy life with such a start, wouldn't that mean his crossing was in vain? After fanning for a while, Lin Xiaoyue looked at Li Chen's relaxed demeanor, mustered her courage, and said in a soft, somewhat tentative voice, Master, actually, I also excel in a few massage techniques with precise control over strength and acupoints. Would you like to give it a try? She said, those big, watery eyes blinked, long eyelashes fluttering like little fans, filled with a glow of anticipation. She looked like a small beast waiting for its master's praise. She didn't just speak without thinking. All of them had undergone special training before starting their duties, mastering the skills required of a maid. In her view, if she could serve this important figure, Li Chen, well, wouldn't that mean soaring to great heights in the future? Hearing this, Li Chen opened his eyes, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Lin Xiaoyue. The sweet and lovely Lin Xiaoyue was pouting slightly, a hint of playfulness in her expression. Li Chen smirked casually. Oh, then why don't you give it a try and let this lord evaluate your technique? Upon hearing Li Chen's agreement, Lin Qiyu's face blossomed into a sweet smile like a flower, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, my lord, I'm coming now. Her voice was playful, filled with anticipation and a touch of shyness. Immediately, she eagerly set down the fan in her hand, her warm palms gently resting on Li Chen's shoulders, beginning to massage him. When her hands touched Li Chen's skin, she couldn't help but shiver inside. Li Chen's skin felt wonderful, smooth and elastic, and the powerful physique radiating strength made her quite infatuated. Her technique was skilled yet gentle. Sometimes she pressed firmly, other times she kneaded lightly. Not bad, Li Chen hummed comfortably, giving a positive remark. Seeing this, Suyaki was unwilling to be outdone. Pouting slightly, she looked at him with a hint of defiance and said, My lord, I can massage too. My technique is no worse than sister Yu's. Why don't you try me? Li Chen laughed heartily at her eager expression. Oh, perfect, you two can come together. One focused on the upper body, applying gentle yet precise pressure on the acupoints, easing the tension in Li Chen's shoulders and neck. The other worked on the lower body, her fingers skillfully kneading the leg muscles. They moved in perfect harmony, their actions flowing like water. This delighted Li Chen, who squinted his eyes and occasionally let out satisfied hums. The other maids in the villa watching this scene were filled with envy and jealousy. These young girls couldn't help but murmur to themselves, what a great opportunity, and it's been seized by Xiaoye and Xiuqi. If only I were the one serving him. Looking at Li Chen's athletic body, full of strength and grace, and his youthful, handsome face, not the disguised appearance of some old monster, along with his noble status and powerful cultivation, they felt a deep yearning within. Li Chen could easily sense this, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, it's human nature to admire strength. His fulfilling day, filled with massages and feasting, quickly passed, and soon it was the next morning. Li Chen woke up from the luxurious bed, attended by a group of stunning maids, each with their own unique charm, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Just as he was in a good mood and thinking about picking today's spirit fruit, his keen hearing suddenly picked up the roar of a fighter jet approaching rapidly from a distance. This is the sound of a fighter jet, Li Chen murmured to himself. As the jet got closer, he suddenly perked up. The aura of a peak Earth martial god? His sharp senses detected an extremely concealed aura emanating from a peak Earth martial god inside the fighter jet. As for who was coming, he didn't know yet. However, he had a rough guess in his mind. It was highly likely to be one of the three counselors hidden by the Martial Alliance, specifically concealed inside the fighter jet to escort the core of the Earth Flame, preventing any accidents. It couldn't be any other counselors stationed in various states as governors. With this thought, he pondered further. Li Chen looked towards the distant sky, stood up, and walked towards the front yard, ready to welcome his core flame essence. He also wanted to see if his guess was correct. The rarity of the core flame essence was self-evident, a divine level item worth a full 1600 contribution points. It was not surprising to have a peak Earth martial god envoy escorting it, otherwise any unexpected loss during transportation would be significant. Before long, an SS-class warplane emblazoned with the emblem of the Martial Alliance headquarters swiftly approached from afar and began to land in the spacious front yard of the villa. As the aircraft came to a stop, the cabin door opened. 3 Emperor-level martial artists stepped out, while the peak Earth martial god inside did not emerge, further confirming Li Chen's speculation. The 3 of you must be the envoys sent by the headquarters, Li Chen said, his figure swaying as he approached the 3, a faint smile on his lips. Yes, Counselor Li. The Alliance leader has dispatched us to personally deliver the items you exchanged for. One of the stern-faced Emperor-level martial artists replied respectfully, not revealing that there was still a peak Earth martial god inside the aircraft. After saying this, he handed a mysterious box to Li Chen. Counselor Li, this is the mysterious Iron Spirit Box. After you confirm your identity with your wristband, the box will automatically open, and the items you exchanged for will be inside. Li Chen reached out to take it. His gaze fell on the mysterious Iron Spirit Box, and he could sense that its defensive power was astonishing. Even if he wanted to break it open, it would take considerable effort. Following the stern martial artist's explanation, he raised his wrist and gently touched the box with his wristband. Identity confirmation successful, now opening. As a voice came from the box, a powerful flame energy suddenly spread out from within. A crystal of energy. Dark golden color and exuding a heart-pounding high temperature and surging energy waves lay quietly inside. It was the core flame essence he had exchanged for. The intense energy seemed to ignite everything around it. Chen slowly took the core flame essence out of the mysterious iron spirit box, cradling it in his palms. The rich energy flowed like a tangible substance, weaving its way into his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily display an expression of ecstasy. The three envoys around him and the maid inside the villa were all captivated by this divine-level resource, their hearts racing. Especially the maid inside the villa, her eyes filled with shock. It was the first time they had seen such a treasure of this level. The scorching energy seemed to penetrate the air, striking at their souls. This divine-level resource truly lives up to its reputation, Chen sighed softly, his face filled with joy. With a thought, he stored the core flame essence in his infinite storage space, then looked at the three envoys before him. Thank you for your hard work. After saying this, he handed the mysterious iron spirit box back to them. The box looked extraordinarily exquisite, and one could easily guess it was worth a considerable amount, certainly not something given away for free. Moreover, keeping this item was of no use to him. The stern martial artist took the mysterious iron spirit box, a flicker of awe passing through his eyes, his expression respectful yet relaxed after completing the task. It's no trouble, Counselor Li. It is our honor to serve you. We will return to headquarters now. They then respectfully took their leave, turning to depart without lingering. Inside, they felt envious of Chen. At such a young age, he possessed such status and strength and could obtain such divine-level resources. It was something many people dreamed of. Truly, comparison brings despair. As the warplane's cabin door slowly closed, it soon roared to life, ascending and beginning its return to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Chen stood in the villa, watching the aircraft depart. A smile lingered on his lips as he waved goodbye, as if greeting an old friend. And at that moment, inside the warplane, a middle-aged man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, with his hair neatly combed back and not a single strand out of place, exuded an air of authority. Through the cockpit window of the aircraft, he smiled faintly and nodded at Chen in acknowledgement. He was Chen Hui, one of the three hidden Earth martial gods of the Martial Alliance, even stronger than Lui. His usual position was the leader's dark guard. He had come specifically to escort the Earth core flame essence to prevent any accidents during transport. However, at this moment, Chen Hui's heart was far from calm, it was filled with shock. Although he had remained hidden inside the aircraft throughout the process, he could clearly sense the strength emanating from Chen. That aura was like a towering mountain, steady and heavy, and also like a vast, deep ocean, boundless and infinite. The shock it brought him was even greater than that from those peak Earth martial gods who might hope to break through to the heavenly martial god realm in their lifetime. Even if my level is one small realm higher than his, if I were to fight him, I would definitely be the one to lose. Chen Hui thought to himself, his eyes filled with reverence. What a freakishly powerful guy. Just being at the late stage of Earth martial god can give me such a sense of crisis. Once he absorbs this Earth core flame essence, he might break through to the peak of Earth martial god by the next time we meet. And then I would be even less of a match for him. Perhaps the only ones who could pose a threat to him are those at the heavenly martial god level. Chen Hui thought in shock. He suddenly understood why Lei had been so generous in offering an SS-level resource when he first met Chen, and why that person, whose strength was only second to the leader, suddenly wanted to send his precious daughter to be by this man's side. All of this was due to Chen's terrifying and appalling strength and potential. As the aircraft soared, Chen Hui's thoughts surged like a black giant bird gradually flying away into the distance, eventually leaving the view of the Yin-Yang base city. Inside the cabin, Chen Hui gazed through the window at the increasingly blurred outline of the base, his shock towards Chen lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, Chen was filled with excitement as he left the villa and hurried to the training room of the general state. Sitting cross-legged, he wore an expression of eagerness and anticipation. With a thought, the Earth core flame essence, radiating intense energy, appeared in his palm. Wow! Feeling the immense energy emanating from the Earth core flame essence, Chen felt completely at ease. Every cell in his body was cheering with joy. A strong desire to devour and absorb it surged within him. The energy contained in this Earth core flame essence is truly vast. If a warrior at the early stage of the king level were to absorb it, it could directly help them break through to the early stage of the emperor level. Chen murmured, his eyes sparkling with fiery light. Without further delay, another thought crossed his mind. The 15 SS-level spirit fruits he had picked in the past few days also appeared beside him, radiating a faint spiritual light, complementing the intense energy of the Earth core flame essence. Combined with the Earth core flame essence, it will definitely allow me to break through to the peak of Earth martial god, and I won't be far from the heavenly martial god realm. Chen's gaze was resolute. He picked up the Earth core flame essence and softly said, "Let's start with you." As his voice fell, the temperature in the entire training room instantly rose, as if he were in a gigantic furnace. Chen himself ignited a faint flame, unleashing waves of heat. The rich fiery energy contained in the Earth core flame essence surged into Chen's body like a flood breaking through a dam. Such powerful energy. Li Chen displayed an intoxicated expression, quickly immersing himself in the process of absorbing the energy. Time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. In the training room, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with fiery light. A powerful and steady aura emanated from him, a peak Earth martial god warrior, clearly indicating a successful breakthrough. Moreover, he had stabilized it in such a short time. Successful breakthrough, just as I expected, Li Chen said, a smile he couldn't suppress curling at the corners of his mouth. He stood up and clenched his creaking fists. Feeling the current state and level of his cultivation, he murmured ecstatically, thanks to the heart of Source Martial, otherwise I wouldn't have stabilized my aura so quickly. Now, his strength could definitely be said to be invincible at the Earth martial god level. Even when facing a celestial martial god level powerhouse, he had the strength to fight back, and the outcome was still uncertain. The confidence brought by his inflated power suddenly sparked an impulse in Li Chen to challenge Lei Yu. Leader Lei. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Li Chen's eyes. But he quickly recalled the astonishing records Lei Yu had set since the Great Cataclysm, those achievements shining like brilliant stars in the long history of martial arts, making one feel daunted. He was an idol and an object of reverence in the hearts of countless martial artists. No, I can't be impulsive. Li Chen's heated mind instantly cooled down. At first glance, Lei Yu was no ordinary peak celestial martial god powerhouse. Although challenging him wouldn't be life-threatening, it would likely result in a beating. To be safe, I should wait until I break through to the celestial martial god level before challenging leader Lei. Li Chen pondered quietly. He had a feeling that Lei Yu would likely touch the threshold of breaking through beyond the celestial martial god level. Otherwise, those celestial beasts around the borders of Huaxia wouldn't be so restrained. Li Chen temporarily set aside the thought of challenging Lei Yu. Taking a deep breath, he completely retracted the aura he was emitting, becoming as calm and introspective as a deep lake. Remembering that he hadn't consumed the sign-in opportunities from today and yesterday, he felt a stir in his heart and silently spoke to the system in his mind. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. All accumulated times have been consumed, and you have obtained a cultivation amplification Halo 1 with all lava guards levels raised to mid-earth martial god. As the system's voice fell, a strange light flashed across Li Chen's body. He felt that the surrounding environment seemed to have subtly changed. Immediately after, he heard the system's detailed introduction. Cultivation amplification Halo. Once activated, the cultivation speed of all life within 100 meters of the host is increased by 10, and the host can freely choose the amplification targets, as well as turn the amplification effect on or off. As the system's voice faded, Li Chen's eyes lit up. The cultivation amplification effect was automatically activated, and he immediately felt strands of spiritual energy begin to burrow into his body like little tadpoles searching for their mother. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, is this the effect of the cultivation amplification Halo? The spiritual energy is actually starting to automatically drill into my body. Moreover, this effect was not only useful for him but also for others. He could freely choose whether to let others use this amplification effect. There were no limits on the number either. Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. From now on, he would become a mobile cultivation room. Although the 10 amplification effect wasn't particularly obvious, this was just the initial form. Based on the system's past behavior, routine, this percentage would definitely increase in future sign-ins, and by then, the amplification effect would be significantly more powerful. In addition, the level of the 20 lava guards being raised to mid-earth martial god was also quite good. Otherwise, the gap in levels between them and him would be too large, making those lava guards seem quite useless. After that, Li Chen happily left the cultivation room and returned to the villa to continue lounging and enjoying himself. At this moment, in the secretary's office of the General State Government, a martial artist dressed in gray tight clothing, with a hint of caution in his eyes, knocked on the door and walked in. His voice carried a sense of hesitation. In front of her, Zhao Qingning, who was diligently handling affairs, reported, "My lord, the governor, he has left." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning paused her task, her pen momentarily still in her hand. Her expression stiffened as she fell silent for a moment. There was a mix of helplessness towards Li Chen's lack of seriousness and an indescribable sense of loss. She sighed softly, a hint of resignation appearing on her face as she waved her hand to her subordinate. "All right, I understand. You can go back to your work." "Yes." The gray-clad warrior respectfully withdrew, understanding enough to close the door behind him. Zhao Qingning leaned back in her chair, her gaze somewhat vacant. Her mood fluctuated. When she heard the news of Li Chen suddenly coming to the training room yesterday, she thought he would remember to handle affairs afterward. She had a faint hope that perhaps Li Chen would suddenly change his attitude and start to seriously take on the responsibilities of the governor. But what happened? After a day of training, he slipped back to the villa without any intention of dealing with the matters of the governor's office. Zhao Qingning shook her head helplessly, muttering to herself, when will Li Chen finally focus on serious matters? Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Li Chen's joyous breakthrough to the peak of the Earth martial god level and the signing of numerous precious items, the situation on the side of the Destiny sect was entirely different, as if shrouded in a heavy gloom. In the distant West continent, the Western nations united to form a massive force called the Holy Court to counter the threat of ferocious beasts. Numerous base cities were established under its banner, similar to the martial arts alliance of Huaxia. The headquarters of the Destiny sect brazenly disguised itself as a branch of the Holy Court set up in one of these base cities. Unlike the Martial Arts Alliance of Huaxia, which resolutely chose to eliminate cult organizations like the Destiny sect, the Holy Court opted for a second path of cooperation. However, given the actions of the Destiny sect in Huaxia, the Holy Court, to avoid offending Huaxia and provoking that terrifying figure, LAIR, was also concerned about its own reputation. After all, collaborating with a cult organization would not sound good in any context. Considering various factors, their cooperation was conducted secretly, not daring to bring it to light. Now, the Destiny sect had already infiltrated a large part of the Holy Court, and the latter had become quite dependent on them. To further expand their influence, the Destiny sect set its sights on another major power in Blue Star, the lucrative territory of Huaxia in the east. If they could firmly control the Martial Arts Alliance's power just like they did with the Holy Court, the influence and control of the Destiny sect would surge once again. In this way, the Destiny sect could transform from a cult organization that everyone condemned into an official power. At that time, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Holy Court would be the real cults. However, this time the situation was different from what they had imagined. Not only did they not get a piece of the pie, but they also ended up losing a few teeth. Inside the headquarters of the Destiny sect, in a room resembling an office, a tall figure sat cross-legged. Dressed in a black robe, his face was stern, and his eyes revealed a sinister gleam. Beneath his high nose were tightly closed lips, and he exuded the aura of a peak earth martial god. However, he was somewhat inferior to LAIR. This person was the leader of the Destiny sect, Chen. At this moment, his expression was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, and he appeared to be in a very bad mood. The atmosphere in the room was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Useless, all of them are useless. An extremely angry voice echoed in the room. This sentence had been repeated countless times by Chen over the past few days, and the hatred in his voice was almost palpable, filling the room. The reason was simple. The Destiny sect had suffered heavy losses in Huaxia this time. The two latest Earth martial gods sent out were killed, and the precious divine-level laser guns that could pose a threat to Heaven Martial Realm warriors were also seized. The hidden strongholds in Yuzhou that had been concealed for years were uprooted, and many others in different states were also destroyed as they followed the clues. Years of planning suffered a heavy blow. Thinking of all this, Chen felt dry and parched. He downed the spiritual tea in front of him in one gulp, then squeezed the cup with force, shattering it into countless pieces. Damn the Martial Alliance and Chen! A mad glint flickered in Chen eyes. This time, the demonstration against the Martial Alliance to showcase his strength not only failed but also backfired spectacularly. Chen, I will remember you. Chen expression turned cold as frost, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He etched the name Chen deeply into his mind. One person had crossed borders to slay two of his generals, and even the divine-level laser gun had fallen into his hands. As time slowly passed, the anger in Chen heart was gradually doused like being splashed with cold water. Once he calmed down, he began to reflect on why his seemingly foolproof plan had failed so completely. After a long silence, his face was clouded with gloom. His brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly. Finally, Chen let out a heavy sigh, his voice low and tinged with a hint of loneliness as he murmured, "It seems I can't treat the Huaxia Alliance as mere trash like those in the Holy Court. I was too careless." He had originally thought that the Martial Alliance would be as easy to deal with as the Holy Court. He planned to slowly infiltrate over time, coercing and enticing the higher-ups to join the Destiny cult, and then deal with those who opposed them, thus gradually taking control. But he never expected to stumble so badly right from the start. A strong sense of unwillingness showed on Chen's face. However, since most of the data points within Huaxia had been cleared, the remaining defeated soldiers dared not act recklessly. They all huddled in corners like startled birds. Forget it, they'll keep this account in mind and plan for the long term. Chen gritted his teeth and said resentfully, his voice seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth. The most important thing now was to honestly lick his wounds and recover his energy, waiting for the right opportunity to take revenge on the Huaxia Alliance and Chen. And at this moment, Chen was still unaware that Chen had already broken through to the peak of the Earth Martial God realm. Otherwise, he would surely change his current mindset. Time quickly moved to noon a week later. In the secretary's office of the Yuzhou Yang-based city general state government, Zhao Qingning looked at the mountain of documents piled up in front of her that needed to be processed urgently, her delicate brows furrowed. Her once lively eyes were now filled with fatigue. The slightly pouting red lips added a touch of sulkiness. Thinking of Chen leisurely enjoying himself in the villa at that moment, a surge of anger welled up in her heart. As the General State Envoy, Chen was completely indifferent to his duties. The Deputy General State Envoy, Du Qi, also had a laid-back attitude, only knowing how to practice like a salted fish. Now, all the branch affairs in the Yuzhou region had fallen into her hands, and this was no simple matter for a base city. Even with the support of the branch headquarters and the General State Government, it was exhausting day by day. What made her most furious now was that since Chen had appeared last time and left the very next day, he hadn't set foot in the General State Government for a whole week. I can't take it anymore. How can this guy Chen be so lazy? How can he act like this as the General State Envoy? Zhao Qingning angrily raised her hand and knocked on the table. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with two spots of pink, like peach petals blushing in the spring breeze. Her wide-open eyes looked as if she were about to bite someone with her pearly white teeth. Yet even so, her exquisite features still exuded a unique charm, and her angry demeanor appeared surprisingly playful and captivating. Zhao Qingning took a deep breath, her green hair cascading down her shoulders in a few strands, like willow catkins falling in spring. She clenched her fists, the knuckles showing a hint of pink, as if she had made a certain resolution. No way, since Li Chen hasn't come. I'll go find him myself. Otherwise, handling all these affairs alone will drive me crazy. Zhao Qingning stood up. The hem of her white dress swayed gently, revealing her slender calves, smooth and delicate, like fine mutton-fat jade radiating a warm glow. It perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Today, she had intentionally styled her long hair into a loose half-updo, with a few strands framing her cheeks, accentuating her slender and fair neck. Then, Zhao Qingning gently raised her hand, collecting the mountain of documents in front of her into her communication wristband before striding out of the office. Her goal was clear. She headed straight towards the luxurious villa where Li Chen currently resided behind the governor's mansion. Before long, she arrived in front of the villa. Due to Li Chen's confidence in his own strength, there were no martial artist guards arranged around the entire villa. Only 16 maids dedicated to his daily needs, a butler, and 4 5-star chefs, all performing their respective duties. The villa's main door was wide open, seemingly welcoming her arrival. The door is open? That's perfect. Zhao Qingning stepped in with her fair, long legs, sculpted like beautiful jade. As soon as she entered, she was drawn to 2 piles of dark red-brown stones not far from the entrance. Why are there 2 piles of such ugly stones here? Zhao Qingning frowned slightly at the sight, murmuring in confusion. Her eyes held a hint of bewilderment, like a little rabbit passing by a flowerbed, disapproving of the weeds, adorably so. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was just Li Chen's unique taste, and continued towards the villa ahead. What she didn't notice was that after she walked away, the 2 piles of dark brown stones at the entrance began to shimmer with an inconspicuous golden light. They stared intently at Zhao Qingning but made no move. Zhao Qingning soon encountered the butler, He Meng. He Meng had just come out of the kitchen, still carrying a hint of sweetness. She wore a smoky gray silk blouse today, loosely tied at the collar with a bow, and a matching pencil skirt that accentuated her mature and full curves. At 30 years old, her eyes and brows carried just the right amount of allure. He Meng looked at the suddenly arriving Zhao Qingning, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a warm and appropriate smile. Her voice was gentle and respectful. Secretary Zhao? What brings you here? Are you looking for the governor? Please wait a moment, I'll inform him right away. Zhao Qingning's anger hadn't subsided, her cheeks still flushed. Where is he? I'll find him myself. As she spoke, her chin lifted slightly, resembling a pouting little swan. He Meng noticed that Zhao Qingning's mood seemed a bit off and thought there might be something urgent that needed Li Chen's attention. So she pointed towards the villa's backyard and said, the governor is in the back. Before He Meng could finish her sentence, Zhao Qingning's figure flashed and she quickly left towards the backyard. She wanted to see what Li Chen was up to. As the governor, how could he be slacking off all day, not even visiting the governor's mansion for a week? He had left everything to her. He Meng watched as Zhao Qingning hurriedly disappeared from view and after a 2-second daze, suddenly remembered something, raising her voice to add, Hey, Secretary Zhao, I haven't finished speaking yet, it's a bit inappropriate for you to go now. It was unclear whether Zhao Qingning heard her. The other person's figure had long vanished from her sight. Following He Meng's directions, Zhao Qingning hurriedly made her way to the backyard. She was filled with pent-up frustration and walked with urgency. He didn't hear what He Meng said behind him. The moment she stepped into the backyard, an awkward yet alluring scene immediately caught her eye. Zhao Qingning's eyes widened in anger. There stood Li Chen, bare-chested. His muscular physique sculpted as if chiseled by a master artist, each muscle firm and exuding strength. His broad, solid chest rose and fell slightly with each breath, radiating masculine charm. The 8-pack abs were sharply defined, like they had been carved from stone, and the lines of his arms flowed with explosive power. He leaned against the edge of the hot spring, surrounded by 4 maids attending to him closely. One held a glass of fresh juice to his lips, another gently fed him grilled meat, while a third presented a delicate dessert. The last one was softly massaging Li Chen's shoulders. At that moment, Li Chen had his eyes closed, looking as if he were in a state of bliss. Strangely enough, a fist-sized, seemingly unusual white frog floated in the hot spring. Its body was pure white without a hint of color, and its round eyes sparkled with intelligence. It too had its eyes closed, seemingly enjoying the warmth of the spring. Ah! Zhao Qingning's already flushed face turned as bright as a ripe apple, and she was momentarily speechless. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Li Chen's perfect physique. She felt her heart race suddenly, and inexplicably, a twinge of jealousy arose towards the 4 maids attending to him. Ribbit the white frog, lying in the hot spring in a backstroke position, croaked upon seeing Zhao Qingning's sudden arrival, as if reminding everyone around. Hearing the frog's croak, Li Chen turned to look at the girl beside him, dressed in a light pink maid outfit, her hair tied with a matching bow, her skin as fair as freshly peeled lychee, and her delicate wrist exposed as she offered him water. After he took the green spirit fruit water from her and drank it in one gulp, he smiled at Zhao Qingning, pretending not to notice her arrival, and said, Miss Qingning, what brings you here? He Meng and the others really should have informed me. With that, he waved his hand lightly, signaling the 4 maids serving him to step back. Yes, sir. The four immediately understood, rising to stand aside, their eyes filled with gossip as they cautiously stole glances at Li Chen and Zhao Qingning. Li Chen noticed Zhao Qingning's flushed face but didn't want to look away from him. Zhao Qingning, with a mischievous grin in her heart, couldn't help but find his sulky expression quite adorable. In fact, he had known of her arrival the moment she entered the villa. He had opened the door himself and even heard her complain about the two lava guards he had stationed at the entrance, who were acting as security. He thought to himself that they really had no taste, they were clearly imposing and not ugly at all. Zhao Qingning looked at Li Chen's relaxed demeanor and recalled how she had been running around in the provincial capital for days, dizzy to the point of exhaustion, her brain feeling like it was dying. Meanwhile, he was here leisurely soaking in the hot spring, and her feelings of grievance and anger surged up. If Li Chen had been training, she could have accepted it. But this... Zhao Qingning instinctively clenched her fists, then relaxed them, finally complaining with a hint of petulance in her tone, "My lord, you're actually here soaking in the hot spring? You haven't been to the provincial capital for a whole week, and the pile of urgent matters is about to reach a mountain. If this continues, I really won't be able to hold on any longer." Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at the pouting, flushed Zhao Qingning, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a flash, he moved like a ghost, instantly appearing from the hot spring to the shore. Then, a thought crossed his mind. A blue bathrobe appeared on him, wrapping his entire body tightly. Without a hint of flaw, Li Chen did not try to argue but instead spread his hands and said sincerely, all right, Miss Qingning, I know how hard you've been working. In just doing this to help you train, your ability to handle affairs on your own will definitely improve greatly in the future." Zhao Qingning stood there, pouting, unable to hold back her complaints in her heart. "What training? You're just too lazy to handle the affairs and pushed everything onto me." Just as she was about to say something, she saw a faint smile on Li Chen's lips, and she quickly stepped forward to soothe him. "Don't be angry, Miss Qingning." At this point, Li Chen paused, a mysterious look appearing on his face. In a flash of thought, an SS-grade youth-preserving pill, a mysterious SS-grade gene enhancement potion, and 5 SS-grade spirit fruits freshly picked that morning, all emitting a faint glow, quietly emerged from his infinite storage space, steadily floating in his palm. "Here, Miss Qingning. Consider these 3 items as a reward for your hard work these days," Li Chen said with a smile. After saying this, the 3 items slowly floated in front of Zhao Qingning under his control. He also gestured for Zhao Qingning not to be polite with him. She could just accept them graciously. The reason he was so generous was not because he was overwhelmed by beauty, but because the rewards he had signed in these days were too abundant, just enough to give Zhao Qingning some as salary. The SS-grade youth-preserving pill was from a previous gift pack of pills. As a man, he had no interest in such things, so it was naturally of no use to him. As for the SS-grade gene enhancement potion, he had been incredibly lucky to sign in 2 big gift packs in these days, each containing 10 vials. He had already absorbed 11, including the previous ones, and his genes had become remarkably powerful. Continuing to take them would have no effect unless he absorbed divine level ones to produce changes. He felt it was not worth it to sell the remaining 10 vials to the Martial Arts Alliance, so he kept them all in his storage space, planning to reward someone he found pleasing with one. As a high-ranking governor, it wouldn't do to have nothing to show when rewarding outstanding subordinates. After giving away 1, he still had 9 left. And these 5 SS-grade spirit fruits were all personally picked by him in these days. He had plenty in his infinite storage space and didn't mind parting with these few. The items he had signed in over the past 7 days were also very rich. 2 SS-grade gene enhancement potion gift packs, another SS-grade spirit fruit tree, the lava warrior had leveled up to the late stage of Earth Martial God, and a frost frog god at the initial stage of Earth Beast God, which later leveled up to its peak after another sign-in. The one floating in the hot spring now was it. Don't be fooled by its small size, it was actually a terrifying beast that had reached the peak of Earth Beast God. Just like the lava guardian, it was 100 loyal to him. Moreover, he had opened a space for it to move around in his infinite storage space, allowing him to summon it at any time. The last one was the spiritual spring he had just soaked in. Long-term immersion in it could effectively enhance physical strength and improve the bloodline within, raising the limits of martial artists. The spring water automatically replenished itself once consumed, continuously flowing, and never drying up. Additionally, he had placed many rare treasures from the main and branch treasury inside, further enhancing its effects. Is this for me? Zhao Qingning's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the 3 items Li Chen handed over, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, revealing an expression of incredulity. She couldn't believe that these were actually given to her. As her fingertips brushed against the edge of the item, a warm and gentle energy made her heart skip a beat. This was clearly the aura of an SS-grade item, as legend had it. How could Li Chen be so generous as to give this to her? Watching Zhao Qingning's surprised expression, Li Chen waved his hand, his demeanor relaxed and easygoing, as if these were merely ordinary objects. Don't be polite, Miss Qingning. You've been busy running around for the general prefecture these days, so just take these rewards. To others, these items seemed incredibly precious and rare. But to him, they were just that there were plenty more in his infinite storage space. He could pick SS-grade spirit fruits every day. With Li Chen's confirmation, the frustration that had been building up in Zhao Qingning's heart was instantly swept away by this sudden surprise. Then, he'll accept it? She no longer pretended to be reserved, directly reaching out to take the items and storing them in her storage ring, her body radiating excitement. She suddenly thought that if her salary could always be this generous, it wouldn't be a problem for her to handle all the affairs of the general prefecture. There was no way around it. Li Chen had given too much. These items, once absorbed, were enough to loosen her cultivation level. The one she cherished the most was the beauty pill among them. Although she considered her looks to be quite good, what girl wouldn't want to maintain her beauty forever, becoming even more stunning? The allure of this beauty pill was simply irresistible to her. Li Chen found Zhao Qingning's rapidly changing attitude as amusing as a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Indeed, money can make the devil push the mill. He decided to be a good person to the end, smiling as he said, Miss Qingning, these resources combined with my spirit dew spring will yield the best results. You can come in and give it a try. Ha! Zhao Qingning suddenly looked up, her previously softened expression flushing again, like a brilliant sunset on the horizon. Was Li Chen inviting her to soak in the hot spring together? Her heart raced like a startled deer, and her whole body began to heat up, as if a warm current was surging from her heart and spreading throughout her body. Thinking this through, she stole a glance at Li Chen's handsome face and the unique masculine charm he exuded. It was like a gentle spring breeze teasing her heartstrings, perfectly matching her taste, making her heart skip a beat. Soaking in the hot spring together didn't seem so unacceptable after all, but it was indeed a bit shy and too sudden, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. Zhao Qingning bit her lip, torn inside. Should she agree or not? It was truly a dilemma. If she agreed, would it make her seem too unreserved? But if she didn't agree, she would miss such a great opportunity. Li Chen watched Zhao Qingning's familiar expression of wanting to speak but hesitating, and instantly guessed what she was thinking. His own thoughts were quite simple. Zhao Qingning's current cultivation level was at the peak of the king stage. After absorbing 5 SS-grade spirit fruits, she would likely break through to the emperor stage. Coupled with the spirit dew spring to enhance her martial artist talent limit, she might even break through to the mid-emperor stage in one go. By then, with her energy more abundant, he could naturally hand over all the affairs to her. Surely, she wouldn't have as many objections as she did now. Then, with a flash of his figure, he appeared before Zhao Qingning, who was lost in her thoughts. He gently tapped her green-haired head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased. What are you thinking about in that head of yours? This is another reward. You can go in and soak by yourself. I'm off to have lunch. As he said this, Li Chen pointed to the frosted frog god still comfortably soaking in the hot spring, then added, if you find the temperature too high, just tell Little Frog. It will release cold air to help you adjust the hot spring temperature. Quacked the frost frog god, named Little Frog by Li Chen, glanced at Zhao Qingning with its round, bulging eyes, and called out friendly to her in response. Zhao Qingning, whose true thoughts had been seen through by Li Chen, showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. Ahem. She lightly coughed, trying to cover up her awkwardness. Then she quickly changed the subject, her gaze filled with a bit of surprise as she looked at the small frost frog god in the hot spring, exclaiming, wow, it can understand? What a smart frog! Upon hearing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, not only can it understand what you say, but it can also take you out in an instant. However, he didn't say it so directly. Of course, Little Frog is at the peak of the Earth Beast God level. Before Zhao Qingning could believe it, Li Chen turned to the 4 silent girls who had been watching with expressions of curiosity. Xiaowan, Xiaoshu, you two stay here to assist Miss Zhao Qingning with her changing and bathing, while Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi accompany me for a meal. Yes, sir. The 4 girls, assigned their tasks by Li Chen, responded in soft voices. Among them, Ling Xiaoyue and Su Yaqi were the happiest. The fact that the sir chose to have them accompany him for the meal meant he liked them a bit more. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. After that, Li Chen left the Linglu Spring and headed towards the main hall of the villa where he usually dined. By the time, He Meng should have already prepared his lunch. As Li Chen departed, Zhao Qingning looked at the little frog in the hot spring with a full expression of doubt, mumbling, this little guy is at the peak of the Earth Beast God? How is that possible? The state governor must be joking. She didn't sense any aura of a fierce beast from Little Frog, and it felt to her like an ordinary frog that hadn't leveled up. She took Li Chen's words as a joke meant to tease her. Looking at Li Chen's departing figure, a hint of barely perceptible disappointment flickered in her eyes. At that moment, the 2 maids left behind by Li Chen, Xiaowan and Xiaoshu, approached with sweet smiles on their faces. Xiaowan held a neatly folded bathrobe in her hands, her voice soft, Lord Zhao, we have prepared a bathrobe and change of clothes for you. Would you like to start bathing now? Xiaoshu chimed in, yes, Lord Zhao, the water temperature in this hot spring is just right, and it has miraculous effects. Plus, with Little Frog here, it can regulate the temperature, ensuring you have a comfortable soak. As she spoke, she secretly winked at Zhao Qingning, her eyes filled with envy, wishing she could swap places with her. The effects of the Linglu Spring had been experienced by the 4 of them a few days ago when Li Chen was in a good mood. They knew just how powerful the effects were. Just soaking for half a day had brought unexpected benefits to their bodies. Zhao Qingning snapped back to reality, looking at the 2 attentive maids before her and the enticing energy emanating from the Linglu Spring. Her disappointment at not being able to soak in the hot spring with Li Chen eased a little. She gently nodded, a faint smile on her lips, and softly said, then I'll trouble you. Xiaowan and Xiaoshu exchanged smiles. Xiaowan playfully blinked and said, Lord Zhao, you're too polite. This is what we should do. Xiao Shu nodded in agreement beside her. Soon, the two began to busily prepare for Zhao Qingning's changing and bathing. Placing the neatly folded bathrobe aside and carefully checking the arrangements around the Linglu spring, they specifically brought over a screen for Zhao Qingning's privacy. Their cooperation was seamless. Before long, they had everything ready for Zhao Qingning's changing and bathing. Standing by the Linglu spring, Zhao Qingning looked at the steaming water, feeling both excited and a bit nervous. She slowly began to remove her clothes. The white long dress slipped off her shoulders, revealing her alluring skin, as white as mutton fat jade. With her fair feet, she took one step after another towards the Linglu spring. The ripples on the water gently brushed against her ankles, making her skin appear even whiter. With each step, she could feel the warmth rising from beneath her feet, spreading throughout her body. When her delicate foot stepped into the Linglu spring, a warm and gentle force instantly enveloped her feet, as if an invisible pair of hands were softly caressing them. Zhao Qingning paused slightly and continued to walk forward until her entire body was fully submerged in the hot spring. In that moment, she instantly felt that what the two women had said was not false. The effects of this hot spring were indeed powerful. It contained a special energy that flowed into her body like a babbling brook, enhancing and strengthening her martial bloodline. Zhao Qingning felt her entire being revitalized under the nourishment of the Linglu spring, and a refreshing expression similar to Li Chen's appeared on her face. Curiosity filled her heart, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Where on earth did Li Chen dig up this hot spring? I haven't seen him leave the villa in the past few days." Immediately, Zhao Qingning, filled with confusion, asked the two maids serving her on the shore in a soft voice, "Do you know where this hot spring comes from?" Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu exchanged glances and shook their heads. They only knew that it was personally arranged by Li Chen, and like Zhao Qingning, they were curious when they first saw it. Receiving this response, Zhao Qingning had no choice but to give up her inquiry. Then, she stopped thinking too much about it. Filled with joy, she took out the 3 items that Li Chen had given her from her storage ring, thinking to herself, having been at the peak of the king level for so long, it's time to break through. The energy required for her to break through to the emperor level was already overflowing within her. Previously, she had not rushed to break through in order to accumulate more. Now, with so many precious resources to assist her, the opportunity was just right. Zhao Qingning calmed her mind and closed her lively eyes. She began to absorb the energy from the 3 items, pushing towards the emperor level. A faint green light radiated from her body, as if she were merging with the Linglu spring. Soon, she was completely immersed in it. Everything from the outside world was cast aside. In the villa's main hall, Li Chen, surrounded by numerous maids enjoying a sumptuous lunch, suddenly sensed something and stopped his movements. The chopsticks in his hand hovered in midair as his gaze turned towards the location of the Linglu spring in the villa's backyard, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is she starting to break through? Just as I expected. Time passed quietly, and soon 3 days had gone by. Morning. The sun had just risen. Golden sunlight spilled over the earth, draping everything in a layer of golden brilliance. Li Chen collected all the fruits from the jade spirit fruit tree and looked at the 2 sturdy trees in front of him, murmuring, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today the spirit fruits have yielded 7, not bad. At this point, Li Chen suddenly paused. His gaze shifted to the area of the Linglu spring, which was obscured by a screen. He sensed the aura emanating from Zhao Qingning. That aura was growing stronger, as if an invisible force was surging. It's been 3 days, she's finally about to break through, Li Chen said softly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Not long after, just as Li Chen finished his breakfast and was leisurely holding a cup of fragrant tea, savoring a moment of relaxation, suddenly, a powerful aura of an emperor-level martial artist erupted from the backyard like a surging tide. The aura was like a tangible storm. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed, producing a buzzing sound, and within seconds, it swept through the entire villa like a tempest. The tables, chairs, and ornaments inside the villa trembled slightly under the impact of this aura. An inconspicuous dust fell in a flurry. But this situation lasted only for a moment. The aura was easily suppressed by Li Chen with a single thought. After about a few hours, an even more majestic and powerful aura of a mid-level emperor-level martial artist erupted again from the backyard, soaring into the sky like a brilliant star. Moreover, she could clearly feel that this aura was emitted by the same person as before. When Li Chen saw this scene, he only revealed an expression of having anticipated it. He slightly squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting, and murmured to himself, Zhao Qingning's talent truly hasn't disappointed me. In addition to the automatically generated spring water containing special energy, he had also added numerous rare materials into the Linglu spring. Those materials slowly dissolved in the spring water, enhancing its effects to an astonishing degree. Over the past 3 days of Sinan's, the percentage of his cultivation enhancement halo effect had directly increased from the initial 10 to now 50, showing significant growth. The distance had also increased from 100 meters to 500 meters. During these 3 days, the halo had steadily enveloped Zhao Qingning every day, continuously amplifying her cultivation effects. With all these accumulations, it was entirely reasonable for Zhao Qingning to break through to the mid-level of the Emperor realm in one go. Besides the enhancement of the cultivation halo effect, the other 2 Sinan items were equally invaluable. One of them was the SS-level martial art Eye of Divine Punishment, which he had fully comprehended. This martial art was a powerful mental attack technique, and combined with the eye of breaking illusions he had previously mastered, its lethality was extremely formidable. In battle, the enemy would be severely injured by this powerful mental attack before even getting close. The last sign-in reward was an upgrade in his understanding of the fire law by 1 level. This was even more incredible, directly raising his fire law level to the 2nd tier, significantly boosting his strength. Mastering the unique domain ability of the 2nd tier laws, once the fire domain was unleashed, it consumed a tremendous amount of internal power, enveloping the surrounding space in scorching flames. Once the enemy fell into it, they would experience a terrifying high temperature akin to purgatory, greatly diminishing their strength. As is well known, the minimum requirement for martial artists to break through to the king and emperor levels is sufficient energy. As long as one is born with a good foundation, with a plethora of rare resources, even if you are a waste who only knows how to eat and wait for death, you can rely on consuming resources to pile your level up to the peak of the emperor level. However, your strength would be very weak. But for peak emperor level martial artists to break through to the earth martial god realm is not so simple. The crucial step is to comprehend a law to the 1st level. Otherwise, even if the internal energy is overflowing, one will never be able to break through. This is the reason why the number of earth martial gods is extremely scarce. Many peak emperor level martial artists are stuck at this step, unable to elevate their law level to the 1st tier. Similarly, for earth martial gods to break through to heaven martial gods, their understanding of the laws must also be raised to the 2nd tier. This sign-in reward can be said to have saved Chen a lot of time. As long as he has enough energy, he can directly break through to the heaven martial god realm. At this moment, Zhao Qingning, soaking in the Linglu spring in the backyard, resembled a spirit flower blooming in the azure waves. Her green hair floated gently in the spring water like seaweed, wetly sticking to her shoulders, glistening with a watery sheen. Her fair skin was flushed from the steam, resembling jade soaked in morning dew, and when her eyes were gently closed, her long eyelashes fell like butterfly wings. She was completely immersed in the joy of breaking through to the mid-level of the Emperor realm. With her eyes slightly closed, she felt her current physical condition, her gaze filled with gratitude towards Li Chen. The SS-level gene enhancement potion and the spring water surrounding her had helped her immensely. She could clearly feel that under the improvement and enhancement of these two precious resources, every inch of her skin, every meridian seemed to be reawakened, brimming with vibrant vitality. The path of martial arts ahead would be even smoother. Moreover, the fact that her aura could stabilize in such a short time was largely due to the contributions of these two treasures. What amazed her the most was that she had been soaking in this hot spring for 3 days, and her body was crazily absorbing the energy within every day, but the spring water showed no signs of diminishing. It remained filled with overwhelming energy, as if it were an endless source. With this thought, Zhao Qingning's feelings towards Li Chen became even more complex, filled with gratitude and a hint of indescribable affection. Congratulations, Miss Xiao, on your breakthrough. Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu, who were responsible for waiting here every day, hurried over to congratulate her upon seeing that Zhao Qingning had successfully broken through. They each held a brand new green bathrobe and the white dress that Zhao Qingning had taken off earlier. The faint fragrance of spiritual herbs wafted from them, clearly indicating they had been cleaned. Zhao Qingning looked at the two of them. She knew that during the 3 days of her cultivation breakthrough, they had almost always been by her side. Feeling a surge of guilt, she softly said, "You two ladies, thank you for guarding here for so long." Before Zhao Qingning could finish her sentence, Xiao Wan gently shook her head and said in a soft voice, No, Miss Xiao, please don't say that. Otherwise, if the sir finds out, he will blame us." Xiao Shu nodded in agreement with a smile. As Zhao Qingning stood up, water droplets slid down her smooth shoulders and slender waist, her figure perfectly proportioned as if measured with a ruler. There was not a single part that was out of place. Xiao Wan handed over the bathrobe, her gaze lingering on Zhao Qingning, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As a woman herself, she found it hard to look away. Her skin was dazzlingly white, and even the lines of her shoulder blades exuded an indescribable beauty. That delicate face was so beautiful that it made her feel inferior. Zhao Qingning gently wiped the droplets from her body and her damp hair, then put on the white dress again. After taking the SSS Youth Elixir, her already beautiful appearance became even more outstanding, and her demeanor more elegant and charming. Zhao Qingning adjusted her dress and softly asked, "Where is the Governor General now?" Xiao Wan thought for a moment and replied, "The sir should be in the garden over there, enjoying tea and admiring the flowers." Zhao Qingning nodded slightly, thanked her, and walked towards the garden. Under the Yun Spring fruit trees in the garden, Li Chen was sitting at an exquisite stone table, a tea set laid out before him, occasionally sipping fresh-picked spiritual tea. He was enjoying this moment of leisure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him. Originally, there was no garden here, just these two Yun Spring fruit trees planted in a vast lawn. Feeling that it was too empty, he had instructed Himeng to procure various types of flowers that bloom with unique characteristics to plant here. From a distance, Zhao Qingning spotted Li Chen's figure. Her heart tightened slightly, and her steps unconsciously quickened. Hearing the movement, Li Chen looked up and saw Zhao Qingning, whose aura had improved a bit, with a faint smile on his lips. "Miss Qingning, congratulations on your successful breakthrough." Zhao Qingning slightly bowed in gratitude and said, "I must thank you, sir, for the SS-level gene enhancement potion and the spiritual spring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the mid-level of the Emperor realm so smoothly." As she spoke, Zhao Qingning also noticed the large tree beside Li Chen, which exuded a mysterious aura. She keenly sensed a familiar energy from it, seemingly emanating from the 5SS level Yun Spring fruits she had absorbed. As her words fell, Li Chen also perceptibly noticed that Zhao Qingning's attention was drawn to the 2 Yun Spring fruit trees. He briefly introduced them, saying, "These are Yun Spring fruit trees. The 5SS level Yun Spring fruits you absorbed were produced by these 2 trees." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning's face showed surprise and her bright eyes sparkled with disbelief. She exclaimed, "Does this mean that these 2 fruit trees are all SS level?" Li Chen's image in her mind became increasingly mysterious as he possessed such treasures. In addition, there were the casually given SS level gene enhancement potions, the rapid breakthrough speed, the SS level spiritual spring, and now these 2 SS level fruit trees. All of this made her feel increasingly unable to see through Li Chen. Li Chen finished the spiritual tea in his hand and, looking at the still shocked Zhao Qingning, smiled and reminded her, "Miss Qingning, since you have already broken through, I will have to rely on you to continue handling the affairs of the General Prefecture. I've already spoken with Du Qi. He will cooperate well with you in the future. If things are handled well, there will still be such rewards." He painted a grand picture for Zhao Qingning to prevent any further mishaps. During the 3 days of her breakthrough, he had not personally dealt with the affairs of the General Prefecture but had handed everything over to Du Qi, whose level of negligence was on par with his own. Du Qi felt a mix of helplessness and resentment about this. He had thought he could continue to slack off, but unexpectedly, Li Chen specifically instructed him to properly fulfill his duties as the Deputy General Prefect, sharing the pressure from the General Prefecture. Du Qi silently lamented but dared not voice any complaints. After all, he could not refuse Li Chen's orders. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Li Chen would be even more negligent than he was. But he only dared to think this in his heart and would never say it out loud in front of Li Chen unless he felt that life was too comfortable and wanted to find some excitement. "Alright, my lord, I will return to the General Prefecture now," Zhao Qingning said, her eyes sparkling, a faint smile on her lips, her voice soft. Gratitude was written all over her face. Compared to the previous 3 days when she had rushed to the villa, she seemed like a different person. She slightly bowed, the neckline of her white dress moving with her action, revealing a hint of her delicate collarbone, and then turned to leave. After walking a short distance, Zhao Qingning saw Lin Qiuyue and Su Yaqi approaching from afar, each carrying several plates of pastries. After placing the pastries on the stone table, they began to massage and relax Li Chen. Their gentle movements and charming expressions made Zhao Qingning momentarily dazed. Watching this scene, her special feelings for Li Chen intensified, filled with envy, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable excitement. What is happening to me?" Zhao Qingning murmured to herself. She knew she could not stay here any longer, otherwise, that special emotion might become increasingly difficult to control. She could only leave the villa in haste. Li Chen, enjoying the massage, inadvertently glanced in the direction Zhao Qingning had left, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already keenly sensed the subtle emotional changes in Zhao Qingning. I didn't expect there to be unexpected gains. While Zhao Qingning was curious about him, he was also full of curiosity about her identity. A divine-grade high-quality defensive ring was not something just anyone could possess. Perhaps I can take the initiative next, Li Chen murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhao Qingning, as the distance between her and Li Chen gradually widened to 500 meters, suddenly felt a strange sensation from her divine body. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be abruptly cut off by an invisible hand, suddenly stopping its automatic influx into her body. Ha! Zhao Qingning's beautiful eyes frowned slightly, and she felt puzzled. She stopped to try to sense the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy, but she could not figure out what was happening. Could it be that the effect of the spiritual dew spring remaining in my body has ended? Zhao Qingning speculated inwardly, it should be like that. She attributed the reason for the spiritual energy no longer automatically flowing into her body to that magical spiritual dew spring. Unaware that the real reason was that the enhancement effect of her cultivation had disappeared after she had distanced herself from Li Chen. Time flew by and the next day arrived. Li Chen slept soundly until noon, waking up naturally, and under the careful service of the maids, washed his face and brushed his teeth, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. As a powerful earth marshal GODLIKE this moment, his demeanor resembled that of a lazy noble, devoid of any pretense. He Meng and the others looked at Li Chen in this state, feeling that he was approachable and easygoing, with no sense of distance. In their eyes, everything Li Chen did was right, and every action exuded an irresistible charm that captivated them. On the sofa in the main hall, Li Chen, with a thought, took an SS-grade spirit fruit from his infinite storage space and popped it into his mouth, savoring the deliciousness of this dessert after a meal. He couldn't help but sigh contentedly. Waking up at noon feels so refreshing. A truly powerful warrior doesn't do whatever they want, rather, they refrain from doing what they don't want to do. At this moment, Li Chen felt he was very close to this realm. As long as he broke through to the heavenly martial god realm, he could fully realize this state. With this thought, Li Chen, filled with ambition, said to the system in his mind, "System, sign in. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and gaining an enhancement to the Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion Advanced Version. All functions of the basic version are enhanced, and a new mind control effect is added, increasing the mental energy consumed by the host. As the system's voice faded, Li Chen's eyes were once again forcibly closed by the system, and then that familiar icy sensation surged in his heart. Ha, I knew the Eye of Illusion must have an advanced version. Li Chen thought joyfully. After about a dozen seconds, Li Chen reopened his eyes. His gaze became even deeper, radiating a mysterious light as if it could see through all the world's illusions, piercing into the depths of the human heart. He could clearly feel that the Eye of Illusion had become more powerful, and the newly added mind control function delighted him immensely. For those whose level was lower than his and whose mental strength was relatively weak, he could use this powerful ability to control their minds like a master, making them his servants, acting entirely according to his will. However, for those with levels equal to or higher than his, the effect was not as pronounced, but it was not completely ineffective either. Although the mental energy consumed is greater than before, I have the Yuan knowledge ring to enhance my mental strength, so I don't need to worry about that. Li Chen's mouth curled up confidently. After understanding the functions of the advanced Eye of Illusion, his mood brightened even more. He couldn't wait to try out the newly acquired mind control effect. His gaze fell on a maid not far away. He saw her originally lively eyes instantly become dazed, as if controlled by an invisible force. She stood there in a daze. But just a few seconds later, she returned to normal, looking around in confusion, scratching her head and mumbling, "Huh? Why does my head feel so empty? Something seemed off just now?" After the preliminary test, Li Chen was not satisfied. He stroked his chin and pondered, "I need to find someone stronger to try." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he called out in his mind, "Little Frog, come here, let me test my new ability." Little Frog was a special battle pet he had signed in, and he could not only store it in his beast space but also communicate with it telepathically. He had originally thought about going back to the wilderness area to test the mind control ability of the advanced Eye of Illusion, but then he realized he had a ready-made test subject right beside him, Little Frog, a peak beast of the Earth Beast God. The effect would definitely be better than those low-level beasts, and it would be convenient and quick without needing to make another trip. Ribbit in the backyard of the villa, soaking in the spirit dew spring, the frost frog god, attended by a maid, heard Li Chen's call. Its lazy voice seemed to carry a hint of moisture. It opened its eyes, and in a flash, it disappeared from its spot. Moments later, its small white figure appeared before Li Chen, lazily speaking in human language. "Master." Li Chen lightly tapped his chin, and a flash of light flickered in his eyes. The originally deep gaze became even more profound. As if an invisible vortex was swirling within, a powerful mental force began to converge. In an instant, a strong mental energy erupted from his eyes, surging deep into Xiaoguo's mind. Since Xiaoguo was completely unprepared, it felt a wave of dizziness in its head, and its originally lively beastly eyes instantly became dull. It stared blankly at Li Chen, its voice turning mechanical and wooden. "Master." The voice was hollow and lifeless, as if it had lost its soul. Li Chen observed Xiaoguo's current state, clearly sensing the connection between their minds. It had completely become a puppet under his control. Whatever he commanded, it would obey, although the original Xiaoguo was already quite obedient. Then, a glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he released his mental control over Xiaoguo and said seriously, "Xiaoguo, this time, resist with all your mental strength and let me see where your limits are." Xiaoguo nodded. After Xiaoguo was ready, Li Chen once again exerted his mental control. This time, it was much more difficult than before. It was as if he was facing a solid fortress, requiring more effort to break through. The mental energy consumed was also greater. Li Chen felt a slight throbbing pain in his head, but it was well within his tolerance. As time passed, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a fierce tug-of-war, Xiaoguo was once again successfully controlled. However, this time it was not as stable as before. A flicker of struggle occasionally flashed in Xiaoguo's eyes, as if it could break free from the invisible shackles at any moment. This was partly due to Xiaoguo not being an ordinary beast at the peak of the beast god realm. Its outstanding bloodline and immense potential made it particularly prominent among beasts of the same level, which also increased the difficulty of Li Chen's mental control to a certain extent. Afterwards, a glimmer of light flickered in Li Chen's eyes again, the glow resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky. As he released his mental control over Xiaoguo, he extended his hand and cradled the gradually recovering Xiaoguo. At this moment, Xiaoguo felt soft all over, exuding a faint chill, and the icy cool sensation was quite pleasant. No one would expect that this was a terrifying giant beast that had reached the peak of the Earth Beast God realm. Its small and cute appearance was indeed highly deceptive. It looked just like a harmless little pet. Xiaoguo, feeling Li Chen's caress, displayed a look of comfort. It opened its mouth and curiously asked, "Is there anything else, master?" Its lively beastly eyes blinked. Li Chen shook his head. In a thought, he took out an SS-grade spirit fruit emitting a faint fragrance from the infinite storage space and held it in his hand. The fragrance instantly spread. Xiaoguo immediately understood Li Chen's intention. It excitedly opened its mouth and extended a long ice-blue tongue, as swift as lightning, directly swallowing the spirit fruit that was only half the size of its current form. The speed was incredibly fast, almost imperceptible to the average person. After swallowing, it displayed a very enjoyable expression, looking at Li Chen with a hint of longing, like a greedy child. It seemed to be asking if there was more. "Alright, don't be so greedy, you're done here, go back to soaking in the hot spring," Li Chen said with a smile, looking at Xiaoguo, who was gazing at him eagerly. Seeing that its goal was not achieved, Xiaoguo immediately felt a bit wronged. Pouting, it said, "But master, you just gave that green-haired girl 5. It had witnessed this scene with its own eyes and felt a bit unbalanced in its heart. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. You really are greedy. Although he said this, who could blame Xiaoguo for being his absolutely loyal battle pet? With a thought, 10 SS-grade spirit fruits appeared in his palm, and his voice carried a tone of indulgence. Here, I'll give you double. Now you have no objections, right? You should know that Yan Yi and the others stand there every day, exposed to the wind and sun, motionless, diligently fulfilling their duty, yet they have nothing. Yan Yi is the name he gave to the 20 yin prison guards. Although it doesn't sound very nice, it's simple and easy to remember. He brought them all out from the lava space and arranged them at various positions in the villa to serve as bodyguards, ensuring the safety of the villa. After listening, Xiaoguo pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a bright idea and said, "Then master, why don't you give each of them 10 spirit fruits? It thought this way, everyone would be treated fairly, right?" Li Chen's vision darkened at the words. Giving each of them 10 fruits would add up to a total of 200. He didn't have that many on hand. This guy really thought of everything. You talk too much. It seems I need to send you on your way. With that, he directly stuffed 10 spirit fruits into Xiaoguo's mouth. The little frog instantly puffed up, looking like a white balloon that had been inflated, appearing very comical and cute. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at Xiaoguo's appearance. He then tossed it forward and followed up with a kick. Xiaoguo shot through the villa like a white meteor, accompanied by a whistling sound. Splash! It accurately landed in the spirit dew spring, splashing a large area of sparkling water. Xiaoguo floundered a few times in the spring before quickly stabilizing itself. It blew out a stream of bubbles that gurgled to the surface, as if complaining about Li Chen's rough treatment. Its head bobbed above the water and it swallowed all the spirit fruits in one gulp, its belly instantly flattening as its shape returned to normal. It mumbled, "Hee hee, not painful." Then, it continued to lie in the spirit dew spring, like a lightly floating on the water's surface, digesting the energy contained in the spirit fruits. It looked quite leisurely. After sending Xiaoguo away, Li Chen stood up and stretched comfortably. "I've been staying in the villa for too long and getting a bit bored. How about going shopping this afternoon?" Just as Li Chen was pondering what to do that afternoon, suddenly, a powerful pressure belonging to a earth martial god erupted from a corner of the base city like a surging tide. The pressure was almost tangible. Within seconds, it spread like an invisible net across the entire Yin-Yang base city. It caused quite a stir among the ordinary citizens and martial artists, who were all shocked, stopping their activities to whisper among themselves. What a strong martial artist's pressure. It seems to be coming from the Inspector General's office. Could it be that Inspector Zhang has broken through? It should be. This aura is definitely stronger than any Emperor-level martial artist. The Inspector General has been stuck at the peak of the Emperor level for so many years, and he finally broke through. Discussions like this spread throughout the base city. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, Du Qi, who was fully focused on handling affairs and sharing the pressure with Zhao Qingning, felt this familiar martial artist's aura. He suddenly stopped his actions, nearly dropping the documents in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had witnessed something incredible, and he looked towards the direction of the Inspector General's office, muttering to himself, Zhang Jian actually broke through to the Earth Martial God? His heart was filled with astonishment. While he was happy for Zhang Jian, he also felt a mix of emotions, as if he had overturned a bottle of mixed flavors. They both belonged to the peak of the Emperor level, having been stuck in this realm for many years, like ferocious beasts trapped in a cage, unable to break free from their shackles. To break through to the Earth Martial God realm, he had hardly managed the affairs of the headquarters at all, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. He practiced diligently every day, not missing any opportunity for improvement. In contrast, Zhang Jian was the exact opposite. The military had many responsibilities and pressures, and he had to manage various affairs tightly, leaving very limited time for cultivation amidst all the tasks. But now the other party is actually the one to break through to the Earth Martial God first. This is like studying hard every night, hoping to achieve excellent results in an exam. Yet, when the final exam comes, you find you can't outdo someone who spends class time either sleeping or daydreaming. This sense of disparity made Du Qi feel extremely frustrated. Sigh. Du Qi let out a deep sigh. He had to admit that Zhang Jian's martial arts talent was indeed stronger than his own. If Zhang Jian had focused all his thoughts on cultivation like he did, he might have already broken through to the Earth Martial God realm. Li Chen, as expected, also keenly sensed the familiar aura of Earth Martial God warriors permeating the entire base city. Like a surging tide, it carried an undeniable pressure that instantly enveloped the entire base city. Li Chen's perception was incredibly sharp, and he immediately recognized who had broken through. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "Interesting, he really has broken through to the Earth Martial God realm. It seems I underestimated him." The image of Zhang Jian, filled with unwillingness, flashed through his mind. He never expected the other party to actually break through to the Earth Martial God realm. However, after a moment of surprise, Li Chen didn't pay much attention. With a casual wave of his hand, the aura of the Earth Martial God warrior that had been permeating the villa was instantly dispersed without a trace. At this moment, in the highest level training room of the Inspection General's office, Zhang Jian was sitting upright. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and there was a hint of battle-hardened killing intent in his brows. Zhang Jian slowly opened his powerful eyes, feeling the immense strength within him after breaking through to the Earth Martial God realm as if he possessed boundless power. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips and he burst into excited laughter. "I've done it! I really did it! Ha ha!" His voice had a strong penetrating power, echoing through the walls of the training room and spreading throughout the entire Inspection General's office. Everyone heard Zhang Jian's ecstatic voice, their faces showing surprise and awe. After the laughter, Zhang Jian stood up in the training room, unable to suppress the smile on his face. During the past half-month, he had pushed himself to the limit, coupled with the supply of numerous precious resources that enhanced his understanding of the Earth laws. Finally, he lived up to expectations and successfully broke through to the current Earth Martial God realm. This was, of course, also related to his not-so-bad martial artist talent. Zhang Jian clenched his fist, feeling as hard as a rock, his whole body brimming with energy and glowing faintly with a yellowish light. He thought to himself, "This time, I owe it all to Li Chen, otherwise I wouldn't have had the determination to make this." Under Li Chen's encouragement, he made a bold and crazy decision. He exchanged all the merits he had accumulated over the years for the resources needed to break through to the Earth Martial God realm. What he was most grateful for was that after the Marshal learned of his thoughts to give him more confidence, he personally gifted him an SSS energy crystal. In addition, he took out all the foundation he had cherished over the years to make a desperate gamble. If he didn't succeed, he would perish. Fortunately, heaven favored me and I lived up to expectations, successfully breaking through without any danger. Zhang Jian murmured to himself, his eyes revealing a sense of relief and pride. If he hadn't successfully broken through to the Earth Martial God, he would have had nothing, and the difficulty of breaking through to the Earth Martial God next time would increase exponentially. Now I have also broken through to the Earth Martial God, though it's only the initial stage, but I already have the qualification to converse on equal terms with Li Chen. Zhang Jian thought confidently, his eyes shining with determination. As long as he transmitted his current situation to the command center, his position would immediately be promoted to the Inspector of Yuzhou, on par with Li Chen, who served as the general of the Martial Arts Alliance. He would become a presence that could not be ignored. Li Chen. Zhang Jian recalled the scene where Li Chen had previously dismissed him, clenching his fists and silently repeating Li Chen's name in his heart. His fists seemed to want to crush the air itself, but he was no longer the peak ant at the emperor level he once was. Zhang Jian's eyes radiated dominance. With his current strength and status, he believed that Li Chen would surely give him, a newly promoted Earth Martial God, some face regarding this trivial matter with Suyin. He wouldn't choose to completely fall out with him. Then, Zhang Jian took a deep breath, adjusting his slightly chaotic aura. Before his breath could fully stabilize, he could no longer contain his eagerness and excitement. His figure flashed as he hurriedly burst out of the door, instantly leaving the Inspector General's residence. Outside the gate, a group of subordinates wore smiles, eager to congratulate him, but Zhang Jian merely waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind a remark, "We'll talk later," and ignored everyone else. Zhang Jian leaped into the sky, looking down at the bustling and lively Yingyang base city, his eyes sparkling with a near-arrogant light. At this moment, he exuded an air of dominance that seemed to declare that the world was at his feet. Immediately, his figure transformed into a streak of yellow light, rushing towards the location of the general prefecture with an almost reckless demeanor. Along the way, Zhang Jian's mind began to imagine the astonished expression on Li Chen's face when he truly realized that he had broken through to the Earth Martial God realm. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and that blind confidence grew even stronger. "Oof, Li Chen, you didn't take me seriously before, but now I want you to know my power," Zhang Jian thought to himself. Having been in seclusion for half a month, he was quite out of touch with the news, and coupled with his eagerness to find Li Chen right after his breakthrough, he was unaware that Li Chen was no longer the mid-Earth Martial God he had been when he decided to enter seclusion. He had now broken through to the even more astonishing peak of the Earth Martial God realm. Before long, Zhang Jian's figure appeared above the general prefecture. He spread out his senses and quickly discovered that Li Chen was not here but at a villa behind. As long as he's here, Zhang Jian thought to himself. His figure flickered and soon appeared above the villa. His gaze locked onto Li Chen, who was quietly admiring the flowers in the spacious backyard below. He was certain that Li Chen had already sensed his arrival. With this thought, Zhang Jian directly descended from the sky to stand before Li Chen, looking down at him. "General Li, I have now also broken through to the Earth Martial God realm. I have the qualification to speak with you as an equal, right?" His words carried an almost arrogant and overconfident tone, as if he were already an invincible presence in this world. After breaking through to the Earth Martial God, the surging power within Zhang Jian made him feel inflated, and he thought proudly, "Now, the gap between me and Li Chen is only a small step. The difference is no longer as great as before. Even if we were to fight, I would definitely have the strength to contend." At this moment, Li Chen was completely suppressing his own aura. Zhang Jian still had not sensed anything amiss and had completely forgotten about Li Chen's previous slaying of two latest-age Earth Martial God elders from the Destiny sect. Li Chen looked at Zhang Jian's arrogant demeanor from above, and the change in attitude was so drastic that he could hardly believe this was the same Zhang Jian who had been cautious in front of him before. He shook his head inwardly. So arrogant. He's really getting carried away. It seems I need to show him a lesson. Realizing that the other party seemed unaware that he had already broken through to the peak of the Earth Martial God, he thought that to bring about the other's downfall, he must first drive him mad. He decided to teach the other party a lesson about this attitude. A good beating would suffice. However, he did not directly strike to give the other a small shock. Instead, he continued to look at Zhang Jian with that previous haughty, almost dismissive expression and said slowly, breaking through to the Earth Martial God shows that your potential is quite good. Apologize to me, and I can generously forgive your reckless actions this time. The matter is still non-negotiable. It has already been delayed for half a month. Do not challenge my bottom line, you can leave now. After saying this, he waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away an annoying dog. Zhang Jian's face changed drastically upon hearing this. It was as if the surface of a lake, suddenly besieged by a storm, turned dark in an instant. He never expected that Li Chen would still show him no respect. His attitude was the same as before, even more obviously disdainful. He felt as if he had been slapped in public. His self-esteem was greatly insulted. The anger in Zhang Jian's heart erupted like a volcano. I was at the peak of the emperor level before and you looked down on me, that was fine. But now I have broken through to the Earth Martial God level at the same rank as you, with only a small difference in level, and you still look down on me like this? If I continue to be as cowardly as before, then this breakthrough would be meaningless. Li Governor, I respect you as the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, which is why I am being polite, but don't go too far. Today, I will seek your guidance. Zhang Jian's eyes blazed with fire, and his aura suddenly surged. His voice thundered through the air. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a heavy, dark stick materialized out of thin air. Boom! A terrifying pressure of the Earth Martial God erupted from him, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. In the garden, those originally vibrant and exquisite flowers competing for beauty were instantly uprooted by this powerful pressure, petals flying like snowflakes, branches snapping and scattering. The once beautiful garden was instantly turned into a mess. However, the two spirit fruit trees remained unscathed, untouched by the chaos. Under the terrifying pressure of the Earth Martial God from Zhang Jian, Li Chen stood like a towering mountain, unmoved and unaffected. Looking at Zhang Jian, who had come to provoke him and destroyed all the flowers in the garden, a piercing coldness and disdain rose in his eyes. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a clown. You think you are worthy to seek my guidance? Confidence is good, but overconfidence is foolish. Li Chen's cold voice pierced Zhang Jian's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen's icy gaze turned to Zhang Jian, suddenly flickering with a faint light, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. In an instant, he activated the mental strangulation ability of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The light in his eyes surged, as if two invisible swords shot out, distorting the surrounding space. A mysterious and powerful wave spread out. His mental power surged like a raging river, directly pouring into Zhang Jian's sea of consciousness. What? Zhang Jian, who had already prepared for Li Chen to make a move, never expected that Li Chen would attack in this manner. Caught off guard, he was hit directly. He couldn't react at all. At this moment, Zhang Jian felt as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping his throat, rendering him immobile. It was as if he was being targeted by some great terror. A breath of death surged from all directions, wrapping around him tightly. He trembled all over, every cell filled with a sense of crisis. At this moment, he was so close to death that he could clearly feel that his life and death were completely in Li Chen's hands. With just a thought, the other party could easily kill him. It was as easy as squashing an ant. How is this possible? He hasn't even made a move, just standing there, and a single glance can kill me. Is the gap between small levels in the Earth Martial God realm really this huge? Under the shroud of death's aura, Zhang Jian was shocked beyond measure, and the stick involuntarily slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. His previously arrogant and confident mind suddenly cleared up. He recalled Li Chen's impressive record of defeating two opponents at a higher level. At this moment, he finally understood that it wasn't that those two were too weak. It was that Li Chen was terrifyingly strong enough that he couldn't even reach. Then, Zhang Jian felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing him simultaneously, or like countless ants were frantically gnawing at his brain. The pain made his vision go dark. His entire head felt like it was about to explode, his legs bent uncontrollably, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, the collision of his knees with the floor producing a dull sound. His face twisted, and his features began to misalign. He wanted to scream in agony, but his throat felt as if something was tightly blocking it. He could only struggle to open his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Darkness began to creep into his vision. Everything around him became blurred, and the sensations throughout his body were slowly fading away. He felt as if he was inching closer to the abyss of death. You really don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know your place, Li Chen said coldly, looking at Zhang Jian, who was filled with pain but unable to speak. If it weren't for your marshal's face, you'd already be a corpse. Do you understand? Although Zhang Jian couldn't speak, he could fully hear Li Chen's words. Li Chen had no intention of killing him. Zhang Jian's actions this time, though reckless, were not enough to warrant death. However, daring to cause trouble in his villa meant being prepared to pay a severe price. This had kept Zhang Jian teetering on the edge of death for a full half hour. Li Chen found it somewhat tedious and felt he had taught the other enough of a lesson. The light in his eyes slowly faded. He released the mental strangulation on Zhang Jian. Kneeling on the ground with the feeling of death dissipating, Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with fear, spreading like a tangible substance from his gaze. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. It felt as if he had walked before the king of hell, and now being alive was a miracle. His eyes were wide with panic, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Before Zhang Jian could fully regain his senses, boom! The terrifying pressure of a peak earth martial god erupted from Li Chen, targeting him alone. It was as if an invisible mountain had descended upon him. Zhang Jian felt his bones creaking as if they could be crushed at any moment. Do you now see the gap between us? The thought of killing you is just a fleeting notion. This time, I'm in a good mood and will simply give you a lesson. Next time you dare to be rude in front of me, it won't be so simple. Before tonight, I want to see my garden filled with more flowers, otherwise, I'll plant you in the ground. Now you can leave. Earth martial god? Ridiculous. Li Chen's voice was filled with arrogance and disdain. Coupled with the overwhelming pressure of a peak earth martial god, it dealt a dual blow to Zhang Jian's spirit and body, plunging him into despair. Peak earth martial god, you actually broke through to the peak. Zhang Jian, filled with despair, knelt on the ground, murmuring with a heart like dead ash. He was eager to know what had happened during his seclusion that allowed Li Chen to break through two small realms in such a short time. It was far beyond what he had previously learned about the mid-earth martial god. He had struggled through countless hardships to barely break through to the early stage of the earth martial god. And Li Chen? Elevating his realm was as easy as drinking water, silently reaching the peak of the earth martial god. How long had it been since he joined the martial alliance as the chairman at the early stage of the earth martial god? What kind of monster is this? Why is the speed of his cultivation so absurdly fast? Zhang Jian thought to himself, feeling as if his soul had been drained. He was on the verge of shutting down from the blow dealt by Li Chen, feeling like an ant before a giant dragon. Zhang Jian stood up slowly without a word. Even if Li Chen didn't chase him away, he didn't want to stay here any longer and embarrass himself. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the heavy, dark stick weapon beside him and stored it back in his storage ring. I take my leave, Zhang Jian said in a low voice tinged with reluctance and humiliation. His figure swayed as he left the villa, retreating along the same path in a dejected manner. When he arrived, he was full of confidence and eager to compete with Li Chen. When he left, he was in a sorry state, like a stray dog. What Zhang Jian failed to notice from the beginning was that the moment he arrived, multiple senses no less powerful than his own had firmly locked onto him from the villa, capturing every move he made. Standing in the messy garden, Li Chen suddenly heard Xiao Guo's voice in his mind. Master, do you want me to take him out? Xiao Guo's voice was laced with anger and killing intent. How dare a mere human who had just broken through to the early stage of the earth martial god realm be so audacious towards its master? Did it think it was non-existent? At the same time, the 20 yen prison guards in the villa were also conveying the same inquiry to Li Chen. Master, let us handle that guy. I want to smash him into a pulp. If Li Chen hadn't stopped them just now, they would have rushed out to give Zhang Jian a little shock. No need. Listening to both sides' suggestions, Li Chen calmly shook his head slightly. Zhang Jian was nothing more than an ant that posed no threat to him. There was no need to eradicate him completely. Of course, if the other party didn't learn their lesson and dared to be so audacious again, that would be a different story. After all, the current military forces, since the fall of that heavenly martial god, had their strongest member only at the peak of the earth martial god realm, on par with him. Even if he killed Zhang Jian, they couldn't do anything to him. Alright. Seeing that Li Chen had no intention of taking out Zhang Jian, Xiao Guo and the Yin prison guards had no choice but to relent, sparing Zhang Jian's life for the time being. However, they still felt a bit unwilling, thinking that letting Zhang Jian leave so easily was too lenient. Time quickly passed to the night. The news of Zhang Jian, a peak emperor-level martial artist, breaking through to the earth martial god realm began to spread rapidly, sweeping through the entire military government like a storm. From top to bottom, everyone wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration. The highest-ranking marshal of the military government immediately elevated Zhang Jian's position from inspector general to the position of patrol envoy, which could only be held by someone at the earth martial god realm. This promotion was not only a recognition of Zhang Jian's strength but also a display of the military government's own enhancement of power. Following that, a flood of publicity came pouring in. Zhang Jian, the fourth earth martial god belonging to their military government, became the focus of everyone's attention. The publicity was so fervent that it even surpassed the scene when Li Chen joined the martial alliance. For so many years, their military had been weaker than the martial alliance. Now, with the emergence of a fourth earth martial god and one who originally belonged to their ranks, they naturally had to promote it vigorously to boost their influence. Showing everyone that their military was not gradually weakening as rumored. In addition, another shocking piece of news exploded like a bomb within the military forces and throughout the entire Huaxia nation. Just having broken through to the earth martial god realm and smoothly promoted to the military's patrol envoy, Zhang Jian, who held a high position and great power, suddenly made a decision that took everyone by surprise. He executed a righteous punishment against his own kin, severely sentencing Suyin, the inspector of the Wohue base. The punishment was extremely harsh, a fine of 100 billion Huaxia coins, stripping him of all positions in military ranks and expelling him from the military. He was to be sent to guard the frontline supply base in Shuzhou for 10 years as a criminal martial artist. During these 10 years, if there was any danger, Suyin must be at the forefront. He was to be precisely located at all times and could not leave the supply base for any reason, otherwise he would be executed on the spot for treason. Zhang Jian's decision was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves and shocking everyone. It should be noted that Zhang Jian, who had already become one of the 4 major figures within the military forces, could have easily abused his position to protect his brother-in-law. But he did not do so. Instead, he dealt such a harsh blow to his own brother-in-law. The identity of a criminal warrior is not something that can be casually assigned. Generally, it is only those who have committed serious crimes in the Huaxia nation or official personnel whose negligence has caused extremely adverse effects that are given this title. Warriors who obtain this identity typically possess strength above the king level, and their crimes are quite severe. The military believes that these individuals have decent strength, and directly killing them would be a waste. To extract the last bit of value from these criminals, they are sent to extremely dangerous front lines where they must fend off ferocious beasts, serving as cannon fodder. After all, these people are already deemed deserving of death. Even if they die, it's no loss, it's as if they are atoning for their sins. Suyin's cultivation level has already reached the late emperor level, and his position as an inspector is close to the upper echelons. He also has a supporter in Zhang Jian. Such a punishment is undoubtedly severe for him. In the more than 200 years since the Great Cataclysm, there have been very few cases as harsh as this. Major media outlets seem to have caught the scent of blood, turning their cameras and pens towards Zhang Jian. They portray him as a person filled with a sense of justice, stern and impartial, and upright. In an instant, Zhang Jian's reputation skyrocketed, earning him numerous praises and goodwill, becoming the embodiment of justice in the eyes of the people, hailed as a model for the military. At this moment, only Zhang Jian knows how distressed he truly is. He is far from being filled with a sense of justice or being impartial. All of this is completely out of necessity. In the city of Yingyang, the plaque of the former Inspector General's office has been replaced with that of the inspection office. In the private area belonging to Zhang Jian, he sits in a chair, his expression dark and devoid of any joy at having achieved the martial god realm as an inspector. His hands are tightly clenched into fists, exuding a suppressed aura. At this moment, Zhang Jian's sister, Zhang Chan, pushed the door open and walked in, dressed in a well-tailored moon-white silk gown that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. A delicate pearl brooch at her neckline glimmered softly with her movements. Her long black hair was loosely tied back, with a few strands falling at her neck, complementing her well-maintained complexion that resembled jade. There was no trace of youthfulness in her brows and eyes, only the calmness and gentleness that time had bestowed upon her. Seeing her brother in such a state, Zhang Chan felt a pang of heartache and quickly walked to Zhang Jian's side, gently holding his hand and softly comforting him. "Brother, don't blame yourself. I know you've done your best, this isn't your fault. The punishment for Ayin is definitely not your intention, it's all that bastard Li Chen's doing." Zhang Chan's eyes flashed with intense hatred towards Li Chen. She had already learned the details of the situation from various sources. In her view, if it weren't for Li Chen's interference, her brother Zhang Jian would never have imposed such a heavy sentence on her husband Suyin. Thinking about how Suyin would soon be sent to the front lines in Shuzhou as a criminal warrior to fight against the ocean beasts for 10 years as cannon fodder, Zhang Chan's eyes turned red. Tears swirled within, ready to spill over at any moment. Although Suyin's strength had reached the late emperor level, how dangerous was the front line where he would encounter ferocious beasts? Meeting beast kings and beast emperors was a common occurrence. Occasionally, even earth beast-level ferocious beasts would personally lead beast tides to attack. As a criminal warrior, once Suyin encounters a beast attack, he would have to charge to the front lines, undoubtedly placing him in the most perilous situation. What would happen to her and the child if something were to happen to him? Thinking of this, Zhang Chan could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. Zhang Jian, already in a low mood, felt another stab of pain in his heart as he looked at Zhang Chan, who was silently shedding tears while holding his hand. He gently reached out, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes, his fists tightening even more, his voice filled with helplessness and self-reproach. "It's all my fault for being useless, and no match for Li Chen, and can't change any of this. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Tang Xuanyu, the inspector station in Shuzhou. He will take special care of Suyin and ensure he can live safely for the next 10 years. Zhang Chan slightly raised her head. With a hint of expectation and a touch of disappointment in her eyes, her voice trembled as she asked, "Brother, will Inspector Tang really take good care of Ayin?" Zhang Jian continued to comfort her. "I am now at the inspector level myself, so Inspector Tang will naturally not refuse this small request from me, and he has promised to take good care of Suyin. This is all I can do for now. I can only do my best to make Ayin's days over there a bit better. Will his days be better?" Tears streamed down Zhang Chan's face, and hearing Zhang Jian say this made her heart ache slightly less. At least with the special care of someone from their side, Suyin could survive and wouldn't end up like those other guilty martial artists who died at the jaws of ferocious beasts. As for seeking revenge on Li Chen, she wasn't foolish enough to go that far. Li Chen was now a peak martial artist at the Earth martial god level. Even her brother wasn't a match for Li Chen, let alone her, who was merely at the Emperor's ceiling level. She didn't dare to use any means of retaliation. He could only bury her hatred for Li Chen deep in her heart, fearing it would bring her disaster. Regarding Zhang Jian's judgment on Suyin, Li Chen, who was resting on a bed inlaid with sparkling gems in his villa, was naturally aware of it. He slightly opened his eyes. a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery. If I had known it would come to this, why didn't they just do as I asked from the beginning? They had to be beaten up before they would behave. Chen was quite satisfied with this outcome. His villa was indeed filled with even more fresh flowers, all sent over by Zhang Jian. He chose not to say anything more and comfortably closed his eyes to sleep. As for Suyin, he had been imprisoned in the Martial Arts Alliance's branch prison for some time. Before Zhang Jian broke through to the Earth Martial God level, he had been quite anxious and didn't dare to rashly send someone to take Suyin away. He knew very well that unless Cui Hong received a clear order from Chen, it was absolutely impossible to release him. After all, if they carelessly took someone away, it would be them who would end up in trouble. Zhang Jian was well aware of this, so he planned to wait until he broke through to the Earth Martial God level and had enough confidence before taking Suyin away. But now, the situation had taken a sharp turn and it was clearly impossible for things to go as he wished. The next morning, a military aircraft emblazoned with the government's wake-up insignia swiftly approached from the direction of Shuzhou. Like a giant steel beast, it tore through the sky, exuding an air of ruthlessness. The aircraft arrived at the Martial Radiance Base City's Martial Arts Alliance branch and with a roar, it slowly descended. As the aircraft's hatch opened, 4 Emperor's ceiling-level martial artists clad in standard S-level military armor stepped out. They approached Cui Hong and Lu Linhui, who had received the news and were waiting for the handover, and saluted with a standard military gesture. One of the leading martial artists politely said, "You must be President Cui and Vice President Lu. I've long admired your names. We are here under orders from the command headquarters to escort the guilty martial artist Suyin to Shuzhou, so please facilitate the process." Upon hearing this, Cui Hong and Lu Linhui exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Cui Hong said, "No problem, let's proceed with the handover as per regulations. Suyin is currently being held in our prison, please follow me." With that, he led the 4 to the location of the branch prison. Before long, they arrived at the specially designed cell where Suyin was held. This special cell was specifically prepared for high-level martial artists like Suyin, with walls made of a special alloy. Not only was it incredibly defensive, but it also had a unique suppressive effect. Even an Emperor's ceiling-level martial artist, when imprisoned in this cell, would be no different from an ordinary person, unable to exert any strength at all. At this moment, Suyin looked utterly disheveled, with his hair sticking messily to his face, a scruffy beard, and his eyes filled with exhaustion and desolation. Due to the suppression of his powers, he resembled an ordinary person. He had spent a full half-month in this small, oppressive cell. The food was cold and hard prison fare, and he slept on a cold stone bed, with no one giving him any special treatment. He had long lost the imposing demeanor he once had as an inspector, appearing particularly disheveled. Suyin gazed at the 4 Emperor-level martial artists clad in military standard battle armor, as well as Cui Hong, who had imprisoned him here and treated him like a criminal. A glimmer of hope suddenly sparked in his otherwise dull eyes. He eagerly called out to the 4 through the bars, "Did Inspector Zhang send you?" Having been locked up in this cell, he was completely unaware of the outside world. Seeing these 4, he was filled with joy, thinking they were sent by Zhang Jian to rescue him. Cui Hong looked at Suyin, who was still oblivious to the situation, and couldn't help but feel a moment of pity for him. With a cold tone, he said, "You probably won't be seeing Lord Zhang for a while." Upon hearing this, Suyin's face showed a look of confusion as he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Cui Hong, however, did not explain, only coldly replied, "Don't ask so much, you'll find out soon enough." As he spoke, Lu Linhui beside him opened the cell door with a mocking smile, gesturing towards the outside. "Please, go ahead." Suyin remained bewildered, unable to comprehend Cui Hong's words, and Cui Hong did not offer any clarification, merely watching him coldly. Suyin slowly stepped out of the cell, and without the special suppression effect, his powers began to recover rapidly. Feeling the restoration of his strength, a look of relief spread across Suyin's face as he stretched his limbs and let out a long breath, proudly declaring, "My strength is back." But before he could revel in his joy for a few seconds, the leading Emperor-level martial artist among the 4 suddenly narrowed his eyes and swiftly took out a pair of handcuffs and shackles designed to suppress a martial artist's power from his storage ring. In a quick motion, he placed them on the unsuspecting Suyin. The suppression effect activated instantly, causing Suyin's recently restored strength to wither away rapidly, and his body went limp, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. "What are you doing?" Suyin shouted in anger, his voice filled with shock. He had just stepped out of the cell to regain his strength, only to have cuffs and shackles placed on him again? The transition was too seamless. The leading martial artist coldly replied, "What are we doing? We are ordered to escort you to Shuzhou. Cooperate obediently, or you'll regret it." He then explained to Suyin that he had been sentenced as a criminal martial artist and would be dispatched to the front supply base in Shuzhou to fend off ferocious beasts for 10 years, making everything very clear. After all, the other party had the right to know this information. Having been imprisoned for a full half-month, Suyin had originally thought that his uncle Zhang Jian would exert his influence to rescue him, and that he would ultimately be safe. However, upon hearing the leading martial artist's words, he was left dumbfounded, unwilling to accept this outcome, his body radiating fear. "Impossible. This can't be happening. Lord Zhang would never make such a decision. To understand now. It must be that scoundrel Chen who is behind this. I protest. I want to see Inspector Zhang. You must take me to see Inspector Zhang." Suyin shouted hoarsely. His eyes filled with madness. The leading martial artist looked expressionlessly at the now frantic Suyin. According to their usual practice, when encountering a prisoner in such a state, they would typically deliver a punch to calm them down. However, Suyin was a special case. Inspector Tang had specifically instructed them to take good care of Suyin before they set out. So, to thoroughly crush Suyin's hopes, he tapped the communication bracelet on his wrist, pulling up a virtual document that displayed in front of Suyin. Take a good look for yourself. Although you can't see Zhang Xuanxia now, this is a document personally signed by Zhang Xuanxia yesterday, and its contents are about your handling. The information on it can't possibly be false, right? The leading warrior said coldly. Suyin trembled as he finished reading the document, and he instantly became despondent, his whole being radiating despair. With a vacant gaze, he muttered, "How is this possible? How could this be?" He never expected that the judgment regarding him would be a decision made personally by his uncle, whom he had always relied on. Extremely unwilling to accept this reality, a strong sense of rebellion surged within Suyin. But reason told him that resistance would be futile. If he did so, they had the right to kill him on the spot. That would be even more unjust. His body trembled uncontrollably. His teeth chattered. The leading warrior noticed that Suyin's emotions had finally calmed down a bit. He waved his hand to the side. The three Emperor-level warriors understood immediately and quickly lifted Suyin, heading towards the warplane. They completed the handover with Cui Hong, who had been watching the whole time. Then, the warplane roared to life and took off, beginning to transport Suyin to Shuzhou. Thus, this episode concerning Suyin came to a complete end. Meanwhile, deep in the ocean near the Nanyang Islands, which had long since become a paradise for ferocious beasts and was labeled a human forbidden zone since the outbreak of the disaster. In the deep, dark waters, the sea was thick as ink, exuding a chilling aura. A celestial beast, resembling a whale but adorned with dragon scales and serpentine whiskers, prowled through the depths. Each time it swung its massive tail, it would create deep-sea whirlpools, churning the surrounding waters into chaos, with countless small fish and shrimp being swept in and meeting their demise in an instant. It radiated an oppressive aura unique to celestial beasts. Its level had reached its peak. It possessed absolute dominance in the oceans of the Nanyang Islands and even the entire Blue Star. Two eyes, as deep as gemstones, sparkled with a cold light. At this moment, uttering its name could instill fear in humans. It was that Sangming Longkuan, known as the mobile natural disaster, which had once annihilated the entire Pacific Fleet. Before it appeared a vague figure, looking neither human nor beast. The figure exuded an even more mysterious and powerful aura, causing even this peak celestial beast to regard it with reverence. The two seemed to be conversing. "As you command, my master, I will bring him back to you," the celestial beast said respectfully, its voice echoing in the deep sea. Its body trembled slightly in the water, as if bearing some invisible pressure. The surrounding marine creatures felt this oppressive force and hurriedly fled further away, fearing they would be caught up in it. The figure of the Sangming Longkuan in the ocean resembled a moving, terrifying mountain, making all creatures tremble in fear. The entire conversation was extremely brief. The vague figure merely arrogantly conveyed the command before vanishing like a ghost before the massive head of the Sangming Longkuan, until the figure completely left. The awe and respect in the Sangming Longkuan's eyes showed no signs of dissipating. Time passed second by second. Minutes later, the Sangming Longkuan slowly recovered from that invisible pressure. Its enormous body trembled slightly. Then, it swung its massive tail, carrying a force like a landslide, and swiftly swam in one direction. As it passed, the sea was forcefully parted, forming a gigantic waterway, as if cleaved by an invisible giant sword. The surrounding marine ferocious beasts were all terrified, desperately avoiding the massive figure of the Sangming Longkuan. Woo! The Sangming Longkuan let out a special roar, which rapidly spread through the ocean at an astonishing speed. The marine ferocious beasts that heard this sound all felt the pressure from a top-tier powerhouse. Dense waves of oceanic beasts began to gather rapidly from all directions. There were sea serpents, their massive bodies radiating a chilling glow, resembling giant pythons, and flying fish soaring above the surface with wings sprouting from their backs. There were also giant crabs the size of small mountains, armed with sharp fangs. These rulers of the ocean, upon hearing the voice of the Sangming Dragon Koan, swam unhesitatingly towards the source of the sound, not daring to defy the command. In an instant, the entire ocean erupted, resembling a grand marine carnival. Roar! A massive shark of the earth beast god realm was the first to swim before the Sangming Dragon Koan, waving its enormous fins and letting out a deep growl, expressing its loyalty. The Sangming Dragon Koan cast a deep glance at it and said in a low voice, "Gather all species, we must complete the task assigned by the master in the shortest time possible." "Yes, my lord," the shark replied respectfully. It then turned and roared towards the surrounding beasts, acting like a lackey conveying the orders of the Sangming Dragon Koan. The Sangming Dragon Koan ceased its movement, beginning to formulate a plan in its mind. The task assigned by the master must not fail. It must be completed in the shortest time possible. Huaxia, Yuzhou, Yingyang Base City, capture that human. It silently recalled the information the master had just conveyed, quickly planning the next steps. Huaxia has the peak Tianwu god realm human guarding it, whose strength is not inferior to mine. The Yuzhou area is also located in the heart of Huaxia. It seems quite difficult for me to accomplish the master's task alone. A deep wariness towards Lei Yu flickered in the Sangming Dragon Kun's profound eyes. Li's reputation was formidable and its strength should not be underestimated. It had previously fought against it once, and although it had exerted all its effort in battle, it had not gained any advantage. Instead, it had sustained some injuries. Moreover, Yuzhou was not a coastal area close to Huaxia. It was impossible to capture the target before the opponent could react. These 2 points undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the task. Relying on itself, it would be hard to succeed. It seems this operation needs a few helpers. The Sungming Dragon Koan murmured to itself, envisioning the figures of several other Tian Beast god beasts near Huaxia. Although it had long dominated the waters near the South Sea Islands and had little interaction with those creatures, it would definitely lend a hand at the command of their master. Otherwise, if it failed to complete the task and angered the master, no one would fare well. Those guys may not be Li's match, but delaying it for a while is definitely not a problem. As long as Lei is held up, it will be much easier to handle. The Sungming Dragon Koan secretly calculated in its heart. A perfect plan was rapidly taking shape in its mind. At this moment, the surrounding sea was becoming increasingly tumultuous. A tide of beasts began to gather, as numerous as the stars, surging in from all directions like a black tide, fierce and imposing. The number of beasts reached an astonishing 100 million in a short time, and the count continued to rise at a terrifying speed. Since the great catastrophe, the ocean had completely become the territory of the beasts. After hundreds of years of frenzied reproduction and slaughter, the quantity and quality of mid to low-tier oceanic beasts surpassed that of land beasts. Major human forces were also extremely troubled by the oceanic beasts, with immense pressure in coastal areas. Oceanic beasts not only outnumbered and outmatched in strength but also held a geographical advantage, able to strike and retreat at will. When the situation turned unfavorable, they would swiftly flee into the sea. Anyone who dared to rashly pursue them would be courting death. Time slowly passed, and soon it was noon 3 days later. Yingyang Base City, Yunjin Port Commercial Pedestrian Street, the busiest place in the base city. The metallic structures of the skyscrapers were arranged in an orderly fashion. Huge holographic advertisement screens flickered between the buildings, showcasing various gene potions and weapons. Amidst the bustling crowd, a man and a woman stood out remarkably. It was Li Chen, wearing sunglasses to avoid being recognized, and Zhao Qingning. Li Chen was dressed in a stylish casual outfit today. His tall figure and handsome, distinct features were partially obscured by the sunglasses, yet they couldn't hide the sharpness radiating from him. Sunlight glinted off the tips of his hair, giving him a lazy yet flamboyant charm. Zhao Qingning wore a pair of light blue jeans paired with a loose-fitting white cropped t-shirt, complemented by a white knitted cardigan. Her striking green long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, with the ends naturally curling and swaying gently with her steps. She walked alongside Li Chen. One was tall and handsome, the other bright and lively, making them look like a perfectly matched couple. Passers-by couldn't help but stop in their tracks, their gazes drawn to the pair, marveling at their striking compatibility, a couple so radiant that it was hard to look away. The sunglasses Li Chen wore were no ordinary pair. They were the SS Scrade Treasure Illusory Spirit pendant he had just signed in for today. The effect was similar to the SS Scrade Stealth robe he had previously mixed up with from the Destiny sect, but of a higher quality and with more functions. It could transform into any item to wear, conceal his aura, and even alter his appearance in the eyes of those around him. This way, he wouldn't be recognized by others. The two strolled down the commercial pedestrian street, surrounded by a bustling crowd filled with laughter and chatter. Zhao Qingning tilted her head slightly to look at Li Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. Just moments ago, she had been handling affairs in the provincial capital, and Li Chen had suddenly rushed in, pulling her towards this commercial street. What was even more astonishing was that as soon as Li Chen arrived, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to be drawn in by an invisible hand, automatically flowing into her body. It felt just like when she had soaked in the spirit dew spring before. Moreover, this time she could clearly sense that the spiritual energy flowing into her body was more abundant and faster than before. She was quite curious about what was happening. She vaguely felt it must have something to do with Li Chen. Zhao Qingning shook off her thoughts and curiously asked, "Sir, did you bring me here for something?" "I still have a lot of affairs to handle." Li Chen smiled at her words. His tone relaxed. "Don't call me sir, just use my name. Of course, I came here to shop. I've already arranged for Duqi to handle all today's affairs, so don't worry, consider it a day off for you." This was his first time going out shopping. Although the villa had everything, staying inside every day felt a bit boring. Occasionally stepping out for a walk or shopping to experience the hustle and bustle of the world was quite nice. As for why he brought Zhao Qingning instead of Himeng and the others, he had his own plans. Zhao Qingning was slightly taken aback by Li Chen's words. She hadn't expected him to bring her out shopping, and a hint of surprise crossed her face, along with a touch of secret delight. Habitually, she responded, "Well, okay, sir." Li Chen gently frowned. "I told you not to call me sir." Zhao Qingning playfully stuck out her tongue, her voice softening a bit. "All right, Li Chen. That's more like it." Li Chen nodded, glancing at the time. "It's already noon. Let's find a place to eat. See if there's anything good nearby." "Okay." Zhao Qingning nodded obediently. Then she gently tapped the communication bracelet on her wrist, starting to search for nearby specialty high-end restaurants. Her fingers deftly slid across the screen. Just then. Li Chen's communication wristband suddenly emitted a sound, the crisp notification tone standing out starkly against the noisy street. Li Chen turned to look, only to find it was a call from Du Qi. Unbidden, memories of the moment he had handed over those tasks to Du Qi flooded his mind, recalling the almost tearful expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He thought Du Qi might be complaining about the overwhelming number of tasks. After all, he had a good understanding of her work style before he arrived. It was almost identical to his own, both being the type to take shortcuts whenever possible. With this thought, Li Chen gently tapped to answer. Curious about what Du Qi wanted. Not good, Lord Governor of the province. Du Qi's anxious voice immediately came through the communication wristband, sounding particularly clear amidst the bustling street. Li Chen frowned slightly at her words, raising a hand to gently press his temple, trying to keep his tone calm. I'm fine right now, just take your time and tell me what happened, don't rush. From Du Qi's urgent tone, he could tell something significant had occurred. It was completely different from what he had anticipated, otherwise Du Qi wouldn't have interrupted his shopping with such urgency. In the next moment, he formed an invisible barrier around himself and Zhao Qingning, shielding them from the nearby pedestrians to prevent any panic from spreading. After hearing this, Du Qi quickly took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and focused on the key points. The Shuzhou regional headquarters and the military have sent urgent intelligence. There is a group of oceanic beasts, numbering over 100 million, that suddenly breached multiple river defenses they had set up and are surging towards us from the rivers in the direction of Yuzhou. Among them, there are suspected to be beasts of the Earth Beast God and Sky Beast God levels. What? Li Chen's brows furrowed even tighter, his expression one of confusion. The relaxed and pleasant mood he had while shopping was instantly replaced by tension and gravity. He quickly processed the information Du Qi had shared, his mind filled with questions. How could these oceanic beasts suddenly and inexplicably penetrate deep into the heart of Huaxia, heading towards the Shuzhou area he was guarding? Moreover, the scale was so vast, exceeding 100 million, and there were even suspected sightings of Sky Beast God-level beasts. It was important to note that such a situation had never occurred before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to serve as the governor in the relatively safer Yuzhou. Li Chen pressed further. What is the situation in Shuzhou now? Du Qi hurriedly replied. Shuzhou can only hold back a portion of the beast tide for now. They are powerless against the leader of this beast tide. They are currently confirming the specifics of the situation and have advised us in Yuzhou to be extra cautious. A serious look flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he pondered. These oceanic beasts dare to take such risks and venture deep into Huaxia's heart. Don't they fear being trapped? The reason no oceanic beasts had chosen to do this before was that once the military and the martial arts alliance reacted, they would deploy heavy forces along the rivers leading to the ocean, cutting off their escape routes. At that point, while entering might be easy, getting out would be difficult. Although the rivers were wide, they were nowhere near as boundless as the ocean. Moreover, once oceanic beasts left the water and came ashore, their strength would be partially diminished. In the case of being blocked by the rivers, the difficulty of escaping back to the ocean would increase dramatically. This group of oceanic beasts is taking such a huge risk to head straight for Yuzhou, and their numbers are so vast. Could it be that there is something here attracting them? Li Chen silently contemplated their motives. Otherwise, how could beasts of the Sky Beast God level be drawn here? Although it was only a suspicion for now, he felt it was highly likely. Otherwise, a beast tide of such magnitude couldn't be formed solely by Earth Beast God level beasts. However, at the moment, the Shuzhou side has not yet discovered the presence of this divine beast, making it impossible to be 100% certain. Li Chen couldn't make sense of it for a while. He hadn't heard any news about precious resources like divine materials maturing in Yuzhou. Could it be that they simply want to launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou? Just as Li Chen was deep in thought, Du Qi noticed his silence after listening and felt a bit anxious. Carefully, with a hint of worry in his voice, he said, "My lord, what should we do next? This wave of beasts is coming on strong. If we don't handle it well, Yuzhou could be in danger." Li Chen came back to his senses and said solemnly, "Don't panic. Relay my orders to activate the highest level of defense plan. All major branches must immediately recall all martial artists currently training in the wilderness area to assemble and stand by. Also, inform the military to strengthen the defenses of all major base cities and prepare for defense, especially those near rivers. At the same time, closely monitor the specific intelligence coming from Shuzhou. Report to me immediately if there is any news. I will head to the headquarters now." Du Qi, sounding urgent, quickly replied, "Yes, my lord. I will take care of it right away." After hanging up the communication, he hurried to execute the orders. Li Chen turned to Zhao Qingning, who had listened to the entire process and showed a worried expression. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes as he softly said, "I'm sorry, Qingning. This incident came up suddenly. It seems we won't be able to go shopping today. We need to head back immediately and go shopping another day." "It's fine, Li Chen. I'll follow your arrangements," Zhao Qingning said understandingly. She was not the kind of person who couldn't discern the urgency of the situation. With the fierce beasts rapidly approaching Yuzhou from Shuzhou, Li Chen, as the supreme commander of the martial arts alliance in the entire Yuzhou region, naturally had to return to oversee the situation and devise a response strategy. He secretly blamed the timing of the beast's arrival, choosing the very day Li Chen had invited her to go shopping. Li Chen nodded gently, his expression growing more serious. Now that there are signs of a divine beast among this ocean wave of beasts, it is beyond the capability of our local armed forces in Yuzhou to handle. We must seek assistance from the alliance leader. With that, he quickly tapped his communication wristband to contact Lei Yu, who was in Suzhou, and both parties' holographic projections quickly appeared on their respective wristbands. Alliance leader, urgent intelligence has come from the Suzhou area. Li Chen began to quickly and clearly inform the other party of the current situation in Yuzhou. Although his strength now far exceeded that of a peak earth martial god and he could fight against divine beasts, it was still more prudent to seek assistance from Lei Yu. Before Li Chen could finish speaking, Lei Yu raised his hand to interrupt him, still wearing a calm expression, showing little change. He responded steadily, I am already aware of the situation. I am currently on a warplane en route to provide support. You must hold the defense line and not let the beast wave break through easily. The ocean beasts actually dared to sneak into the heart of Huaxia along those rivers to attack Yuzhou. Although he didn't know why they would make such a foolish decision, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Regardless of their intentions, he would deal with them first. Lei Yu was secretly calculating in his mind. This time, he would make these audacious ocean beasts pay a painful price. Huaxia was not a place they could rampage at will. It was one thing to flaunt their power in the ocean, but now they dared to reach into the heartland. He would break their hands. With the full power of his divine warplane, it would take less than an hour to reach Yuzhou from Suzhou. The warplane sped through the clouds like lightning. Sitting in the cockpit, Lei Yu gazed ahead with deep eyes, silently thinking, I hope nothing unexpected happens on this journey. The sudden influx of this oceanic beast from the river into Yuzhou truly piqued his curiosity about what the creature intended. Was there some hidden conspiracy at play, or was it simply a reckless adventure? When Li Chen heard that Lei Yu was already aware of the situation and was on his way to provide support, he felt a bit more at ease. With a serious expression, he said, All right, leader, I will hold on until you arrive. I won't let the beast tide easily break through our defenses. Without wasting any more time, he ended the communication. With Leader Lei coming to assist, the situation in Yuzhou should be under control soon, Li Chen thought to himself. Given Lei Yu's rumored unfathomable strength, this divine beast should not be his match. As long as Lei Yu arrived, he would have little to do afterward, just following behind to clean up the few earth beasts and the countless beast tide, easily racking up some contribution points. With this thought, Li Chen's mood improved further. He turned to Zhao Qingning beside him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Qingning, let's go to the main branch first. Okay. Zhao Qingning nodded lightly, her eyes showing a hint of worry but more trust in Li Chen. Li Chen reached out his hand towards Zhao Qingning gently, saying, Come, hold my hand. Okay. Zhao Qingning's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, but her heart was filled with joy, like a little rabbit hopping happily. She quickly extended her delicate fair hands, her fingers long and graceful like tender bamboo shoots sprouting in spring. Li Chen took Zhao Qingning's hand, feeling it soft as if he was holding a warm cloud. Hold on tight, Li Chen said to Zhao Qingning. As his words fell, Zhao Qingning indeed gripped Li Chen's hand more tightly. Then, with a flash, Li Chen and Zhao Qingning seemed to vanish from their spot, heading towards the main branch. On the street, the onlookers were left in shock at the sudden disappearance of the two. They couldn't comprehend how the handsome man and beautiful woman had vanished, instantly realizing that they were two powerful individuals. Not far away, a wealthy young man, exuding an arrogant and domineering aura, gazed at Zhao Qingning's stunning beauty. His eyes lit up with excitement as he prepared to step forward to flirt, but suddenly witnessed Li Chen and Zhao Qingning disappearing in an instant. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the spot they had vanished from, his mouth agape in shock, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, What the hell? Instant teleportation. He quickly asked the two tall, burly bodyguards beside him, who were mid-level martial artists. Can you two tell how those two disappeared? The bodyguards were equally astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief, shaking their heads in awe. Sorry, young master, we saw the same as you. If I'm not mistaken, those two are at least emperor-level martial artists. Emperor-level? Doesn't that mean they're even stronger than my father? The wealthy young man was even more surprised after hearing this, his mouth opening wider. Seeing the two bodyguards nod again, a wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness I didn't rashly approach that green-haired girl. Teasing an emperor-level martial artist, just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. If he angered them, his life would likely be forfeit here. They wouldn't necessarily care about his peak emperor-level father. With this thought, the wealthy young man couldn't help but shiver, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. Since Li Chen had set up a barrier with a wave of his hand, they hadn't heard any of the conversation. And with the SS-level illusion spirit pendant that could alter their appearance in others' eyes, they naturally had no idea about Li Chen's identity. A few seconds later, Li Chen and Zhao Qingning's figures appeared like phantoms in front of the grand and imposing main branch. Due to Li Chen's incredible speed, Zhao Qingning lost her balance and fell directly into his arms. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red as she stammered, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't stand firm. Her flustered appearance was quite adorable. Seeing this, Li Chen smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, It's fine, let's go inside. With that, he voluntarily released Zhao Qingning's hand and, with a thought, took off his sunglasses. He stepped towards the headquarters in front of him. The martial artists standing guard around straightened their backs upon seeing Li Chen, their eyes filled with reverence. We greet the lord of the provincial capital. Among them, a clever martial artist quickly notified Du Qi inside about Li Chen's arrival. Li Chen nodded slightly in response to their respect and then entered the headquarters. Upon learning that Li Chen had arrived, Du Qi quickly walked out to greet him. Initially, he wore a serious expression, exuding a tense atmosphere, like a tightly strung bow. But upon seeing Li Chen, he instantly found his anchor. He thought excitedly, thank goodness for having Li Chen, a peak martial god, stationed in Yuzhou. Otherwise, facing such a huge crisis with just his own peak emperor-level strength, he truly wouldn't know what to do. The thought of confronting a martial god-level ferocious beast was something he didn't even dare to imagine. After all, he was quite aware of his own capabilities. Du Qi hurried to Li Chen's side, his eager voice tinged with joy. Sir, you finally made it. With you here, we feel reassured. Stop with the small talk. Take me to the command center first, Li Chen said. This way, sir. Du Qi quickly gestured respectfully, leading Li Chen to the elevator towards the command center. Inside the elevator, Du Qi spoke to Li Chen again. Sir, I've arranged everything you instructed earlier. The martial artists currently training in the wilderness area are returning quickly, and all elite martial artists from the 16th Division are on standby, ready to follow your orders. The military's Zhang Xuanxia has also been notified. As Du Qi finished explaining the situation, Li Chen had already stepped out of the elevator and walked into the spacious and bright command center. A huge screen displayed various maps and data, with numerous technical professionals and high-ranking martial artists busy at their posts, the atmosphere tense and serious. Li Chen casually praised Du Qi, well executed. Upon seeing Li Chen's arrival, the high-ranking officials in the command center stood up in unison. We greet the lord of the provincial capital. Li Chen nodded slightly, signaling them to continue with their tasks, then turned to Du Qi and asked, any updates from Shuzhou? Yes, sir, I was just about to report to you, Du Qi hurriedly replied. There's one bad news and one. Hearing this, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and before Du Qi could finish, he interrupted, and one good news, right? What time is it to be playing this game of choice? Let's hear the good news first. Du Qi awkwardly shook his head. No, sir, it's not good news, there's an even worse piece of news. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt a headache coming on. He silently cursed, who taught you to report news like this? This back-and-forth approach, can't you see what time it is? He shot Du Qi a speechless look, signaling him to continue. Feeling the weight of Li Chen's seemingly scolding gaze, Du Qi's heart tightened and he quickly continued. The bad news is that the sudden onslaught of this ocean beast tide is extremely fierce. The specific number has been confirmed by the Shuzhou headquarters, reaching nearly 1 billion. They concentrated their firepower to primarily attack the supply base of the Jianghe defense line, while other directions were also harassed by oceanic ferocious beasts. The overall military strength of Shuzhou was caught off guard and could hardly intercept them, managing to stop only a portion, yet the number reaching our Yuzhou still exceeds 100 million. Currently, they have breached the last line of the Jianghe supply base. According to the advance speed of the Beast Tide army, they will reach the easternmost Chenggelang base city of our Yuzhou in less than an hour. Du Qi finished relaying the bad news in one breath. He paused for a moment to give himself some time to recover, then continued. The worst news is that the leader of this beast tide has been confirmed to be the absolute overlord of the waters near the Nanyang Islands, the Tsangming Dragon Koan, whose level of cultivation has already reached the peak of the heavenly beast god realm. In addition, there are 3 other ferocious beasts at the earth beast god realm, just below the Tsangming Dragon Koan, the latest stage illusory moon jellyfish, the mid-stage thunder spirit giant crab, and the blade fin frenzied shark, all notorious figures in the ocean. Our current situation is extremely dire. After saying this, Du Qi looked at Li Chen with anticipation, hoping he could come up with a plan on how to resist this beast tide. Li Chen couldn't help but gasp after hearing this, falling into silence. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Was this massive display of oceanic ferocious beasts an indication that they wanted to wage a full-scale war against the Huaxia nation? Even though a portion of the beast tide had been intercepted by Shuzhou's armed forces, there were still over hundreds of millions of beasts rushing towards Yuzhou, which he was guarding. If it were just these beasts and those 3 Earth Beast God Realm ferocious beasts, it would be manageable, but what troubled him was that peak Heavenly Beast God, the Tsangming Dragon Koan. The combined military strength of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance and the military couldn't stop this creature. Although his current strength could contend with a Heavenly Beast God level ferocious beast, the difficulty was quite high. It should be noted that every breakthrough in the King level realm brings about a qualitative change in strength, and this applies to both ferocious beasts and martial artists. The qualitative change between Earth Martial God and Heavenly Martial God is the most significant. The gap is not trivial. Do we really have to fight to the death? Li Chen pondered silently. With the profound foundation he had accumulated, 20 latest-stage Earth Martial Gods, the Yen Prison Guards who could resurrect the next day after death, the Peak Earth Beast God Frost Frog, and the SS-level Martial Skill Giant God Fury Body, which could temporarily elevate his level to Heavenly Martial God and enhance overall strength. These were his 3 strongest trump cards. But the problem was that if he couldn't deal with this peak Heavenly Beast God within 10 minutes, it would be disastrous. His first consideration now was his own safety. Taking care of himself first was the responsibility of being the governor of the province. With this thought, Li Chen silently prayed in his heart, I hope Lord Lei can come to support us soon. Otherwise, if the situation became severe enough, he would have to find a way to slip away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. He didn't want to sacrifice himself because of a single beast tide, and this would undoubtedly be a last resort. Only when there were no other feasible options left could he be forced to make such a choice. As the governor of a province, if he abandoned the martial artists and innocent civilians under his command and fled in the face of danger, leading to the deaths of many people at the hands of ferocious beasts, such actions would be considered a grave crime. To what extent? Besides being 100 subject to a global wanted notice issued by the Huaxia nation, it would also attract the personal pursuit of LAIR, a peak heavenly martial god powerhouse. However, he was getting closer to the heavenly martial god realm, and finding a place to hide for 10 days or half a month would lead to a surge in his strength. At that time, there would be no need to fear the Thunder Prison. Duchi looked at the silently brooding Li Chen and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. As expected of the Lord Envoy of the General State, even in such a tricky situation, he can still analyze the battle calmly. Immediately, Li Chen stopped the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. He buried the idea of abandoning everyone and fleeing deep within himself. The situation had not yet deteriorated to that extent. He prepared to assess the situation before making a decision. He turned to Du Qi and reassured him, "Don't panic. Lord Thunder has already boarded a Divine-class warplane and is rushing over to deal with this Tsangming Dragon Kuan. With the speed of Lord Thunder's Divine-class warplane, he will arrive within an hour." His words acted like a tranquilizer, instilling strong confidence in everyone present. The previously tense atmosphere, which had nearly frozen, noticeably eased. The name Thunder Prison was like a calming pill, possessing a powerful soothing effect just by being mentioned. The glorious past achievements had long been ingrained in people's hearts. Li Chen then said to Du Qi, "You need to come with me to the conference room now and gather the presidents of the 16 divisions and the heads of the major supply bases for this meeting. I have orders to issue to them." The beast tide was approaching rapidly and would soon reach Yuzhou. They needed to organize defenses quickly to minimize losses and casualties. They had to stabilize the situation before the support from Thunder Prison arrived. "Yes, my lord," Du Qi replied respectfully. Following that, Li Chen, accompanied by Zhao Qingning, who had remained silent the entire time, followed Du Qi to the conference room within the headquarters. After taking their seats in the conference room, Du Qi quickly sent out virtual meeting invitations as per Li Chen's orders. One by one, virtual projections appeared. These projections exuded varying degrees of tension. After all, this was their first encounter with such a large-scale beast tide. The oppressive aura of the divine-class heavenly beasts was overwhelming. Just hearing their names made their hearts uneasy. Once everyone had arrived, Li Chen stood up, scanned the room, and began to outline the strategy. "This beast tide is massive and aggressive. We absolutely cannot sit idly by." The meeting was brief due to time constraints, but every word was crucial, with Du Qi adding clarifications where necessary. Before long, the meeting concluded and everyone hurried off to execute Li Chen's orders. Just as the meeting ended, as Li Chen stood up from his chair to leave the conference room, a sound suddenly came from the communication wristband on his wrist. Hearing the sound, Li Chen paused and looked at his wrist, his eyes lighting up with joy. "It's Lord Thunder. Could it be that he has already arrived for support?" He quickly clicked to connect. At that moment, Lord Thunder, aboard a Divine-class warplane, was speeding away from the Suzhou area with a stern expression. Li Chen's virtual projection appeared before him. Before Li Chen could even ask, Lord Thunder spoke first. "I've run into some trouble here, and I will be delayed for a while." As he spoke, Lord Thunder's gaze shifted to the warplane's large screen, which clearly displayed two red dots rapidly approaching from over 100 kilometers away. The artificial intelligence quickly presented the information on these two beasts, which were indeed the two subordinates he had previously defeated. The latest heavenly beast, the Burning World Flame Sparrow, and the Starfall Dragon Eagle. From the detected information, it was clear that the injuries he had inflicted on them before had healed. At this moment, it was evident they intended to stop him from providing support to Yuzhou. Lord Thunder frowned slightly and said coldly, "The oceanic beasts and terrestrial beasts are actually cooperating. This is quite rare." Although both belonged to the Beast clan, their relationship was not close, and they often looked down on each other. However, these two defeated subordinates could not stop him. They had been lucky to escape before, and now they dared to appear before him again. They truly had forgotten the pain after the scar had healed. On the other side, upon hearing Lord Thunder's words, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The very thing he at least wanted to encounter had indeed happened. This. LAIR was intercepted by two celestial beasts, so what was he supposed to do? Was he really expected to take the lead himself? But he could only hold on for 10 minutes. Li Chen was filled with doubts. LAIR looked at the suddenly silent Li Chen, seemingly having already guessed his thoughts, and spoke in a steady voice. "Don't worry, this situation was already anticipated by me. The Tsangming Dragon Kuan dared to charge into Yuzhou along the rivers. So it must have helpers to delay me, allowing it to complete its tasks over there. Another mysterious powerhouse whose strength is not much weaker than mine has already gone to support. They will contact you proactively once they arrive." Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt a bit more at ease but couldn't help but ask, "Leader Lei, who is this mysterious powerhouse? Are they reliable?" However, Lei did not wait for him to continue asking and actively ended the communication. He then turned his gaze to the two red dots on the big screen that were getting closer to him, pondering. What exactly prompted the marine beasts and land beasts to join forces? What is it in Yuzhou that attracted that Sungning Dragon Koan, causing such a commotion? What frustrated him the most was that even though these two celestial beasts combined were no match for him, they could still block him here, preventing him from providing support. This was the disadvantage of their Huaxia nation. The number of celestial martial gods was simply too scarce, far inferior to the beasts. Soon, as the distance continued to close, LAIR's figure flashed out of the aircraft like a bolt of lightning. His eyes, flickering with lightning, radiated a strong killing intent as he gazed at the two massive beasts in the distance, which were like moving islands. With the head of an eagle and the body of a dragon, the Starfall Dragon Griffin, adorned with meteorite fragments in its feathers, spoke human words, its voice low and filled with provocation. "We meet again, human. Today, you won't escape anywhere." Shaped like a vermilion bird, the burning world flame sparrow, with its tail feathers trailing 1,000 meters of blazing flames, exuded a brutal aura as it flew by, its voice like rolling thunder echoing throughout the area. "Lei, we need to settle old scores. This sky will be your burial ground." Left Starfall Dragon Griffin burning world flame sparrow right ha, just the two of you defeated subordinates? Last time you managed to escape by luck and you dare to show up again? Then today, you will stay here. Lei's eyes sparkled like lightning as he coldly spoke. In an instant, the fierce aura of a peak celestial martial god erupted from his body like a tidal wave, and the lightning around him surged. The originally clear sky seemed to be obscured by an invisible hand, suddenly dimming. Immediately after, boom! The sound of thunder rolled through the clouds, creating a terrifying scene akin to the apocalypse, causing the surrounding air to freeze. As Lei moved, a set of deep blue divine-grade battle armor quickly enveloped his entire body, exuding a cold and powerful aura. A divine-grade spear also appeared in his hand. The spear was entirely black, its tip glimmering with a cold light, radiating a strong killing intent as if it could pierce through everything. Cataclysm. Lei lightly tapped the communication bracelet on his wrist. The divine-grade aircraft that had been quietly hovering beside him suddenly emitted a mechanical roar, transforming like a transformer. The aircraft's exterior continuously restructured and extended, ultimately becoming a handsome battle robot. This was the unique feature of this divine-grade aircraft. It could change form and be automatically controlled by artificial intelligence, with combat power equivalent to a mid-stage celestial martial god. It was a treasure he had painstakingly salvaged from a very dangerous ancient ruin. He named it Cataclysm. The massive burning world flame sparrow and Starfall Dragon Griffin, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lei, couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. They were a far cry from their earlier arrogant demeanor. The Starfall Dragon Griffin's body trembled violently, and it said seriously, "Not good, Lei has become stronger again. This aura is far more terrifying than during our last encounter." The burning world flame sparrow's beastly eyes, like a golden sun, revealed deep apprehension, and it couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Be careful, our mission is not to fight him to the death, we just need to delay until that Sungning Dragon Koan god completes the task, and then we can retreat. The strength of Lei had clearly increased compared to their last encounter. They had been nursing their injuries for years and had only just managed to return to their peak state, with little growth and strength compared to before. Last time, Lei wasn't this powerful. They had lost even when outnumbering him 3-1, and now it was even less likely. If it weren't for the master's orders, they would never have chosen to provoke this terrifying creature. They could only pray that Sungning Dragon Koan god would finish the task quickly in Yuzhou, as they couldn't hold off Lei for long. "Die!" Lei shouted, instantly unleashing his domain. A faint blue electric light enveloped the space within several miles around him. The electric light slithered like a snake, crackling with sound, as if it were a cage made of lightning. Within this domain, Lei was the absolute ruler. His speed and strength had been greatly enhanced. Holding a spear, he moved like lightning, charging towards the two ferocious beasts alongside his divine-level war machine. The pressure was like an invisible mountain, making the burning world flame sparrow and the Starfall Dragon Griffin struggle to breathe. "Use all our strength to stop him." Seeing this, the burning world flame sparrow and the Starfall Dragon Griffin did not dare to hesitate and quickly unleashed their own domains. The domain of the burning world flame sparrow was a world of burning flames, dark red in color, with an extremely high temperature that seemed capable of incinerating everything. The domain of the Starfall Dragon Griffin was a space filled with meteors, constantly colliding and producing deafening sounds. The three powerful beings engaged in a fierce battle in the sky above this wilderness. Meanwhile, on another front, after the communication ended, Chen walked out of the conference room with a serious expression. The words of Lei echoed in his mind. Who could that mysterious powerhouse, who is not much weaker than Lei, be? Could it be another heavenly martial god practitioner hiding in the shadows? Chen speculated inwardly. Given Lei's tendency to keep a trump card, he felt this possibility was very high. Moreover, he didn't think Lei would deceive him at this critical moment. "I wonder if this mysterious powerhouse can deal with this peak-level ferocious beast," Chen murmured, a hint of worry in his eyes. While pondering, he led Du Qi and Zhao Qingning to the combat command hall. In the past few days, he had signed in to obtain an SS-level illusory spirit pendant, with the effect of the training enhancement halo increased by 10 twice, now reaching a total of 70. In addition, he had fully comprehended the SSS martial skill Meltabiss Split Sea Palm. There was nothing that could effectively threaten a peak-level ferocious beast. Sigh. Li Chen shook his head helplessly in his heart and looked at Du Qi beside him, unwillingly asking again, is there really no good news? Hearing this, Du Qi furrowed his brows, and after careful thought, he did come up with one, though he wasn't sure if it counted. After hesitating for a moment, he said, my lord, the overall strength of ocean ferocious beasts will be somewhat weaker when they come ashore compared to when they are in the ocean. However, the higher the level of the ferocious beast, the less the weakening. Does that count as good news? This was also one of the important reasons why the human coastal defense line had been able to withstand the onslaught of ocean ferocious beasts. When ocean ferocious beasts of the same level came ashore, their strength would be affected by environmental factors, sometimes even weaker than land ferocious beasts. That counts. Li Chen nodded slightly after hearing this. At least there was a piece of news that could barely be considered good. Although its effect is limited, it's better than nothing, he thought to himself. As time continued to move forward, the ocean ferocious beasts had already reached the Yuzhou area along the river. Immediately after, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. They directly bypassed the Longlane base city, which was on high alert and prepared for battle, and even the surrounding supply bases were left undamaged. After coming ashore, they rushed straight towards the Yingyang base city. The land beasts in various wilderness areas were also stirring, as if responding to the call of the ocean beasts. Upon receiving this news, Li Chen looked at the position of the beasts displayed on the large screen in front of him, feeling even more puzzled. What exactly do these ocean beasts want by coming from so far away? Du Qi, after hearing this, fixed his gaze on the position of the beasts. Suddenly, he was startled, as if he had realized something, and quickly said to Li Chen, Sir, something's not right. It seems their movement trajectory is heading towards our Yingyang base city. Heading towards us? After Du Qi pointed it out, Li Chen quickly noticed this as well, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Now, this group of ocean beasts had all come ashore. He had previously thought that the target of these beasts would be the various bases, so he had concentrated all military forces at the major base cities and supply bases to prepare for the beasts' attacks. The military had done the same. In the rush, no defenses had been set up on these roads, resulting in the beasts having a clear path. If nothing unexpected happens, they will reach the Yingyang base city in about 10 minutes. Li Chen's expression turned serious. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he scanned the crowd around him and immediately issued orders. The beast's target is very likely our Yingyang base city. It's too late to set up defenses now. All warriors at the main branch, prepare for battle. The opponent we are facing this time is the heavenly beast god. Additionally, immediately notify the personnel at the surrounding supply base branches and the local military to evacuate lightly and move away from the vicinity of Yingyang base city as quickly as possible. With the armed forces of the supply bases, they could at most deal with beast emperor level beasts. Now that the purpose of these beasts was clear, holding their ground would be tantamount to waiting for death. Moreover, since the beasts were heading towards Yingyang base city, getting them to move away would actually reduce the danger. Yes. The crowd responded respectfully, their voices filled with fearless courage amidst the tense atmosphere. After Li Chen finished speaking, he raised his hand to check his wristband, which still showed no incoming information. His brows furrowed as he pondered silently. He didn't know when the mysterious warrior mentioned by LAIR would contact him. Zhao Qingning looked at Li Chen, who had a serious expression, her eyes filled with conflict and hesitation, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, struggling with a difficult decision. If Li Chen, the strongest in the entire Yuzhou region, were to have an accident, the whole Yuzhou would fall into an irretrievable abyss. Soon, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhao Qingning's eyes, and she had made her choice. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she said to Li Chen, Sir, please come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. While contemplating how to navigate the murky waters for self-preservation until the mysterious support mentioned by LAIR arrived, Li Chen noticed Zhao Qingning's troubled expression and nodded, saying, all right. He followed her out of the hall, filled with curiosity about what Zhao Qingning had to say at this critical moment. Zhao Qingning led Li Chen to a secluded corner, her eyes filled with resolve. Sir, I need to borrow 2 things from you. Without hesitation, she took off a seemingly ordinary ring that was, in fact, of divine level. She spoke gently, this is a divine level defensive treasure. Once worn and bound to your mental energy, it can unleash its energy with a thought, forming a shield around your body that can withstand the full force of a peak heavenly beast god's attack for 10 minutes. It can also automatically trigger to protect its owner in life-threatening situations. She paused here. Not waiting for Li Chen to speak, and focused her thoughts, he took out a seemingly ordinary sphere from the storage ring on his finger, which emitted a faint white glow, and continued, this light sphere contains 3 full-force strikes from a peak Tianwu god-level warrior. The activation method is the same as the ring, and it should be very helpful for you, my lord. After saying this, she directly placed the 2 items into Li Chen's hands. Li Chen received the 2 items, still warm to the touch, and looked at Zhao Qingning in surprise. He could clearly sense that Zhao Qingning had severed the mental connection between them. He never expected that she would be willing to give him this top-tier defensive treasure of divine level. In addition, she also gave him another divine-level light sphere, one for offense and one for defense, both top-tier divine treasures. The importance of these 2 items was self-evident. In the upcoming great battle, they would undoubtedly provide him with significant protection. Qingning, these 2 divine treasures you Li Chen, who had long suspected that Zhao Qingning's identity was not simple, couldn't help but ask at this moment. Zhao Qingning knew what Li Chen wanted to ask and quickly replied, "My lord, I will explain everything to you after this is over. Just accept them for now and make sure to protect your own safety." Her eyes were filled with concern and sincerity. These two items were the most meaningful things she could do for Li Chen at this moment. Li Chen looked at the two precious divine treasures in his hands, their warm touch carrying Zhao Qingning's burning intentions. He glanced again at Zhao Qingning, who was filled with concern and had gone this far for him. At this critical moment, she was willing to give him two divine treasures that could save his life even after the base city was breached. With these two divine treasures, one for offense and one for defense, he had already resolved most of the difficulties he was facing. He could even face the battle against the Tsangming Dragon Kun without hesitation. "Thank you, Qingning. I will definitely return them to you in perfect condition after this is over," Li Chen said with a faint smile, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zhao Qingning smiled sweetly at his words. "No need to be polite with me, just consider it a return gift for those SS-level resources from last time. You must stay safe, the entire base city is counting on you." Li Chen nodded and temporarily put away the two items. He then strode into the command hall, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "All warriors of king level and above, follow me to the city wall and prepare for battle." "Yes." Du Qi and the other senior officials quickly stood up in response, their expressions serious as they had already mentally prepared themselves. Then, except for the technical personnel who needed to stay behind to receive various orders and were of too low a level, the rest followed Li Chen's lead to the city wall to prepare for battle. The elite warriors, on high alert, quickly followed suit. The base city had entered a state of martial law, with squads of soldiers patrolling to prevent anyone from causing chaos. Ordinary citizens and warriors felt the tense atmosphere, huddling together with worried expressions, whispering about the impending beast attack. Some took their families to hide in relatively sturdy houses, their eyes revealing fear and unease. Young and strong warriors, along with some families and martial arts schools, spontaneously organized to contribute to the defense of the base city. After all, they were all in the same boat. If the base city was breached by the beasts, all humans would suffer. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the towering city wall. Around him had gathered a tide of well-organized elite soldiers, armed and with resolute expressions in their eyes. At the same time, Zhang Jian and other high-ranking officials from the military government were also present. They saw Li Chen and the elite members of the martial alliance arriving, especially after seeing Li Chen's figure. Zhang Jian couldn't help but recall the scene from a few days ago when a single glance from Li Chen could have killed him. A hint of fear towards Li Chen suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he steeled himself to greet Li Chen briefly. "The general of the province has arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Chen turned his gaze towards Zhang Jian, who was radiating a faint tension and fear. He nodded slightly in response. Subsequently, due to their previous unpleasantness, the two stopped talking, their eyes fixed on the distant city wall. At this moment, Zhang Jian felt extremely uncertain. Just after breaking through to the Earth Martial God level, he was faced with such a significant challenge. His opponent was either the freak Li Chen or a heavenly beast whose level had reached the peak of the beast god realm. Couldn't they send him a more normal opponent or one that could match him? Zhang Jian let out a deep sigh, muttering to himself, "I wonder when the support from the Martial Alliance will arrive." In this situation, our military government, as the official organization of the Huaxia nation, can only pin its hopes on the Martial Alliance. The world has truly changed. As a veteran who had been in the military for many years, he wished more than anything that their former heavenly martial god warrior had not fallen, otherwise their military government would not have fallen to such an awkward position. If it weren't for the fact that the Thunder Prison had little ambition to control the entire Huaxia nation, focusing solely on enhancing its own strength to combat the ferocious beasts and end this chaotic era, their military government might have already been swallowed by the Martial Alliance. In this world where the strong are revered, without top-tier powerhouses of equal strength to hold the fort, it is useless no matter how many mid to low-level martial artists there are. The reality is so helpless. The military government has a vast organizational structure but lacks top-tier combat power to carry the banner. In the face of such a crisis, they can only place their hopes on external forces. This awkward situation left Zhang Jian, a high-ranking official in the military government, feeling bitter. As time passed second by second, a slight tremor suddenly spread through the entire Yingyang base city. At first, the tremor was very mild, like a small shiver of the earth. But as time went on, the tremor became more pronounced. It felt as if thousands of horses and troops were galloping underground. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone instantly realized something. Nervously swallowing their saliva, their eyes fixed ahead, the outlines of a vast beast tide began to slowly emerge around them. Countless ferocious beast figures, like a black tide, surrounded the entire Yingyang base city. The beast tide is coming. It's everywhere. Soldiers on the city wall cried out in terror. Their voices were laced with unmistakable tension. "Don't be afraid," Zhang Jian shouted loudly. His voice, bolstered by power, spread across the 4 city walls. "Behind us is our homeland, where our parents, wives, and children are. We cannot retreat. Dying on the battlefield is the glory of a soldier. Let these filthy beasts see our might. How could we, proud and passionate men, fear these creatures? Even if we bleed our last drop of blood, we must let them know that our human race is not to be trifled with." Zhang Jian's words resonated deeply like war drums in the hearts of the soldiers. The various emotions within the soldiers were effectively alleviated. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Li Chen watched the scene unfold. Having let Zhang Jian finish speaking, he did not say anything to the martial artists from the martial alliance behind him. He pondered silently. As expected, this oceanic ferocious beast from afar is indeed coming for Yingyang Base City. Fortunately, he had already ordered the personnel in the surrounding supply base to retreat far from Yingyang Base City, otherwise they would all have perished under the fierce onslaught of the beast tide. As the figures of the beast tide army continuously approached from all directions, the scene was grand and unstoppable. The form of the Tsangming dragon koan was as massive as a whale. A figure adorned with dragon scales and serpent whiskers quickly emerged amidst the beast tide. Its massive form, exceeding 500 meters, distinctly floated above the surge of beasts, resembling a moving mountain peak. Accompanying it were 3 beast gods of the earth beast god realm. Their bodies emitted a chilling glow, like a dream yet exuding a deadly danger akin to a phantom jellyfish. The gigantic pincers of the thunder spirit giant crab sparkled with electric light, while the bladefin frenzy shark radiated a cold, icy gleam. The mere appearance of these 4 beast gods brought a profound sense of oppression to the soldiers and elite martial artists of the martial alliance, as if it were a tangible force, making it hard to breathe. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their hearts, making each heartbeat exceptionally difficult. The elite martial artists of the martial alliance also gripped their weapons tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. No wonder they were tense. Facing this peak beast god of the heavenly beast was entirely normal for their level. The dark beast eyes of the Tsangming dragon koan god gazed at the human base city before it, instantly locking onto Li Chen atop the distant city wall. Its gaze revealed a coldness, as if looking at a lamb awaiting slaughter. It's him. I've found you. According to the information provided by its master, this human was indeed its target this time. Li Chen, standing atop the tall city wall of the base city, also keenly noticed that he was being locked onto by the peak beast god of the heavenly beast from afar. He squinted slightly, murmuring to himself, that must be the Tsangming dragon koan god. One must admit, the aura of this peak beast god of the heavenly beast was truly terrifying. Its massive body resembled a floating moving island, and just standing there quietly felt like a towering mountain. It exuded a chillingly powerful presence, making one feel overwhelmingly strong. As for the unusual excitement reflected in the Tsangming dragon koan god's eyes, Li Chen paid little attention. In this entire supply base, his level was considered the highest, making it hard for the opponent not to notice him. Now, the Yin Prison Guardian and Frost Frog God, his 2 trump cards, had long been safely stored in their respective spaces, just waiting to catch the Tsangming dragon koan god off guard. With so many Earth Beast God level combat powers combined, they would surely cause it considerable trouble. In that case, let's take this opportunity to test just how strong this peak beast god of the heavenly beast really is, Li Chen thought to himself with a hint of confidence in his eyes. He then focused his mind and directly took out the divine ring that Zhao Qingning had lent him, slowly putting it on his hand. Zhao Qingning had already severed her connection with these 2 treasures, and the process of recognizing the master was very simple, just establishing a mental connection with them. Li Chen quickly established a mental connection to bind it. In an instant, he felt the powerful energy contained within the ring more clearly. What Zhao Qingning said about being able to withstand the full force attack of a peak heavenly beast god for 10 minutes was indeed not false, and it could even defend against mental attacks. Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He then swiftly took out the other orb containing the full force strike of a peak heavenly beast god, establishing a mental connection with it as well. He could clearly sense the immense energy contained within the orb, which would allow him to catch that peak heavenly beast god off guard. Now I lack nothing. A fierce battle intent flickered in Li Chen's eyes. A glimmer of golden flames ignited in his gaze as he fixed his stare on the Tsangming dragon koan god, which was moving towards the base city with the beast tide. At this moment, the Tsangming dragon koan god reached a suitable position. Its dark beast eyes looked at the pale blue energy shield enveloping the entire base city, its voice dripping with disdain, mocking humanity's foolishness. Humans just love to lock themselves in cages, thinking this eggshell can stop me? With that, it let out a low roar, like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding air slightly. In order to complete the task assigned by its master without delay, it turned to the 4 subordinates of the Earth Beast God beside it and said, "You all join me and exert your full strength to shatter this eggshell and conquer this human base city." "Yes, boss." The 3 Earth Beast Gods, each with different forms, responded respectfully, their voices carrying the ferocity and brutality of fierce beasts. In an instant, the Tsangming Dragon Koan God and the 3 Earth Beast Gods unleashed a powerful pressure that spread outwards, as if to tear apart the surrounding space. The Tsangming Dragon Koan God opened its massive mouth. Whoosh! A huge beam of energy shot out from its mouth. Like a roaring blue dragon, it charged towards the energy shield with a destructive momentum. The other 3 Earth Beast Gods also unleashed their respective attacks, slamming towards the energy shield ahead. Boom 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 boom. 4 powerful attacks struck the energy shield simultaneously, the sound deafening like ancient beasts beating war drums. The entire base city trembled in response. The rubble on the streets rolled and the glass on the buildings crackled. However, the outer energy shield remained firm. Only some tiny cracks appeared on the surface, spreading like a spider web, but it did not shatter. The quality of this energy shield is impressive. Even the attacks of peak fierce beasts from the heavenly beast god can be resisted. Chen silently marveled in his heart. His gaze was fixed on the 4 fierce beasts clawing and roaring outside the shield. Meanwhile, inside the maintenance department responsible for the operation of the energy shield in the base city, everyone was under immense pressure. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could ignite the air. A slender, youthful-looking warrior, his eyes filled with anxiety, hurriedly reported to the minister sitting in the main seat. "Not good, minister." A third of the energy shield evaporated in an instant. "At this rate, if we don't use the backup energy, it won't last even a minute before it shatters." Minister He's brow furrowed tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly worried about the dire situation. Hearing the report and feeling the tremors from the entire base city, he decisively issued an order. "Don't hold back on the energy. Immediately activate the backup energy. Once the stored energy is exhausted, use all the energy crystals sent over by the Yi family, Lin family, Xiao family, Shu family, and the Extreme Electric Martial Arts Hall. Hold on for as long as you can." He knew very well that this was not the time to be stingy with energy. Once the beast tide broke through the energy shield and invaded the base city, everything would be over. Although he currently did not know the situation on the city walls, just based on the massive tremors and the outrageous consumption rate of the energy shield, he could roughly infer the urgency of the situation outside. Their maintenance department could not afford to falter at this critical moment. "Yes." The warrior immediately turned to execute the order after hearing it. However, under the fierce attacks of the 4 beasts, the energy shield was still on the verge of collapse. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. Boom boom boom. As a series of loud noises continued to come, Chen naturally sensed that the energy shield could not hold out much longer. In a flash of thought, the fire god suit and flame battle armor instantly enveloped his body, radiating a red glow and exuding a scorching aura. The Jin Sun blade also appeared in his hand, its blade shimmering with a sharp cold light, entering a fully armed state. The aura of a peak earth martial god warrior erupted around him. The powerful presence acted like a warm current, boosting the morale of the martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance and military soldiers around him, surpassing any verbal encouragement. Chen glanced slightly at Zhang Jian beside him, his voice calm. "When the energy shield breaks later, leave that heavenly beast god to me, and the remaining 3 earth beast gods are up to you, no problem?" Zhang Jian nodded in response. His eyes held a hint of determination but also deep concern with the thought. He quickly armed himself with a soil-colored battle armor, which shimmered with a mysterious light, as if it contained the power of the earth. A black staff also appeared in his hand. Although he was about to face a 1-against-3 situation, the pressure on Chen was far greater, and only Chen could deal with this peak divine beast. With this in mind, a wave of worry rose in Zhang Jian's heart, and despite their past grievances, he couldn't help but remind him, "Chen, you must be careful, don't be careless, that Songming Dragon Koan God is not to be underestimated." He wondered if Chen could handle it. Perhaps this was an opportunity to see just how strong Chen could be when he unleashed his full power. Listening to Zhang Jian's warning, Chen wore a calm and confident smile, replying lightly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." At this moment, the Sanming Dragon Koan God and the 3 Earth Beast Gods beside him attacked like frenzied beasts, their fierce strikes raining down on the outer energy shield like a storm. Inside the maintenance department, energy was being consumed rapidly, like a flood breaching a dam. The staff were tense, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads as they desperately operated various instruments, trying to replenish the dwindling energy crystals to maintain the shield's operation. But all their efforts were in vain. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the energy shield, now covered in cracks, finally could not hold up any longer, shattering with a distinct sound. However, the broken shield did not dissipate. Instead, it unleashed a final wave of energy that surged outward from the base city like an invisible tidal wave, instantly engulfing and killing all the unfortunate beasts that were nearby. But for the seemingly endless tide of beasts, this loss was merely a drop in the ocean, having no significant impact. On the city wall, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Various devastating weapons locked onto the surrounding tide of beasts the moment the energy shield shattered, like hungry beasts ready to pounce. The soldiers of the army and the elite warriors of the alliance, who had long been prepared, quickly raised their ranged weapons, their gazes fixed firmly ahead, waiting for the beast tide to enter effective range before launching a torrent of attacks. "Attention everyone! The beast tide is about to launch an attack. Prepare to fire." The officer's roar echoed like thunder across the entire city wall, causing everyone's nerves to tighten. Their spirits became highly focused, fingers firmly gripping the triggers, their eyes revealing a resolute killing intent. Roar! The Sanming Dragon Koan God looked at the human base city now devoid of an energy shield and let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, it reached the ears of the surrounding beast tide, like a charged signal. In that moment, the ocean of beasts surged in from all directions like a black torrent of ants, tightly surrounding the Yin-Yang base city. The beasts in the tide bared their fangs and claws, emitting earth-shattering roars like a pack of uncontrollable wild animals rushing towards the city wall with a nauseating fishy smell. The scene was utterly shocking, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Fire! Eliminate these beasts! Seeing this scene, a sharp glint flashed in Zhang Jian's eyes as he quickly issued the command. As his words fell, various devastating technological weapons on the city wall instantly launched their attacks. Laser beams streaked across the sky like scorching lightning, shooting towards the beast tide. A single strike could eliminate a large number of beasts, turning them to ashes under the glow. However, more beasts quickly filled the positions left by their fallen comrades, charging forward tirelessly as if they could never be killed off, leaving onlookers terrified. It's time for us to take action, you better not die. Li Chen's gaze was fixed on the Tsangming Dragon Koan God, which radiated a terrifying aura as he spoke to Zhang Jian beside him. Zhang Jian tightened his grip on the black staff, forcing himself to calm down, his eyes revealing a steadfast determination to face death. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is my supreme honor. From the moment I enlisted, I had long since set aside life and death, fully prepared to welcome death at any time, all to protect this land and the people behind me. Then it's better if that day comes a little later, Li Chen said, frowning slightly. Zhang Jian's response made him dislike him a little less than before. After all, Zhang Jian could be considered a qualified soldier. Facing an enemy that was almost impossible to defeat, he still did not back down. Instead, he commanded the battle from the front lines. After saying that, Li Chen's gaze turned to Zhao Qingning, who had followed him, fully armed and ready for battle. Her delicate face was filled with worry, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Li Chen felt a warmth in his heart and said softly, "Be careful." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning's lips curled into a gentle smile, but a hint of barely perceptible concern flashed in her eyes. "You too?" Li Chen nodded, giving her a reassuring look. Du Qi and the others, who had been tense and ready to face the upcoming battle, suddenly saw the interaction between Li Chen and Zhao Qingning. Their eyes widened in shock, as if they were copper bells, and their mouths exaggeratedly formed an O shape, as if a fist could fit inside. These two didn't seem like just a superior and a secretary. Clearly, there was more to it. Who would have thought they could witness such a big revelation at this moment? Then, Li Chen moved. A flash of fiery red streaked through the air, like a meteor, charging towards the Tsangming Dragon Koan God. His speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly covering hundreds of meters. Seeing this, Zhang Jian followed closely behind, charging at his three opponents, gripping his black staff with a resolute glint in his eyes, casting aside all fear and hesitation. As the distance between both sides closed, Li Chen looked at the increasingly massive Tsangming Dragon Koan God, feeling the mounting pressure and dared not be arrogant. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "With my body as the guide, summon the earth's veins as armor." He directly unleashed the giant god's fury, activating the lava form. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant light enveloped him, and a powerful force surged from the ground. In an instant, Li Chen's appearance underwent a tremendous transformation. His height suddenly surged to 5 meters, becoming a lava giant covered in obsidian armor and magma veins. His level of cultivation began to soar from the peak of Earth Martial God, directly breaking through to the initial stage of Heaven Martial God, and it still did not stop. He quickly advanced to the mid-stage of Heaven Martial God before finally halting. The entire transformation process was completed in a flash, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Feeling the surging power within him, excitement welled up in Li Chen's heart. "I feel filled with strength." His voice became deep and resonant, like a fierce beast, as if it came from the depths of the earth. His eyes sparkled with a fiery glow, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. The SS-level Jin Song blade in his hand seemed like a toy in front of his massive lava form. It was simply too inconvenient to hold. A thought flashed through Li Chen's mind, and the Jin Song blade instantly vanished. At this moment, his fists became his strongest weapons. "Let me try my domain ability," Li Chen thought to himself. Although the lava form was powerful, it could only last for 10 minutes, so he had to unleash all his strength during this time. In an instant, a layer of scorching flames enveloped the area within dozens of meters around Li Chen. Within this domain, his overall strength received a tremendous boost. In this domain, he was the absolute king. However, the energy consumption was also faster, making it impossible to maintain for too long. Such a powerful domain ability. No wonder Heaven Martial Gods with domain abilities can create such a vast gap with Earth Martial Gods. Li Chen secretly marveled. Clenching his massive fist, ablaze with roaring flames, the surging power flowed through his fingertips. "Take this punch," Li Chen let out a thunderous roar. His figure flashed forward with an unstoppable momentum, like a cannonball, and struck fiercely at the Tsangming Dragon Koan. At this moment, his defensive power had soared to an astonishing level. His body, woven from obsidian armor and magma veins, was indestructible, providing a profound sense of security. Additionally, he had temporarily elevated his cultivation to the midstage of the heavenly martial god realm. As long as he didn't take the Tsangming Dragon Kun's big move hidden, he would basically remain unharmed. How can his cultivation and strength increase so dramatically all of a sudden? The Tsangming Dragon Koan gazed at Li Chen, whose appearance had changed significantly as he charged towards it with a massive fist clenched. It pondered silently. Its enormous body trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. The sharp, sword-like bone blade at its tail let out a fierce whistle, striking towards Li Chen like a bolt of black lightning. The air was torn apart in its wake, producing a sharp explosive sound. This tail bone blade was forged through countless years of battling various powerful creatures in the deep sea, continuously evolving and refining. Besides being able to cut through water currents in the ocean, greatly enhancing its stealth speed, its surface was also covered with fine serrations, glinting with a cold light. Although its form was extremely large and appeared quite cumbersome, it was, in fact, extraordinarily agile. It was no exaggeration to say that this bone blade could easily kill a peak Earth martial god warrior with a single strike. However, its goal was not to kill Li Chen but to capture him alive. Bang! Li Chen's heavy fist collided violently with the Tsungming Dragon Kun's powerful strike. In an instant, a breath of energy so powerful it was suffocating erupted, like a storm, wildly spreading out from the point of impact. The air was violently compressed, producing a sharp whistling sound, and even the distant mountains trembled slightly under the impact of this aura. The surrounding beast tide quickly retreated from the area, leaving ample space for the confrontation between the man and the beast, while also preventing themselves from being affected. Li Chen was directly sent flying far away, his body soaring through the air like a shooting star. However, he reacted quickly. During his flight, he stabilized his form rapidly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes surged even higher. As expected of a peak heavenly beast, it truly has some skill. Come again. To avoid wasting the 10 minutes after activating his lava form, Li Chen clenched his fists and charged once more at the massive figure before him. The Tsungming Dragon Koan looked at Li Chen, who was unharmed and continuing to rush towards it, with a hint of surprise in its dark beastly eyes. To be able to withstand my strike unscathed, this guy is indeed troublesome. No wonder he can attract the master's attention. But in front of me, he's still not enough. I don't believe this form comes without a cost. The Tsungming Dragon Koan slightly raised its enormous head, appearing to have the situation under control. It speculated that Li Chen's suddenly increased lava form wouldn't last long and that activating it required a tremendous price. It seems that ordinary means can no longer defeat this Earth martial god realm human, and it's even difficult to inflict injuries. It's time to get serious. The Tsungming Dragon Koan thought to itself. It had no time to wait for Li Chen's form to be forced to end. Every second it lingered in Huaxia increased its crisis. The Starfall Dragon Griffin and the world-burning Flame Sparrow could not hold off the Thunder Prison for long. In a moment of thought, the Tsungming Dragon Koan unleashed its own water domain. The surrounding space was suddenly enveloped in a layer of deep, mysterious blue light, as if dragging this area into an endless deep-sea world. The slight weakening of its power on land instantly vanished. The coverage area was even larger than Li Chen's fire domain. In this domain, countless water columns shot up into the sky, like transparent giant dragons dancing wildly in the air. The rushing water formed massive whirlpools, with a powerful suction that sought to pull everything around it into its depths. At the same time, a chilling, bone-piercing aura permeated the area, with water vapor condensing into tiny ice crystals that sparkled with a cold light in the air. Originally, it did not want to complicate matters by activating its domain, intending to reserve all its power for a retreat just in case. But Li Chen was simply too difficult to deal with. Not only did he possess various enhancements, but he also controlled domain abilities. Without activating its domain, it would be hard to defeat him with a single blow in a short time. When the domains of both sides collided, a thunderous explosion erupted. Blue and red intertwined and clashed, emitting a sizzling sound. A large amount of water vapor rose, forming a vast mist that enveloped both figures. Water columns and flames collided violently. The water tried to extinguish the flames, while the flames continuously evaporated the water flow, neither side willing to give an inch. But in reality, Li Chen's domain was still weaker. In my domain of water, the power of your fire domain will be greatly diminished. The terrifying voice of the Tsungming Dragon Koan echoed. Li Chen was undaunted, laughing loudly. Then let's see who is superior. With that, his figure moved like lightning, and under the enhancement of the fire domain, his fist, wrapped in blazing flames, surged towards the Tsungming Dragon Koan. The Tsungming Dragon Koan manipulated the water columns and whirlpools, meeting Li Chen's attack like a nimble giant python. Water and fire clashed fiercely, producing deafening sounds and overflowing energy. Just as both sides were locked in a fierce confrontation, seemingly at a stalemate, Li Chen seized the moment. His eyes sharpening as he thought, now is the time, melting abyss-splitting sea palm. A surging power of flames gathered in his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic hand made of fire. Go! Li Chen shouted fiercely as he slammed his palm down, cutting through space with a devastating momentum. With an unstoppable posture, he struck fiercely at the Tsungming Dragon Koan. The Tsungming Dragon Koan clearly did not expect Li Chen to suddenly launch such a fierce offensive. Although its massive body was agile, it still seemed a bit rushed in response to the might of this palm. Boom! The fiery giant hand struck the Tsungming Dragon Koan, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The protective water curtain around the Tsungming Dragon Koan was instantly torn apart. A burnt smell spread, leaving a deep scorch mark on its body. It worked! Seeing this scene, Li Chen felt a surge of joy. As long as it could be injured, it meant there was a chance to win. The injured Tsungming Dragon Koan was completely enraged. Roar! It let out a world-shaking roar, as if it wanted to tear the heavens and earth apart. You dare to hurt me, I will make you pay a painful price. Its offensive suddenly became fierce and ruthless, crashing towards Li Chen like a storm, wanting to completely drown him in the domain of water. Oh, are you angry? Li Chen felt the beast god's pressure rushing towards him and quickly dodged, but the Tsungming Dragon Kun's attacks were too dense and powerful, and he still took quite a few hits. His body, woven from obsidian armor and magma veins, showed several cracks, with flames spilling out from them. Moreover, under the Tsungming Dragon Kun's attacks, he was gradually being suppressed, and his fire domain was being continuously squeezed by the water domain. Besides the fact that the Tsungming Dragon Koan was indeed powerful, there was also the reason that Li Chen was intentionally showing weakness. While defending against the Tsungming Dragon Kun's attacks, he silently searched for an opportunity in his heart. Finally, seizing a gap in the Tsungming Dragon Kun's attacks, a determined glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Eye of Divine Punishment activate. In an instant, a gigantic eye suddenly opened in the sky. It emitted a dangerously bright light, and a massive amount of mental energy surged like a flood directly into the Tsungming Dragon Kun's mind. Hiss! The Tsungming Dragon Kun felt a sharp pain in its head, as if countless needles were stabbing it. Its movements instantly froze, standing still for a few seconds. Li Chen looked at the Tsungming Dragon Koan god, whose face was contorted in pain, forcibly held in place by his surging spiritual power, its body stiff and unable to move. A slight smile crept onto his lips, a cunning expression of triumph crossing his face as he thought, the opportunity has come. Everyone, come out. With a thought, Li Chen summoned forth the 20 latest Earth martial gods of the Yin prison guards, who had long been itching to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. They instantly materialized in the air around him. Their bodies were composed of deep black and dark red special rocks, as solid as stone, with eyes burning with golden flames and massive cracks crisscrossing their shells. The joints and core areas of their bodies were not hollow. Within them flowed hot, viscous orange to golden white lava, as if it were their boiling blood and energy veins. They radiated terrifying high temperatures, distorting the surrounding air, with light flickering in and out from the cracks. Their sizes were enormous, resembling moving small hills, all towering over 3 meters tall, exceptionally robust, and filled with explosive power. Their appearances were very similar to Li Chen's, just slightly smaller. Each exuded a powerful aura that erupted violently around them, creating a tremendous shock alongside their astonishing looks. At the same time, the massive figure of the Frost Frog God also appeared on the battlefield. It was now a far cry from the small, cute, and agile form it had been before. Its entire body resembled a pale mountain meticulously carved from 10,000-year-old black ice, covered in layers of heavy glacial armor. Hovering in the air, it looked like a moving iceberg, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Sharp, dagger-like ice spikes protruded from its joints, and its icy blue compound eyes fixed intently on the Tsungming Dragon Koan god. It radiated the powerful aura of a peak earth beast god, even stronger than the imposing Yin prison guards beside it. Master! The 20 Yin prison guards and the Frost Frog god spoke in unison, respectfully addressing Li Chen. Without hesitation, Li Chen issued his command. Now is the time to strike together and take down this big guy. Yes! The Yin prison guards and the Frost Frog god responded in unison, their bodies instantly erupting with even stronger auras. The 20 Yin prison guards launched their attacks first. Their methods were similar to Li Chen's, all charging up and swinging their flaming giant fists at the Tsungming Dragon Koan god. Ha! Yenny was the first to rush in front of the Tsungming Dragon Koan god. Leaping high with immense force, he slammed a fist down hard onto the Tsungming Dragon Koan god's abdomen. Following closely, the second, third, all 20 Yin prison guards charged in one after another, their attacks raining down continuously on the Tsungming Dragon Koan god. Some targeted its head, others aimed for its legs to try to unbalance it, while some directly attacked its back, launching a full-scale assault. The Frost Frog god was not to be outdone. With a powerful push of its legs, it shot towards the Tsungming Dragon Koan god like an arrow released from a bow. As it neared, it suddenly swung its front claws, which were covered in a thick layer of frost, exuding an overwhelming chill. Simultaneously, it unleashed a blast of extreme cold air, contrasting sharply with the fiery attacks of the Yin prison guards. Wherever the icy air passed, the air instantly froze into ice crystals, sweeping towards the Tsungming Dragon Koan god. Although the Tsungming Dragon Koan god was still in a state of confusion, its instinctive sharp perception of danger sent strong warning signals throughout its body. It desperately tried to manipulate its domain to struggle and counterattack, its massive body twisting and stirring up fierce winds. However, Li Chen was not going to let it have its way. Stay still. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he focused intently on pouring powerful spiritual energy into the Tsungming Dragon Koan god's mind. The waves of spiritual power surged one after another, maximizing the delay of its complete awakening. Fortunately, my broken illusion eye has only advanced once during the previous sign-in, otherwise, controlling this peak celestial beast would not be so simple. Li Chen thought to himself with relief, tightening his fists with immense power and striking heavily at the head of the Tsungming Dragon Koan god. He aimed to deliver a dual blow of physical and mental assault. Moreover, his divine punishment eye was not merely a simple mental attack. Survivors who managed to endure the assault would be marked with a fear mark, which could reduce their combat effectiveness. Although the Tsungming Dragon Koan god was a peak celestial beast, it could not escape this fate. However, the reduction in combat effectiveness was relatively low. Bang! 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 The fists of the Yin prison guards fell like raindrops upon the Tsungming Dragon Koan god, each punch ignited with blazing flames, producing a dull thud. The sound was akin to a heavy hammer striking a giant drum, causing one's eardrums to ache. The Frost-Toad god's icy attacks further slowed its movements. Wherever the frigid air currents passed, the air froze into ice crystals, delaying its struggle to regain consciousness. After about 10 seconds, the Tsungming Dragon Koan god finally recovered from its mental confusion. A sharp light flashed in its dark beastly eyes. Enough! It let out a deafening roar, like thunder crashing across the heavens and earth. A powerful force erupted from its body, like a surging energy storm, directly sending the Yin prison guards, the Frost Toad God, and Li Chen flying away. Its entire body radiated a faint blue glow, using the purification of water to directly dispel its negative effects. Die! Columns of water and ice spikes, imbued with immense energy, fell like the scythe of death, carrying a lethal threat. Two unfortunate Yin prison guards were instantly killed, their massive bodies shattered into a pile of dark stones. The stones still retained hot magma, emanating waves of residual heat. The remaining 18 Yin prison guards also suffered varying degrees of injuries, their rocky bodies riddled with cracks. I really can't underestimate it. Li Chen frowned at this scene, his eyes filled with caution. Fortunately, the dead Yin prison guards would resurrect in the lava space the next day, otherwise, losing so many right at the start would have pained him greatly. At this moment, the Sunming Dragon Koan God was also greatly shocked. Its gaze quickly swept over Li Chen and the others, who had distanced themselves. Confusion and anger flickered in its eyes. What are these Earth Martial God-level monsters? Where did they come from? And why does this dead frog listen to this human? Its mind was filled with questions. Contemplating this, the Sunming Dragon Koan God, with the pressure and pride of a peak celestial beast, raised its head high and questioned the Frost Toad God with fury. As a powerful Earth Beast God of my Beast Clan, why do you betray your kin and bow down to humans? What benefits have they given you? While questioning, it quietly gathered its attack. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness. He knew that during battle, one should not talk too much, especially when facing an opponent of this level. Even a slight distraction could have severe consequences. He quickly transmitted a message in his mind. Ignore it, keep attacking. Little frog, provide long-range interference. Yen, you all engage in a frontal assault with me. With the Sunming Dragon Koan God's strength, Little Frog could no longer engage in close combat. A careless mistake could lead to real death, and there would be no time to cry, unlike the Yen prison guards who could resurrect the next day. Yes. Little Frog and the Yen prison guards led by Yen respectfully responded, quickly proceeding according to the plan. Little Frog pushed off with its legs, the massive figure leaped up, creating distance from the Sunming Dragon Koan God, standing in the distance surrounded by a chilling aura. Li Chen, accompanied by the remaining Yen prison guards, charged forward like a fearless warrior, swinging his heavy fists at the Sunming Dragon Koan God. Damn it, it won't take the bait. The Sunming Dragon Koan God glared at the Frost Frog God, who was completely ignoring it and instead moving away, its eyes flashing with ferocity. It could only settle for second best. Its gaze quickly locked onto the tallest among the Yen prison guards, Li Chen. It's this human, those stone monsters that appeared out of nowhere, and that dead frog must be related to him. He must be dealt with first. The Sunming Dragon Koan God opened its massive jaws. The terrifying energy that had already coalesced deep in its throat shot out rapidly, a fearsome column of water surging straight towards Li Chen. The air was torn apart, leaving a long trail. The surrounding moisture was instantly evaporated. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's heart sank, realizing it was too late to dodge. I'll block it. His gaze sharpened, muscles tensing instantly as he brought his fists up to his chest, channeling all his strength to brace for impact. The power of the giant god's furious body was unleashed to its fullest at that moment. In an instant, the water column collided violently with Li Chen's fists. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted, like a giant bomb dropped into a calm lake. Energy ripples spread wildly in all directions. However, this strike did not cause Li Chen significant harm. He only felt a tremendous force hit him, the ground around him directly forming a massive pit. His body stood firmly at the center of the pit, like an immovable red mountain. My defense is impressive. Li Chen, who had blocked the Sunming Dragon Koan God's charged attack, was filled with excitement, his eyes shining with a fiery glow. This giant god's furious body was indeed the trump card he had kept hidden. Is this all you can do? The Sunming Dragon Koan God stared at the lively Li Chen in disbelief, a flicker of astonishment crossing its originally fierce gaze. It could sense that Li Chen's defense was strong, but it never expected it to be this absurdly powerful. The anger in its heart surged even more. I want to see how long you can maintain this form. The Sunming Dragon Koan God roared in fury. As a fierce beast, the strong desire for battle and ferocity within its genes were fully ignited. A powerful beast god aura erupted from its body. It summoned the forces within its domain to launch terrifying attacks one after another. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Li Chen and the Yen prison guards engaged in intense close combat with the Sunming Dragon Koan God. Meanwhile, the Frost Frog God in the back continued to launch remote interference and sneak attacks. It opened its mouth, spewing out streams of extreme cold frost, like white dragons sweeping towards the Sunming Dragon Koan God. Additionally, a strange light flickered in Li Chen's eyes as he occasionally activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions for sneak attacks. However, for the Sunming Dragon Koan God, which had already prepared for this, the effect was not as significant as the first time. Yet, it still caused considerable disruption. The enraged Sunming Dragon Koan God was becoming increasingly annoyed. As time ticked by, the situation on the battlefield grew more intense. Of the 12 Yen prison guards, only 5 remained, struggling to hold on, each severely injured, continuously falling towards the molten ground. The Sunming Dragon Koan God also sensed the subtle changes in Li Chen. It noticed that Li Chen's aura seemed less potent than before, and the strength of his attacks had weakened. Human, your enhanced form is about to end, isn't it? The Tsangming Dragon Koan God's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Once this lava form ended, Li Chen's cultivation level would regress to the peak of the Earth Martial God realm, making it much easier to capture him alive than it was now. You don't need to worry about that. Li Chen slammed a heavy punch into the bone blade of the Tsangming Dragon Koan God's tail as it attacked, the immense impact exploding outward. 8 minutes had already passed, the lava form could only last for another 2 minutes, and there was no good way out of the situation. He could only fight with all his might. Li Chen calculated silently in his heart. He was already prepared to use the orb of light that contained the power of a peak Tianwu God-level warrior's 3 full-force strikes. Once the lava form ended, he would use it immediately to give the opponent a surprise. If by then he still couldn't repel or kill that Tsangming Dragon Koan God, he would have to find a way to retreat with Zhao Qingning. After all, once the lava form ended, he would not only lose the enhancement but also enter a period of weakness. The lava guardians would soon all fall, and he would be unable to continue contending with the Tsangming Dragon Koan God. The divine ring on his finger could only serve as a safety net, ensuring he wouldn't be killed by the Tsangming Dragon Koan God on the battlefield. He had already done his best in this battle. He had lived up to LAIR. Time passed second by second, and a minute quickly went by. As the Tsangming Dragon Koan God struck down with a fierce claw, the last lava guardian was killed, its entire body turning into a pile of rubble. Now it's just the two of you left. The Tsangming Dragon Koan God, whose state was no longer peak and had been drained of considerable power by Li Chen, looked somewhat disheveled. Its gaze was fixed tightly on the remaining Li Chen and the frog in the distance, its voice cold and filled with murderous intent. No, little frog can't be in danger. Li Chen decisively closed the distance with the Tsangming Dragon Koan God while retreating backward, simultaneously commanding Little Frog to come closer. Little Frog, come to me. Upon hearing the command, Little Frog pushed off with its legs and leaped rapidly toward Li Chen. The two sides came together. With a thought, Li Chen directly recalled Little Frog back into the exotic beast space to recuperate. Disappeared? The Tsangming Dragon Koan God, who had followed closely behind Li Chen, looked at the frost frog god that vanished in the blink of an eye, its eyes flashing with shock once again. Its powerful perception quickly spread out in a frantic search around, but it found nothing, no trace at all. This dead frog seemed to have vanished into thin air, appearing out of nowhere and then disappearing again. What on earth is going on? Is it spatial power? The Tsangming Dragon Koan God was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the mystery behind it. Forget it, once I capture this human, I can naturally ask. With no clues and full of doubts, the Tsangming Dragon Koan God could only set its sights on Li Chen. The lava state is about to dissipate. Li Chen keenly sensed the power within him rapidly depleting. The lava state would automatically end in 10 seconds. His muscles instantly tensed up, ready to use the energy orb. At that critical moment, a figure that was very unfamiliar to Li Chen suddenly appeared on the battlefield, enveloped in white, divine armor that resembled holy light. It stood in front of Li Chen. Boom! Beneath the holy light armor, a vast and overwhelming pressure from a peak Tianwu god-level warrior suddenly erupted, freezing the space. Could he be the mysterious powerhouse mentioned by the alliance leader? Li Chen looked at the figure blocking his way, radiating the pressure of a peak Tianwu god-level warrior. He was truly shocked. He never expected LAIR to hide so deeply. Besides the 3 Earth Martial God-level warriors lurking in the shadows, there was actually another peak Tianwu God-level warrior whose strength was only slightly inferior to his, even somewhat comparable. He had never heard any information regarding this. Then, the Holy Light Armor Warrior wasted no time on unnecessary words. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a powerful domain of light unfolded, enveloping an area of 100 meters around him. The domain was dazzlingly bright, with every ray of light containing terrifying power, causing the space within the domain to subtly distort. The range was clearly much larger than Li Chen's fire domain, and the pressure it emitted was even more terrifying. The Holy Light Armor Warrior unleashed a powerful force, like surging waves. Continuously rolling and surging around him, the figure swayed. Like a white aurora slicing through the sky, it lunged directly at the Tsangming Dragon Koan God. In the instant of approaching the Tsangming Dragon Koan God, both hands quickly gathered power, and a low shout escaped his lips. Radiant thousand strikes. In that moment, countless dazzling rays shot from his hands, converging to form a massive vortex of light. With a momentum capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, it struck fiercely at the Tsangming Dragon Koan God. What? The Tsangming Dragon Koan God had not anticipated this situation at all. The appearance of the Holy Light White Armor Warrior was too sudden, it could only hurriedly gather its strength to defend. Bang! The vortex of light hit it, erupting with a deafening roar. The powerful force sent the massive body of the Tsangming Dragon Koan God flying thousands of meters away, only stopping when it crashed into a gigantic mountain peak. Its scales were shredded by the light, and blood gushed out like a fountain, suffering significant injuries. After being hit, the Tsangming Dragon Koan God was severely wounded, its enormous body swaying as it let out a painful roar. Ah! Damn it! It quickly steadied itself, eyes wide open, staring at the somewhat familiar figure before it. Along with the aura and the attack that could prove its identity, it instantly recognized the identity of this mysterious warrior. Its eyes filled with shock and disbelief. With a fierce roar, it exclaimed, "It's you! You're not dead!" This familiar feeling could not be mistaken. The person before it was undoubtedly Zhao Wuliang, the other heavenly martial god who had fallen years ago in the Huaxia kingdom. But Songming Dragon Koan God was filled with shock. Wasn't this person supposed to have died in that carefully laid ambush? How could he still be alive? Moreover, his strength had improved significantly. Damn, these humans from Huaxia are really hiding deep. It gritted its teeth, secretly hating its own carelessness. In its peak state, it was not afraid of Zhao Wuliang, but now its condition had been depleted by more than half due to Li Chen's efforts. Furthermore, this was land, not the ocean. Retreating was not so convenient. Zhao Wuliang listened to the Songming Dragon Koan God's incredulous questioning, a meaningful cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is it strange? However, he had no intention of explaining to the other party. Instead, he turned to look at Li Chen, whose lava form had already faded and whose complexion was slightly pale, along with the corpses of the lava giants scattered on the ground, his voice carrying an apologetic tone. Sorry, I'm late. What you've accomplished is far beyond my expectations. Leave the rest to me. Before he arrived, he had never imagined that Li Chen could force the notorious Sangming Dragon Koan God, known for its ferocity in the ocean, especially in the South Sea Islands, into such a predicament with his peak Earth martial god cultivation. If it weren't for Li Chen holding off this ferocious beast by himself, the current situation would likely have escalated to the point where the base city was breached, leading to untold suffering. Battling a peak heavenly beast god with peak Earth martial god cultivation spanned an entire major tier. Although Li Chen had received external assistance, achieving this level was already remarkable. All right. Li Chen nodded slightly at his words, eager for the help and not trying to show off at this moment. As 10 minutes passed completely, his lava form automatically ended and a wave of weakness surged through his limbs and bones. He felt more exhausted than working tirelessly for several days in the fields. However, the reinforcements had arrived. Even though his lava form had ended, he no longer needed to worry. He didn't have to expend his 2 trump cards and could return them intact to Zhao Qingning. At this moment, what he was most curious about was the identity of this mysterious peak heavenly martial god who had come to support him. From the Songming Dragon Koan God's incredulous roar, he could tell that this guy recognized the mysterious powerhouse as well. Zhao Wuliang gave the Songming Dragon Koan God no chance to catch its breath. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the opponent. Given the current state of the Songming Dragon Koan God, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he was completely confident he could take it down. Songming Dragon Koan God, your time of death has come. A powerful aura, vast and deep as the ocean, erupted from Zhao Wuliang once more. It felt as if the entire world trembled in response. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a long spear that glimmered with a chilling light, the tip swirling with radiance, condensing the laws of light. Radiant long spear, break. The spear shot forward with a sudden thrust. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the spear tip, transforming into a fierce offensive force aimed at the Songming Dragon Koan God. This strike embodied his profound understanding of the laws of light and immense power, tearing the space around it with tiny fissures. At the same time, his domain of light collided violently with the Songming Dragon Koan God's domain of water, producing a deafening roar. The domain of light, like the rising sun, radiated brilliance, forcing the water domain to retreat step by step, clearly stronger by a significant margin. Roar! The Songming Dragon Koan God could only muster all its strength to respond, letting out a furious roar as its scales shimmered, gathering all its power for defense. But under Zhao Wuliang's fierce assault, it gradually appeared overwhelmed. As the two engaged in rapid exchanges within a short time, each collision unleashed an even more terrifying energy storm than the last. The energy fluctuations surged like raging waves across the battlefield. Rocks crumbled, and trees snapped. Li Chen watched the intense battle between the two, secretly amazed. To prevent being caught in the aftermath of this tumultuous battle, he conjured a faint flame shield around his body. The strength of this peak Tianwu God martial artist is truly terrifying. His understanding of the laws of light is definitely beyond the second level. If nothing unexpected happens, that Songming Dragon Koan God probably won't survive. I wonder who is stronger between it and LAIR. He had yet to see LAIR in action and was unaware of the opponent's current strength. However, compared to this mysterious powerhouse, he guessed it should be at least equally strong. Bang! Another violent energy wave surged toward Li Chen, as if it wanted to devour him whole. Li Chen instinctively retreated several dozen meters. The energy shield rippled with layers of distortion. This is getting really intense. I should keep my distance, Li Chen muttered to himself. Staying here to watch could lead to being accidentally harmed by the battle. He quickly moved back toward the city wall of the base. At this moment, the base's defenders were engaged in fierce gunfire with the densely packed beast tied from all directions. The scene was intensely bloody. On the city wall, heavy defensive firepower roared like an angry dragon, continuously spewing flames, the massive booming sounds causing pain in people's eardrums. Shells whistled as they plunged into the beast tide, exploding into clouds of blood mist, with severed limbs flying everywhere. Roar! These beasts were ferociously savage, baring their blood-soaked maws, revealing sharp fangs, and emitting deafening roars. They charged toward the city wall recklessly. From this fierce battlefield, it was evident that the human defenders were at a disadvantage. Their resistance was exceptionally fierce, but the distance between the beast tide and the base city was gradually closing. It seemed tireless and unfeeling, continuously surging forward. Back on the city wall, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him, as if every muscle was protesting and every bone felt drained of strength. This negative condition was already quite mild among the many martial arts that could enhance one's strength in a short time. After the effect ended, the body would simply be extremely fatigued. Some even came at the cost of lifespan, regression in cultivation, permanent depletion of vitality, and other severe consequences. Chen's mind stirred, taking out an SS-grade Xingye Dan from the infinite storage space, which could alleviate the current symptoms. The pill emitted a faint glow, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura, possessing the miraculous effect of quickly relieving the weakness after battle. Breathing in the subtle fragrance of the pill, Chen removed the helmet of the fire god suit and swallowed it whole. The medicinal power contained in the pill rapidly spread throughout his body, flowing through his limbs like a warm stream. In an instant, he felt the weakness partially alleviated, but it was not completely eliminated. The effect isn't great, let's try another one. Chen murmured to himself, feeling the relief in his body. In another thought, he took out 2 more SS-grade Xingye Dan. I refuse to believe I can't completely dispel this weakness. Chen extravagantly swallowed them down. As the medicinal power spread, the weakness in his body was quickly cleared, and a hint of joy appeared on Chen's face. This Xingye Dan was from the previous sign-in reward package, and after consuming these 3, there were still 7 left in the infinite storage space. He felt no regret, it was simply indulgent. After feeling significantly relieved, Chen's sharp gaze turned to the other side of the battlefield. At that moment, Zhang Jian looked extremely disheveled. He was being brutally beaten by 3 earth beast gods, his armored suit covered in marks left by fierce beasts, looking quite miserable. He was gritting his teeth, struggling to hold on. In Chen's eyes, this situation was perfectly normal. Zhang Jian had just recently broken through to the early stage of the Earth Martial God realm. How could he possibly withstand 3 Earth Beast gods, all of whom were not weak and had realms higher than his? It was already good that he hadn't fallen. Chen shook his head slightly and sighed, "Sigh, forget it, who told me to be kind? Little frog, go help him." As the words fell, the massive figure of the Frost Frog God suddenly appeared in the sky above the base city. Its mountain-like body radiated a chilling aura, and its enormous eyes sparkled with wisdom. It respectfully said to Chen, "Yes, master." Then, with a powerful push of its legs, it leaped directly to Zhang Jian's side. Is that Chen's frog battle pet? Zhang Jian, who was being beaten and could only defend himself, suddenly brightened at the sight of the white frog that appeared before him. Help had arrived. Although he had been taking hits, he had been keeping an eye on the battlefield situation on Chen's side, knowing that this peak Earth Martial God Fierce Beast was summoned by the opponent. While excited, he also felt a pang of discomfort. The opponent's pet had the cultivation of an Earth Beast God, and its realm had reached the peak. Quack! Little Frog let out a cry filled with murderous intent, emanating a chilling aura. Then, it unleashed a powerful, nearly solid cold air, charging towards the 3 Earth Beast gods like a materialized frost dragon. The 3 Earth Beast gods felt an irresistible chill rushing towards them. Before they could react, their bodies were instantly enveloped by this powerful cold air. Their movements came to a halt, and they were forcibly frozen in place, leaving only 3 ice sculpture-like bodies shimmering with cold light under the sun. Huff! Zhang Jian seized the opportunity to catch his breath, his previously tense nerves finally getting a moment of respite. He glanced at the temporarily frozen 3 Earth Beast gods, then looked at Little Frog, who radiated a terrifying aura, his eyes filled with gratitude and shock. Where did Chen get such a powerful battle pet? He quickly adjusted his state and, in coordination with the Frost Frog God, charged towards the 3 Earth Beast gods that were frozen but starting to struggle. Chen observed the situation on Zhang Jian's side and nodded in satisfaction. With Little Frog around, Zhang Jian's life was no longer in danger. And that was secondary. The main thing was that he had his eyes on the corpses of the 3 Earth Beast gods. Currently, that Sanming Dragon Koan God was clearly no match for that mysterious powerhouse, and it was likely struggling to protect itself, let alone its 3 subordinates. Today, they absolutely had to stay here. In this battle, he exerted the most effort, with all 20 Yen prison guards falling. Even if he couldn't monopolize the spoils, he would still take a significant share. As time passed, Chen, whose condition had nearly recovered, felt a surge of power coursing through his body. With a flash of his figure, he appeared like a ghost high above the base city. His gaze swept over the surrounding darkness, where the beast tide had surged to the city walls, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. So much seafood. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Chen suddenly thought of something, a wicked smile forming on his face as he murmured, "On such a fine day, if I don't create a stir, it would be a shame to waste this clear sky." With that, Chen simply moved his body, and the bones throughout his frame crackled with a pop sound. A powerful aura capable of shaking the heavens erupted from him. Shisha tribulation. The sky instantly turned a fiery red, as if ignited by raging flames. The air was filled with volatile and scorching fire elements. Within seconds, it enveloped the entire area surrounding the base city. Chen's eyes glinted with fiery light as he locked onto the beast tide around him, and he shouted, "Descend!" With a sudden downward sweep of his hands, dense streams of fire meteors poured down like a torrential rain, crashing to the ground and quickly forming a sea of flames several meters high around them. The resulting sea of fire roared like a giant beast, indiscriminately devouring everything in its vicinity. It instantly annihilated a large number of the beast tide. The lower-level beasts were directly burned to black ash, scattering with the wind, while the higher-level ones turned into charred corpses emitting a burnt smell, collapsing in rows on the ground. A massive portion of the beast tide was instantly wiped out. Due to the clear weather today, the sunlight enhanced the power of this Chishao tribulation. Roar! Chaos erupted within the beast tide as the ferocious beasts shrieked in terror and fled in all directions, but they could not escape the encirclement of the sea of fire. With this strike, at least 1,000,000 ferocious beasts perished. Chen felt immensely refreshed and relieved, as if pouring boiling water over an ant nest. Looking at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The city guards, witnessing this scene, were also greatly uplifted. Bring it on! Chen, filled with enthusiasm, had his battle intent burning like a raging fire in his eyes, and he unleashed another wave of overwhelming energy. The red flames around him surged intensely. Following that, he cast the Chishao tribulation several more times. In the next few minutes, the fiery red in the sky grew even more intense as dense streams of fire meteors poured down like a storm. The entire area surrounding the base city transformed into a sea of raging flames. The flames voraciously consumed everything. The acrid smell of charred remains filled the air, making it hard for people to resist covering their mouths and noses. Layers of black ash floated in the air, like black snowflakes fluttering down. This continuous wave of attacks dealt significant damage to the beast tide, and the originally fierce offensive was instantly pushed back. Refreshing. Chen's gaze was proud. His eyes resembled a deity looking down upon ants sweeping over the beast tide engulfed in flames. A satisfied smile lingered on his lips. With a flicker of his figure, he transformed into a streak of red light, instantly returning to the wide city wall of the base. At this moment, he had done everything he could. The outcome of the battle, with the ferocious beasts destined to fail, had been basically established. Time to rest. Sitting cross-legged, he quickly adjusted his breath and restored his spirit. Just then, Zhao Qingning, Du Qi, and others, dragging their weary bodies, returned from various corners of the battlefield to the city wall to recuperate. The Beast Emperor-level opponents they had faced had just been turned into charred corpses by Chen's casual fire meteor. Everyone looked at the repelled beast tide, their bodies radiating excitement. We held our ground. One of the high-ranking military warriors, a Fengguangde-level fighter, excitedly waved his arms, his eyes sparkling with joy. Looking at the sea of fire filled with violent fire elements in front of the base, he felt a surge of emotions as Zhao Qingning's lips revealed a hint of joy. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the mysterious powerhouse who was engaged in battle with the Tsungming Dragon Koan, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. They noticed that Chen was regulating his own breath, not daring to disturb him. As time continued to pass, the battlefield between the Tsungming Dragon Koan and the mysterious Tianwu warrior finally yielded a victor. The Tsungming Dragon Koan was covered in wounds, its massive body riddled with gaping injuries, blood flowing profusely like a river on the verge of drying up. Its breath was extremely weak, barely clinging to life. The holy light white armor warrior stood proudly before it, wielding a spear and emanating a powerful peak Tianwu divine pressure. The domain of light had firmly suppressed the domain of water. Under this overwhelming force of light, the water domain appeared as fragile as a bubble, ready to burst at any moment. The holy light white armor warrior spoke in a deep voice, "This is the price for trespassing into my huaxia." As he spoke, the spear in his hand began to glow, gathering energy for a final strike to end the Tsungming Dragon Koan. 100 plans, 1 flaw. Master will not let you go. The Tsungming Dragon Koan roared unwillingly, its voice laced with a strong threat, yet also filled with deep reverence and loyalty towards its mysterious master. The holy light white armor warrior furrowed his brow, puzzled. Master? What kind of existence could be called a master by this creature that has reached the peak of the divine beast level? He pondered silently, filled with curiosity about that mysterious being. The emotion in its words did not seem fake. Is the Tsungming Dragon Koan about to fall? Chen, who had already adjusted his breath, had been closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield. Sensing that Tsungming Dragon Kun's breath nearing death, he knew he could not wait any longer. He was also not interested in discovering who the master it spoke of was. With a swift movement, taking advantage of the brief moment the white-armored warrior was lost in thought, Chen acted quickly, like a bolt of lightning rushing towards the battlefield to seize the opportunity. No, it was originally his. Although he was only responsible for the first half, he should at least get half of the spoils. The corpse of a peak divine beast was worth a fortune, full of treasures. He couldn't let others take advantage of it. My lord, wait! Let me do it! Chen shouted loudly as he rushed over. Gripping the Jinsung blade that emitted azure flames tightly, the flames danced along the blade, eager to unleash their powerful force. The white-armored warrior ended his contemplation upon hearing the shout. His movements paused, and he glanced at Chen, who was rapidly approaching, frowning slightly. Though he felt some confusion, he also halted his action of gathering the final strike. Dragon flame burning heaven slash. Chen erupted with scorching fiery energy, raising the Jinsung blade high. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he struck down hard towards the Tsungming Dragon Kun's head. The blade glimmered with a sharp momentum, instantly slicing through the air. Don't get cocky. Master will definitely find you. What are you babbling about? Take it up with my Jinsung blade. The Tsungming Dragon Koan sensed the deadly attack and tried to evade, but it was too late. Its massive head was precisely struck by the blade. With a pfft, Blood splattered everywhere. A deep wound was carved into the Tsangming Dragon Kun's head, the laws of fire attaching to it as its life force rapidly dissipated. As the absolute ruler of the Nanhai Islands, the Tsangming Dragon Kun unwillingly perished under Li Chen's strike. And at the moment of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's death, Li Chen acted swiftly. Before the white-armored warrior could react, the enormous corpse of the Tsangming Dragon Kun was instantly stored in his infinite storage space. Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This is mine now. Stored in the infinite storage space, no one can take it away. How to distribute it later will be up to me. The initiative is in my hands. He did this mainly because he was afraid that this peak Tianwu God warrior would use his power to pressure him and directly swallow the corpse of this peak-level fierce beast. If that happened, he would have no place to argue. Li Chen's obvious intention made the white-armored warrior's mouth twitch slightly. He thought to himself, this kid is actually after the corpse. He had thought Li Chen wanted to indulge in the thrill of killing the peak fierce beast or to avenge the fallen fire giants on the battlefield. But upon reflection, if it weren't for Li Chen having previously consumed a lot of energy against the Tsangming Dragon Kun, he wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Moreover, to withstand the Tsangming Dragon Kun, all the Earth Beast level lava giants he summoned had unfortunately perished. Li Chen taking the entire corpse of the Tsangming Dragon Kun with him didn't seem excessive. He hoped the value of this peak-level fierce beast's corpse could compensate for the losses caused by the deaths of those lava giants. He was very reasonable. Li Chen stored the corpse and carefully observed the reaction of this mysterious powerhouse. Seeing that the other party stood still, seemingly unwilling to fuss over so much, he breathed a sigh of relief. A sincere smile appeared on his face as he slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord." At that moment, the white-armored warrior suddenly noticed the ring on Li Chen's finger. His gaze sharpened, and his eyes instantly held a hint of something unusual. Li Chen also keenly sensed the other's gaze, thinking that the other party regretted it and would leave directly after succeeding. The situation on Zhang Jian's side was also similar. He still needed to collect the corpses of the other 3 Earth Beast gods. This brat, why is he in such a hurry? Am not going to rob him. The holy light white-armored warrior watched as Li Chen quickly slipped away, disappearing from sight, and shook his head slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He continued to ponder the meaning behind the words of the Tsangming Dragon Kun before its death regarding its master. Its master will take revenge for it? This information could not be ignored. The existence that could become the master of the Tsangming Dragon Kun must be incredibly powerful. The sudden and inexplicable attack of the beast tied on Yuzhou was likely ordered by this master. Otherwise, why would the Tsangming Dragon Kun leave its position as a ruler near the Nanyang Islands to undertake such a dangerous task deep in the heart of China? To be able to command the Tsangming Dragon Kun to willingly undertake such a dangerous mission, this master is not simple at all. Who could it be? The holy light white-armored warrior stood in the air, his brow furrowed, constantly pondering the identity and purpose of this mysterious master. It was predictable that this was definitely an enemy more terrifying than the fierce beasts, and it was still lurking in the shadows. Time rewound to just now, on Zhang Jian's battlefield. The 3 Earth Beast God fierce beasts were effectively suppressed after the powerful Earth Beast God Shogwa joined the battle, allowing Zhang Jian to catch his breath, and the pressure was not as great as before. However, killing these 3 Earth Beast gods would not be easy in a short time. Not all peak Earth gods were as terrifying as Li Chen, possessing heaven-defying combat power and explosive strength to quickly turn the tide of battle. As the battle fell into a stalemate, the 3 strange beasts, with fierce and menacing expressions and a strong fishy smell emanating from their bodies, all trembled violently at the same time, their gazes suddenly turning towards the battlefield where the Tsangming Dragon Kun was. They sensed the aura of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's death, cold and despairing, clearly dead beyond recovery. Not good. The dragon god has fallen. Among the 3 Earth Beast gods, the highest-ranked illusory spirit jellyfish was filled with disbelief and deep fear in its voice. The originally arrogant demeanor quickly dissipated by more than half, and a sense of terror began to emanate from its entire being. It was as if death had quietly descended upon them. The Tsangming Dragon Kun had fallen at the hands of a supporting celestial martial god human, and their next target was undoubtedly them, the Earth Beast gods. With this thought, the 3 Earth Beast gods instantly felt a grave threat. Don't waste time with these 2 guys, retreat quickly. The illusory spirit jellyfish, with its semi-transparent body and tentacles extending hundreds of meters, radiating a dreamlike glow, decisively said to the bladefin frenzy shark and the thunder spirit giant crab. Its voice trembled with urgency. There was still a glimmer of hope for survival if they retreated now. If they waited any longer for that celestial martial god warrior to come, they would be completely doomed. Alright, well, lead the beast tide to retreat from 3 directions. The bladefin frenzy shark and the thunder spirit giant crab, sharing the same thought, immediately responded. With that, the 3 ferocious beasts unleashed their powerful strength simultaneously, exerting all their might to forcefully repel the frost-toad god that was entangled with them far away. Go! Just as the 3 ferocious beasts were about to retreat, a massive fiery hand, radiating overwhelming power of the laws of fire, suddenly fell from the sky like a burning meteor carrying a destructive momentum. It struck the defensively weaker bladefin frenzy shark with a fierce blow. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The terrifying fiery energy formed a scorching shockwave that spread outwards. The massive head of the bladefin frenzy shark instantly exploded under the strike of the fiery hand, blood and chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. Its eyes, rolling on the ground, were wide open, as if it hadn't even realized what had happened before it was dead beyond recovery. The illusory spirit jellyfish and the thunder spirit giant crab were utterly terrified at the sight. "Where are you two planning to go?" At that moment, Li Chen's fully armed figure appeared like a ghost in front of the bladefin frenzy shark's corpse, a cruelly delighted smile curling at the corners of his mouth like a hunter looking down at its dying prey. With a gentle wave of his hand, he stored the bladefin frenzy shark's body into the infinite storage space. "Human, you." The illusory spirit jellyfish's voice trembled, its semi-transparent tentacles flailing wildly, revealing its inner panic. The thunder spirit giant crab also let out a low growl, its massive pincers swinging wildly, its beastly eyes filled with fear. Before they could finish their words, Li Chen's eyes suddenly shone with a vast, star-like light. Two streams of mental power, like two ferocious tigers, instantly pierced into the minds of the two ferocious beasts. They felt as if their heads were being stabbed by countless steel needles simultaneously, a sharp pain crashing over them like a storm. Their entire bodies displayed extreme agony. Their massive forms twisted and rolled on the ground, emitting piercing cries. Seconds passed, and the lower-ranked thunder spirit giant crab could no longer hold on. After a spasm, its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not long after, the illusory spirit jellyfish also couldn't endure. Its semi-transparent body gradually dimmed, its tentacles drooping weakly, and it ultimately fell to the ground, lying right next to the corpse of the thunder spirit giant crab. Thus, the three earth beast gods were individually killed by Li Chen, the entire process as easy as drinking water. Li Chen looked at the two large corpses on the ground, flicked his wrist, and let out a light snort. "If I can't instant-kill that Sungming Dragon Koan, how could I not instant-kill you?" With that, he waved his hand again, storing all their corpses into the infinite storage space, a joyful smile on his face. Although this battle was somewhat dangerous, the rewards were immense, with 4 different ranked beast god bodies all collected. He secretly sighed in his heart. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, this deal was worth it. However, one of these 3 corpses had to be given to Zhang Jian. This guy had taken so many hits, being kicked around by these 3 earth beast gods, nearly beaten to death. At this moment Zhang Jian, covered in wounds, stood not far away. His once gleaming metallic armor now marred by deep scratches and dents. His breath was weak. He gazed at Li Chen in the distance, who had effortlessly dealt with the 3 beast gods that had pushed him to the brink, his eyes filled with shock and awe. This strength is truly monstrous. No wonder I felt a deep sense of impending doom from just a glance last time. Today, he had witnessed Li Chen's true power firsthand. With the peak strength of a earth martial god, he had faced off against the peak of a sky beast god. The earth beast god level ferocious beasts posed no threat before him, like mere chickens and dogs. Moreover, his methods were mysterious and unpredictable. He could summon numerous late-stage lava stone monsters, as well as the imposing peak-level white giant frog beside him. He had thoroughly realized the vast gap between himself and Li Chen. If Li Chen were likened to the sun, then he was merely the coal ash in a furnace. Then, Zhang Jian's figure flickered, dragging his injured body to Li Chen's side. Remembering their previous unpleasant encounter, a look of difficulty crossed his face. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Thank you." He was grateful to Li Chen for sending the frost frog god to assist him. Li Chen, in a good mood, looked at Zhang Jian's sincere yet somewhat awkward expression and replied, "You're welcome." It seemed that his lesson from last time had been very effective. After a brief exchange, Li Chen waved his hand. The frost frog god leaped to his side like a flash of white lightning. In an instant, he recalled the frost frog god back into the beast space. He didn't explain where the little frog had come from, but Zhang Jian, filled with curiosity, was perceptive enough to swallow his questions. He held back his doubts and refrained from asking Li Chen about this mysterious summoning method. Everyone has their own trump cards and secrets. "Let's go, let's check the situation on the city wall," Li Chen said. His voice calm and unruffled, carrying a sense of tranquility after the dust had settled. The lingering heat and a hint of sharp killing intent surrounded him as he flashed towards the city wall of the base city. Zhang Jian took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of pain and weakness from his injuries, and the two of them returned to the city wall of the base city, one in front and the other behind. At this moment, the scene on the city wall had drastically changed. With the fall of the Sungming Dragon Koan god and the 3 earth beast gods, the invisible, terrifying pressure from the high-level ferocious beasts on the battlefield suddenly dissipated. The beast tide, having lost its commander and backbone, found its offensive momentum choked by an invisible giant hand, instantly coming to a halt. Panic spread like a plague among the densely packed beast horde. The low-level sea beasts in the front row were the first to feel the fear trembling from the depths of their souls. They emitted sharp, piercing shrieks. Their enormous compound eyes were filled with terror of death. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. They no longer charged forward but instead frantically twisted their bodies, trying to escape this hellish battlefield. Roar! Screech! Chaos erupted in an instant. The panicked retreat of the frontline ferocious beasts inevitably collided violently with the beasts behind them that were still charging forward in confusion. Their massive bodies crashed into each other, trampling one another. The sounds of bones shattering and scales scraping. The once surging offensive crumbled in an instant, devolving into a catastrophic self-destructive rout. The beast tide fled frantically backward. In no time, they escaped the farthest reach of human weapons, leaving behind countless corpses emitting a pungent smell of blood and fish lying haphazardly across the ground, creating a scene that was truly shocking. The beast tide has been repelled. The beast tide has been repelled. We held our ground. We held our ground. The soldiers on the city wall, who had endured immense psychological pressure and were prepared for sacrifice, were instantly stirred by this scene. It was unclear who shouted the first cheer. Immediately, like a barrel of explosives ignited by a fuse, the entire city wall of the base erupted with a roar akin to a tsunami. Soldiers waved their weapons, their taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and joy radiated from their faces. They cheered for this hard-won victory. Heaven bless Yuzhou. Heaven bless Huaxia. The base city had miraculously held its ground. However, while the cheers rang out, the soldiers and command staff remained alert. Although the beast tide had been defeated, its enormous numbers were still terrifying. They had merely lost their command, not their fighting capability. At this moment, if they let their heads get hot and opened the city gates to pursue and strike at this group of startled birds caught in chaos, it was highly likely that they would drive these ferocious beasts into a corner, igniting their desperate fighting spirit. Without the support of solid walls and heavy firepower, engaging in a head-on clash with such a large, frenzied beast tide in the wild would lead to unpredictable outcomes. Zhang Jian, the highest military commander in Yuzhou at this moment, and Li Chen, who held the power of the martial alliance, scanned the retreating beast horde in the distance, resembling a black tide. Almost simultaneously, they raised their wrists and tapped their communication wristbands. Order! All mobile forces within the base cities of Yuzhou, set out immediately. All air defense missile positions and long-range artillery positions focus on searching the river basins. Once the beast tide is spotted, quickly cover them with fire. Delay their retreat speed. Deploy all available aerial forces for reconnaissance, harassment, and guided strikes. We must keep a tight grip on this route. They must not be allowed to retreat back to the sea easily. The two issued clear commands rapidly. Yuzhou was not a place where these beasts could come and go as they pleased. They must pay a heavier price for this raid. Just as the two finished their communication, the thunderous cheers from the city wall had not yet subsided. Buzz! A gentle yet immensely powerful aura descended. A holy white light flickered in the near sky above the city wall, and the figure of the mysterious and powerful holy light armored warrior had already landed steadily before Li Chen and Zhang Jian. The excited cheers from the city wall seemed to have been paused, falling into a sudden silence. Countless gazes of awe, curiosity, and gratitude focused on this strong figure who had turned the tide and slain the peak dragon god of the heavenly beasts. Before Li Chen and Zhang Jian could ask or express their thanks, a faint mechanical sound of disengagement was heard. The holy light battle armor covering the warrior's head flowed away like water to the sides, retracting to the neck, revealing a weathered face beneath. That face, perhaps unfamiliar to many young soldiers, was like thunder in the minds of some long-serving officers and warriors. He wore a gentle yet authoritative smile, his gaze slowly sweeping over the bloodied soldiers on the city wall. His steady voice resonated in the silent city, carrying a reassuring and powerful presence. After many years, my sons of Yuzhou, you have worked hard. Is it you? Zhang Jian felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, standing frozen in place. He stared intently at the true visage revealed in the holy light. His breath catching. This face was strangely familiar yet deeply etched in memory. It was the very face he had seen countless times in the military's top-secret files and the Hall of Honor. Impossible, how could this be? Zhang Jian instinctively rubbed his eyes hard, his voice trembling with disbelief, fearing that this was merely an illusion after the battle. No wonder he felt an unshakable familiarity with that figure in the holy light during the fight, a stirring deeply rooted in the bloodline memory. This mysterious powerhouse who had turned the tide was none other than the former Grand Marshal Zhao Wuliang, the peak of the heavenly martial god, who had been confirmed to have fallen by the military years ago and was regarded as a monument and regret by countless soldiers. Since Zhao Wuliang's fall, the military of Huaxia has lost its pillar of strength. According to his will and the iron laws of the military during his lifetime, the title of Grand Marshal, which symbolizes the highest martial power and command of Huaxia, has remained in limbo until a new heavenly martial god appears. Even the strong individuals who later took over his position and managed the military only dared to call themselves marshal, with no one daring to overstep the grand title. Only those who truly break through to the realm of the heavenly martial god are qualified to inherit this heavy title and responsibility. Who would have thought that this legendary Grand Marshal, mourned and remembered by countless people, was still alive and, at this moment, descended like a divine weapon to save the perilous Yuzhou? It's me! Zhao Wuliang's deep and resonant voice rang out. Looking at the visibly trembling Zhang Jian, who was overwhelmed with excitement, and the countless gazes from the city wall filled with awe and immense questions, a complex smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry to have worried you. The situation has been special over the years, involving a lot, and it can't be explained in just a few words. His gaze swept over the scarred city wall and the bloodied warriors, making his apology seem particularly sincere. You? Zhang Jian's lips trembled. He suddenly straightened his back, which had almost been crushed by pain, and with almost no hesitation, he raised a standard military salute with all his strength. Overwhelmed with emotion, the muscles in his flushed face twitched slightly, his eyes instantly reddened, and the tears he had been holding back were on the verge of spilling over. His voice choked with heartfelt emotion. He said, I'm just glad you're alive. Witnessing this Grand Marshal, who was like a spiritual totem, rise from the dead and stand before him, the ecstatic joy of having him back overshadowed even the fact that he had survived this battle. Isn't that the legendary heavenly martial god from the military who was said to have fallen? LAIR's deception is truly remarkable. Chen, who had been standing by with his arms crossed, now felt a storm of emotions rising within him. As a senior member of the Martial Alliance, he naturally had some understanding of Zhao Wuliang's information. This legendary Grand Marshal had once fallen into a deadly trap set by ferocious beasts, surrounded by several peak heavenly beast gods. It was ultimately confirmed that he had exhausted his strength and perished, leaving no trace behind. How he managed to survive was a mystery to him as well. Could this be a carefully planned layout that LAIR had anticipated all along? It doesn't seem likely. Chen pondered. If it were a layout, the cost to the military forces would be quite high. There must be some unknown secrets involved. His gaze towards Zhao Wuliang, beyond the initial shock, now held more curiosity and depth. Zhao Wuliang raised his hand and gently pressed down on Zhang Jian's still upright arm. His gaze fell on Zhang Jian, and a sincere smile of comfort appeared on his weathered face. No need for excessive courtesy, Zhang Jian. To break through to the realm of the Earth Martial God after years of focusing on handling affairs is enough to prove your exceptional talent. The future of the Huaxia military needs pillars like you. This affirmation felt like the hottest lava pouring into Zhang Jian's heart, causing him to tremble all over. But soon, a strong sense of shame surged up. Lowering his head, his voice filled with immense humility and a hint of barely perceptible bitterness, he said, "Grand Marshal, you flatter me. I don't deserve it. If it weren't for General Li Chen's efforts to turn the tide and your timely intervention today, the Yinxiang base city would have likely been breached long ago. My meager cultivation compared to true geniuses." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily swept over the composed Li Chen beside him. A terrifying image flashed through his mind of Li Chen clashing with the heavenly beast god and effortlessly dispatching the earth beast god as if cutting vegetables. And that mysterious ability to summon giant beasts. His voice lowered further, filled with genuine awe. It's truly insignificant. The ability to hold Yuzhou relies entirely on the Grand Marshal and General Li's might. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuliang, a deep gaze lingered on Li Chen for a moment. Without further words, only a gentle smile directed at Zhang Jian. The road ahead is long, no need to belittle yourself. The smile quickly faded. His gaze shifted to the surrounding military and civilians still immersed in immense shock and joy. His voice suddenly rose. Stealing a glance at Li Chen, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, like a little fox that had just stolen honey. Zhao Wuliang keenly caught this subtle change in his daughter's expression, and his heart instantly understood. He looked meaningfully at the two, a knowing smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his precious daughter had long since secretly given her heart to this young man before him. Meanwhile, Li Chen, left out of this sudden family drama, was currently in a state of mental shutdown. His expression shifted from initial confusion to shock upon hearing the word dad. Finally, it froze into a near-stunned state of petrification. Dad? This former military legend, the peak Grand Marshal of the heavenly martial god, Zhao Wuliang, is Zhao Qingning's father? The inner turmoil stirred up was even more intense than when he had just learned that Zhao Wuliang was alive. He had sensed that Zhao Qingning's identity was extraordinary, definitely not just an ordinary elite training camp prodigy. Now all the mysteries were instantly unraveled. No wonder she could casually produce divine-grade rings and energy cores. This was no ordinary genius girl. She was clearly a top-tier rich second generation with an incredible background. Zhao Wuliang shifted his gaze from his daughter's blushing face to the dazed Li Chen beside her. Looking at the young man's handsome and sunny face, feeling the still unsettled, heart-pounding aura of immense power emanating from him, and recalling his terrifying achievements today in turning the tide against the heavenly beast god. As someone who had been through it all, Zhao Wuliang's heart instantly became as clear as a mirror. His daughter's feelings could not escape him. If she had not already been captivated by Li Chen's charm, with her personality, she would never have easily entrusted such an important protective item to a man. Moreover, Qingning's rapid breakthrough from the peak of the King realm to the midstage of the Emperor realm was also related to this young man before him. The more Zhao Wuliang looked at Li Chen, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. With excellent looks and demeanor, and an astonishing talent that was simply extraordinary, he could be called a prodigy. A young man like this was more than enough for his precious daughter. One could even say that Qingning was climbing too high. Remembering the initial intention of sending his daughter away from Sizis to be Li Chen's secretary, he had wanted her to learn the ways of cultivation from this prodigy up close. Unexpectedly, she had not mastered the path of cultivation but had instead learned about falling in love, unexpectedly facilitating this fate. The direction had gone awry. However, this outcome seemed even better than expected. Zhao Wuliang's thoughts raced. Li Chen's breakthrough speed was terrifying. Being at the peak of the Earth Martial God, he could already confront the peak of the Heavenly Beast God. Stepping into the realm of the Heavenly Martial God was likely just around the corner. Once he achieved the Heavenly Martial God status, his identity and position would undergo a tremendous change, and by then, his daughter might not be able to reach him. Opportunities are fleeting. With this thought, a glint flashed in Zhao Wuliang's eyes. He had to seize this opportunity, otherwise, with Li Chen's growth rate, Qingning might not be able to reach him in the future. Ahem. Zhao Wuliang cleared his throat and suddenly became serious, saying, Li Chen, my young friend, we'll get straight to the point. Do you like our Qingning? Ha! This direct question caught Li Chen off guard. His brain buzzed, his mouth slightly opened as his Adam's apple rolled up and down a few times, momentarily unsure how to respond. Goodness, this Grand Marshal is too bold, right? Just jump straight to this? Li Chen thought wildly. The old father personally stepping in to play matchmaker for his daughter was simply unheard of. He instinctively glanced at Zhao Qingning. At this moment, Zhao Qingning was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. She exclaimed, Dad, her entire delicate face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, even her small earlobes were tinged with a rosy hue. She quickly shrank behind her father's tall figure, daring only to peek out with half of her small face, nervously yet eagerly locking her gaze onto Li Chen. She was waiting for the answer she longed to hear in her heart. Zhao Wuliang took in both of their reactions. With his hands behind his back, he wore a knowing and slightly mischievous smile, not in a hurry to urge them on. He simply gazed at Li Chen with warmth. Although he greatly admired this young man and was pleased to see their connection, matters of the heart cannot be forced. If Li Chen had no interest in Qingning, he would never allow his daughter to lose her dignity in pursuit. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only the distant sounds of battle and the whisper of the wind. Li Chen took a deep breath. His gaze swept over Zhao Wuliang's calm yet encouraging eyes, then fell upon Zhao Qingning's eyes, which sparkled with starlight and anticipation. Why should he, Li Chen, be shy? A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. It was a rare opportunity to traverse into this world. He need not worry about whether their future children would be from his original self or not. With his current status and strength, how could he not seek a partner? He was no saint. Zhao Qingning's beauty was indeed top-notch. I like you, he said, his face revealing a candid and straightforward admission. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Zhao Wuliang burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. His gaze towards Li Chen transformed from scrutiny to that of a satisfied father-in-law admiring a promising son-in-law, nodding repeatedly. He was naturally very confident in his daughter's looks and temperament. She was tall and graceful, with an ethereal quality, truly like a fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm. She had inherited her mother's beauty and his martial arts talent. A daughter like this deserved any outstanding young man, and Li Chen's frank admission made him even more pleased. Zhao Wuliang smiled and gently pulled out the blushing Zhao Qingning, who was hiding behind him, almost steaming with embarrassment. He looked at her with affectionate eyes. Qingning, you heard Li Chen's feelings, so what about you? Your father doesn't want to force you. His voice carried encouragement, along with a hint of seriousness. Zhao Qingning, pulled out by her father, felt her cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg. She didn't dare to look up at Li Chen. Her long eyelashes hung low, casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Hearing Li Chen's clear "I like you," a wave of immense joy exploded in her heart like fireworks, leaving her feeling a bit dizzy. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, filled with the unique shyness and seriousness of a young girl, yet it clearly reached Li Chen and Zhao Wuliang's ears. I also, like you. The joy on Zhao Wuliang's face instantly lit up like a bright lamp, even more radiant. He let out a long sigh, the last trace of worry dissipating. He had indeed been somewhat concerned that a young man as extraordinary as Li Chen, with limitless potential, might be too proud and have too high expectations to appreciate his daughter. It seemed now that he had worried for nothing. Mutual affection. Was there a more perfect outcome than this? Looking at the pair before him, he felt they matched perfectly, and everything was developing in the best direction. Upon hearing Zhao Qingning's soft yet resolute response, Li Chen felt warmth in his heart, a smile spreading in his eyes. He no longer hesitated. Taking a step forward, he removed the protective ring he had worn on his finger. He walked up to Zhao Qingning, gently taking her delicate hand, which at that moment was slightly curled due to her nervousness. Under Zhao Qingning's shy yet somewhat bewildered gaze, Li Chen carefully slid the ring, glowing with divine light, back onto her left hand's ring finger. His movements were slow and very serious. The cool touch of the ring against her skin made Zhao Qingning's heart skip a beat. Although I couldn't use it, thank you, Qingning, it gave me a sense of reassurance. Li Chen's voice was low and gentle as he focused his gaze on Zhao Qingning. Without this treasure to bolster his confidence, he was prepared to symbolically strike a few blows and then make a run for it after the battle. Zhao Qingning looked at the ring she had lost and regained in her hand, feeling the lingering warmth on her fingertips. An indescribable sweetness and sense of security surged in her heart. Finally gathering her courage, she lifted her head to meet Li Chen's gentle gaze. Her cheeks were still flushed, but her eyes sparkled with bright light. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward, revealing a shy yet incredibly sweet smile. Li Chen also smiled slightly. Then, with a thought, he returned the energy core, which contained immense power, back to Zhao Qingning's hand. Even though their relationship had changed, he would never cling to what should be returned. Li Chen watched Zhao Qingning's shy yet sweet smile and felt the cool touch of her fingers in his palm. A strong impulse surged in his heart. While Zhao Qingning was still immersed in the sweetness and shyness of the ring's return, Li Chen suddenly leaned down and gently yet firmly kissed her lips. Zhao Qingning was caught off guard. Her clear, azure eyes widened in an instant, and her body instinctively froze. The warm sensation coursed through her body like electricity, leaving her mind blank. But the anticipated resistance did not come. The unique scent of Li Chen's lips filled with a domineering yet cherished tenderness strangely soothed all her panic. After the initial stiffness, a feeling of unprecedented and heart-pounding tingling spread from their lips, accompanied by a hint of youthful sweetness. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a startled butterfly before slowly closing, her body unconsciously leaning slightly forward. Clumsy yet compliant, she accepted it. She even began to cautiously respond to this sudden first kiss. The hands that had been nervously twisting the hem of her clothes had quietly loosened without her realizing it. Meanwhile, this warm and enchanting scene, seen by her father nearby, was a completely different experience. TSK. Zhao Wuliang's brows instantly knitted together, and he unconsciously let out a dissatisfied click of his tongue. He never expected Li Chen to be so bold. Although he had facilitated this couple and watching his daughter find her beloved brought him great comfort, witnessing his precious daughter, whom he had held dear for over 20 years, being taken lightly by another man stirred an indescribable sourness and a complex emotion of my cabbage being eaten by a pig within him. Zhao Wuliang now felt his eyelids twitching and his throat tightening. A nameless anger mixed with a sense of loss lodged in his chest. But now that the two had confirmed their relationship, he couldn't say much about a normal kiss between couples. In the end, he could only turn his head sharply to the side with a face full of "I can't bear to look," directing his gaze toward the distant battlefield still being cleared. He cleared his throat, his tone carrying a hint of forced calmness and awkwardness. Ahem. Young people, be mindful of the occasion. We're still on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to break the lingering atmosphere. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet the awkwardness in his heart couldn't be easily dispelled. Time quietly passed amidst the post-battle busyness and this small interlude, the orange-hued sunset painting the sky in warmth. Dusk fell. Reports of battles from various parts of Yuzhou continued to come in. Under Zhao Wuliang's appearance and the decisive orders of Li Chen and Zhang Jian, the armed forces in the Yuzhou region launched a fierce pursuit and blockade against the defeated ocean beast tide. The battle was exceptionally brutal, but the results were equally glorious. The main force of this massive beast tide was nearly annihilated under the layered slaughter of the human army relying on terrain, heavy weapons, and aerial power. Corpses clogged the rivers, staining the waters red. Only a very small number of exceptionally lucky and relatively strong fish that slipped through the net, bearing numerous scars, managed to struggle through the heavy defenses and escape back to the vast ocean. The sheer number of beasts in the tide was simply too great. Even though many were lost, achieving a complete annihilation in such a complex wilderness environment was nearly an impossible task. Almost simultaneously, news from the Thunder Prison in Suzhou also came through. One of the two heavenly beast gods intercepting the Thunder Prison was dead, and the other was severely injured. The Starfall Dragon Griffin had fallen, and the world-burning Flame Sparrow fled in a panic after suffering heavy losses. Meanwhile, Thunder Prison learned that not only had the Yingxiang base city been successfully defended, but Li Chen and Zhao Wuliang had also joined forces to slay that Songming Dragon Koan God and three peak fierce beasts of the Earth Beast God. After achieving such brilliant results, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally fell heavily, followed by a surge of genuine joy. The sudden attack by the fierce beasts, although forcing Zhao Wuliang, this hidden trump card for many years, to be exposed prematurely, also yielded tremendous gains. It dealt a heavy blow to the top powers of the fierce beasts, directly leading to the fall of two heavenly beast gods and three earth beast gods. In this ebb and flow, it can be foreseen that for a long time to come, the Huaxia nation will welcome a rare and relatively peaceful respite. The strategic situation has undergone a significant change. On the walls of Yingxiang base city, the afterglow of the setting sun stretched the figures of Li Chen, Zhao Qingning, and Zhao Wuliang long. Li Chen still naturally held Zhao Qingning's hand. The blush on her face had not completely faded, but her eyes were filled with an unprecedented sweet glow. Li Chen turned his head to look at his future father-in-law beside him and asked the question that had been swirling in his mind. Uncle Zhao, your identity has now been exposed, stepping from the shadows into the light. What are your plans next? His address had quietly changed, carrying a sense of closeness and respect. The inquiry also struck at the heart of the matter. Today, Zhao Wuliang displayed his might, and the shocking news of slaying that Songming Dragon Koan God would undoubtedly sweep across all sides like a hurricane. Those fierce beasts that had managed to escape back to the ocean would surely relay the information that Zhao Wuliang is not dead and has reappeared in the world to other beast gods. It was no longer possible for him to continue hiding behind the scenes as before. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuliang cast a deep gaze toward the battlefield ruins dyed golden by the setting sun. His resolute face showed no regret over his exposed identity. Instead, there was a calmness and relief after the dust had settled. He fell silent for a moment, as if sorting through his thoughts. Finally, he withdrew his gaze to look at Li Chen and Zhao Qingning, and the sharpness and responsibility belonging to a soldier reignited in his eyes as he spoke steadily. Since I can no longer hide in the shadows, there is no need to conceal myself any longer. Having been away for so long, it is time to once again raise that flag and return to where I should be. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understood that the position Zhao Wuliang referred to was none other than to once again assume the role of the highest commander of the Huaxia military, the Grand Marshal. The blade that had been dormant for many years was about to be unsheathed again. In these years, the situation in the military, although I have been in the shadows, I have seen it clearly. Zhao Wuliang spoke in a low voice, with a hint of barely perceptible heaviness and weariness. Since his fall, the military's highest commander who took over his position had done his utmost, but without the presence of a peak heavenly martial god, the military's backbone had inevitably bent somewhat and its influence had gradually diminished. If it weren't for the support from Thunder Prison behind the scenes, the signs of decline would likely have been even more apparent. As the former highest commander, witnessing the loss of the power of the system he had built with his own hands left him powerless. He saw all the difficulties and felt anxious in his heart, but due to the lurking plan, he could not appear to rectify the chaos. Now, it had finally come to an end. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Wuliang's eyes. Today, being able to declare my return with the head of the Tsangming Dragon Koan God means that my years of waiting in the darkness were not in vain. When mentioning the Tsangming Dragon Koan God, the excitement on Zhao Wuliang's face was quickly replaced by a layer of seriousness as he turned to look at Li Chen. It's just that the master mentioned by that beast before its death makes me uneasy. Its motive for daring to launch a surprise attack deep into the interior of Yuzhou. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden behind this. Yang, you are the helmsman of the Yuzhou Martial Arts Alliance. You should know the local situation best. Before the beast tide broke out, in Yuzhou, or rather near the Yingyang base city, did anything unusual happen? Li Chen was still immersed in the transformation of Zhao Wuliang's return to the military and his future father-in-law's identity when he heard this sudden serious inquiry. His expression stiffened. He immediately retracted the relaxed sweetness brought by holding Zhao Qingning's hand, furrowing his brow and falling into deep thought. Unusual circumstances? He slowly shook his head. Uncle Zhao, the beast tide came extremely suddenly, with no prior signs. Everything in Yuzhou was normal before that, and all the base cities were operating smoothly. As Li Chen answered, his mind rapidly recalled recent events. Indeed, there was nothing abnormal. He was still puzzled. The echo of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's roar, filled with awe and unwillingness before its death, resonated in his mind, and the eye of breaking illusions emitted a faint glow. A chill quietly crept up his spine. It was as if he saw, in the endless distant depths of darkness, a pair of eyes more terrifying and profound than those of the peak divine beasts. They had firmly locked onto him. A primal sense of crisis, stemming from being targeted by a top predator, made all his muscles involuntarily tense. It seemed that something significant was about to happen. Time would not be long. But he couldn't guess what it was, and the eye of breaking illusions did not provide an answer. That cold, bone-chilling feeling of being watched, originating from the eye of breaking illusions, receded like a tide, leaving only the aftershocks of his heart's palpitations. Li Chen's brow furrowed tightly, pondering inwardly. The eye of breaking illusions, having only advanced once, is still too weak. That image appeared only for a moment. To fully see the giant eye in the darkness and the truth behind it, I need to advance at least once more. He sensed that the next advancement of the eye of breaking illusions would bring even more terrifying abilities, perhaps allowing him to truly perceive the source of danger. If there are no clues, then forget it. Zhao Wuliang did not notice Li Chen's momentary strangeness and the turmoil in his heart. Seeing that Li Chen could not explain the anomalies in Yuzhou, he had to temporarily set it aside. He said solemnly, "This matter is serious. After returning, I need to discuss it in detail with LAIR." The deep-seated loyalty and almost fanatical worship that the Tsangming Dragon Koan displayed when mentioning its master before its death is definitely not a disguise. This so-called master must not have come from nowhere. I'm afraid it is even more troublesome than we anticipated, and it does not harbor goodwill towards us humans. Zhao Wuliang's tone carried an unprecedented gravity. The existence of that mysterious master weighed heavily on his heart like a giant stone. Li Chen was equally at a loss. The warning given by the eye of breaking illusions was vague and terrifying, merely indicating that he seemed to be targeted by a terrifying existence lurking in endless darkness. And that existence was very likely the supreme master spoken of by the Tsangming Dragon Koan. Is it because I personally killed the Tsangming Dragon Koan, angering that existence? But if it comes to kill me, can I not resist? It's unreasonable. Li Chen speculated in his heart. Yet he felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Unable to fathom the outcome, Li Chen shook his head slightly, temporarily suppressing this heavy feeling. For now, he had another lingering question waiting for an answer. Li Chen looked at the legendary figure beside him, who had just confirmed their father-son-in-law relationship, his gaze filled with close and sincere curiosity. After weighing his tone, he asked, "Uncle Zhao, forgive my boldness. Back then, you were trapped in a desperate situation, and the outside world said you had exhausted your strength and fallen, with no bones left. How did you manage to escape? If it weren't for my relationship with Zhao Qingning, as a senior member of the Martial Arts Alliance, I would never rashly inquire about the life and death mystery of the highest military commander. It's too sensitive. But now that concern no longer exists, I believe Zhao Wuliang will give me an answer." A complex light flashed in Zhao Wuliang's eyes upon hearing Li Chen's question. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting towards the sunset gradually sinking into the horizon. The orange-eared glow seemed to transport him back to those bloody and despairing days many years ago. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a pain that transcended time. Back then, it was a meticulously planned trap. His fists unconsciously clenched at his sides. A suppressed rage that had been building for years seemed ready to burst from his chest, making the surrounding air feel heavier. Their target was never just me. They exhausted all means, paid a huge price, and actually took advantage of my unpreparedness to abduct Qingning's mother, Lu Ju. Mentioning his beloved wife's name made Zhao Wuliang's tall figure tremble slightly. His eyes instantly filled with crimson veins. The deep-seated hatred and pain still as suffocating as ever after all these years. At that time, she was about to give birth, and inside her was Qingning. The ferocious beasts used this as bait to force me into the game. Zhao Wuliang took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and regret that nearly tore him apart. Upon learning that Lu Ju and the unborn child had fallen into the claws of the beasts, how could I care about reason? About the bigger picture. Knowing it was a trap, a den of dragons and tigers, I still had to charge in. They are my life. I followed their demands, venturing alone into that desolate wilderness completely under their control. Zhao Wuliang's voice turned cold and oppressive. What awaited me there was a net of heaven and earth already laid out. 3 peak divine beasts. They never intended for either me or Lu Ju to leave alive. Zhao Wuliang's narration paused. It seemed he needed immense strength to utter the next words. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingning had already burst into tears, tightly coming to her father's side and grasping his arm. Zhao Wuliang grasped his daughter's hand in return, his eyes filled with sorrow. In the chaos, Lu Ju, to protect the newly born Qingning, was caught by that beast's claws. I watched her fall before me, while I was entangled by the other two, unable to even see her for the last time. The immense grief and overwhelming anger choked the voice of this peak divine warrior. Zhao Wuliang suddenly closed his eyes. Tears seemed to shimmer at the corners of his eyes, only to be forcibly pushed back. That scene of helpless despair was a scar in his heart that could never heal. After several seconds, Zhao Wuliang barely suppressed the bloody taste surging in his throat and the pain that nearly tore him apart. He opened his eyes. In those eyes that once instilled fear in ferocious beasts, only deep-seated hatred and chilling killing intent remained. The 3 peak divine beasts thought they had me at their mercy. I burned my soul, detonated half my essence blood, and forcefully tore apart one of their throats. The other 2 were also severely injured, their scales shattered, and their organs ruptured. But I paid an unimaginable price myself, my meridians severed, my organs shattered, my core filled with cracks, even my consciousness began to blur. I knew, my body had completely collapsed, and even a deity couldn't save me. At this point, he glanced down at Zhao Qingning, who was already in tears beside him, a flicker of fear and relief crossing his eyes, just as I was holding the newborn Qingning, who was still crying loudly, thinking that both my daughter and I would meet the same fate as her mother and be devoured by beasts. Zhao Wuliang's voice revealed a hint of excitement from a desperate situation. LAIR. It's old Lei. I don't know what secret method he used, but he forcibly tore apart space, crossing thousands of miles of peril, descending like a deity into that desolate land. He arrived, just in time. Seeing my miserable state and Lu Ju, old Lei, his eyes turned red. That was the first and only time I saw Lei lose his composure. So furious. Zhao Wuliang's tone carried deep gratitude. He didn't give those 2 severely injured beasts any chance at all. With rage, he struck with the force of thunder. He directly blasted them into 2 corpses, avenging Lu Ju. Zhao Wuliang's voice grew somber, tinged with a sense of relief, but more so with an irreparable regret. But my injuries were too severe. Zhao Wuliang shook his head with a bitter smile. It felt as if he could still sense the excruciating pain of his body disintegrating inch by inch at that time. Life was rapidly slipping away, and even the divine healing elixir 9 turns resurrection jade marrow could only barely sustain a breath. Unable to reverse that devastating injury, I felt that my body had already become a hollow shell, my soul was drifting away, and I had even begun to explain my last wishes to old Lei, entrusting Qingning. But old Lei didn't listen at all. Without a word, he directly took out a jade box from his storage ring. When he opened the jade box, inside lay a pill radiating with colorful light, and just the fragrance it emitted made the desolate land around us spring to life. Zhao Wuliang's eyes shone with disbelief. The resurrection pill. Old Lei said he brought it from the depths of a perilous ancient ruin, the most precious treasure among divine healing items. As long as there is a breath left, no matter how severe the injuries or how terrifying the source of the damage, it can forcibly defy fate and restore life. Such a precious item, enough to drive the entire Blue Star's heavenly martial gods mad, even stirring up a bloody storm. Old Lei, he didn't hesitate at all. Not even blinking, he pried open my mouth and stuffed the pill in. This bond of friendship was heavier than Mount Tai. Once the pill was ingested, my shattered body and nearly extinguished life force were forcibly stabilized by this power. The broken meridians were reconnected, the ruptured organs healed, the exhausted source of life began to glow faintly again, and a leg that had already stepped into the gates of hell was forcibly pulled back by old Lei using this divine pill. This life of mine was given by Lei by that resurrection pill. Zhao Wuliang looked at Li Chen, his gaze extremely serious. This kindness, Zhao Wuliang, can never repay in this lifetime. But alas, there was only one of that divine pill, and Lu Ju had already, no matter how strong the pill, it couldn't save a soul that had scattered. A wave of immense sorrow hit again, and Zhao Wuliang paused before continuing. In this battle, the ferocious beasts lost 3 peak heavenly beasts, suffering heavy losses, but Lu Ju perished here, never to return. So after discussing with Lei, we made that difficult decision. Zhao Wuliang's gaze became sharp. Let's play alone. Announce to the outside world that my Zhao Wuliang family of 3 has all died in battle. Their bones turned to dust. Let the world mourn, and let the enemies lurking in the shadows think the conspiracy has succeeded, lowering their guard. and I would take Qingning, under Lia's cover, to completely retreat into the deepest darkness while healing and regaining strength. Zhao Wuliang looked at his daughter, Zhao Qingning. His large hand gently stroked the top of her head, his eyes filled with complex love and guilt. Qingning, she grew up in this environment, and for absolute safety, her existence had to remain a secret. I entrusted her to LAIR, who arranged for his most trusted people to secretly raise and teach her, until she was strong enough to hide herself. Only then did she enter the elite training camp under the guise of an ordinary genius, and later, I arranged for her to be by your side. Zhao Wuliang let out a long breath, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. This is the truth of my fallback then, and the trajectory of my survival in this world for the past 20 years. Listening to Zhao Wuliang's painful and heart-wrenching past, Li Chen felt a surge of emotions. He stepped forward and solemnly patted the solid arm of his future father-in-law, his voice carrying comfort. Uncle Zhao, the deceased are gone, but the living are here. Aunt Lu, in spirit, would surely feel comforted seeing you and Qingning alive. You are not merely surviving, you are shouldering responsibility and hope, living as she would have wished to see you. His words were sincere and infectious, filled with deep respect for Zhao Wuliang. Attempting to soothe the pain that spanned 2 decades. Watching the complex emotions in Zhao Wuliang's eyes gradually settle, Li Chen couldn't help but marvel. The bond between Lord Lei and Uncle Zhao truly deserves to be called a friendship that transcends life and death. The resurrection elixir, a treasure that could drive even the celestial martial gods mad, was used by Lei without hesitation on Zhao Wuliang. This bond was heavier than mountains. No wonder the Martial Alliance has maintained a high level of tacit understanding and cooperation with the military government since its rise during the Great Catastrophe, never experiencing major conflicts and even growing increasingly close in resource allocation and defense coordination. It turns out that behind this lies the unbreakable bond of life and death between the 2 highest leaders. Zhao Wuliang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the swirling thoughts, patted Li Chen's hand, and forced a smile that was both relieved yet heavy with memories. Alright, Yang, you are right. These old matters only add to the sadness. The past is gone. What matters is the present and the future. Beside them, Zhao Qingning had already turned into a tearful mess, now nestled against her father's side, tightly holding his arm. Time flew by. The night fell as expected over the Yin-Yang base city. Yet at this moment, the governor's mansion was brightly lit, bustling with voices, forming a stark contrast to the lingering bloodshed of the battlefield outside the city. To celebrate this epic victory, repelling the monstrous tide, and to boost the morale of the military and civilians after the bloody battle, Li Chen, as the governor, held a grand celebration banquet in the governor's mansion. The mansion was adorned with colorful lights. Huge energy crystal lamps illuminated the courtyard as bright as day. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of food, rich wine, and the fervent atmosphere of survival after disaster. The attendants, dressed in neat formal wear, weaved through the crowd with silver trays. The invited guests were an unprecedented lineup. Deputy Governor Du Qi from the Martial Alliance, heads of various departments from the main branch, and captains of elite teams were all present. Leading the military government was Zhang Jian, who had just been promoted to inspector, along with the high-ranking officers of the Yin-Yang base city garrison and core personnel from the command center. Having fought side by side, especially with Zhao Wuliang's return, the gap between Li Chen and Zhang Jian had narrowed significantly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In addition, those who generously contributed vast amounts of energy crystals to support the city's defense during the crisis, or those who unhesitatingly dispatched the most elite warriors from their families and martial arts schools to fight bloodily on the city walls, such as family heads and martial arts schoolmasters, also received golden invitations personally signed by Li Chen. This was recognition of their contributions and a form of honor. It could be said that those gathered in the governor's mansion at this moment were the true power core and backbone of the entire Yin-Yang base city and even the Yuzhou region. Another important reason attracting numerous local powerful factions to come is the other protagonist today, Zhao Wuliang, in addition to Li Chen. This figure, who was confirmed to have fallen many years ago, has returned today like a war god, the peak grand marshal of the heavenly martial god, and will personally attend the banquet. For many, being able to catch a glimpse of this legendary powerhouse and even have the opportunity to offer a toast is a glory that will be remembered for a lifetime. As the melodious ceremonial music began, the banquet officially commenced. A variety of exquisite delicacies were served in succession by elegantly dressed attendants. The main dish was the high-level beast meat freshly harvested from the battlefield today, taken from the most exquisite parts of the ferocious beast and meticulously cooked by top chefs, exuding an enticing sheen and surging energy fluctuations. The highest-level ferocious beasts even reached the peak of the Beast Emperor. It can be said that each portion is worth its weight in gold, a rare top-tier ingredient. Various exquisite dishes made from rare spiritual fruits and exotic plants were displayed in abundance, all rich in color, aroma, and flavor. In crystal-clear goblets, enticingly colored nectar was filled, with a rich and mellow fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. As the host, Li Chen was naturally one of the focal points of the event. Dressed in a well-tailored dark formal suit, he appeared even more extraordinary, holding the hand of Zhao Qingning, who was also elegantly dressed, looking as beautiful as a fairy under the moonlight. Zhao Qingning wore a light green long dress that accentuated her snow-white skin, her emerald green hair styled up, revealing her graceful neck. Li Chen held a wine glass in one hand and Zhao Qingning's hand in the other. He slightly turned his head, his gentle and focused gaze landing on the beauty beside him, his deep eyes reflecting the lights in Zhao Qingning's figure. Leaning slightly closer to Zhao Qingning's ear, his voice carried unhidden admiration and affection. "Qingning, you look so beautiful tonight that I can't take my eyes off you." This intimate gesture and candid words, though spoken softly, clearly resonated throughout the now quiet banquet hall. After all, they were all martial artists of the king level and above. Their hearing was sharper than ever. Zhao Qingning's fair cheeks instantly flushed with two rosy clouds, resembling blooming peach blossoms. She shyly lowered her eyelids, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a sweet arc. She didn't speak, just gently squeezed Li Chen's hand back. This small action contained 1,000 words, surpassing any verbal confession. Wow! The banquet hall, which was originally filled with clinking glasses, suddenly fell into a dead silence. Then, it erupted with uncontrollable gasps and exclamations. All the guests' gazes were fixated on the couple at the main table, their faces filled with disbelief. The eyes of the family heads and martial arts schoolmasters nearly popped out. They never expected that this young envoy of the Martial Arts Alliance would so boldly showcase his relationship with his secretary in such a grand occasion. This completely exceeded their imagination. Zhang Jian and others also showed surprise, quickly exchanging complex glances. This young man is quite direct. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Alliance, who had already sensed something, wore expressions of as expected. Their faces bore a knowing watching the show smile as they clinked glasses in acknowledgement. They had noticed something was off earlier on the city wall. Now, this scene further confirmed their suspicions. Li Chen felt the focused gazes and the shocked atmosphere of the entire venue, and instead of feeling embarrassed, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Calmly raising his wine glass, with his other hand still tightly holding Zhao Qingning's, he surveyed the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone, taking advantage of today's great day of celebrating victory, I also have something to tell everyone. Qingning and I are in love, and today here serves as a formal announcement to all our friends and family." After pausing for a moment, he watched as the crowd shifted from shock to realization, then began to prepare to offer their congratulations. At the right moment, he raised his hand to gesture for silence, smiling as he did so. "All right. I've said what I needed to say, and I won't waste more words. Tonight's banquet is specifically to celebrate our Yingyang base city for repelling the monstrous beast tide, and all of you are heroes." Li Chen pointed to the dazzling array of delicacies and said grandly, "The ingredients are all sourced from today's battlefield. Starting from Beast King level, there are also many essence parts of Earth Beasts, and the wine is a fine vintage, while the fruits are top-quality spiritual treasures. Everyone, enjoy yourselves, eat well, and drink well. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk." As Li Chen's words fell, a brief silence was followed by an eruption of even more enthusiastic cheers in the banquet hall. "Congratulations, General Li. Congratulations, Miss Xiao. A match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Wishing General Li and Miss Zhao 100 years of harmony and everlasting unity. Oh my, General Li and Miss Zhao are truly a hero and a beauty. Couldn't be more fitting." Various flattering words and sincere blessings surged like a tide. Everyone's faces were beaming with smiles, yet inwardly they were secretly clicking their tongues in envy. This green-haired girl, whom they had previously overlooked, had such charm that she managed to capture Li Chen's heart. Many who had been planning to find opportunities to introduce talented and beautiful young women from their families or factions to Li Chen could only exchange bitter smiles and sigh inwardly at this moment. Alas, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Now it's completely hopeless. Listening to the blessings filling the room, Li Chen's smile grew wider, and he held Zhao Qingning's hand a little tighter. Feeling that the atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened, he raised his hand again to signal for silence. "Everyone, thank you for your blessings." His voice carried a hint of mystery and seriousness. "Next, let us give the warmest applause to invite tonight's most distinguished special guest, the key figure who turned the tide today and saved our Yingyang base city from peril, my future father-in-law, Marshal Zhao." As soon as he finished speaking, the side door of the banquet hall burst open with a bang. Under the gaze of thousands, Zhao Wuliang, dressed in a deep blue uniform, entered with a gentle yet authoritative smile, striding in like a dragon or tiger. His gaze first fell on his daughter and Li Chen. Seeing their tightly clasped hands and the happiness radiating from their faces, his eyes reflected satisfaction and joy. Zhao Wuliang walked over to Li Chen and Zhao Qingning, facing all the guests, his voice steady and resonant. "Thank you all for being here today to celebrate this grand occasion, and for your earlier blessings for my daughter Qingning and Li Chen." He paused, scanning the entire room. The invisible aura belonging to a peak heavenly martial god made everyone hold their breath. "It is my greatest comfort as a father that Qingning has found a good man. Li Chen is young and accomplished, with a heart for justice, and fighting alongside him today has further convinced me that he is someone worthy of trust." As Zhao Wuliang's words fell, the entire banquet hall plunged into a silence even more profound than when Li Chen announced their relationship. Countless gazes instantly shifted from Zhao Wuliang to Zhao Qingning. The daughter of Marshal Zhao Wuliang? This information struck like thunder in the minds of all the guests. Those who had just lamented that their daughters had no chance now had their mouths agape able to fit an egg inside. Their eyes were nearly popping out. No wonder she could become the personal secretary of the general. And no wonder the general would choose her as a partner. It turned out she was the beloved daughter of this legendary marshal. This identity and background was simply extraordinary. This was truly a case of talent and beauty matching. Envy? Now they didn't even have the qualification to envy. This was not even on the same level. The earlier thoughts of the one closest to the water now seemed utterly ridiculous. This was a genuine match of equal status, a strong alliance. After a brief silence, even more fervent and respectful applause and cheers erupted. Congratulations, Marshal Zhao. Congratulations, General. Congratulations, Miss Xiao. May heaven bless Huaxia. Double happiness has arrived. The Grand Marshal's daughter and the governor of the General Prefecture, truly a match made in heaven. Amidst the deafening cheers and blessings, Zhang Jian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body frozen in place. He stared intently at Zhao Qingning, who was surrounded by the crowd. His pupils constricted violently and he unconsciously murmured, "No wonder, no wonder." He suddenly slapped his forehead, a look of realization dawning on his face mixed with deep shock. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity when he first saw Zhao Qingning, as if he had seen her somewhere but couldn't recall where. Zhao Qingning, Zhao Wuliang, they both share the surname Zhao. It seems that the only one who tragically fell years ago was Zhao Qingning's biological mother, Lady Lu. Li Chen listened to the continuous waves of congratulations filling the venue. He wore a smile, but feeling the atmosphere was too fervent, he raised his voice again, casually and lightly saying, all right, everyone's good intentions, both Qingning and I have received them, thank you. But everyone, don't just focus on congratulating us. With fine wine and delicacies before us, feel free to eat and drink. Enjoying yourselves is what truly matters. He smiled and gently released Zhao Qingning's hand, leaning slightly to whisper to her in a gentle tone, Qingning, you stay with Uncle Zhao for a bit. I have a small matter to attend to, we'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning did not ask any questions. She simply nodded obediently, her clear eyes filled with trust and understanding, softly saying, you go ahead. Immediately, she put on a proper and elegant smile again, naturally walking towards Zhao Wuliang, beginning to greet the guests who had gathered around, speaking softly and graciously. Li Chen, meanwhile, scanned the crowd, his gaze landing precisely on Zhang Jian, who appeared to be deep in thought, standing alone in a corner. He waved at Zhang Jian and called out, Lord Zhang, please come with me for a moment. Without waiting for Zhang Jian to respond, he turned and walked towards a spacious and relatively quiet area in front of the General Prefecture. Looking for me? Zhang Jian was taken aback, filled with confusion. He wondered what the Grand Governor, who had just been immersed in sweetness, wanted to discuss with him alone at this moment. However, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly followed. The two soon arrived at the open square, away from the noise of the banquet. The night breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. Lord Li, you called for me, is there something you need? Zhang Jian stopped, looking at Li Chen's back, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry and a barely perceptible caution. After witnessing Li Chen's strength, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he first broke through to the Earth Martial God level. Li Chen did not answer immediately, he simply focused his thoughts. Buzz! A heavy and menacing aura instantly spread out, like the massive corpse of a bladefin shark. With a thunderous crash, it appeared in the open space. Although the fierce head had been smashed to pieces by Li Chen's fiery giant palm, the remaining enormous body and the terrifying pressure unique to Earth Beast God level ferocious beast still sent chills down one's spine. The corpse still emitted a strong smell of the sea and blood, reminding the world of how terrifying it had been in life. Lord Li, what is this? Zhang Jian's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't understand why Li Chen would take out this ferocious beast's corpse at this moment. Surely it wasn't to show off to him? Li Chen turned around, his gaze calmly landing on Zhang Jian, his tone flat as if discussing a trivial matter. This is for you, take it. He pointed to the massive corpse. Today, you single-handedly faced 3 Earth Beast gods, holding on until Xiao Guo could provide support. It was truly not easy, and this is your well-deserved trophy. Gee, give it to me? Zhang Jian suddenly looked up, disbelief written all over his face as he looked at Li Chen. A strong sense of shame surged up instantly. He truly underestimated the generosity of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person, thinking that Li Chen would not share with him. Unexpectedly, not only did the other party remember, but he also generously gifted him the entire corpse of one of the beast gods. A huge surprise mixed with shame left Zhang Jian momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath to suppress the swirling emotions, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude without any false modesty. Thank you, Governor Li, for this generous gift. Zhang will remember it deeply. After saying this, he no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, and with a flash of light from the storage bracelet on his wrist, he absorbed the massive corpse of the bladefin crazy shark. A genuine smile appeared on his face. Li Chen watched Zhang Jian accept it, a faint smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand. Alright, I've given you the goods. And there's nothing else. Go back and continue celebrating. I think you and Uncle Zhao still have a lot to talk about. He glanced meaningfully towards the brightly lit banquet hall. Zhang Jian nodded heavily. He looked at Li Chen with a complex gaze filled with gratitude and a rekindled respect. Alright, the conflict triggered by Suyin had mostly eased. Zhang Jian followed closely behind Li Chen, heading back towards the lively banquet hall. At this moment, the main table area where Zhao Wuliang was seated had clearly become another center of the banquet. He was surrounded by numerous cautious military leaders, high-ranking members of the alliance, and local powers, all wearing expressions of excitement and reverence. Everyone rushed forward, expressing their respect and admiration for this legendary Grand Marshal. Marshal! It's truly wonderful to see you return in person. Compliments and words of worship flowed endlessly. Some astute guests also took the opportunity to steer the conversation towards Zhao Qingning, who stood quietly beside Zhao Wuliang. The Grand Marshal is so fortunate to have such an outstanding daughter and a son-in-law of great merit. Miss Xiao is not only stunningly beautiful but also exceptionally talented, having already become a powerful figure at such a young age. Her future is limitless. Facing these praises, Zhao Qingning maintained a poised smile, occasionally responding softly with "You flatter me." Her graceful demeanor showcased the elegance of a well-bred lady, further earning the respect of everyone regarding her identity and upbringing. Zhao Wuliang listened to these words, looking at his daughter's face adorned with a satisfied smile, then glanced at the returning Li Chen, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The atmosphere of the entire banquet, after experiencing multiple shocks, reached an unprecedented harmony and warmth. Time quietly passed amidst laughter and the clinking of glasses. Soon, it was deep into the night. The lively celebration banquet gradually approached its conclusion. Most guests were already full and satisfied, rising to respectfully bid farewell to Li Chen, Zhao Wuliang, and others at the main table. They dispersed one after another. The bustling governor's mansion gradually returned to tranquility, with only the attendants left to clean up the aftermath. Li Chen stood at the brightly lit entrance of the main hall, watching the last few important guests leave. When he saw Deputy Governor Du Qi also preparing to turn and leave, he suddenly called out to him, "Du Qi, wait a moment." Du Qi paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him, and quickly turned around with a respectful expression. "Sir, you called?" Li Chen said to him, "The statistics of all personnel involved in this city defense battle. The calculation and distribution of contribution values, the implementation of battle loss compensation, and the promotion of those who performed excellently. This series of important matters will be entirely entrusted to you to handle. You must ensure fairness, justice, and speed." Du Qi inwardly groaned, but did not dare to show any sign of it on his face. He could only muster his spirits and bow in response. "Yes, sir, I understand. I will ensure the task is completed." His reply was straightforward, but a hint of helplessness flickered deep in his eyes. "Sigh, I knew it." Du Qi lamented inwardly, looking at Zhao Qingning, who was radiant and had a completely different status beside Li Chen, and then at the awe-inspiring Marshal Zhao. He could almost foresee the heavy and tedious daily affairs and management tasks that would inevitably fall on his shoulders as the deputy governor. How could Zhao Qingning, once the omnipotent secretary, now transformed into the fiancé of the governor and the daughter of the marshal, still handle these mundane matters like before? This thought brought a hint of bitterness to Du Qi's mouth. And just like before, pushing all the tasks onto his subordinates was something Li Chen would likely not agree to. Ever since the last blow from the news of Zhang Jian breaking through to the Earth Martial God, his desire for strength had reached an unprecedented height. He wanted to shed all trivial matters and focus on seclusion, striving for the coveted realm of the Earth Martial God. Yet, the abundant resources and privileges that came with the position of deputy governor were an indispensable step on his path of cultivation. Truly, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Du Qi could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Well, for the sake of resources, I can only work harder in the future and carve out time for cultivation. And Li Chen was exceptionally perceptive. The fleeting bitterness and struggle in Du Qi's eyes, though well concealed, did not escape his notice. He understood in his heart. Li Chen responded lightly, seemingly satisfied with Du Qi's commitment. He shifted the topic, his thoughts stirring. Buzz! A spiral glass tube shimmering with a mysterious blue hue, as if stars were flowing within, appeared in his palm. As soon as the glass tube emerged, the surrounding air seemed to momentarily stagnate, and a pure, heart-pounding wave of life energy subtly radiated from it. Du Qi, who was close by, instantly widened his eyes. His gaze was locked onto the vial as if drawn by a magnet. With his knowledge and perception, he immediately judged that this was no ordinary item. The energy contained in that liquid was of an extremely high level, filled with immense life vitality and a certain indescribable aura of evolution. This is definitely a rare treasure that can fundamentally enhance the essence of life and break through the barriers of limits. Du Qi's heart raced uncontrollably. His breathing became somewhat hurried. He had a strong intuition that this item would provide immeasurable help in his breakthrough to the Earth Martial God realm. Li Chen took in the sudden surge of desire and shock in Du Qi's eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He flicked his fingers, and the alluringly glowing vial steadily floated towards Du Qi. SS-level gene enhancement potion, the top existence among its grade, Li Chen said calmly. It can fundamentally optimize your gene sequence, significantly enhance your life potential and energy affinity, clearing the obstacles to promotion. Take it. It's a reward for you. I hope it can lend you a helping hand and help you soon knock on the door of the Earth Martial God. He was in a good mood today. Du Qi had the ability and had always maintained enough respect and obedience towards him as the governor. Although his personality was somewhat lazy, only wanting to cultivate, he completed every task assigned to him, big or small, with utmost dedication and without any mistakes. This reliability was commendable. Rewarding him with an SS-level gene enhancement potion was not a problem. Du Qi looked at the precious potion slowly flying towards him, hardly believing his ears. A tremendous surprise swept through him like an electric current, dispelling all previous fatigue and bitterness. Almost in a flurry, he sullenly caught the vial, which felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It was warm to the touch, containing a surge of powerful energy. "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. I will never disappoint the opportunity you have bestowed upon me." Duchi's voice trembled with excitement as he deeply bowed, almost to a 90-degree angle. At this moment he had no complaints left in his heart. Although the future will be suffocated by the overwhelming affairs of the Alliance, being able to obtain this long-desired SS-level top-tier gene enhancement potion makes it all worthwhile. He seemed to already see the realm of the Earth Martial God beckoning to him. Li Chen looked at Duchi, who was so excited he could hardly contain himself, and casually waved his hand. "Alright, go ahead and get it done." "Yes, my lord." Duchi bowed again, carefully storing the potion in his storage ring before straightening up. He respectfully saluted Li Chen and turned to leave. His back radiated a cheerful energy. As Duchi's joyful figure disappeared into the night, the bustling General State Mansion fell completely silent, leaving only the faint sounds of servants tidying up the cups and dishes. Li Chen surveyed the empty hall. Confirming that there were no more guests, he briefly instructed the steward standing nearby about the follow-up cleaning tasks. He then turned around, a hint of relaxation and satisfaction unique to a victorious battle on his face, and looked at Zhao Wuliang and Zhao Qingning. "Qingning, Uncle Zhi. The event is over, let's head back to rest. It's been a long day, and I'm sure everyone is tired." Zhao Wuliang nodded, while Zhao Qingning softly replied with an obediently walking to Li Chen's side. The three of them did not linger and left the brightly lit main building of the General State Mansion. They walked along the exquisitely paved stone path towards the quiet villa designated for the General State Envoy. The interior of the villa was understated yet luxurious, with clean and smooth lines, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the meticulously maintained garden at night. The living room was adorned with thick carpets made from exotic beast furs, and the walls were embedded with energy crystals that emitted a soft glow. A faint calming incense wafted through the air. Li Chen released Zhao Qingning's hand and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the deep night outside and the lights of the base city twinkling in between. He took a deep breath. Turning to look at the graceful Zhao Qingning beside him, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver sheen on her smooth emerald green hair, while her light green dress accentuated her graceful curves. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy quietly blooming under the moonlight. Li Chen's heart stirred, and indescribable tenderness and desire surged within him. He gently took Zhao Qingning's hand, his fingertips brushing against her delicate hand. A playful smile in his eyes as he leaned down to whisper in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Qingning, on this long night, with such a beautiful scene, how about we have a little fun?" His words carried humor and anticipation. "Ha!" Zhao Qingning instantly understood this subtle yet straightforward invitation. Although inexperienced, she was already of age and was not ignorant of matters between men and women. Her cheeks flushed bright red, like a ripe peach, even her delicate earlobes and graceful neck were tinged with an alluring blush. She dared not meet Li Chen's burning gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, and her heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest. After several seconds, Zhao Qingning finally responded in a voice as soft as a whisper, almost blending into the night breeze, shy yet resolute. Let's do it." Li Chen looked at her shy yet brave response, his heart overflowing with love. And joy nearly spilled over. A brilliant smile spread across his face, and he couldn't help but lean down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, whispering, "Wait for me a moment." Just as he was about to take Zhao Qingning towards his master bedroom, a powerful and scrutinizing gaze pierced his back. Standing nearby, the heavyweight audience he had overlooked, his future father-in-law Zhao Wuliang, was now standing with his arms crossed, watching him with a deep gaze and a half-smile. He simply stood there quietly observing him. Li Chen's movements froze, his radiant smile instantly stiffening, quickly transforming into an awkward dry laugh. Scratching his head, he quickly said to Zhao Wuliang, "Well, Uncle Zhao, there are many rooms in this villa. Feel free to choose one to rest in. They are all very clean and someone cleans them every day. Absolutely comfortable. It's indeed getting late. So we'll take Qingning to rest now." Li Chen seemed afraid that Zhao Wuliang would change his mind. While speaking, he quickly turned to the butler, He Meng, who had been standing respectfully in the corner, trying to minimize his presence, and instructed, "He butler, hurry, take Uncle Zhao to pick the best guest room." "Yes, my lord," He Meng responded promptly. She had already seen through the situation and felt both envious and blessed that Zhao Qingning could have such a good fate. This Miss Zhao not only had a noble status but also received such affectionate love from the governor. With a proper smile on her face, she slightly bowed to Zhao Wuliang and said, "My lord, please follow me. There are several suites with excellent views over here." Go. Zhao Wuliang waved his hand irritably, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and amusement. Looking at Li Chen's eager demeanor and then at his daughter, who was blushing yet consenting, as someone who had been through it all, he understood the young couple's feelings. The first day of being in love, especially after just experiencing a life and death battle, it was only natural for their emotions to run high. He understood, but understanding aside, as a father, the subtle sourness of watching his delicate little cabbage about to be taken away still left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Good night, Uncle Zhou. You should rest early." Li Chen, as if granted a reprieve, immediately threw out a sentence and hurriedly pulled Zhao Qingning, who was so shy she wanted to bury her head in his arms, and quickly walked towards his spacious and luxurious master bedroom upstairs. His back had a somewhat fleeing demeanor. Zhao Wulian watched the two disappear around the corner of the stairs, shaking his head helplessly, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a relieved arc. He said to Himeng, "Let's go, he butler, just find me a quieter room. Out of sight, out of mind. Let them be." Himeng respectfully led the way. "This way, my lord." Li Chen's master bedroom was extremely spacious, decorated in a low-key luxurious style. A massive bed occupied the center, and the wall behind the headboard was embedded with several pieces of calming spirit stones that emitted a soft blue glow. They could calm the mind and assist with deep sleep, greatly benefiting martial artists' recovery. Li Chen closed the heavy door behind him. With a thought, an invisible energy barrier instantly opened, completely isolating the room from the outside world, ensuring absolute privacy and quiet. Only the two of them remained in the room, and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly ambiguous. Zhao Qingning stood by the bed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding like a drum, too shy to look up. The faint light from the crystal illuminated her stunning profile, casting small shadows under her long eyelashes. Her red lips were slightly pursed, like a delicate flower waiting to be picked. Li Chen walked in front of her, gently lifting her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His eyes were so gentle they seemed to drip with water, and his voice carried an irresistible tenderness. "Don't be afraid, Qingning. I will be very gentle." Looking into Li Chen's eyes, which held undisguised love and cherishment, Zhao Qingning's tension was slowly replaced by trust and sweetness. She gently nodded, wrapping her arms around Li Chen's neck, burying her flushed cheeks into his solid chest, her voice weak yet clear. I trust you." Li Chen's heart swelled with affection, and he lowered his head to kiss her slightly trembling, petal-soft red lips. This kiss was deeper and more lingering than the one on the city wall before. He carefully guided her, treating her like a rare treasure, his large hand gently brushing through her hair, her back, her clothes slipped away like petals. Zhao Qingning's body trembled slightly, filled with the innocence and nervousness of a girl experiencing this for the first time. But under Li Chen's patient and gentle comfort, nervousness gradually transformed into awkward responses and unspoken thrills. As the long sword was sheathed, Zhao Qingning's body suddenly stiffened, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a low moan of pain escaping her lips. "It hurts. Be good, it won't hurt for long." Li Chen immediately halted all movements. Suppressing his own excitement, he patiently comforted her, his deep and gentle voice acting like the most effective sedative. "Relax, Qingning, just leave it to me." Under his extreme tenderness and patient guidance, the initial pain gradually receded like a tide. A sensation of unfamiliar and wonderful tingling began to spread from the point where they were closely connected, sweeping through their bodies like an electric current. Zhao Qingning's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. In their place was a dazed look, glistening with a hint of water and a gradually rising thrill. Unconsciously, she tightened her embrace around Li Chen's broad back. Feeling her acceptance and change, Li Chen finally felt at ease, the long-suppressed passion erupting like a volcano. Time quietly slipped by, arriving at the next morning. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, marking the end of a night of joy. It brought a conclusion to the warmth that had filled the room the previous night. At this moment, the villa was tranquil, with only the occasional chirping of birds from the garden and the sounds of several servants who had risen early to busy themselves. In Li Chen's master bedroom, on the spacious bed, Zhao Qinning remained immersed in a deep slumber, lying on her side, her smooth emerald green hair spread out like seaweed on the pristine pillow. A few strands clung to her lightly sweating forehead, adding a touch of lazy allure. Her slightly parted cherry lips glistened with an enticing sheen, the blush on her cheeks not yet fully faded. The thin blanket only covered her waist, revealing her rounded shoulders and a small patch of skin on her back, smooth as jade. At this moment, she had shed her usual lively and capable demeanor, resembling a satisfied yet weary young spirit, exuding an unguarded charm and cuteness. Li Chen had long since awakened. He lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand, his gaze gentle as water, fixated on his sleeping lover beside him. His eyes were filled with an unbreakable affection and love. Recalling the intoxicating madness and ultimate intimacy of the previous night, a satisfied yet slightly tender smile unconsciously crept onto Li Chen's lips. Although Zhao Qinning was already a mid-stage martial artist, her physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people. However, facing his peak strength as a martial god, honed by countless top-tier resources, and her initial awkwardness in experiencing such intimacy, she ultimately succumbed early. Yet, she was unwilling to admit defeat, not only refusing to surrender but also actively launching an attack on him, only to be quickly overwhelmed by the surging pleasure. Li Chen's assessment was that she was both inexperienced and eager to play. The first time had already been wonderful. Zhao Qinning ultimately exhausted herself and fell into a deep sleep. Li Chen looked at the lingering fatigue on her brow. Under normal circumstances, it would probably take her a few days to recover. There was nothing to be done. After all, his physique was too domineering. Zhao Qinning simply couldn't withstand all of his passion during their first encounter. Li Chen reached out, his movements gentle as his fingertips tangled with a strand of Zhao Qingning's fallen emerald hair. Feeling its silky coolness, his eyes were filled with affection. After admiring his lover's sleeping face for a while, Li Chen carefully sat up and stretched, the bones in his body emitting a slight cracking sound filled with a sense of power. He quietly dressed and sat at the edge of the bed. Seizing this rare morning tranquility, he habitually called out in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, triggering the hidden feature sign-in critical hit, increasing the number of sign-in rewards. Sign-in critical hit. Finally triggered again. Li Chen's spirit surged at the sound of the notification. An uncontrollable surge of excitement instantly swept through his body, and his heartbeat quickened a few beats. It seemed that last night had been a night of triumph. Today's luck was also through the roof. Immediately, a dazzling array of notifications, enough to drive any martial artist crazy, cascaded like a waterfall in Li Chen's mind. Received SS Level Gene Enhancement Potion Super Gift Pack 1, SS Level Law Comprehension Pill 1, Gene Transition Chamber 1, Training Amplification Halo Effect increased by 10, effective range increased by 100 meters, Yen Prison Guard's level uniformly upgraded to the peak of Earth Martial God and immediately resurrected, passive talent limit breaking battle soul. Detailed information about various items quickly emerged. SS Level Gene Enhancement Potion Super Gift Pack. Upon opening, you will receive a total of 100 SS Level Gene Enhancement Potions at once. SS Level Law Comprehension Pill. After consumption, it can immediately elevate the user's current strongest first level law or lower level law comprehension by 1 level. Note, effective only for first level and below laws. Gene Transition Chamber LV1, more effective than Gene Enhancement Potions. Entering the chamber can guide biological energy levels for deep transitions, fundamentally optimizing gene sequence structures, significantly enhancing life level potential, and simultaneously improving cultivation realm. Note, current level supports only users at the peak of Earth Martial God, single use only, can refresh usage after upgrading, limited to 1 activation per day. Training Amplification Halo, effect increased to 80, range expanded to 800 meters, can precisely select target effects, freely choose to activate or deactivate. 20 in Prison Guards level. Late Earth Martial God Peak Earth Martial God, status, resurrected passive talent limit breaking battle soul LV1 automatically activates upon entering combat. As the battle time progresses, the host's overall strength including power, speed, defense, energy recovery, law control, etc. will receive continuous enhancement, growing stronger with each fight. When the host is injured or in a state of anger, this enhancement effect will accelerate significantly. A friendly reminder. Items marked with LV indicate that the level can be upgraded. As the series of system notifications finally settled in Li Chen's mind, various items appeared in the infinite storage space. After repeatedly browsing through the detailed information of each item obtained from this sign-in, Li Chen's breathing became somewhat rapid, and an uncontrollable ecstatic light burst forth from his eyes. It was exhilarating. Not a single item was useless, they were all hard currency and strategic treasures. With this super gift pack of a full 100 gene potions, he was free to use SS level gene enhancement potions. The SS level law comprehension pill, although ineffective for his already upgraded second level fire law, was tailor-made for Zhao Qingning. Once her wood law is elevated by 1 level, her strength will surge. As long as there are sufficient energy resources, she can break through to the Earth Martial God realm. And the passive talent limit breaking battle soul was simply a divine skill born for combat, growing stronger the more one fights, and injuries and anger can accelerate the enhancement. The only thing to watch out for is being taken out in an instant. If the enemy is too strong and takes him out immediately, there won't be time to showcase his abilities. The enhancement will be very evident when dealing with evenly matched opponents. The resurrection and upgrade of 20 peak Earth Martial God Yen Prison Guards instantly boosted his foundation. What excited Li Chen the most, almost making him jump up, was undoubtedly the Gene Transition Chamber. Gene Sequence Optimization. Life Level Transition. Simultaneous Cultivation Enhancement. These descriptions thundered in Li Chen's mind. This meant that his already formidable body, which could be considered the peak limit of an Earth Martial God, still had the potential for further exploration. It might even lay an even more incredible foundation before he broke through to the Heavenly Martial God. His strength would reach new heights. In a flash of thought, Li Chen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately spoke to the system in his mind. System, fuse the limit-breaking battle soul talent immediately. Starting to fuse the passive talent limit-breaking battle soul. The system's cold voice immediately echoed. Just as it fell, a strange warm current seemed to surge from the deepest part of his soul, instantly sweeping through Li Chen's limbs, every meridian, and every cell core. This warm current was extremely restrained, with no energy leaking out, precisely acting on the depths of Li Chen's life source. Li Chen felt as if the blood in his body was slightly accelerating at that moment, and his heart thumped powerfully. A combat instinct, etched in his soul and originating from his bloodline, was quietly awakened and deeply strengthened. In Li Chen's keen inner perception, it seemed as if countless imperceptible blood-colored light spots carrying ancient battle-intent runes merged into every corner of his body, perfectly combining with his already formidable physique. The entire process was as fast as lightning, lasting only a few seconds. It didn't even cause a ripple in the air. Zhao Qingning, who was sleeping beside him, merely let out an unconscious murmur, slightly adjusting her sleeping position, burying half of her cheek deeper into the pillow. Her breathing remained even and long, showing no signs of being disturbed. Fusion complete. Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his profound gaze, a wave of uncontrollable ecstasy and sharp, blade-like battle intent flashed by. Instinctively, his 5 fingers curled, feeling the dormant new power within him. His body seemed to have undergone no earth-shattering or visibly noticeable changes, but he could clearly sense that a deeper transformation had already been completed. The activity of muscle fibers, the toughness of bones, the capacity of meridians, and even the concentration of mental will had all been enhanced. It could be said to be a sublimation of combat instinct. Good, what a limit-breaking battle soul. Li Chen couldn't help but cheer in his heart, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, looking at Zhao Qingning, who was still sound asleep on the bed, her brows still showing signs of fatigue, Li Chen felt a surge of tenderness. He quietly walked to the bedside, sat down, and extended his finger. A strand of soft and pure light golden energy swirled around his fingertip. Carefully, he infused this energy, like the gentlest warm current, slowly into Zhao Qingning's body. It precisely nourished her weary meridians and sore muscles. The effect was almost instantaneous. Zhao Qingning let out an extremely comfortable sound, like a little kitten's purr. Her tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Her body sank comfortably into the soft mattress. She instinctively rubbed her pillow and slowly opened her pair of misty, newly awakened azure eyes. As her vision gradually focused, what came into view was Li Chen's handsome face, close at hand, adorned with a gentle smile. Awake? Li Chen's voice was deep and pleasant. Just as Zhao Qingning was about to respond, still not fully awake, she saw the uncontrollable excitement flickering in Li Chen's eyes, his lips curving into a brilliant arc. In the next second, Li Chen leaned down, precisely capturing her slightly parted, still drowsy, soft red lips. He pressed a kiss filled with the breath of morning and overflowing joy. This sudden passion made Zhao Qingning's eyes widen in an instant, her mind going blank again, and her body stiffened slightly. But soon, the familiar warm touch and overflowing love enveloped her. She sweetly murmured in her heart, this big fool, really, after tossing and turning all night, still not satisfied, and now in the early morning. But feeling Li Chen's pure love and joy, all that surged in her heart was overwhelming happiness and attachment. Zhao Qingning not only did not resist but shyly closed her eyes, clumsily yet sweetly responding to this vibrant morning kiss. Her arms also quietly wrapped around Li Chen's neck. Couples who have just fallen in love are always like this, wishing they could stick together every moment. Li Chen and Zhao Qingning were no exception. The two of them cuddled on the spacious and comfortable bed for quite a while, sharing whispers and sweet kisses in the morning. It wasn't until the birds outside chirped more vigorously that they reluctantly got up. With a thought, Li Chen silently lifted the invisible barrier that enveloped the room. Holding Zhao Qingning's hand, he walked out of the master bedroom. Zhao Qingning had already changed into her casual clothes, but the blush on her fair cheeks still lingered, not completely faded. She slightly lowered her head, yet the corners of her mouth held an undeniable sweet smile. Occasionally, when she glanced up at Li Chen, her eyes sparkled with affection. As they stepped into the bright dining room where they usually had meals, they saw Zhao Wuliang already seated at the head of the long dining table, leisurely having his breakfast. Hearing the noise, Zhao Wuliang looked up, his gaze sweeping over the two who were stuck together like conjoined twins. His eyes lingered for a moment on his daughter, who appeared radiant yet slightly languid, and the faint red mark on her neck. Zhao Wuliang's hand holding the spoon paused slightly. His expression turned deep and complex, carrying a scrutinizing look that suggested he understood everything as someone who had been there before. As a peak expert of the heavenly martial god, he naturally couldn't miss the energy barrier that isolated the master bedroom last night. Seeing his daughter's current state and the lingering blush, he could almost imagine what had happened last night and this morning. His gaze finally settled on Li Chen, carrying a hint of barely perceptible helplessness and a warning of take it easy, kid. But looking at the genuine happiness in his daughter's eyes, he ultimately just sighed softly, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Good morning, Uncle Zhou. Li Chen was the first to greet. Feeling Zhao Wuliang's penetrating gaze, especially the father-in-law warning it carried, his bright smile momentarily stiffened, quickly transforming into a slightly awkward dry laugh as he rubbed his nose. Beside him, Zhao Qingning was so shy that she wished she could bury her face in Li Chen's shoulder, softly echoing, Dad, good morning. Good morning. Zhao Wuliang replied lightly, his tone revealing little emotion as he continued to stir the spirit rice porridge in his bowl. But the slightly tense line of his jaw betrayed a hint of that subtle fatherly emotion deep within him. Li Chen pulled the almost ostrich-like Zhao Qingning to sit down opposite Zhao Wuliang and waved to the maid standing nearby, signaling for 2 hearty breakfasts. Sir, miss, be careful, it's hot. Just as the steaming, fragrant breakfast was served on the table, Zhao Wuliang finally looked up again. His gaze fell on Zhao Qingning, who was sipping spirit fruit juice. His tone filled with concern and a hint of admonition. Ah, young. His voice was steady but pointed. This girl Qingning is still a bit too weak in front of you. It's good for young people to have abundant energy, but they also need to understand moderation and take things step by step. Zhao Wuliang paused, noticing Li Chen's suddenly awkward expression, and added, his tone softening a bit, don't just rely on your strong physique and forget to hold back, or you'll tire her out. As Zhao Wuliang's words fell, the air in the dining room seemed to freeze for a moment. Not to mention Zhao Qingning, who was usually shy and had a very thin skin. At this moment, she looked like a steamed shrimp, her ears flushed all the way to her neck, wishing she could bury her face in the steaming bowl of spirit rice porridge in front of her, her hand holding the spoon trembling slightly. She even held her breath. Even Li Chen, who usually had a thicker skin, felt a rare flush of embarrassment on his cheeks at this moment. He instinctively cleared his throat, his gaze drifting for a moment before refocusing, carrying a hint of awkwardness and sincerity as he quickly expressed himself, all right, Uncle Zhao, you're right. You'll remember, I will definitely pay attention to the limits. I will restrain myself. His voice was a bit lower than usual, carrying a hint of barely perceptible dryness. The confidence that usually showed no fear was now replaced by a subtle obedience in the face of the future father-in-law's scrutiny. Standing beside him were the well-trained maids, who originally maintained a composed demeanor, now bowing their heads even lower. Their gazes were fixed on their own toes, their postures appearing more respectful and stiff, striving to minimize their presence. They wore expressions that conveyed, "We didn't hear anything." The entire dining room was quiet, save for the faint clinking of cutlery. Zhao Wuliang observed Li Chen's slightly awkward yet proper response, then glanced at his daughter, who looked as if she wished to sink into the ground. He let out a soft through his nose. Ultimately, he said nothing more. The three of them remained in this subtly awkward yet warm atmosphere unique to family, continuing to enjoy this breakfast that felt a bit complex. After breakfast, Zhao Wuliang set down his silver spoon, producing a crisp sound. He looked up at Li Chen, his tone returning to its usual calmness. "It's getting late. I should be on my way. The command headquarters has been waiting for me since they heard my news." He paused here, his expression turning serious. "Yang, you must be extra cautious in Yuzhou in the near future. The dark hand hiding behind the fierce beasts will not simply give up after this failed scheme. It is certainly brewing a more insane revenge, so remember to be careful." Upon hearing this, the remnants of embarrassment on Li Chen's face vanished instantly, replaced by solemnity. He straightened his back. "I understand, Uncle Zhao. I will be on guard from now on." The alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. Indeed, Yuzhou is located in the heart of Huaxia with strict defenses, making it difficult for fierce beasts to invade. However, the eye of breaking delusion had caught a cold gaze from the endless abyss in a fleeting glance, like a maggot clinging to a bone, bringing him immense pressure. The hidden danger had already set its sights on him. Even if Zhao Wuliang hadn't reminded him, he would still be very careful. Zhao Wuliang nodded slightly at Li Chen's seriousness. Then, the serious expression on his face quietly melted away. A rare smile, filled with the warmth and expectations of an elder, appeared at the corners of his mouth. His gaze shifted between Li Chen and his still blushing daughter, Zhao Qingning, who looked at him with concern. And his voice softened considerably. "Since you and Qingning are already in love with each other, as her father and your future father-in-law, I have something to give you." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Wuliang's mind stirred. A crystal, about the size of a fist and resembling solidified lava in a golden red hue, appeared out of thin air above his palm. The moment the crystal appeared, it was as if a miniature star had descended upon the dining room. A vast and pure flame energy instantly spread out. The surrounding air twisted and surged violently. The light shimmered with beautiful and scorching ripples. A heart-pounding heat rushed towards them, yet Zhao Wuliang precisely controlled it to remain in front of Li Chen, not affecting Zhao Qingning or anything around them. Supported by Zhao Wuliang's invisible power, the crystal, radiating terrifying might, slowly floated in front of Li Chen. Zhao Wuliang looked at this divine object, his tone tinged with reminiscence. "This item is called the Fire Pattern Divine Crystal. I went to great lengths to obtain it near a volcano in my early years, even paying some price to finally acquire it." His gaze fell on the burning heaven divine crystal as he continued. "The sheer magnitude and purity of the flame energy it contains is extraordinary. Consuming it will not only inject you with a massive amount of pure flame energy in a very short time but will also greatly enhance your comprehension and control over the laws of fire during the refining process. It will significantly aid you in solidifying your peak martial god realm and even in breaking through the heavenly martial god bottleneck." Zhao Wuliang's thoughts were clear. That guy from the Thunder Prison presented Li Chen with an SS-level flowing flame crystal upon their first meeting, so how could he, the legitimate father-in-law, fall behind? Li Chen was now at the peak of the Earth martial god level. Although SS-level resources were precious, they were somewhat lacking. This divine-level fire pattern divine crystal was the most suitable and meaningful gift he could offer. He hoped this divine crystal would help Li Chen grow faster and soon step into the supreme realm of the heavenly martial god. Li Chen's gaze was completely captivated by the floating fire pattern divine crystal before him, and he was instantly overjoyed. The liquid flames flowing within and the dark golden patterns emitted a tremendous allure that made the very essence of the fire laws within him cheer with excitement. The purest flame energy within was an irresistible treasure for him, a peak earth martial god specializing in fire. A surge of ecstasy and deep gratitude instantly filled his chest. With this divine crystal, along with the gene transition chamber he had just signed in for, an incredibly confident light burst forth from Li Chen's eyes. The realm of the heavenly martial god was already within reach, and he was determined to obtain it. "Thank." Li Chen had just uttered a word. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the surging emotions and looked earnestly at Zhao Wuliang, ready to express his gratitude. Sitting in the main seat, Zhao Wuliang took in Li Chen's nearly overflowing excitement, gratitude, and soaring fighting spirit. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a bit more, filled with the satisfaction of an elder witnessing a junior receiving something they desired, as he nodded slightly, his eyes full of expectation. However, he did not show favoritism. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Zhao Wuliang's thoughts shifted again. He raised his other hand, and a small space above it rippled slightly. A diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of a baby's fist, with a warm jade-like hue and a green halo flowing within as if it were alive, appeared out of thin air. Buzz! A life force, vastly different from that of the fire pattern divine crystal yet equally magnificent, instantly spread out. It was as if the essence of an entire primordial forest had been condensed and the dragon domains would attribute energy surged like a gentle tide, instantly filling the entire restaurant space. The air became incredibly fresh, carrying the fragrance of newly sprouted grass and trees, even causing a few decorative spirit plants nearby to visibly stretch their branches and leaves. This vibrant energy was also precisely controlled by Zhao Wuliang, gently surrounding Zhao Qingning. Supported by an invisible force, the Kanglinwood marrow, radiating a rich life brilliance, slowly floated before Zhao Qingning. Zhao Wuliang's gaze fell on his daughter. His voice was gentle as he said, "Qingning, this is yours. This is Kanglinwood marrow, the essence of the divine wood source. Perfectly suited to your physique and the laws of wood. Once you reach the peak of the emperor level and find a stable, energy-rich opportunity to absorb and refine it, I believe that with this divine object as a foundation, combined with your own accumulation and comprehension, breaking through the earth martial god bottleneck will not be difficult. I await your good news." Zhao Wuliang's tone was firm, filled with confidence in his daughter's martial talent. Although she was far from being as monstrous as Li Chen, she still easily surpassed many normal prodigies. This was due to the powerful bloodline from him and Zhao Qingning's mother. Zhao Qingning looked at the Kanglinwood marrow before her, which resonated perfectly with her aura, and her azure eyes instantly sparkled with surprise. She wouldn't be polite with her father. With a small hand outstretched, she quickly snatched the green crystal into her storage ring, as if afraid it would fly away if she hesitated for even a second. "Thank you, Dad." Zhao Qingning looked up, her face beaming with a happy smile, her voice crisp and a bit coy. "You're the best, Dad. The best dad in the world." She generously showered him with sweet compliments, her eyes filled with dependence and joy. Zhao Wuliang felt a warmth in his heart at his daughter's endearing praise. A barely audible hum escaped his nose, carrying a hint of "I suppose you still have a bit of conscience, girl." Yet, a fleeting warmth of appreciation quickly swept through his eyes. In this world, the only one capable of eliciting such a reaction from him, a peak heavenly martial god, was probably this precious daughter of his. Beside him, Li Chen watched this scene, a warm current surging in his heart. Zhao Wuliang truly held deep affection and loyalty towards him. Not only had he not demanded the incredibly precious Sangming Dragon Kun's divine corpse, but he hadn't even mentioned it, instead bestowing upon him this invaluable fire pattern divine crystal, which could help him break through to the heavenly martial god realm. Coupled with the fact that he and Zhao Qingning had already declared their feelings for each other, this kindness and recognition stirred something profound within Li Chen. Looking at Zhao Wuliang's gentle yet silently expectant gaze, and then at the charmingly smiling Zhao Qingning beside him, an impulse surged in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated, addressing Zhao Wuliang with an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of shyness in his altered form of address. "Thank you, Dad." He had originally intended to call him Uncle Zhao, but as the words reached his lips, meeting Zhao Wuliang's deep and encouraging gaze, he instantly swallowed that uncle back. In its place was a term filled with respect and familial affection. This single "dad" made Zhao Wuliang's smile widen instantly, satisfaction evident in his dignified brows. Zhao Qingning turned to look at Li Chen in surprise, her eyes sparkling, sweetness almost overflowing. Zhao Wuliang responded steadily. Though brief, his reply carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. It contained complete acceptance and recognition of Li Chen's address, along with a profound meaning of entrusting his daughter. The last trace of scrutiny in his eyes transformed entirely into the kindness of an elder. What needed to be conveyed had been conveyed, and the generous gift had been given. Zhao Wuliang no longer delayed, giving the two a few simple reminders to stay safe and practice diligently before standing up. "Alright, it's getting late, I must set off." He adjusted his collar and stepped towards the front yard of the villa. Naturally, Li Chen and Zhao Qingning followed closely behind to see him off. As the three stepped out of the villa's main gate and into the open area of the front yard, the light above suddenly twisted. Immediately after, a massive object, streamlined in matte dark gray, with sharp lines like a blade, far larger than an ordinary aircraft, silently hovered dozens of meters in the air as if tearing through space. It emitted no roar of conventional engines, only a deep, unsettling energy hum resonating in the air. The surface of the aircraft flowed with faint energy patterns, exuding a cold, powerful, and domineering aura that looked down upon everything. It was Zhao Wuliang's exclusive vehicle, a divine-class warplane far exceeding the SSS level, named Dawn. Zhao Wuliang turned around, his steady gaze landing on Li Chen. "Take good care of Qingning, he'll head back to the military command headquarters now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning immediately pouted in dissatisfaction, her azure eyes filled with playful reproach. "Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Stop treating me like a little kid." She stomped her foot in a small protest. Zhao Wuliang, upon hearing this, merely revealed a faint yet incredibly tolerant smile without rebutting. In his heart, no matter how much his daughter's strength and age grew, the image of that little girl who needed his protection would never change. At this moment, the Dawn warplane had silently and steadily landed on the front yard's lawn, accompanied by an extremely faint sound, like the release of air pressure, a hiss. The heavy cabin door smoothly slid open upwards. "I'm leaving," Zhao Wuliang said succinctly. His gaze lingered briefly on Li Chen and Zhao Qingning's faces, containing a silent farewell. After many years apart, he missed those old comrades he had fought alongside dearly, but due to special reasons, he had been unable to show himself. Now it was time to return to the responsibilities he bore and embrace those long-missed faces once again. Before his words had fully faded, Zhao Wuliang's figure shifted slightly. The entire person seemed to transform into a condensed beam of light, moving so fast that it left only a fleeting afterimage on the retina. It precisely entered the open cabin door of the fighter jet. Almost simultaneously, the cabin door silently and seamlessly closed. A faint rumble emanated from the engine core of the Dawn fighter, deep and powerful. The massive fuselage gracefully ascended and smoothly turned. It then became a gray lightning bolt tearing through the sky, racing towards the direction of Suzhou. In the blink of an eye, it vanished beyond the distant horizon. Inside the main control room of the fighter jet, Zhao Wuliang sat upright in a wide command chair. His deep gaze pierced through the large porthole, staring at the rapidly shrinking outline of the villa that held his daughter's happiness, which ultimately disappeared from view. A rare softness filled with satisfaction and relief quietly swept across his resolute face. Although this trip had cost him 2 incredibly precious divine-level resources, he felt no regret in his heart. One was given to his beloved daughter. The other was bestowed upon his future son-in-law, who was full of potential and worthy of trust. Not to mention that this trip to Yuzhou not only successfully eliminated the great threat of the Tsungming Dragon Koan, but unexpectedly picked up Li Chen, a son-in-law who satisfied him immensely. This heavy harvest far exceeded expectations? Inside the villa, it was not until the Dawn fighter completely disappeared at the end of the azure sky, leaving no trace behind, that Li Chen slowly withdrew his gaze. Naturally, he reached out and gently held Zhao Qingning's soft, cool little hand. Qingning, I'm ready to absorb and refine the fire pattern divine crystal that Dad gave me right now to break through to the heavenly martial god realm. Ha! Zhao Qingning suddenly turned her head at his words. Her emerald eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Her face filled with incredulous shock. Breakthrough to the heavenly martial god? This information exploded in her mind like thunder. She clearly remembered that just about a month ago, when Li Chen first revealed his strength in the public eye of Huaxia, he seemed to only be at the early stage of the earth martial god, right? How long has it been since then? In just 1 month, to cross the barrier of a major realm and directly challenge the legendary heavenly martial god realm? This was beyond what could be described as fast. This was simply a speed that tore apart common sense. What astonished her even more was that she had hardly seen Li Chen engage in the closed-door training like other martial artists. The immense impact left her brain somewhat numb. Wait! Zhao Qingning seemed to suddenly think of something, and she quickly released Li Chen's hand. She stepped forward, lightly tiptoeing. Her small hands unceremoniously cupped Li Chen's face, gently kneading it like dough. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity and exploration. Darling, let me see how you turned out like this. How can the so-called top talents and prodigies be so different from you? While playfully poking Li Chen's forehead with her fingertip, she also prodded his solid arm and even pinched his cheek. She muttered to herself, I don't see an extra head, and the muscles are quite solid. Could it be some special physique? Or? Zhao Qingning tilted her head, seriously studying Li Chen. She wished she could examine him thoroughly from head to toe to see how his breakthrough speed was so abnormal. Zhao Qingning's small hands became increasingly audacious, curiously poking and pinching Li Chen. She showed no signs of stopping. Li Chen's eyes were filled with indulgent helplessness. The corners of his lips curled into a gentle arc as he finally gently caught Zhao Qingning's restless little hands in his palms. His voice was low and filled with laughter as he gently rubbed the back of her hand with his fingertip. Alright, my little curious cat, tonight I'll let you study me thoroughly, inside and out, okay? Can you let me off the hook for now? After saying that, Li Chen released his hand. Okay. Zhao Qingning immediately brightened up like a little cat that had successfully stolen a fish. Memories of last night's experience involuntarily flashed through her mind. Her face quickly turned slightly red, and her eyes sparkled with a mischievous yet expectant light. However, she soon thought that if Li Chen started absorbing the fire pattern divine crystal to break through to the heavenly martial god now, then tonight would definitely. With this thought, Zhao Qingning immediately put away her playful mindset and a serious expression appeared on her small face. Her tone became solemn, even tinged with a hint of worry as she asked, Yang, how confident are you about this breakthrough? It's important to know that for martial artists, breaking through realms, especially when challenging a major barrier like the heavenly martial god, can lead to severe injuries if failed, and the difficulty of the next attempt would increase exponentially. The higher the level of the martial artist, the more pronounced this is. The rarity of top-tier martial artists is largely due to the risks associated with such breakthroughs, which are as daunting as a chasm. Many, like the previous Zhang Jian, would rather spend long years accumulating their foundation to pursue a single successful breakthrough. Achieving success in one attempt is the best. Li Chen felt the concern in Zhao Qingning's words, and a warm current surged in his heart. Habitually, he reached out and gently ruffled Zhao Qingning's soft, emerald green hair. Facing her inquiry, he raised the corners of his mouth into a calm and powerful confident smile, his voice light yet carrying an unwavering certainty. As for confidence, it was 90% before, but with this fire pattern divine crystal from Dad, it's now 100%. Steady and assured, 100% confidence. 100%? Zhao Qingning gasped in shock, her emerald eyes widening, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with astonishment. So you're saying you have 100% confidence to break through to the heavenly martial god in one go? If this had come from someone else, she would have scoffed, thinking they were either arrogant and ignorant or just dreaming. But the person in front of her was Li Chen, the one who had skyrocketed from the early stages of the Earth martial god to the peak at an unbelievable speed. His very existence was constantly redefining the limits of martial arts. Just a moment of shock later, an overwhelming trust surged in Zhao Qingning's heart. If Li Chen said 100%, then it must be 100%. She believed he wouldn't make such a meaningless joke. Li Chen looked at Zhao Qingning's adorably shocked expression, leaned slightly closer to her, and his long fingers naturally brushed through a few strands of her emerald hair that fell by her ear. The gesture was gentle and ambiguous, carrying a teasing undertone. He then playfully closed her slightly open mouth with a flick of his finger. Yes, your man is impressive, isn't he? Before Zhao Qingning could fully regain her composure from this intimate gesture and words, a mysterious smile appeared on Li Chen's face, his eyes sparkling with mischief. However, this time, breaking through to the heavenly martial god requires more than just the fire pattern divine crystal. He deliberately paused, creating suspense. We also need to use another very special treasure. Then, without saying more, Li Chen directly took Zhao Qingning's somewhat bewildered hand, saying, "Come, follow me." With that, he pulled the puzzled Zhao Qingning along and turned towards the training room located in the basement of the villa. They quickly descended the spiral staircase leading to the basement. The heavy alloy door slid open silently, revealing a spacious training room inside, with walls flowing with soft energy light patterns. The interior was simply furnished, with the floor engraved with formations that gathered energy, and the air was filled with pure spiritual energy. Zhao Qingning curiously looked around the empty training room and asked, "There's nothing here? What about the treasure you mentioned?" Her emerald eyes scanned every inch of the space, but she found nothing special. Upon hearing this, the mysterious smile on Li Chen's face deepened. He didn't answer directly, but, with a thought, a large capsule with a futuristic design suddenly appeared in the center of the training room without any warning. Its appearance did not cause any ripples of energy or air disturbances, as if it had always existed in that spot. Just now removing its optical camouflage, the cabin is about 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, presenting a deep, flowing dark silver metallic sheen. The cabin lid is a single piece of crystal, transparent like water yet incredibly tough, with grooves that clearly fit the contours of the human body. The base of the cabin seamlessly connects to the ground. What is this thing? Zhao Qingning's pupils constricted, instinctively taking half a step back. Even as a peak-level martial artist, she was startled by this living creature that appeared without warning and left no trace of energy. This method was too bizarre. But soon, her keen perception caught the deep, unsettling waves emanating from this strange cabin, as if it could touch the very essence of life. In an instant, she realized the extraordinary nature of this object. Li Chen walked up to the cabin, gently brushing his palm over the cold, flowing surface that glowed with a ghostly blue light. Turning around, he explained to Zhao Qingning without reservation. This is a gene transition cabin. Simply put, it is far more powerful and profound than the gene enhancement potions we use. Once you lie inside, it will guide the user's life energy to undergo a deep evolutionary transition. He recited according to the system's introduction, as he had not yet experienced its specific effects himself. After hearing Li Chen's description, Zhao Qingning was left in a daze. Her gaze was fixed on the gene transition cabin that emitted a ghostly blue glow, her face showing a look of shock. From optimizing and recombining at the genetic level, enhancing the potential limit of life, it can even simultaneously improve cultivation? Her voice trembled slightly as she instinctively repeated the most critical points from Li Chen's words. Yang, is this thing really as powerful as you say? The immense impact left her thoughts somewhat chaotic. Such a miraculous object, where on earth did Li Chen get it from? From ancient ruins? Or granted by some unknowable existence? Countless questions surged in her mind. Zhao Qingning looked at Li Chen with a complex expression, her red lips moving a few times as if to ask about its origins. But the words caught in her throat. Deep down, her trust and consideration for Li Chen ultimately prevailed. She understood. Everyone has their own secrets and opportunities. If Li Chen felt he could tell her, he would naturally do so. If he didn't, there must be a reason. Forcing the issue would only add to her troubles and might even create a rift between them. She loved him. She preferred to choose respect and patience. Meanwhile, Li Chen keenly sensed the fleeting expressions of shock, confusion, and entanglement on Zhao Qingning's face, which ultimately settled into understanding and consideration. He made a decision. Given their current relationship, if he continued to hide and cover up the incredible things brought by the sign-in system with various excuses, Zhao Qingning might not question him in the short term. But over time, as he produced more and more divine objects that were increasingly difficult to explain, like this suddenly appearing transition cabin, cracks would inevitably form. He could not betray Zhao Qingning's trust, nor did he wish to. Fortunately, he had already thought of a suitable outrageous reason when he was preparing to show Zhao Qingning the gene transition cabin. Li Chen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming very serious and sincere as he walked in front of Zhao Qingning, gently placing his hands on her shoulders to make her meet his eyes. Qingning, actually, I have always had a secret about why I can obtain these items and why I can grow so quickly. Zhao Qingning's body trembled slightly. Her azure eyes instantly filled with surprise, but more so with a sense of being trusted and a focused willingness to listen. Li Chen looked into her clear eyes and continued, "Given our current relationship, I feel I should no longer keep anything from you, even though it may sound a bit unbelievable." He paused slightly, as if weighing his words as Zhao Qingning's small hand suddenly froze in midair, her emerald eyes widening slightly. She looked at Li Chen's serious expression, her heart unconsciously quickening a few beats. Li Chen's fingertips gently brushed against the ends of her hair. His voice carried a hint of mystery. "To put it simply, I got lucky and stumbled upon a great fortune, accidentally obtaining a very special inheritance." "Inheritance?" Zhao Qingning tilted her head. Her hair slipped down her shoulder with the movement. "Yes, a mysterious inheritance hidden in a special space, not belonging to Blue Star but coming from the vast universe, like something left behind by a powerful existence that we can't even imagine right now. It has already completely merged into my sea of consciousness. This special space is like a treasure trove filled with countless unimaginable resources. Every time I grow stronger, I can unlock more treasures. This leap pod, along with many resources from before, were all obtained from there." Zhao Qingning's fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. Her eyes, however, grew brighter. She suddenly leaped into Li Chen's arms, her nose brushing against his collarbone. "So you're not an alien? What are you thinking?" Li Chen chuckled, pinching Zhao Qingning's flushed earlobe. "It's just good luck. I stumbled upon a great opportunity." She tilted her face up. Clearly, she had already believed Li Chen's words, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows under the light. "So, will there be more amazing things unlocked in the future?" Li Chen leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead. "As long as your man is strong enough, you can have whatever you want, but the items are random. I can't control that." Li Chen looked at Zhao Qingning's sparkling eyes in his arms, tightening his embrace a little more, and softly asked, "Qingning, do you trust me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning's face instantly blossomed into a radiant sweet smile. She stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Li Chen's neck, her voice sweet. "I trust you, Yang. Of course I trust you. Thank you for being willing to share such an important, earth-shattering secret with me." Her words flowed through Li Chen's heart like a warm current. Just as her voice fell, before Li Chen could react, two deeper blushes appeared on Zhao Qingning's cheeks, as if she had mustered immense courage to quickly lean in. She pressed a gentle kiss, as light as a dragonfly touching the water, on his lips. It was a fleeting moment. This was her first time taking the initiative to kiss Li Chen, filled with youthful shyness and heartfelt affection. She felt deeply moved by Li Chen's willingness to share such an astonishing secret with her. There was no need to ask about the details. At this moment, all her doubts were resolved. No wonder Li Chen's strength was so extraordinary and defied logic. His jaw-dropping rate of advancement was something that ordinary prodigies or even normal humans could not reach. It turned out that all of this stemmed from that astonishing inheritance from the vast universe, something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Upon reflecting, only such a transcendent encounter could explain everything about Li Chen. And when Zhao Qingning thought of this man who bore a cosmic-level opportunity and was destined to stand at the peak, wholeheartedly loving her at this moment and becoming her future husband, an overwhelming sense of happiness and pride flooded her heart, almost drowning her. Zhao Qingning's eyes curved into crescent moons filled with starlight, her lips unable to suppress a smile, radiating sweetness. Li Chen was equally touched by her unconditional trust and pure joy, the last trace of his worries dissipating. In its place was an immense sense of ease. Looking at the radiant smile on her face, a feeling of mutual understanding and no barriers arose. Although he couldn't directly tell Zhao Qingning the secret of the system, his explanation undoubtedly made more sense and was easier for Zhao Qingning to understand and accept. Moreover, the system might just be a toy casually created by some unimaginable cosmic being. Many novels I read before crossing over were written like this. Feeling the warm and gentle atmosphere flowing between them, Li Chen gently squeezed Zhao Qingning's soft palm. With a hint of indulgence in his eyes, he whispered, "All right, my dear, now I'm going to try out this treasure and aim to break through to the heavenly martial god. Wait for my triumphant news, okay?" The last note rose slightly, carrying a teasing tone. After saying that, Li Chen slowly released Zhao Qingning and was just about to turn towards the gene transition pod when a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. "Oh right, Qingning." He stopped in his tracks, his thoughts shifting. Whoosh! 10 slender tubes, elegantly encased in crystal-like transparency with deep blue liquid flowing inside, instantly appeared in the air. They emitted a powerful and stable wave of life energy. It was the SS-level gene enhancement potion. At the same time, a round pill the size of a longdon, surrounded by a hazy purple glow, also floated nearby. It was the SS-level rule comprehension pill. The two items quietly hovered in front of Zhao Qingning, radiating a heart-pounding energy aura. "These are for you." Li Chen pointed at the 10 potions and the gene transition pod, his tone casual yet slightly coaxing. "Although their effects can't compare to this big guy, you can make do with them for now. They will definitely help you break through to the peak of the Emperor level." He then turned his gaze to the purple pill, his expression becoming more serious. "This is the SS-level rule comprehension pill." He went on to introduce it in detail. Li Chen calculated in his heart. Zhao Qingning had already absorbed an SS-level gene potion before, so her body had a certain level of adaptability. Now, with these 10 additional potions, the total energy they contained would definitely push her physical quality to the limit of the Emperor level, even more than enough. It's worth noting that even with his peak Earth martial god physique, he had only absorbed 11 to reach saturation. These resources were more than enough to lay an incredibly solid foundation for Zhao Qingning's future breakthroughs. After hearing Li Chen's introduction of the effects of the SS-level rule comprehension pill, Zhao Qingning appeared as if she had been struck by a spell, revealing a look of astonishment once again. This many SS-level gene potions? And a pill that can directly enhance the level of rules? Her voice trembled slightly, and she instinctively covered her mouth, her gaze darting back and forth between the 10 floating blue potions and the purple pill. She had already personally experienced the effects of the SS-level gene potion. Just one was enough to make countless Emperor-level and even Earth martial god warriors fight over it. And now Li Chen had taken out a whole 10 at once, like handing out candy. Not to mention this pill she had never even heard of, which could directly elevate her current strongest rule comprehension by 1 level. This was simply a coveted treasure that all rule-comprehending warriors dreamed of, one they would be willing to pay any price to obtain. Its rarity and precious value could not be measured by common sense. Just as Zhao Qingning's heart was in turmoil, unable to resist the urge to ask again if these heavenly items also came from that mysterious inheritance space, Li Chen seemed to see through her thoughts, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he took the initiative to clarify for her. That's right, Qingning, these little things were also unlocked from that inheritance space. Li Chen silently added in his heart. There were still 98 gene potions in the storage space. Drinking them like beverages was no problem. Having a large stock was just that extravagant. But these things are too precious. I can't. Zhao Qingning looked at the treasures floating before her, any one of which could cause a bloody storm. Her good upbringing made her instinctively want to refuse. Silly. Li Chen directly interrupted her words. He stepped forward, cupping her small face in his hands, gently stroking her slightly flushed cheeks with his thumb, his gaze tender. Between us, what's yours and mine? Do you understand, my dear? Zhao Qingning was struck by Li Chen's domineering yet affectionate words, and the little resistance in her heart instantly melted away, transforming into a torrent of warmth. She was too taken by this. Her nose tinged with a hint of sourness, her eyes slightly reddened, and she nodded vigorously, her voice choked with joy. I understand, thank you, Ayang. She no longer hesitated. With a flick of her small hand, she stored the 10 potions and the purple pill in her storage ring. After seeing Zhao Qingning accept them, Li Chen's gaze turned to the gene transition chamber that stood silently, his eyes bursting with intense anticipation. With a thought, the fire pattern divine crystal, radiating terrifying heat and immense energy, appeared in his palm. The crimson gold light instantly illuminated the underground training room, as if he were holding a miniature sun. Li Chen strode to the side of the gene transition chamber, gently tapping a glowing sensor area on the edge of the chamber lid. Beep. Identity verification passed. Scanning life signs. Scan complete. Meets activation standards. Please enter the chamber to prepare for the deep gene transition optimization program. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice echoed within the chamber. Li Chen understood its meaning. The gene transition chamber could currently only be used by flesh and blood life forms, such as human warriors or fierce beasts. The rock life form, the Yenyu Guardian, could not use it. The chamber lid silently slid open, revealing a groove that conformed to the human Buddhist curves. After giving Zhao Qingning a confident look, Li Chen unhesitatingly lay down inside, placing his right hand, which tightly gripped the fire pattern divine crystal, on his chest. The chamber lid then closed seamlessly, enveloping him completely. Buzz. With a low hum, the gene transition chamber was instantly activated. The dark blue energy circuits flowing within the chamber suddenly brightened, like countless awakening star rivers. An indescribable, warm, and vast energy stream surged into Li Chen's body from all directions of the chamber, like the purest source of life. It precisely penetrated every cell of his body, reaching the deepest parts of every gene chain. Li Chen couldn't help but let out an extremely comfortable sigh, every pore and cell in his body rejoicing. This energy gently washed, combed, and optimized the gene sequence structure that had already reached the peak limit of the Earth martial god. He could clearly feel that some subtle, previously thought to be perfect gene nodes were being illuminated and restructured, becoming more vibrant and full of potential. This was a deep nourishment and sublimation of the essence of life. It brought not pain, but an indescribable sense of ease and clarity. Just as this life level quietly transitioned, while his potential was continuously elevated, Li Chen began to absorb the fire pattern divine crystal in his hand. Boom! Billions of gentle and pure red warm currents perfectly merged with the life energy optimizing his genes within. Together, they flowed into his limbs, bones, and meridians. The transition of life levels was proceeding simultaneously. The barriers of his cultivation realm began to shake violently under the impact of the dual energies. Li Chen immersed himself wholeheartedly in this transformation from the inside out. His genes were optimizing, his potential expanding, and his cultivation soaring. The door to the heavenly martial god was being forcefully opened to him under the push of these dual divine objects, and the breakthrough would not be far off. Outside, Zhao Qingning watched the stable flow of the dark blue light from the gene transition chamber, silently praying for Li Chen. Looking forward to the moment he successfully broke through to the heavenly martial god. Then she took a deep breath to calm her emotions. She carefully took out the SS-level rule comprehension pill that Li Chen had just given her. The pill felt warm in her hand, surrounded by a purple halo. Is the effect really that miraculous? Zhao Qingning whispered, her azure eyes sparkling with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. She no longer hesitated. Sitting cross-legged on the smooth floor of the training room, she adjusted her breathing, her mind returning to clarity. Without hesitation, she placed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly upon entry. Boom! It was as if an invisible thunderclap exploded in her sea of consciousness. It was not a feeling of pain. Rather, it was an ultimate sense of clarity, as if a divine insight had pierced through the clouds. In an instant, countless profound insights about the laws of wood, the previously obscure keys to cultivation, and the fundamental truths of the natural world's growth and decay surged into her consciousness like a flood breaking through a dam. Her thought process seemed to be elevated to its peak at that moment, with ideas flowing in an unprecedentedly clear and pure manner. What once required deep contemplation and repeated verification to grasp even a sliver of the truth of the laws now appeared as clear as the patterns on her palm. Moreover, she understood, absorbed, and integrated them at an astonishing speed. Such a powerful effect. It's simply unbelievable. Zhao Qingning's heart surged with overwhelming waves, unable to suppress her astonishment. This feeling was not merely cultivation, it was as if the mysteries of the laws were actively opening their arms to her, rushing into her soul. This sensation of a rocket-like ascent in her understanding of the laws could only be described as cheating. No wonder Li Chen's strength could be so formidable. Zhao Qingning was ecstatic, no longer harboring any doubts, and immediately focused her mind, immersing herself wholeheartedly in this unseen-a-lifetime torrent of enlightenment. As the two of them sank into this deep state of cultivation, time quietly slipped away in the tranquility. It felt as if only a few breaths had passed. The soft light in the cultivation room had already changed, indicating that a day and night had quietly passed. It was now noon the next day. Outside the villa, the weather was fine, and the yin-yang base city was peaceful and serene. Yet beneath this calm surface, a terrifying roar erupted, not from reality, but as if it had detonated directly at the soul level. It suddenly burst forth from the underground cultivation room of the General State's villa. Following that, an overwhelming and tyrannical pressure, vast as an abyss, seemed capable of suppressing all things in heaven and earth, surged forth like an ancient ferocious beast breaking free from its restraints. Centered around the villa, it swept outwards in all directions with wild ferocity. It was no longer a simple diffusion of energy, but a momentum that transcended the rules, born from a leap in the level of life. It ignored physical barriers and instantly enveloped the entire yin-yang base city. Buzz! The entire base city seemed to have been muted. All beings, whether warriors or ordinary people, felt an irresistible tremor deep within their souls at that moment. Their hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. Breaths were caught in their throats. This is, oh my god, which big shot has broken through? It's 10 times stronger than when Zhang Xuanxia broke through to the Earth Martial God. No, it's at least 100 times stronger. It's not even on the same level. It's the Celestial Martial God. It must be the aura of the Celestial Martial God. Has a Celestial Martial God been born in our yin-yang base city? Damn it! My cultivation is too low. The aura of the Celestial Martial God is everywhere, but I can't sense which direction it's coming from. Within the base city, after a brief silence, there was a tsunami of gasps and discussions. Countless people looked towards the source of the pressure in shock, their faces filled with awe, excitement, and disbelief. This power brought a significant impact to those warriors who had yet to reach the Earth Martial God realm. At this moment, in the underground cultivation room of the villa, under the ultimate catalysis of the fire pattern divine crystal and the gene leap chamber's dual divine effects, Li Chen successfully broke through the barrier that had troubled countless strong practitioners, the realm of the Celestial Martial God. The sudden eruption of this terrifying pressure, stemming from the sublimation of life's essence, directly startled Zhao Qingning, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, having just perfectly absorbed the power of the SS-level Law Enlightenment pill and was guiding the energy of 10 SS-level gene enhancement potions to refine herself. Ugh! Zhao Qingning suddenly opened her eyes, her emerald pupils instantly filled with horror, nearly gasping for breath. The energy surging within her became momentarily chaotic. With her heart still racing, she looked towards the gene transition pod, its eerie blue glow now dimming as the hatch slowly opened. She could feel the terrifying aura in the air, heavier than mountains. The owner of this aura was undoubtedly Li Chen. Although she had long been informed by Li Chen that he was confident in breaking through to the heavenly martial god, experiencing the terrifying pressure that truly belonged to a heavenly martial god firsthand was still overwhelming. Her heart was stirred by turbulent waves of shock. What shocked her the most was the speed of this breakthrough. Just one day. From the moment Li Chen lay in the gene transition pod to his successful emergence, stepping into the realm of the heavenly martial god, it had taken only a single day. Her father, Zhao Wuliang, and Lei Yu, both recognized pillars of strength in Huaxia, had taken a long time to accumulate their foundation and prepare thoroughly before breaking through from the peak of the Earth Martial God to the Heavenly Martial God. Each of them had spent years in seclusion to achieve success. She had been influenced by the difficulties and time-consuming nature of their journeys since childhood. Yet Li Chen had completed this astonishing leap, worthy of being recorded in history, with such ease and comfort. Zhao Qingning gazed at the figure slowly sitting up from the pod. Feeling the terrifying aura that was as profound as the rising sun, her heart was still in a state of shock. Li Chen opened his eyes. Deep within his profound pupils, it seemed as if two eternal flames were flickering. radiating a divine brilliance that was hard to behold. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. As his thoughts stirred, the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire Yin-Yang base city like the might of the heavens instantly rolled back into his body, disappearing without a trace. It was as if the soul-shaking might had never existed. Countless tense hearts within the base city suddenly relaxed. However, the awe-filled discussions did not cease. Instead, they grew even more fervent. Li Chen stood by the hatch, not in a hurry to emerge. Instead, he savored this transformative new realm. The energy surging within him was vast as the galaxy, more than 10 times stronger than at the peak of the Earth Martial God. His speed, reflexes, and physical coordination had reached an unimaginable level, with a faint red glow flowing beneath his skin, and his muscle and bone density seemed to have been reforged by divine fire, becoming unbreakable. The domain of fire was more complete and had expanded significantly. All of this was rooted in his powerful, pulsating heart, the heart of Source. Ha ha ha! Li Chen finally couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh as he stepped out of the gene transition pod. His gaze precisely locked onto Zhao Qingning, who was still in the aftershocks of shock. So, how is it, Qingning? Li Chen's voice carried a hint of laughter and a touch of pride as he approached Zhao Qingning, staring into her astonished azure eyes. I didn't lie to you, did I? 100% certainty, steady and sure. What stands before you now is a genuine heavenly martial god. He raised an eyebrow, playfully boasting. Zhao Qingning was jolted awake by Li Chen's voice and actions. Looking at the man before her, radiating warmth like a newborn sun yet exuding supreme authority, her shock was instantly replaced by a surge of joy and pride. Ai Yang, you're amazing. Zhao Qingning could no longer contain her excitement. Like a joyful little bird, she suddenly leaped into Li Chen's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her face deep in his broad, solid chest. The happiness of having such an outstanding man was almost overwhelming. Li Chen affectionately embraced Zhao Qingning, feeling her joy. After a moment, he gently patted her back, signaling her to look up. Alright, my little fan, now it's your turn. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he released her from his embrace. But one hand still naturally held Zhao Qingning's, while the other pointed towards the gene transition pod, its eerie blue glow not yet completely faded. The time for the gene transition pod was calculated from the moment one lay down inside, and just a little over a day had passed since then. The cooling had already reset. It was truly very user-friendly. Zhao Qingning's current state was simply perfect. Her comprehension of the wood principle had already reached level 2 with the help of the principle enlightenment pill. As long as the energy was sufficient, she could break through to the Earth Martial God. Coupled with the deep optimization of the gene transition chamber and the divine level Kanglan wood marrow given to her by her future father-in-law, the triple divine effects stacked together. This was practically a breakthrough opportunity tailor-made for her. With this thought, Li Chen's face lit up with joy. Qingning, trust me, this time you will definitely break through the bottleneck in one go, advancing from the mid-stage of the Emperor realm directly into the Earth Martial God realm. After hearing this, Zhao Qingning looked at the transition chamber emitting a mysterious glow, her heart racing uncontrollably. The shock from Li Chen's breakthrough had not yet faded. Now it was her turn? She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her excitement. But her emerald green eyes shone with an astonishing brightness filled with desire and hope. Just the thought that she could so easily touch the threshold of the Earth Martial God, which once required a great deal of time and cultivation to reach, made her feel a sense of dreamy disorientation. Then I'll give it a try too. Zhao Qingning nodded vigorously, releasing Li Chen's hand and walking towards the gene transition chamber. Taking a deep breath, her eyes sparkled with a determination to burn bridges. She no longer hesitated. With a light tap on the chamber's door sensor, a soft sound was heard, and the azure chamber lid slid open silently. Imitating Li Chen, she cautiously lay down inside the chamber that radiated gentle energy waves. As another pleasant electronic synthetic voice sounded, her thoughts raced. The storage ring flickered with a faint light. The divine-level resource, Kanglan wood marrow, which her father had entrusted to her before leaving, appeared in her arms, its touch as warm as jade. The rich life force, almost condensed into droplets, instantly enveloped her gently. Ai Yang, I'm starting, she whispered, her voice passing through the chamber wall. Don't worry, Qingning, I'm watching over you. Li Chen's voice was steady, like a stabilizing anchor. Buzz. With the familiar hum of energy, the gene transition chamber instantly activated. Zhao Qingning felt a warm and vast flow of energy surge into her body like a mother spring of life, her cells rejoicing. The comfort and clarity it brought made her unable to suppress a satisfied sigh. At the same time, she began to guide the immense wood attribute energy contained in the Kanglan wood marrow, perfectly merging it with the energy of the transition chamber, washing and optimizing her body. Li Chen stood beside the chamber, his gaze penetrating the dense, vibrant green cocoon. A confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The powerful effects of the gene transition chamber combined with the divine-level Kanglan wood marrow were something he had just personally experienced. Zhao Qingning's innate talent was exceptional, and her comprehension of the principles had already met the standard. Now, the energy supply was pushed to the extreme. This breakthrough to the Earth Martial God realm was as certain as a nail in the board, just like his own breakthrough to the Heaven Martial God, almost guaranteed. If the LV1 transition chamber effect is this strong, I can't wait to see what happens when it upgrades to LV2 or even higher. Li Chen thought, filled with anticipation. Then, feeling the ceaseless flow of vast, starry heaven martial god-level energy within him, he felt as if he could shake the very fabric of space with his every move. The moment of breakthrough involuntarily flashed in his mind again. The vision seen through the eye of breaking illusions, a pair of eyes from the darkness. Cold, indifferent, as if looking down on ants without a trace of emotion. An existence above the divine level. Li Chen's expression grew serious. The joy of breaking through faded slightly. The aura emitted by the will that had locked onto him was definitely above the heaven martial god. Otherwise, how could the Tsangming Dragon Koan god, who had reached the peak of the heaven beast god level, be conquered and kept as a pet? The threat was getting closer, and it was clearly not the time to let his guard down and feel complacent. What a hassle, Li Chen pouted, his tone tinged with reluctance, but more so with an inherent defiance. I hope I can come a few days later to give me some time. Let me sign in for another 10 days or half a month, and then we'll see who blows up whom. There has never been a record of a martial artist or fierce beast breaking through to the level of heavenly martial god on the entire blue star. Otherwise, the balance between humans and fierce beasts would have been shattered long ago. It wouldn't be as peaceful as it is now. Although he had never seen it, he could vaguely guess that a being at that level must possess the power to easily overturn a realm, and would definitely not be easy to provoke. There's no use worrying about it now. All I can do is continuously improve my strength, face the soldiers with soldiers, and cover the water with earth. Li Chen suppressed the waves in his heart. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and a virtual page that only he could see popped up out of nowhere. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased by 1 major realm. Today's sign-in count has automatically converted into an upgrade gift package 1. Would you like to claim it immediately? Upgrade gift package? Li Chen's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise flashing through them. He didn't expect the system to have so many hidden benefits. An upgrade gift package for increasing a major realm. Although it was exchanged for sign-in counts, the items within must be better than those from regular sign-ins. Isn't this great? Breaking through to heavenly martial god is just around the corner. Li Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The previous tension dissipated significantly. Without any hesitation, he immediately responded in his mind. System, claim it now. As the words fell, the system's voice rang out without any delay. Upgrade gift package successfully opened. Reward, all of the host's martial arts, skills, and some special items will have their levels unified to divine level. The information was extremely concise, but it detonated a mental bomb in Li Chen's heart. Unified to divine level? Li Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. A wave of ecstasy surged through him like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly overwhelming all his thoughts. Although he had mentally prepared himself in advance, he didn't expect this upgrade gift package to be so rich. All martial arts of the host, some special items, etc. SSS level divine level, starting upgrade. Upgrade successful. As the system's prompt finished, Li Chen felt a slight tremor in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a vast and exceptionally gentle stream of information silently surged into the depths of his mind. This was not a rigid infusion. It felt more like memories he was already familiar with being instantly elevated, transcending to a new dimension. All the top-tier martial arts obtained from sign-ins, the advanced techniques, core principles, and even deeper applications of laws, all seamlessly integrated and were imprinted clearly in his soul. Li Chen quickly closed his eyes, greedily absorbing this priceless treasure of knowledge like a whale swallowing. His mind was highly focused, and a hint of solemnity and concentration naturally appeared between his brows. At the same time, in the infinite storage space and closely adhering to the skin of his neck, the fire god set, transformed into a necklace form, flashed with an extremely deep and profound light. It flickered and vanished, as fast as an illusion. The external appearance of the fire god set seemed no different from before, but its inner essence had undergone a tremendous transformation. It had risen from SSS level to divine level. After a few breaths, Li Chen couldn't help but smile, slowly opening his tightly closed eyes. This upgrade gift package is really something. Li Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart, feeling exhilarated. Now, all his martial arts and skills had been forcibly elevated to divine level by the system. This meant that he had just broken through to the heavenly martial god realm and immediately possessed the foundational means to perfectly match it, even able to exert 100% of its power. His strength had increased again. There was no need to worry that the top-tier martial arts he had painstakingly signed in for would lag behind the pace of his realm's elevation. It was no exaggeration to say that any divine-level martial art or skill he casually mastered could stir up a tidal wave of blood across the entire blue star, let those lofty heavenly martial gods and earthly martial gods go crazy, breaking their heads to seize it. Of course, his mind was very clear. How could he be foolish enough to leak out such a treasure that could establish a superpower's foundation for eternity? Making a fortune quietly is the way to go. With this thought, Li Chen's mind moved, and he opened his system panel. He wanted to see which items had upgraded from SSS level to divine level, and which special items were not included. For example, his eye of breaking illusions. At this moment, it still maintained its original state, unchanged from before the upgrade. Name, Chen level, early heavenly martial god cultivation techniques, divine level burning fire sun technique perfect, divine level crimson flame spirit formula perfect, divine level giant god fury body perfect martial skills, divine level dragon flame burning heaven blade perfect, divine level crimson sky calamity perfect, divine level eye of divine punishment perfect, divine level melt abyss split sea palm perfectly understood, items, infinite storage space, pill gift pack divine level. Divine level Ashen Sun Blade, Divine level Fire God Set, Divine level Primordial Spirit Ring, Divine level Illusory Spirit Pendant, Divine level Gene Enhancement Potion 98, Divine level Spirit Fruit 40, Special, Eye of Breaking Illusions Advanced, Cultivation Enhancement Halo increases by 80 within 800 meters. 20 Peak Earthly Martial God Lava Guards, Divine level Spirit Dew Spring 1, Divine level Spirit Fruit Tree 2, Heart of Source Martial Arts, Gene Transition Pod LV1, Limit Breaking Battle Soul LV1 Battle Pet, Frost Frog Peak Earth Beast God Laws, Law of Fire level 2 Chen carefully browsed through it, and it could be said to be roughly what he expected. Special items like the Eye of Breaking Illusions and the Cultivation Enhancement Halo were not included in this upgrade. To upgrade them, he would have to rely on daily sign-ins. Chen's mind moved to close his panel and his gaze turned to Zhao Qingning, wrapped in a green light cocoon inside the gene transition pod. After confirming everything was smooth, his figure slightly swayed as if merging into space itself. Without causing any energy fluctuations, he quietly left the underground training room and instantly appeared above the villa. His gaze swept over the backyard area below, which had undergone significant changes. The Spirit Dew Spring, now upgraded to divine level, had vapor rising from its spring head, with the spiritual energy mist becoming denser and purer, shrouded like clouds. The coverage area had expanded more than double compared to before, and those two spirit fruit trees, also upgraded to divine level, were even more eye-catching. It was as if they had experienced centuries of growth overnight. Their trunks had thickened several rings, and their crowns resembled enormous canopies. The young maidens, all with delicate features and varying temperaments, were gathered under the two giant trees. Their exquisite faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Oh my gosh! Sister Lin, how did these two trees suddenly grow into towering giants? They were just fine a moment ago, exclaimed a girl with a ponytail and round eyes, covering her mouth in shock. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. Did any of us water them with something special? Another maid with a gentle demeanor and shoulder-length hair looked confused, glancing at Lin Xiaoyue, who was in charge of gardening today. Lin Xiaoyue furrowed her brows slightly, carefully observing the texture of the giant trees and the aura they emitted, shaking her head. No, all the care was strictly according to the master's previous instructions, using spiritual water just like usual, and there was no excessive fertilization. This change is too strange. Could it be due to today's spiritual water and fertilizer? Her tone carried a hint of unease. She didn't know whether this situation was good or bad. If something went wrong, Chen would definitely not let her off the hook. What should we do now? The master and mistress are both in closed-door cultivation. It might not be good to disturb them rashly, right? The ponytailed maid asked worriedly. How about we go find Butler he to report this first? Let's all go together, suggested the girl. Just then, from a distance, Suyaki came running over, her face clearly showing panic, her voice raised by an octave. Not good. Sister Lin, something big has happened. The Spirit Dew Spring, it has expanded on its own. The area has more than doubled. The mist is thick like fairy fog. As everyone was at a loss due to the series of strange occurrences, a gentle voice filled with laughter sounded from behind them. It's nothing to worry about. The changes in the fruit trees and the hot spring are normal phenomena. Lin Xiaoyue and the others were startled by the sudden voice and turned around alertly. When they saw Chen, who had quietly appeared beside them, the maids were momentarily stunned, then relaxed. Their faces were instantly replaced with surprise, awe, and deep admiration. Sir, you've come out. Lin Xiaoyue was the first to react, quickly leading everyone in a respectful bow, her voice filled with excitement. The way they looked at Chen was as if they were gazing up at a deity. They had all personally felt the terrifying pressure that erupted from the training room, sweeping across the entire city. That power made their souls tremble. Although their own strength was low, preventing them from sensing Chen's exact realm at that moment, it was obvious. Just one day of seclusion had triggered such a terrifying phenomenon. Their master's strength had undoubtedly made an unimaginable leap. This was the true definition of an unparalleled genius, a prodigy among prodigies. To serve someone like him was a blessing they had earned over several lifetimes. It was enough to make them feel proud in any situation. Chen was in a good mood at this moment, wearing a friendly smile, completely devoid of the airs of a strong person. He seemed like the big brother from the neighbor's house. I finished my training and just came out to get some fresh air. You all carry on with your tasks. His gaze swept over the two spirit fruit trees imbued with divine light and the Spirit Dew Spring in the distance, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. As Chen looked at the Spirit Dew Spring, he couldn't help but smile. He saw that Little Frog had transformed back into its snow-white, round, harmless mini-form, comfortably floating in the spring water. Its plump, white belly was exposed above the water's surface, gently rising and falling with the waves. Despite the Spirit Dew Spring having just undergone a dramatic change in area, it remained as steady as a rock, not moving an inch. It seemed as if the sky could fall, and it would be unfazed. From a distance, It looked like a white pebble basking in the sun. This guy. Li Chen shook his head helplessly. Since it had performed well in the battle the day before, he had entrusted the task of picking spirit fruits to Little Frog, which he had released from the beast's base. He even allowed it to keep some for itself. Without a doubt, those precious divine-level spirit fruits had probably all gone into this little guy's belly. Looking at Little Frog's contented expression, Li Chen felt good and casually instructed Lin Xiaoyue and the other maids standing nearby, prepare lunch. Make sure to get more of that beast emperor-level meat we hunted the day before, the good-tasting kind, and pair it with some fresh fruits and juices. He had a fondness for the cuisine of Blue Star, especially those top-tier ingredients that contained energy and had a taste far superior to that of Earth in his past life. He could never get tired of them. Yes, sir. Lin Xiaoyue and the other maids immediately responded in unison, their faces showing respect. They quickly and gracefully bowed and retreated, hurrying towards the kitchen. Just as Li Chen was enjoying this moment of tranquility, the entire Yin-Yang base city was stirred up by the overwhelming aura that erupted from his breakthrough. Heavenly Martial God. Someone has broken through to the Heavenly Martial God. Zhang Jian, who had just recently broken through to the Earth Martial God realm and was consolidating his cultivation, was suddenly jolted awake from his meditative state, his face filled with shock. Meanwhile, on the other side, Du Qi, who had just finished dealing with a pile of tedious affairs and was hoping to steal a moment of leisure, also sprang up from his lounge chair as if pricked by a needle, feeling the heavy pressure that permeated the entire city like a tangible force. His heart raced uncontrollably. His gaze, equally involuntary, was locked with immense shock on the direction of Li Chen's villa. Others might be confused by this omnipresent pressure, unable to discern its source, but the two of them would never be mistaken. This powerful and stable aura, seemingly merging with heaven and earth, absolutely belonged to Li Chen. Moreover, it was definitely not the kind of temporary boost achieved through secret methods, accompanied by unstable fluctuations. This was the solid foundation of the Heavenly Martial God realm. One day, just one day, Zhang Jin murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Having just broken through to the Earth Martial God realm, he understood how difficult it was to transition from the peak of Earth Martial God to Heavenly Martial God. Li Chen's speed was simply beyond his comprehension. As for the uproar in the outside world caused by him, Li Chen himself was completely unconcerned. He exuded an air of ease as he strolled into the spacious and bright dining room of the villa, casually sitting in a luxurious chair wrapped in rare beast skin. Worth a fortune, he crossed his long legs and propped one knee up. He awaited the sumptuous lunch that was about to be served. Lunch isn't ready yet, let's watch some TV first. With a slight thought, an invisible force precisely pressed a very concealed sensor point on the wall ahead. Buzz! Right in front of the dining room, a massive curved screen, almost occupying the entire wall and framed with flowing azure energy patterns, instantly lit up. At this moment, the screen was looping a heavy news report that had set the entire Huaxia and even Blue Star ablaze. Breaking news! Dawn of Huaxia. The once fallen war god, Marshal Zhao Wuliang, returns in glory. The highest command of the military government officially announced today, the mysterious powerhouse who single-handedly turned the tide outside the Yin-Yang base city, killing the peak beast Sangming Longkuan god, has been confirmed to be our former highest commander, Marshal Zhao Wuliang. According to the latest news, Marshal Zhao did not fall back then, but instead hid in the shadows for special reasons, silently guarding the direction. Now the king has returned, Marshal Zhao Wuliang has officially resumed his position as the highest commander of our Huaxia military, regaining the title of Marshal. The news footage interspersed with ultra-clear images captured at the time of the bloody battle between Zhao Wuliang and the Sangming Longkuan god on the city wall. Coupled with the host's passionate and fervent commentary filled with blood and reverence, the atmosphere of the king's return was heightened to the extreme. TSK, the military's propaganda is really hard at work, but isn't it a bit shameless? They completely cut out my earlier handsome and spectacular battle scenes, Li Chen scoffed. But who cares, since Zhao Wuliang would be his future father-in-law. Besides, the corpse of the Sangming Longkuan god was still in his hands. Before long, a meticulously prepared, fragrant, and delicious lavish lunch was respectfully brought in by the butler, He Meng, accompanied by a maid. It was neatly arranged in front of Li Chen. Sir, lunch is ready. Is there anything else you would like to add? The kitchen is always prepared. He Meng slightly bowed, his voice respectful and gentle as he inquired. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the aromatic dishes. Very good, not for now. He then elegantly picked up his utensils and leisurely began to enjoy his meal. After finishing, Li Chen comfortably leaned back against the priceless beast skin chair, a lazy sense of satisfaction radiating from him. He raised his wrist and tapped a few times on the communication ring. He sent the news of his breakthrough to the Heavenly Martial God realm to Lei Yu and his future father-in-law, Marshal Zhao Wuliang. After sending, he noticed, an unread message? Li Chen's gaze swept across the communication ring interface, discovering a notification from the Martial Arts Alliance that he had overlooked earlier. His brows raised slightly in curiosity as he clicked to open it. Information quickly unfolded. The content was clear. It was a notification of the contribution value reward for his role as the governor of Yuzhou, successfully repelling the recent wave of terrifying beasts and ensuring the safety of the Yin-Yang base city. When he saw that final number, even with Li Chen's composure, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. 500 points? He instinctively exclaimed, his tone laced with obvious surprise. This amount far exceeded expectations. It should be noted that even if he completely sold the corpses of 2 peak-level Earth beasts, the contribution value he could exchange wouldn't reach this number. However, this surprise lasted only a moment. After a brief contemplation, Chen understood the reason behind it. That makes sense. He stroked his chin, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. What he faced this time was the world-destroying beast, the Songming Dragon Koan, at the peak level of the celestial beast. And at that time, his cultivation was merely at the peak level of the Earth Martial God. There was a whole major realm gap between them. With such a vast disparity in strength, he not only successfully withstood the terrifying onslaught of the opponent but also pinned the beast tied firmly outside Yingyang City. He even managed to hold on until Zhao Wuliang's support arrived, securing the most critical time window for the final victory. Although the glory of the kill ultimately belonged to Zhao Wuliang, the foundational work he laid in the early stages, its strategic significance and actual contribution, were clearly given a high evaluation by the Martial Alliance. Then I won't be polite. In a great mood, Chen unhesitatingly confirmed the acceptance of this substantial contribution value. What excited him even more were the 2 Earth Beast corpses in his infinite storage space, and the real highlight, the corpse of the peak celestial beast, that Songming Dragon Koan. If I sell these big guys, a shrewd light flickered in Chen's eyes. But Songming Dragon Koan was truly a moving treasure trove. Its value was immeasurable. It contained the majestic dragon might that could refine one's physique, scales and bones as strong as divine iron that could forge top-tier battle armor, and the marrow rich in life essence that could be used to concoct pills, not to mention its heart, claws, and more. Each was a rare treasure that held great allure for any Earth Martial God. However, as soon as Chen's thoughts shifted, he unhesitatingly cast these temptations aside. No matter how good the effects are, can they compare to the divine-level gene enhancement potions and gene transition chambers? A slight, disdainful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how excellent these beast materials were, they belonged to the category of raw materials that required complex processing to be utilized. The effects might not even match the divine-level resources obtained through the system's sign-in. In contrast, directly exchanging them for contribution value and then using that to obtain ready-made divine-level resources from the Alliance treasury to directly enhance his cultivation was the most cost-effective and fastest royal road. Especially when he thought of that figure lurking in the endless darkness, already fixated on him, the sense of urgency, like a sword hanging over his head, surged back. Time was the most precious. He couldn't be sure how much breathing room that terrifying existence would give him after that Songming Dragon Kun's failure. 10 days? Half a month? The only thing he needed to do now was to race against time, at all costs. To push his cultivation to a higher peak in the shortest time possible. Alright, it's decided. He'll go all in and exchange everything for contribution value. Chen's thoughts solidified, and his gaze became incredibly resolute. Wealth and treasures were mere clouds, only converting them into solid strength was the hard truth. Meanwhile, on another front, after Chen sent the message, the 2 pillars of Huaxia located in Xizhou, Zhao Wuliang and LAIR, had their communication rings light up almost simultaneously. At the Martial Alliance headquarters, in the quiet meditation room at the top of the tower, LAIR, surrounded by dense purple lightning, was meditating when the vibration of the communication ring slowly brought him back to awareness. When he saw the message from Chen, his pupils suddenly constricted. The strands of electric snakes coiling around his fingers erupted uncontrollably with a crackling sound due to the intense fluctuation of his emotions. He broke through to the celestial martial god realm so quickly? This kid's breakthrough speed is just too abnormal. LAIR's voice was laced with a hint of disbelief, his hoarse tone rising as he suddenly stood up, a powerful aura uncontrollably spilling out. It made the air in the entire quiet room feel as if it had solidified. LAIR stared intently at the few short lines of text on the communication ring, the electric snakes at his fingertips crackling, reflecting the turbulent waves of shock on his face. Chen's breakthrough speed could no longer be described as fast, it was simply overturning common sense. If it were someone else breaking through to the heavenly martial god, he might praise the young talent, but he would never lose his composure like this. Yet Chen's rocket-like ascent directly shattered all breakthrough records since the Great Cataclysm. A mere 20-year-old heavenly martial god. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shatter the hearts of all self-proclaimed geniuses among the martial artists of Blue Star, completely beyond the realm of monsters. Even LAIR, who was used to seeing genius prodigies and was called a genius by those contemporaneous prodigies, was now captivated by Chen. He then forcibly suppressed the restless thunderous power within him, and a thought exploded in his mind like thunder. The hope for humanity to completely overcome the ferocious beasts and the ultimate turning point might just lie with Chen. With Chen's outrageous and unreasonable talent, if it could be sustained, when he reached the peak of the heavenly martial god, his chances of breaking into the legendary realm above the heavenly god would absolutely surpass both him and Zhao Wuliang. Once Chen successfully ascended to that supreme domain, the stalemate between humans and beasts that had lasted for 100 years, soaked in blood and tears, would surely be completely broken. Thinking of this, LAIR had to admit in his heart that Zhao Wuliang's decision to place his daughter beside Chen was simply a stroke of genius. To be able to marry Chen, this golden son-in-law, his daughter was indeed very fortunate. At the headquarters of the Chinese military, in the Grand Marshal's office, In front of a huge star map sand table, Zhao Wuliang was focused and quickly flipping through the mountain of encrypted documents. He aimed to grasp the core deployments and strategic evolution of the military over the past 20 years in the shortest time possible. The faint glow of the communication ring on his wrist interrupted his thoughts. Upon discovering it was Li Chen, he opened the message. His gaze swept over the brief words breakthrough to Heavenly Martial God, and his face did not show the intense shock that LAIR had displayed. Instead, it revealed a look of as expected. He temporarily set aside the document marked as top secret, leaned back into the wide marshal's chair, and a deep smile crept onto his lips. Looking towards the direction of the Yin-Yang base city, he murmured to himself, "It seems that the fire pattern divine crystal has indeed been put to good use." His voice carried a calmness that seemed to understand everything. The first time he met Li Chen, he had keenly sensed that this young man was not far from the realm of the Heavenly Martial God. Especially with his already attained second level and even the ability to initially unfold the domain of the fire law, it was truly astonishing. All that was lacking was a divine guide that could ignite the immense accumulation within him and assist him in completing the final leap. That was why, before his departure, he had unhesitatingly gifted that incredibly precious fire pattern divine crystal to Li Chen. However, he never expected that this final push would be executed so swiftly by Li Chen. He had just returned to headquarters, and before he could even warm his seat, this kid had already succeeded. The speed was simply unreasonable. Good, good, good. Zhao Wuliang exclaimed 3 times, his eyes shining brightly, a sense of exhilaration filling his chest. Li Chen's breakthrough was like a timely rain for the Chinese nation. After many years, China had finally welcomed its third heavenly martial god. Moreover, a young prodigy with seemingly endless potential. He even had a strong premonition that on the path to breaking into the legendary realm above the heavenly god, Li Chen's hope might be much greater than that of both Zhao Wuliang and LAIR. After the shock and relief, the two powerful figures standing at the pinnacle of China simultaneously sent sincere congratulations and admiration to Li Chen, who was far away in Yin-Yang. Through the communication ring on Li Chen's wrist lit up again. Looking at the two congratulatory messages from LAIR and Zhao Wuliang, the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Li Chen wore a smile as he savored the congratulations from LAIR and Zhao Wuliang, when the tranquility outside the villa was suddenly disrupted. With his keen perception, he had already sensed several familiar auras rapidly approaching. Guests are coming, he thought, the smile on his lips unwavering, fully aware of what was happening. Sure enough, almost simultaneously, Military Inspector Zhang Jian and Deputy Governor Du Qi arrived together, their faces betraying an unmistakable excitement and reverence. He Meng, upon learning of their intentions, did not delay and began to lead them into the villa to meet Li Chen. When they stood before Li Chen, although he had already retracted the vast aura surrounding him, which was as boundless as a sea of stars, just his casual presence exuded a pressure that seemed to stem from the very essence of life itself, causing Zhang Jian and Du Qi to feel a momentary difficulty in breathing. It was as if they were facing an insurmountable divine mountain. Congratulations, Governor Li, on successfully ascending to the realm of the Heavenly Martial God. This is a blessing for our Yuzhou and a fortune for Huaxia. They exclaimed almost in unison, their voices booming with genuine respect. Behind them, their attendants stepped forward, placing several exquisitely packaged gift boxes, clearly of considerable value, steadily on the nearby coffee table. Governor Li, just a small token of our appreciation. It is truly not a formality, but our congratulations on your breakthrough to the Heavenly Martial God realm. Indeed, please be sure to accept it. These are some rare items we thought you might find interesting. Their voices carried a tone of flattery. Li Chen casually glanced over the gift boxes. His powerful perception had already penetrated the packaging, allowing him to see the contents clearly. Inside were several boxes of exceptionally pure spiritual tea, with leaves resembling jade, and several jars of fine spiritual wine brewed from various rare spiritual fruits, aged to perfection. The items were indeed impressive, rare treasures that contained energy beneficial to ordinary martial artists and even high-level practitioners. However, given his current status and perspective as a heavenly martial god, these items held minimal significance for his own cultivation. They were nothing to him. His collection in the infinite storage space far surpassed these gifts. But after all, these were carefully prepared by Zhang Jian and Du Qi, representing their utmost respect. The smile on his face deepened slightly as he nodded to them. You are very thoughtful. Without any pretense of aloofness or polite refusal, he accepted directly. I will accept this gift. Li Chen's straightforwardness and directness relieved both Zhang Jian and Du Qi, making their smiles even more sincere. Especially Zhang Jian. Li Chen's willingness to accept his gift also meant that their previous conflicts were now resolved. Soon after, as the news spread, all the influential figures, strong individuals, and families in the entire Yin-Yang base city, sensing the opportunity like bees drawn to nectar, began to take action. The Heavenly Martial God. This is a living Heavenly Martial God. To meet him up close, to bask in his divine might, would be a life without regrets. Quick! Prepare the most lavish gifts. We must ensure that Lord Li remembers our family name. Such a joyous occasion as the strongest in the state breaking through a realm naturally called for gifts and congratulations. Li Chen could refuse the gifts, but they could not refrain from sending them. Otherwise, it would be seen as a lack of understanding. Before long, people either came in person or sent trusted aides, bringing their most treasured items, spiritual medicines, and rare materials, continuously flocking to the governor's villa. In an instant, the originally serene villa became bustling with activity, with various luxurious vehicles nearly filling the front yard. The entire villa transformed into a lively scene filled with voices and excitement. Countless gazes, whether filled with reverence, fervor, or flattery, were focused on Li Chen. The three words heavenly martial god resonated in the air. For those still struggling in the mundane martial arts world, it possesses an irresistible allure. It is a true existence that stands on the clouds, overlooking all living beings. What they yearn for is not just congratulations, but the hope of leaving even the slightest impression on this newly ascended martial god. Even Li Chen, with his calm disposition, found himself somewhat amused and bewildered by this sudden wave of enthusiasm. Looking at the faces before him, all filled with anticipation, and listening to the almost worshipful praises that seemed ready to elevate him to the heavens, he knew that if he didn't show his face today, he would not be able to disperse these fiery, passionate people. Thank you all for your warm sentiments. I, Li, truly appreciate it. Li Chen's voice was not loud, yet it clearly overshadowed all the noise, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the crowd. He helplessly scanned the room. In that case, let's hold a simple press conference at the main branch to respond uniformly. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted even more. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Soon, a temporary yet highly formal press conference was hastily convened in the largest conference hall of the Martial Arts Alliance's Yin-Yang main branch. Besides the official personnel from the military, government and alliance branches, media reporters who had heard the news filled the venue. Cameras and microphones were aimed at the excessively young legend on the podium. Li Chen's original intention was merely to announce it modestly. But when the shocking news, Li Chen, 21 years old, has officially broken through to the martial god realm, was broadcast live and released across countless media platforms, the sensation far exceeded his imagination. The trending topics exploded instantly. Almost as soon as the press conference ended, this news surged like a tidal wave, landing directly at the top of major news platforms and social networks worldwide. A 21-year-old martial god emerges. Li Chen refreshes the history of martial arts on Blue Star, and other topics quickly dominated the charts. The heat index skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. The shockwave it generated even overshadowed the heavyweight news of Marshal Zhao Wuliang's return of the king and his regaining control of the military in a very short time. Although both were significant events worthy of being recorded in history, in comparison, the impact brought by Li Chen, the 21-year-old martial god, was undoubtedly more direct and more revolutionary. 1 month. From the early stage of Earth martial god to martial god? Is this really something humans can achieve? A prodigy. An unparalleled prodigy. The records of the martial arts world on Blue Star have been completely refreshed. My heavens, he's only 21, a 21-year-old martial god. How can we old folks bear this? I've only been in seclusion for a few months, and these young talents outside have already become this monstrous? The entire martial arts world on Blue Star fell silent, then plunged into an unprecedented fervent discussion. The news spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Huaxia and soon swept across the globe like a Category 12 hurricane. The upper echelons of major human factions were all shaken. The name Li Chen instantly became the most dazzling and feared presence worldwide. As the center of this global storm, after dealing with the press conference, Li Chen quietly returned to his villa. Standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, he looked at the busy scene below. Several specially designed giant transport planes, marked with the Martial Arts Alliance's distinctive logo, landed in the villa's backyard. Several shocked martial artists emerged from them, transporting the Tsangming Dragon Koan god he had just retrieved from the infinite space, along with the corpses of 2 other Earth Beast god-level ferocious beasts, preparing to ship them to the Martial Arts Alliance branch. As the last Earth Beast god corpse was carefully placed into the specially designed cargo hold, boom! The 3 giant transport planes, emblazoned with the Martial Arts Alliance's logo, roared with deafening noise. The massive bodies slowly ascended, powerful engines tearing through the air, whipping up gusts of wind from the ground. Steadily adjusting their direction, they soared towards the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance located in Suzhou. Soon, they transformed into a few black dots on the skyline, ultimately disappearing from sight. Li Chen watched the transport plane leave. With a slight movement, he silently returned to the quiet underground training room. His gaze fell on the gene transition chamber, observing Zhao Qingning, who was wrapped in a rich emerald green cocoon, her breath steadily rising. A gentle smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He then sat cross-legged beside the transition chamber, quietly waiting for Zhao Qingning to emerge. As his thoughts stirred, 10 newly upgraded divine-level gene enhancement potions, shimmering with a deep crimson hue, appeared out of thin air around his body, like the solidified blood of stars. They floated silently, emanating a terrifying energy aura far more majestic and pure than during the SS-level period, as if containing the essence of life itself. It was filled with the ultimate temptation of evolution. Feeling the energy waves that made his soul tremble slightly, Li Chen's face revealed an unmistakable intoxication and desire. Such powerful energy, truly worthy of being divine level. He could clearly perceive that the upgraded gene enhancement potions had undergone a qualitative leap in their energy essence and evolutionary efficacy. I wonder how the upgraded divine-level gene enhancement potions compare to the miraculous effects of the gene transition chamber. Li Chen murmured to himself, curiosity flickering in his eyes, tinged with a sense of exploration. Why not just try it and find out? Without further hesitation, he willed the 10 dark red divine potions to transform into 10 streams of light, precisely entering his mouth. Gulch! It felt as if he had swallowed 10 mouthfuls of scalding life lava. The moment the potions entered his stomach, an explosive warm current erupted. This warm current was not painful but rather a refreshing and satisfying sensation that originated from the deepest levels of life. Like the gentlest tide yet akin to the most violent torrent, it instantly swept through his limbs and bones, washing through every meridian and permeating every cell. On the surface of Li Chen's body, it felt as if billions of fine golden streams were rushing and weaving beneath his skin, while his muscles and bones emitted a low hum. He could distinctly feel that his gene chain was being repeatedly tempered, optimized, and reorganized under this overwhelming force, rapidly evolving towards a more perfect form. Every cell greedily absorbed this divine power like a parched land welcoming rain, emitting satisfied chirps. Not enough. This is still far from reaching my bonus limits. After a moment of ultimate comfort, Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if dark red divine flames were burning deep within his pupils, filled with a thirst for power. Although these 10 divine potions were astonishing in effect, they were still a step away from fully tapping into his potential at the initial stage of the heavenly martial god. If 10 isn't enough, then let's have another 10. 20 divine-level gene enhancement potions will definitely allow my genes to reach a flawless state at the initial stage of the heavenly martial god. A gleam of determination shot from Li Chen's eyes. After all, there was plenty in the infinite storage space, more than enough for him to absorb at will. With that thought, another 10 dark red divine potions flashed from the infinite storage space, hovering before him. Without a moment's pause, Li Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. The 10 streams of dark red light were instantly swallowed into his belly like returning birds. Boom! The energy contained within them detonated completely inside him. The violet energy impact made Li Chen's body tremble violently, his skin turning as red as a heated iron. Blood-colored steam rose from his surface like a tangible substance. Yet beneath this seemingly violent exterior lay a deeper, more thorough perfect transformation at the genetic level. The foundation laid by the previous 10 potions, under this second wave of more intense impact, was pushing his body towards a flawless and harmonious perfect state. Ah, so good. An uncontrollable low roar filled with satisfaction escaped from Li Chen's throat. He felt as if his body had been completely shattered and was being reforged in the furnace of divine energy. Every inch of flesh and every strand of bone had been stripped of the last trace of flaw, achieving a theoretically perfect state. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. Li Chen's body completely relaxed. With a satisfied smile on his face, he slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the afterglow of this perfect evolution. Time quietly passed during this process, and before he knew it, the next morning had arrived. Buzz! Li Chen, who had fully absorbed the energy from 20 divine-grade gene enhancement potions, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden red divine light, seemingly containing the power to incinerate all things, flashed deep within his pupils, instantly illuminating the slightly dim training room. A sense of completeness, as if capable of shaking mountains, began to spread. It was quickly reined in perfectly. He carefully sensed every change in his body at this moment, revealing an almost intoxicated smile of satisfaction. Every muscle fiber contained explosive power. Yet they were harmonized as one. The density of his bones rivaled the hardest divine iron. His blood flowed like mercury, brimming with terrifying vitality, and even the deepest cells exuded a sense of ultimate perfection. At this moment, his genetic potential at the early stage of the heavenly martial god had been thoroughly excavated to the theoretical limit by those 20 divine-grade gene enhancement potions. There was no room for further improvement, unless the level of the gene transition chamber could be upgraded to LV2. The perfect realm of the early heavenly martial god is indeed extraordinary, Li Chen murmured. His voice rolled like thunder over gravel, carrying an unassailable majesty, and his 5 fingers, grasping at the air, emitted a hum of unbearable weight. Now, even without using any martial skills, I can crush the peak of the earth martial god with just my physical body. Just then, a faint prompt light came from the communication ring on his wrist. Li Chen opened it to find a confirmation message from the Martial Alliance. The 3 corpses of the heavenly beasts sent to headquarters yesterday had been processed, and the contribution value of 2,500 points had been credited. Adding the previous 500-point reward, the total contribution value in his account had astonishingly reached 3,000 points. 3,000 contribution points. Even with Li Chen's calm disposition, a hint of indifferent amusement flickered in his eyes at this number. This amount, it was no exaggeration to say, had already surpassed the total contribution points that most Earth martial god experts within the Martial Alliance could accumulate. It could be considered an extraordinary fortune. 3,000 points. I can exchange for quite a few good things. Li Chen felt invigorated. This massive wealth meant he could once again exchange for top-tier resources from the Alliance's treasury. However, he hadn't yet decided what to exchange for. He needed to think carefully to ensure every point was put to the best use. Every contribution point must be transformed into the most direct enhancement of combat power. I'll discuss the resource exchange later. Signing in is more important. Li Chen suppressed the urge to exchange. In comparison, he was more looking forward to the unknown surprises brought by the daily system sign-in. He immediately thought in his mind, system, sign in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a battle pet, Azure Spirit Butterfly Peak Earth Beast God Cultivation, absolutely loyal to the host. As the system's prompt sound fell, Li Chen's consciousness was instantly drawn into the battle pet space. In that vast space, an originally ordinary area suddenly transformed. Countless exotic flowers and plants burst forth from the ground at a visible speed, blooming in a frenzy, and the rich fragrance instantly filled the previously barren ground, covered by a thick, soft, vibrant green lawn exuding a strong life force. It was as if a vibrant sea of flowers and grass had been created out of thin air, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. And at the center of this sea of flowers stood the long-awaited sign-in reward, the Azure Spirit Butterfly. Its size was enormous, like a small hill, with wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. The butterfly's wings were not soft and thin but were covered with layers resembling the hardest dragon scale armor carved from the finest jade. They shimmered with a cold, resilient metallic luster. The edges were sharp as divine weapons. At the joints of its wings, several sharp and menacing wooden spikes, entwined with dark green thorn patterns, grew, exuding a heart-stopping penetrating power. Its compound eyes resembled two enormous, gem-like emeralds embedded with countless facets, flashing a cold and fierce light. A powerful and pure aura of the wood element, imbued with a primitive and savage ferocity, emanated from it as if it were a tangible substance, forming a formidable pressure field that made the surrounding blooming flowers bow slightly. This was no gentle ornamental butterfly, but a ferocious beast from the primordial forest, mastering the powerful laws of wood. The Azure Green Spirit Butterfly exclaimed, "Huh, you call this a butterfly?" Li Chen's mind sank into the battle pet space, carefully examining the massive body of the Azure Green Spirit Butterfly, filled with a sense of power and ferocity. His eyes instantly burst with surprise. Another powerful battle pet at the peak level of a terrestrial beast god. Moreover, it primarily practiced the laws of wood, perfectly complementing Zhao Qingning's attributes. With immense potential for the future. He was very satisfied with this sign-in reward. With a slight thought, Li Chen opened his palm, and with a single thought, summoned the Azure Green Spirit Butterfly into reality. With a flash of light, a butterfly, much smaller and more delicate than the Frost Frog god, appeared silently at his fingertips, its entire body radiating a gentle light of pale green. It had reigned in the overwhelming ferocity it had in the battle pet space, now appearing exquisite and lively. It looked like an utterly ordinary butterfly, devoid of any trace of the brutal and fierce demeanor it had before. It affectionately rubbed its small head against Li Chen's finger. In front of Li Chen, all the ferocity of the Azure Green Spirit Butterfly transformed into the purest loyalty and docility. "This little guy is quite cute. I'll call you Little Butterfly from now on," Li Chen chuckled lightly, a hint of fondness in his voice. His fingertips gently brushed over the Azure Green Spirit Butterfly's wings, which shimmered with a warm green light, seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient. Little Butterfly's petite wings quivered slightly. In those compound eyes made up of countless facets, a hint of human-like liveliness and joy shone through. A warm, gentle, and vibrant aura naturally emanated from it, softly enveloping Li Chen's fingers, silently responding to his caress and naming. It wasn't that it couldn't speak, it simply felt that this way would more easily win Li Chen's favor. Li Chen gently tapped its small head and pointed in a direction, speaking in a gentle tone, "Alright, little butterfly, go find little frog, it's soaking in the spirit dew spring in the backyard. You should go relax too." Upon hearing this, little butterfly obediently rubbed against Li Chen's fingertip. Then, its petite body flickered slightly, as if merging with the very fabric of space, and instantly vanished without a trace, leaving behind a faint scent of grass and wood. After little butterfly left, Li Chen's gaze refocused on the gene transition chamber, which was continuously operating and emitting a ghostly blue light. His powerful perception clearly captured the situation inside the chamber. Zhao Qingning's aura had steadily climbed to the peak of the Emperor level. She was gathering an unstoppable force, like a torrent ready to burst forth, crashing against the barriers of the terrestrial martial god realm. The entire breakthrough process was stable and efficient. Clearly, it was in the most critical sprint phase, and success was not far off. "At this rate, I estimate we'll see results by noon," Li Chen murmured to himself, his tone laced with anticipation and certainty. "Well then, let's go have a meal first." He stepped out of the training room. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast made from the finest ingredients of Blue Star, Li Chen's figure flickered and appeared in front of the increasingly robust and towering divine-level spirit fruit tree in the backyard, its branches and leaves flourishing like a canopy. His gaze swept over the branches, where 5 plump and round spirit fruits hung heavily, their skin shimmering with a restrained divine light, exuding an incredibly enticing fragrance. A satisfied smile naturally curved at the corners of his mouth. Although the daily fruit production limit of the divine-level spirit fruit tree had not increased, it still randomly produced between 1 to 10 fruits, but its quality has already been upgraded to divine level along with its body. Now, every fruit born from the tree is a genuine divine-level spirit fruit. Moreover, that little guy, Xiao Guo, no longer dares to steal from the watch. Li Chen casually waved his hand. 5 divine-level spirit fruits, exuding a refreshing fragrance that seemed capable of cleansing the soul, gracefully detached from the branches. After arriving beside him, they instantly vanished into the infinite storage space. Returning to the training room, Li Chen sat cross-legged. With a thought, a freshly picked divine-level spirit fruit appeared in his hand. He took a slow, deliberate bite. The fruit's flesh melted in his mouth. A wave of indescribable sweetness and satisfaction exploded on his taste buds as the sweet juice mixed with pure, gentle yet immensely powerful life source energy surged into his belly. Wow, this texture is incredible, far superior to before the upgrade. Li Chen savored it carefully, unable to suppress his admiration. His eyes were filled with enjoyment. Although the energy contained in the divine-level spirit fruit is considered basic among divine-level resources, it is exceptionally low. But the taste is truly one of a kind. If the energy is insufficient, it can be compensated for in other aspects. Coupled with a relatively stable yield, each tree can produce at least one fruit daily, making it perfectly suitable as the top-tier dessert after a meal. Such an extravagant act would be unimaginable for others. Eating divine-level spirit fruits as dessert every day? Even top-tier heavenly martial gods like LAIR would have to weigh whether their resources were sufficient. They wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. After consuming a spirit fruit, the pure and gentle energy was quickly absorbed and digested by Li Chen's already perfected heavenly martial god body. At that moment, the communication ring on his wrist suddenly emitted a distinctive buzzing sound, indicating a high-priority communication. Li Chen looked up. The screen clearly displayed the caller, LAIR. Leader Lei? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, the pleasant smile from enjoying his meal still lingering, now mixed with a hint of understanding. It should be related to my breakthrough to heavenly martial god. Although he couldn't be entirely sure of LAIR's specific intentions, it was highly likely that it revolved around the news that had caused a global sensation yesterday. He tapped his fingertip lightly, connecting the call with a calm smile. As the communication connected, a clear small holographic projection immediately emerged from the communication ring on Li Chen's wrist, revealing LAIR's face on the light screen. Simultaneously, Li Chen's image also appeared on LAIR's communicator. LAIR's gaze pierced through the light